Chen Changsheng traversed into the vast realm of cultivation, awakening the eternal life system. For every year of slumber, he gained an additional year of life, along with an attribute point. The pure white moonlight draped over the dark earth as a young man retched the soil from his mouth. They promised the golden Namu wouldn't decay for 1,000 years, and yet it has turned to dust in just a few short years. That damnedly the lame had the audacity to deceive me with counterfeit goods. After clearing his mouth of the dirt, Chen Changsheng flexed his somewhat stiff limbs. Under the hazy moonlight, one could vaguely discern the rounded curve of his backside. However, at this moment, Chen Changsheng seemed rather indifferent to the fact that he was wandering under the moon. System, has a decade passed? Replying to the host, the 10-year slumber has concluded, and attribute points have been credited. Upon hearing the system's response, Chen Changsheng directed his gaze toward the panel in his mind. Host, Chen Changsheng strength, 1 speed, 1 defense, 1 spiritual power, 0 lifespan, 80 indeed. Chen Changsheng was a genuine transmigrator. The system he possessed was neither a sign-in system nor an overwhelmingly invincible one. It was simply the unremarkable eternal life system. As long as Chen Changsheng remained in slumber, he would receive corresponding lifespan and attribute points. However, there were limitations on the duration of slumber, which could not exceed the limit of his lifespan. Furthermore, any lifespan he had already lived would recharge after his slumber. In other words, if Chen Changsheng had lived for 80 years and then fell into slumber, even if he slept for just a day, upon awakening, he would possess 80 years and a day of lifespan, not merely a day. Additionally, the interval before his next slumber after awakening could not be less than 1/10 of his total lifespan. Thus, in theory, as long as Chen Changsheng engaged in cautious development, he could truly embody his name and achieve genuine longevity. Gazing at the 10 attribute points at his disposal, Chen Changsheng chose not to allocate them immediately. Instead, he retrieved a set of clothing from the system space and donned it, then based on his memories, discerned a general direction before hastening down the mountain. After a decade, the turmoil of war should have subsided. The beloved one, separated by the chaos, should have returned. Steamed buns, piping hot steamed buns. As he strolled through the bustling market, Chen Changsheng felt an uncanny sense of having been transported through time. Although the town remained the same, the people from before had vanished. A decade is neither excessively short nor overly long, but it is ample time for many changes to occur. Observing the transformations in the town, Chen Changsheng followed his memories towards a familiar location. Before long, he arrived at a farmhouse on the outskirts of the town. Upon seeing the familiar house, a smile involuntarily crept across Chen Changsheng's lips, and he inquired, "Is Nianci home?" At the sound of his voice, a girl with delicate features peeked out from the house. "Who are you looking for?" Upon seeing the little girl, Chen Changsheng momentarily froze. "Isn't this Nianci's home? I don't know anyone named Nianci. You must have the wrong place." Faced with the girl's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. During the tumult of war, Nianci was merely an ordinary person. Perhaps she had long since vanished. With this thought, he prepared to turn away. "Changsheng, is that you?" A familiar voice rang out from behind him, and Chen Changsheng felt as if struck by lightning. Regaining his composure, he slowly turned around, and the once familiar face came into view once more. Bang! The basket of vegetables in the woman's hand fell to the ground. Upon confirming the identity of the person before him, Nianci immediately covered her mouth with her hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Don't bully my mother." Seeing her mother in tears, the little girl rushed out of the house and stood with her small hands outstretched between them. Hearing the little girl's address, Chen Changsheng looked at his childhood companion with a puzzled expression. Meeting his gaze, Nianci did not shy away, but gently reached out to caress Chen Changsheng's face. "It has been 10 years. You are just as you were before." Why? Ultimately, Chen Changsheng could not suppress the question swirling in his heart. In response, Nianci smiled softly and lowered her head to affectionately ruffle the little girl's hair. "After we parted, I was pursued by bandits, and it was he who rescued me from a pile of corpses. Half a year later, I healed from my injuries, and the war had ceased. He returned here with me. At that time, Li the Lame said you had purchased a coffin from him. Then I waited for you for 3 years." At this point, Nianci paused, a glimmer of disappointment and helplessness flashing in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Nianci smiled and said, "For these 3 years, he has taken care of me. He has truly been wonderful." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Then, he smiled, though it bore a hint of bitterness. A decade of slumber felt brief for him, but for Nianci, 10 years was an eternity. How many decades can one truly experience in life? When they parted, both he and Nianci were merely 20 years old. Now, a decade later, he remained at the age of 20, while Nianci had reached 30. From the moment he stepped into this world, it was clear that they were destined to inhabit separate realms. With this thought, Chen Changsheng knelt down and gently patted the little girl's head, smiling. Little one, what is your name? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the little girl turned to glance at her mother, seemingly seeking her approval. You can tell uncle. Tell brother. He is mother's old friend. Receiving her mother's permission, the little girl chirped. My name is Li Niansheng, and I am 6 years old. Niansheng. Chen Changsheng repeated the name a few times before smiling. What a lovely name. My name also contains the character Sheng, but I am called Chen Changsheng. You may call me Brother Changsheng. With that, Chen Changsheng stood and began to depart. Noticing this, Nian Ci instinctively called out, Where are you going? Hearing her, Chen Changsheng paused momentarily, then turned away, waving his hand. My old house is no longer here, but I see that Li the Lame's coffin shop still stands. I will stay there for a while. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng's figure gradually receded into the distance. Watching him go, Li Niansheng looked up and asked, Mother, is Brother Changsheng your friend? Not a friend. He is a very familiar old acquaintance. Then who is the Nian Ci he was looking for? Perhaps she is his childhood sweetheart. After all, Nian Ci sounds like a private term of endearment from a man to his beloved. I see. Will Brother Changsheng be able to find his beloved? I do not know. Perhaps he has already found her. Nian Ci mused aloud, then turned to Li Niansheng with a smile. All right, your father will be home soon. Shall we cook a meal for him together? Okay, Li Niansheng exclaimed with delight, then skipped joyfully towards the kitchen. Chapter 2. The Endless Passage of Time and the Unavoidable Cycle. Li the Lame. There appears to be an issue with your coffin. I demand a return. Nonsense. No one has ever complained about the coffins I craft. A figure abruptly emerged from the coffin, his gaze ablaze with indignation as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of the scoundrel who dared to disparage his craftsmanship. However, upon recognizing the individual at the door, Li the Lame was so frightened that he hastily reclined back into the coffin. Indeed, it seems my time is drawing nigh. Why has that wretched Chen Changsheng come seeking me? Listening to Li the Lame's mutterings, Chen Changsheng broke into a grin and approached the coffin directly. Observing Li the Lame, whose eyes were tightly shut within the coffin, Chen Changsheng remarked, Li the Lame, you once assured me that should there be any issue with the coffin, I could return for a refund. Are you now attempting to renege on our agreement? Reluctantly, Li the Lame opened his eyes upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words. I have no money to offer, but if you covet my life, take it. Anything here that catches your eye, feel free to take. Faced with Li the Lame's obstinate demeanor, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but be amused. Are you not afraid of me? After all, you were the one who buried the earth upon my grave. At this, Li the Lame cast a sidelong glance at Chen Changsheng and replied, I am 60 this year, and the physician has declared that I have at most 3 years left to live. I, Li the Lame, have no offspring nor any significant others. Do you truly believe I would care whether I live 3 years less or more? Furthermore, I knew you would return when you purchased the coffin. Why? Because I have encountered those who buy coffins for themselves, but it is a rarity to see someone so jubilantly procure one. As he spoke, Li the Lame scrutinized Chen Changsheng once more, then hesitated before adding, By the way, young lad, would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? I can provide you with food and shelter, though I cannot offer a salary. This line of work is perfectly suited for a solitary soul like you. Moreover, mastering my craft will likely ensure you never go hungry, for in this world, while many things may be scarce, the dead are certainly not. Upon hearing Li the Lame's proposition, Chen Changsheng felt a flicker of interest. Although he could indeed live for a considerable time, he was still susceptible to harm, and starvation was merely one of many ways to meet his demise. Initially, he had intended to stay temporarily, but now, the prospect of a long-term sustenance arrangement appeared rather appealing. Li the Lame, your terms are rather stingy, are they not? Surely, you could offer some form of compensation. In response to Chen Changsheng's complaint, Li the Lame pulled a burial manual from his pocket and tossed it toward him. In your lively state, how could you possibly pass on before me? Once I am gone, all this shall belong to you. You can see the confines of this place. There is no other space for you to sleep. The coffin beside you shall serve as your bed. After all, you do seem to enjoy resting in coffins. With that, Li the Lame prepared to return to the coffin to continue his slumber. However, Chen Changsheng seized him by the arm. Wait, are you not going to teach me how to make coffins? What use do I have for this? Faced with Chen Changsheng's confusion, Li Kezi rolled his eyes and remarked, As the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. If you only sell coffins, who will tend to your business? Let me be frank with you. I am well versed in all aspects of funeral services. There is much for you to learn. With that, Li Kezi shrugged off Chen Changsheng's hand and reclined back into his own coffin. Glancing at the burial scriptures in his hand, Chen Changsheng paused momentarily before smiling and saying, Well said, a multitude of skills is never a burden. Thus, he immediately dove into another coffin. To be honest, after getting accustomed to sleeping in a coffin, a bed felt quite uncomfortable. Seasons changed, and 8 years slipped by like fleeting shadows. Chen Changsheng had fully settled into Li Keizi's coffin shop, spending his days reading and honing the craft of coffin making. Whenever there were funerals, he would have the opportunity to enjoy a better meal. However, in these peaceful times, such occasions were few and far between. As for those 10 attribute points, he devoted them all to enhancing his defense. Theoretically, as long as he could endure a little longer, he could attain an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan. Given this, defense naturally became the attribute Chen Changsheng valued most. It is noteworthy that Li Keizi did not pass away in the 3rd year. After Chen Changsheng arrived, he lived for a full 5 more years. Yet ultimately, he could not outlast Chen Changsheng. One night, after lying down in his coffin, Li Keizi never rose again. Brother Changsheng. The door of the coffin shop was pushed open by a young girl. Chen Changsheng, startled by the noise, reluctantly emerged from his coffin and said, "Nianxing, how many times have I told you? This is a coffin shop. What sort of behavior is it for you to come here all the time?" Hearing this, Li Nianxing stuck out her tongue and replied, "I don't care about that. Let them say what they want. Besides, with the plague rampant, who has the time to bother with me? I'm going to make you some food, so hurry up and get out of that coffin. Stop sleeping in it all day." With that, Li Nianxing expertly made her way toward the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. The plague had been rampant for a whole year, and at the onset of the outbreak, Nian Ci and his wife had passed away. Chen Changsheng had even assisted in arranging their funeral. The interval for deep slumber should not be less than 1/10 of one's total lifespan. It had been 8 years since his last awakening. By rights, he could enter another slumber. However, with Nianxing left all alone in the world, how could he bear to leave her? Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng shook his head and then leaped out of the coffin. Never mind. Whether he slept early or late made no difference. He would wait until this young girl was married before considering slumber again. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of breakfast were placed on the table. Chen Changsheng and Li Nianxing quietly sipped their congee. Suddenly, Li Nianxing looked up and asked, "Brother Changsheng, are you an immortal?" "You silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? If I were an immortal, how could I bear to witness your mother perish from the plague? She was a dear friend of mine." In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Li Nianxing lowered her gaze to the bowl in her hands. "Brother Changsheng, I am 14 this year. I am no longer the little girl I once was. There are certain matters you cannot deceive me about." Observing her demeanor, Chen Changsheng affectionately ruffled Li Nianxing's hair and chuckled. "You impish girl, what folly has possessed you today? It is not that I refuse to buy you candied hawthorn. It is simply that your teeth cannot withstand such treats. One day, I shall take you to purchase them." "Nian Ci is my mother's pet name," Li Nianxing interrupted, causing Chen Changsheng to set down his bowl. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Immortal, Exceptional Water Spirit Root. "Do you blame me for not saving your mother?" Chen Changsheng said softly. Li Nianxing hurriedly replied, "No, I have never held you responsible. When my mother died, I saw the sorrow and anguish in your eyes. Since childhood, you have cared for me as if I were your sister. I know you well. If you had the means to save her, you would never have allowed her to die. This secret was entrusted to me by my mother in her final moments. She knew I before Li Nianxing could finish. A bun was stuffed into her mouth." Chen Changsheng laughed. "Tomorrow, I shall take you rabbit hunting. Let us put this matter to rest." With that, he resumed sipping his porridge, seemingly unaffected by Li Nianxing's words. Seeing his demeanor, tears welled in Li Nianxing's eyes. "Why? You missed your chance once before. Must you repeat the same mistake?" Faced with her agitation, Chen Changsheng once again set down his bowl and gently said, "I hope that it is your descendants who bury you, not I. Do you understand my meaning?" Upon hearing this, Li Nianxing clenched her fists. 18 years ago, before her birth, Chen Changsheng had already formed a deep bond with her mother. Yet, 18 years had passed, and Chen Changsheng still appeared to be in his 20s. Though the reasons for his eternal youth eluded her, Li Nianxing understood that he would live for an exceedingly long time, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Contemplating this, she felt her lips tremble but forced a smile. "Brother Changsheng, you are always so easy to deceive. I have tricked you again. As punishment, what do you intend to gift me today?" Noticing the tears that slipped from the corners of Li Nianxing's eyes, Chen Changsheng retrieved a small wooden rabbit from his pocket and handed it to her. "This is your birthday gift." Accepting the rabbit, Li Nianxing clutched it tightly in her hands, her fingers turning white from the pressure. "Brother Changsheng, I heard that tomorrow an immortal will come to select disciples in the town. I wish to try my luck. Immortals live for an exceedingly long time, and perhaps then I could always remain by your side." "Nianxing, immortals are not so, Brother Changsheng. Let me be willful just this once, please." Li Nianxing interrupted, her resolve unwavering. Seeing her stubborn expression, Chen Changsheng nodded. "Very well, it shall be as you wish." Upon receiving Chen Changsheng's response, Li Nianxing rose and said, "I shall take my leave now. Brother Changsheng, do make time to bask in the sun. Do not remain confined within your coffin for too long." With these words, Li Nianxing turned to depart, pausing momentarily at the door. Brother Changsheng, have you ever heard the saying that one is ensnared by unattainable desires of youth throughout their life? In doing so, are you not merely fastening a shackle upon yourself? As her voice faded, Lin Yanqing's figure vanished from sight. Chen Changsheng stood in silence, gazing at the direction where she had disappeared. The thoughts swirling within his mind remained a mystery to all. Suddenly, a yellow talisman emitted a brilliant golden light above the small town. Under the illumination of this radiance, the plague that had enveloped the town was swiftly dispelled. The townsfolk were filled with gratitude for the manifestation of the immortal. Yet, in the face of their thanks, the woman hovering upon the flying sword maintained an air of aloof indifference. With a flick of her right hand, a colossal stone, towering 10 feet high, soared forth from her ring, crashing heavily to the ground and fracturing the surrounding earth like a spider's web. Those under the age of 16 seeking longevity may step forth to test their celestial affinity. This brief proclamation ignited excitement throughout the town. If the imperial authority and the nobility represented a status unattainable for the common folk, then the immortals were in existence beyond the realm of dreams. To become an immortal not only meant liberation from the pangs of hunger, but also an escape from the cycle of reincarnation, attaining unparalleled freedom in the world. Even the emperor seated upon the dragon throne would pay homage to the legendary immortals. Before long, the townspeople brought their children forth to test their celestial affinity. Alas, such opportunities were not as commonplace as cabbages at the market. Most of the children had already undergone testing. Yet, only a scant few could illuminate the stone. And even among those fortunate few, the brilliance was exceedingly dim. After a lengthy wait, Lin Yanqing finally approached the colossal stone. As she gently placed her hand upon it, the stone erupted in a dazzling blue light. Witnessing this, the woman who had been hovering in midair instantly appeared beside Lin Yanqing, scrutinizing her constitution with keen interest. Indeed, she possessed an exceptional water spiritual root. Upon confirming Lin Yanqing's aptitude, the veiled woman exclaimed with excitement, "Child, do you wish to take me as your master?" Initially elated at the prospect of being accepted as a disciple by an immortal, Lin Yanqing's smile soon faltered, and hesitation crept into her expression. Observing her demeanor, the woman showed no signs of impatience. It was common for mortals to feel apprehensive upon discovering their celestial affinity, often reluctant to part from the bonds of familial affection. The woman was well acquainted with how to navigate such dilemmas. "Are you concerned about your family?" Upon hearing the woman's inquiry, Lin Yanqing looked up and asked, "Immortal, if I take you as my master, will I be able to return home?" "Of course, once you have completed your studies, you may descend the mountain at your leisure. Additionally, there are certain items here that you may entrust to your family members." As she spoke, the woman retrieved a bundle from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Yanqing. Observing this, Lin Yanqing, puzzled, inquired, "Immortal, what lies within?" "You shall discover its contents once you return home. You have 1 hour to attend to your familial matters, for after that, I shall take you away," she replied. Holding the package in his hands, a familiar visage surfaced in his mind. Lin Yanqing bowed respectfully and expressed, "Thank you, Immortal. Please allow me to attend to some trivial affairs." With that, he turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, the woman's eyes narrowed. During her usual recruitment of disciples, there had been those who hesitated to leave. For the mediocre, it mattered little if they were not accepted, yet this exceptional water spiritual root was indeed a rarity. Had she not fortuitously passed by and acted on a whim, the sect might have missed this monumental opportunity. Such a fortuity must not be allowed to encounter even the slightest mishap. In the coffin shop, Chen Changsheng reclined within a coffin, engrossed in the burial scriptures. When Lin Yanqing entered, lips pursed. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng's face, a faint voice escaped her lips. "Brother Changsheng, the immortal wishes to take me as her disciple." Chapter 4. For the sake of Changsheng. A journey of 50 years. Upon hearing Lin Yanqing's words, Chen Changsheng set aside his book. He had been present among the crowd when their fates were tested. He merely returned a moment before her. Observing Lin Yanqing, who averted her gaze in shyness, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and asked, "Do you truly wish to go?" "I do," she replied earnestly. "For what reason?" At this inquiry, Lin Yanqing tightened her grip, softly declaring, "For Changsheng." These 4 words, though lightly spoken, bore the weight of 1,000 junctures. For only by attaining longevity could one remain in eternal companionship with Changsheng. Noticing Lin Yanqing's resolute demeanor, Chen Changsheng smiled and approached her. Many have transformed from mortals to immortals, yet never has an immortal reverted to a mortal. This illustrates that the path of longevity is a one-way journey. Should you ever grow weary and glance back, know that Brother Changsheng shall always stand behind you. With that, he enveloped Lin Yanqing in a warm embrace. However, during the embrace, in a hushed tone, he cautioned, "The path of cultivation is a place that devours without yielding bones. One must always remain vigilant." Upon finishing, Chen Changsheng chuckled as he released Lin Yanqing. The presence of an immortal graces my humble abode, truly illuminating it. Chen Changsheng fawned, bowing deeply to the woman at the entrance, his demeanor no different from that of the townsfolk. However, facing his sycophancy, the woman at the door displayed a hint of disdain. She had never anticipated that such a prodigious talent would hail from an ill-fated coffin shop. This girl possesses celestial potential. Her future is boundless. Though she found Chen Changsheng rather disagreeable, for the sake of acquiring such a gifted disciple, she offered a simple, perfunctory response. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's smile blossomed even brighter. All of this is thanks to the sage's discerning eye. The mischievous girl, Nianxing, has been a handful since childhood, and the sage will surely have to exert effort on her behalf in the future. By the way, may I inquire about the location of your celestial abode? If time permits, I would be honored to pay you a visit. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the impatience in the woman's eyes intensified. In the southern reaches, a sect known as Linglongzong exists, a place that an ordinary person might take 30 years to reach. If you wish to come, then by all means, do so. After speaking, she turned to Li Nianxing and said, I have a mission this time, and we must depart quickly. In response, Li Nianxing gently set down her bundle. Brother Changsheng, I shall remember your words. I will certainly seek you out. With that, Li Nianxing followed the woman away. After their departure, Chen Changsheng cheerfully tidied the room, intermittently uttering joyful remarks. An hour later, however, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and coldly declared, You have hidden long enough. Come out. His voice echoed in the coffin shop, but aside from the cold, lifeless coffins, there was naught else. Still not emerging? Do you intend for me to fetch you? Chen Changsheng's expression hardened as he spoke again, and after a prolonged silence with no response, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that old crone has truly departed. How impressive to be able to fly. I could sleep for 1,000 or 1,800 years and still take to the skies. You would do well to refrain from harboring ill intentions toward Nianxing, otherwise I shall unearth your ancestral grave. Having said this, Chen Changsheng directly stored the coffins and Nianxing's abandoned bundle into the system space. He had already spent 8 years here, and his appearance had not changed in the slightest. This peculiar circumstance had given rise to rumors in the town. If he lingered any longer, it would become difficult to dismiss the notion of good maintenance. With this thought, Chen Changsheng strode out of the coffin shop where he had resided for 8 years. 30 years may be unreachable, but can I not traverse 50? I may possess little, but I have an abundance of time. After another round of complaints directed at the woman, Chen Changsheng vanished at the end of the street. His disappearance sparked lengthy discussions in the small town regarding his whereabouts. Some claimed that he had ascended to greatness, elevating those around him, as the sage valued Li Nianxing and thus took Chen Changsheng along. Others speculated that he had clashed with the sage and met his demise. In any case, various theories abounded, but as time passed, the memory of Chen Changsheng gradually faded from the townsfolk's minds. Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul. Chen Changsheng lay upon a patch of grass, perusing a tattered book. It was now the 20th year since he had departed from that small town. Naturally, he had examined the contents of the bundle left by Nianxing. It contained little, a single cultivation method, a medicinal pill, and some gold and silver. The contents of the cultivation method were quite simple, almost rudimentary. It vaguely outlined the realms of immortal cultivation and included the techniques for the qi refining stage. Upon initially acquiring this item, Chen Changsheng had regarded it as a treasure, for it was indeed a method of immortal cultivation. Having mastered these skills, one need not endure a protracted slumber to ascend to celestial realms. However, upon witnessing the vastness of the world, Chen Changsheng came to realize the mediocrity of his own possessions. In the realm of cultivation, only upon reaching the foundational stage does one truly embark upon the path of immortality. Furthermore, practitioners of the mystical arts are not as rare as he had once imagined. The absence of encounters with cultivators was solely due to the remote nature of Chen Changsheng's dwelling. The qi refining technique he possessed was nothing more than commonplace fare in the martial world. Though not ubiquitous, one could easily procure a volume or two for a mere 1,000 or 1,800 taels of silver. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng rose and cast the technique into the flames. For 2 decades, he had perused this manual daily, to the extent that he could recite every character by heart. The system indicated that achieving the first layer of qi refining within 3 days marked one as a genius, while accomplishing it within a single day denoted a top-tier prodigy. Those who could attain it within an hour were deemed treasures of a century. Yet, what would one categorize a person like him, who took 20 years to reach the first layer? Cultivation level is merely one metric of strength, but not the sole criterion. Techniques are but one means to enhance power, not the exclusive method. The cultivation paradigm of this era may not suit the host, but that does not imply the next era's system will be equally unsuitable. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled. System, What do you mean by the next era? No dynasty is imperishable, and neither is the realm of cultivation. Beings believe certain entities will endure eternally, simply because their own existence is fleeting. Chapter 5. The Nameless Coffin Shop. The first transaction. When the host lives long enough, one will discern that nothing in this world remains immutable. Such is the way of the heavens, and humanity mirrors it. Ha ha ha. The system is indeed systematic, speaking in a coherent manner. Chen Changsheng chuckled as he rose. Glancing at the dawn light breaking over the horizon, he extinguished the fire and continued his journey southward. When one possesses boundless longevity, one becomes not only cautious but also prone to boredom. In the face of this profound ennui, Chen Changsheng set himself a modest goal to ascertain the well-being of Nianxing. Yet, in pursuit of this goal, he uncovered another passion, learning. Whenever he encountered a field that piqued his interest, he would pause to devote several years to study. During these 2 decades, Chen Changsheng had lived as a beggar, sold tofu, and even mastered the art of brewing. However, among all these various pursuits, his greatest affinity lay with the intricacies of funerary services. The reason was simple. Aside from the funeral industry, even beggars are embroiled in conflicts, as they too vie for territory. In contrast, the business of selling coffins offered a much more tranquil existence. When thieves arrive, they do not steal. When bandits come, they do not plunder. Regardless of whether one is a high-ranking official or a noble, none can escape being confined within these few wooden boards. Moreover, Chen Changsheng's skill in locating spiritual veins has been steadily rising. While others rely solely on theoretical knowledge from books, the effectiveness of which remains uncertain, Chen Changsheng stands apart. After assisting with a burial, he meticulously observes the subsequent developments of the bereaved family. Over the past 2 decades, he devoted 5 years to the longest observation. Consequently, this sporadic pace has resulted in Chen Changsheng covering nearly 3,000 miles in 20 years. In Linglong Town, observing the fleeting shadows overhead, Chen Changsheng sighed in contemplation. No wonder that woman wore a disdainful expression upon hearing of my visit. It has taken me 50 years to reach this point. For an ordinary person, living to 50 is already a considerable challenge. After a brief lamentation on the relentless passage of time, Chen Changsheng began searching for a suitable establishment within the town. This locale is situated beneath the auspices of the Linglong sect, a favorite haunt for low-ranking cultivators and the sect's miscellaneous workers. Initially, Chen Changsheng intended to infiltrate the Linglong sect to ascertain the status of Li Nianxing. However, upon arriving in Linglong Town, he abandoned that notion. The legends of Li Nianxing have spread for 100 miles around the Linglong sect. The sect has produced a once-in-a-millennium genius, who achieved the golden core stage merely 50 years after entering. Her astonishing talent has even drawn the attention of the long-secluded sect leader. In the face of such a prodigious figure, countless young talents flock to her, eager to become her Dao partner. Yet, in response to all these suitors, Li Nianxing has consistently uttered a single remark. Collectively, you all cannot compare to Changsheng. Over time, she has garnered a reputation in the world of cultivation as the most devoted practitioner, for her obsession with Changsheng is unparalleled. In stark contrast to Li Nianxing's prominence, Chen Changsheng's presence is nearly imperceptible. The inhabitants of Linglong Town remain oblivious to the fact that in the most secluded corner of the town, a modest coffin shop, capable of accommodating only a few coffins, has recently opened. Is anyone there? A small, bald-headed figure peered cautiously into the coffin shop. At the sound, a figure abruptly sat up from within a coffin. Startled by the sudden appearance of a person, the little bald head jumped back. After confirming that the individual before him was indeed alive, he exhaled in relief. Benefactor, how can you lie in a coffin? Coffins are meant for the deceased. Observing the little monk's earnest demeanor, Chen Changsheng chuckled. Having operated this coffin shop for 3 years, he had received little attention. Had it not been for his occasional sale of low-grade spiritual herbs, the shop would likely have closed long ago. Little monk, your statement is somewhat misguided. Whether mortal or cultivator, all must ultimately face death. Given this reality, why should the living disdain their final abode? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the little monk tilted his head in contemplation, then clasped his hands together and proclaimed, Amit Ba? Thank you for your guidance, esteemed patron. It appears I, the little monk, have been rather foolish. Hee. It is surprising that despite your diminutive stature, you possess quite the insight. With that, Chen Changsheng leapt from the coffin and affectionately patted the little monk's smooth, round head. Pray tell, little monk, what brings you to my coffin shop? Upon hearing this, the little monk bowed his head and replied, Recently, the Tianfu Temple and the Linglong sect joined forces to subdue a nefarious demon cultivator. This malevolent being swore to resist to the death, ultimately being slain by an elder of the Linglong sect. Though this individual committed numerous atrocities, I do not wish to see his corpse left to rot in the wilderness, so I seek to purchase a coffin for his burial." Upon hearing the monk's words, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and inquired, "Do you possess the means?" "I run a business and cannot engage in a loss-making venture." "I am prepared," the little monk said, producing 3 medium spirit stones from his storage bag and offering them to Chen Changsheng. Observing the valuable stones, Chen Changsheng smiled and accepted one. "With 1 medium spirit stone, you are entitled to my finest service. When shall we depart?" "Right away. If we delay further, the corpse will begin to decay," the little monk insisted. Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng complied and accompanied him. As for the coffin shop, Chen Changsheng left the door ajar, with merely 2 coffins inside. Any individual of sound mind would not dare steal 2 ordinary coffins. In the wilderness, under the little monk's guidance, Chen Changsheng finally encountered the so-called demon cultivator. At that moment, the figure bore no resemblance to the deceased mortals around him, save for the fact that half of his face had been utterly shattered. Witnessing this scene, Chen Changsheng could not help but exclaim, "Little monk, do you practitioners of cultivation possess no sense of humanity?" Regardless of his past deeds, he was captured through great effort. To kill is to merely strike a blow. One should at least dig a grave for the departed. Leaving him here in the wild is rather callous. It seems you, little monk, are the only one with a semblance of compassion in this realm of cultivation. In response to Chen Changsheng's remarks, the little monk silently recited Buddhist scriptures. Observing this, Chen Changsheng shook his head and commenced the task of retrieving the body. Chapter 6. The Artificial Spiritual Root. Chen Changsheng's unexpected gain wiping away the bloodstains. He meticulously stitched the torn flesh back together. Stripping away the tattered garments, he adorned the corpse with a pristine burial robe. Chen Changsheng proceeded with utmost care, tending to the deceased's appearance, ensuring every step was executed with precision and diligence. After half an hour, the visage of the deceased had been largely restored, even gathering the scattered teeth from around the area. Once everything was prepared, Chen Changsheng clapped his right hand against the leather pouch at his waist. A splendid coffin materialized before him. As he placed the body within the coffin, he began to use a compass to search for auspicious burial grounds in the vicinity. Digging the earth and preparing the grave took Chen Changsheng a full 2 hours, even with the little monk assisting him. However, when it came time to erect the gravestone, Chen Changsheng paused in his actions. The young monk explained that in order to erect a gravestone, it was essential to know the name of the deceased, as well as the name of the person who commissioned the stone. "What is his name?" he inquired. In response, the young monk clasped his hands together and said, "This benefactor is the leader of the heavenly demon sect, known by the moniker Blood Demon Ancestor, though his true name remains unknown. As for the individual erecting the stone, that is for the benefactor to decide." Bound by the sect's regulations, the young monk was unable to assist in the gravestone's creation. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and inscribed the words on the gravestone. "Here lies the Blood Demon Ancestor of the heavenly demon sect, attended by the mourner." Observing the inscription, the young monk curiously asked, "Benefactor, does your title truly mean mourner?" "Indeed. I am a seller of coffins, specializing in collecting the deceased and conducting burials. If not a mourner, what else could I be?" Chen Changsheng replied, turning to depart while waving his hand and saying, "I have completed my task. I shall take my leave. Should such matters arise again, do remember to seek me out." As he watched Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, the young monk tilted his head in contemplation. For this was his first encounter with such an unusual individual. There was an indescribable aura about him. Arriving back at his coffin shop in the quaint town of Linglong, Chen Changsheng promptly closed the door and curiously examined a tooth he held in his hand. This tooth had been discovered on the Blood Demon Ancestor. At first glance, it appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary tooth, yet upon closer inspection, intricate patterns were etched upon it. Had Chen Changsheng not been tasked with arranging the deceased's appearance, he would never have imagined that a tooth could conceal such secrets. After scrutinizing it, he mused aloud. It appears to be a storage-type formation. Given the Blood Demon Ancestor's meticulousness, what lies within is likely no trivial matter. With a flourish of his right hand, a dozen thick tomes appeared before him, each one related to the art of formations. Chen Changsheng's innate talent for cultivation was lamentably poor. After 50 years, he had barely reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. This level, for those gifted, could be attained in the time it takes to enjoy a meal. Recognizing his lack of aptitude for cultivation, Chen Changsheng redirected his focus toward formations and alchemy. After all, these were disciplines that could be cultivated over time, and he relished endeavors that required patience and persistence. Lighting an oil lamp, Chen Changsheng began his study of the formation inscribed on the tooth. Although he had only grasped the fundamentals of formation knowledge, the complexity of the Blood Demon Ancestor's design presented no insurmountable challenge for him, as he possessed a long lifespan. If one day proved insufficient, a month would suffice. If a month fell short, a year would do. As long as he persevered, the formation on the tooth would eventually yield to his determination. 3 months swiftly passed, with Chen Changsheng scarcely stepping outside during this time. Fortunately, his coffin shop was seldom visited, allowing him to work without drawing attention. He let out a long sigh of relief, stretching his somewhat stiff body. After 3 months of relentless effort, Chen Changsheng finally dismantled the formation left by the blood demon ancestor. Pseudo-spiritual roots? A look of perplexity adorned Chen Changsheng's face as he gazed at the title of the book in his hands. Spiritual roots are the very foundation of practitioners, serving as the measure of their innate talent. The most common among them are the 5 elements spiritual roots, which are further categorized into inferior, average, superior, and exceptional grades. Exceptional spiritual roots denote the pinnacle of cultivation talent, while there exist some anomalous spiritual roots, which, though equally formidable, depend on specific circumstances. However, amidst the myriad terminologies concerning spiritual roots, Chen had never encountered the term pseudo-spiritual roots. Intrigued by this notion, he felt a burgeoning interest, for he relished learning about the unknown. How fascinating! I must discover what this pseudo-spiritual root truly is. With that thought, Chen Changsheng opened the first page of the book. As the words unfolded before his eyes, he realized that this tome was not a manual of techniques or secrets. Rather, it was a memoir chronicling the life of the blood demon ancestor. The ancestor's innate talent was rather poor, arguably ranking among the lowest in the realm of cultivation. He possessed a mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements, of exceedingly inferior quality. After toiling for years during the Qi refinement stage, the blood demon ancestor conceived a bold idea. If spiritual roots exist, could their quality be enhanced through acquired cultivation? With this thought in mind, he embarked on a series of experiments. However, recognizing the near-fantastical nature of his idea, he hesitated to test it on himself. Consequently, he began his experiments on living subjects. As the number of lives he extinguished grew, he truly began to unravel the intricacies of spiritual roots. He discovered that while spiritual roots could not be enhanced through alchemical pills, techniques, or formations known to practitioners, they could be improved through the consumption of other spiritual roots. Upon uncovering this secret, the blood demon ancestor embarked on a path of remarkable transformation. By devouring numerous weaker practitioners, he elevated the quality of his own spiritual roots. Thus, through this virtuous cycle, his power surged, ultimately leading him to become a formidable force. Yet, as time passed, this method seemed to falter, and his frenzied killings attracted the ire of rival sections. At this point, the memoir abruptly concluded. Remarkable, the blood demon ancestor truly was a genius. Such an eccentric and ingenious method to have devised. With a sense of admiration, Chen Changsheng returned the book to the system's space. System, do you believe the artificial spiritual roots mentioned by the blood demon ancestor could be realized? The latter half of this memoir frequently references artificial spiritual roots and presents many of the ancestors' hypotheses. They seem rather plausible. Chapter 7, Mastery Show. Reunion. After 80 years. Upon finishing his remarks, the system's voice resonated within Chen Changsheng's mind. Since you harbor doubts, why not seek the truth for yourself? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. Do not jest. How could I possibly engage in such perilous endeavors upon myself? Should an unfortunate accident occur, the loss would be immense. Moreover, I have no desire to be relentlessly pursued like that blood demon ancestor. Host, what I mean to convey is that you may seek the safest and most prudent method. At this, Chen Changsheng paused, momentarily taken aback. Is there truly such a method that is both safe and reliable? Why would the host presume otherwise? There has never been an immutable circumstance in this world. The blood demon ancestor opted for such a hasty and reckless approach due to his dwindling lifespan. Yet you are different. You possess an almost limitless longevity. Over time, it is entirely plausible that this conundrum may be resolved. In response to the system's assertion, Chen Changsheng tilted his head in contemplation and remarked, You raise a valid point. Time may appear feeble and ineffective, yet it is the sharpest of blades in this realm. Whether one is a deity or possesses formidable weaponry, none can withstand the relentless march of time. All matters become trivial in its presence, and this minor cultivation issue will surely be no exception. The notion of artificially creating spiritual roots was another hypothesis posited by the blood demon ancestor, who sought to implant foreign substances within a human body to forge the existence of such roots. However, this method presents numerous unresolved challenges, such as the identification of suitable celestial materials and how to prevent these substances from being absorbed by the body and transformed into spiritual roots. Nevertheless, Chen Changsheng did not rush to address these dilemmas, for he had an abundance of time at his disposal. After exchanging a few more words with the system, Chen Changsheng climbed into the coffin in which he often rested. After 3 months of diligent toil, he now desired a well-deserved respite. The task of retrieving the blood demon ancestors' remains had not stirred any significant turmoil, and Chen Changsheng resumed his tranquil and solitary existence. It is worth noting that the kind-hearted little monk frequently visited Chen Changsheng. Sometimes he requested Chen Changsheng to assist with the retrieval of remains, and other times he shared insights from his own cultivation journey. However, their conversations predominantly revolved around Buddhist teachings. For decades, Chen Changsheng had immersed himself in literature, ranging from profound Buddhist scriptures and Taoist classics to the more mundane tales of the marketplace. He left no stone unturned in his quest for knowledge. Coupled with 50 years of worldly experience, the majority of their debates concluded with Chen Changsheng emerging victorious. Today, I, the humble monk, shall engage you in no less than 300 rounds of debate. A bald figure clad in monk robes strode through the entrance of the coffin shop. Noticing the visitor's brash demeanor, Chen Changsheng cast him a sidelong glance and remarked coolly, "You are, after all, a disciple of the Tianfu Temple, known to many as Master Ikkyu. Should others witness you in such a state, they would surely mock you." In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Ikkyu rolled his eyes and casually perched himself upon a coffin, declaring, "Let them laugh if they wish. Even if they exalt me to the heavens, it will not alter the fact that I have suffered defeat for 20 years. Indeed, the monk Ikkyu before us is the very same who, 2 decades ago, requested Chen Changsheng to retrieve the remains of the blood demon ancestor. Time flows inexorably, and 20 years have swiftly elapsed. The once young monk has transformed into a promising young man capable of standing on his own." Hearing Ikkyu's grievances, Chen Changsheng set aside his book and remarked, "It seems you wish to engage in a debate with me today? Of course. What else would I come to you for? Among all those I know, you alone can match me in the realm of Buddhist philosophy. However, I must say, your aptitude for cultivation leaves much to be desired. 20 years ago, you were at the 3rd level of qi refinement, and now you have barely reached the 4th. Your progress is rather sluggish, don't you think? I genuinely worry that one day you might inadvertently meet your end, and then who shall I debate with?" In response, Chen Changsheng smiled lightly and said, "My talent for cultivation is not within my control. What can I do about it? Although I cannot alter the fact that you lack a spiritual root, I can assist you in extending your lifespan. You never disclose how long you have lived, and I do not wish to lose such a friend." Facing Ikkyu's words, Chen Changsheng merely responded with a smile, offering no direct reply. One of the greatest advantages of mingling within the realm of cultivation is the absence of concern for unchanging appearances, for longevity elixirs are not particularly rare. Life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth is determined by the heavens. Thus, one should not place undue emphasis on lifespan, but rather let everything follow its natural course. Today, I do not wish to debate with you. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Not a chance. Ikkyu promptly rejected Chen Changsheng's request. "Unless you agree to extend my lifespan." Seeing Ikkyu's obstinacy, Chen Changsheng could only smile helplessly. "Very well, if you assist me with this task, I shall consent to your extending my lifespan." Upon hearing this, Ikkyu leaped down from his coffin with excitement. "What is it? Speak freely. Master Ikkyu guarantees it will be done. You have come to Linglong's sect, presumably to attend the ceremony for the succession of the eternal life fairy, correct? Do you wish to witness it?" "No." Chen Changsheng shook his head and replied, "I wish to ask you to deliver this item to the eternal life fairy." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng produced a wooden carving resembling a tiger from his bosom. Upon seeing the object in Chen Changsheng's hand, Ikkyu's expression contorted. "Chen Changsheng, do not tell me you harbor feelings for the eternal life fairy. This woman has no interest whatsoever in matters of companionship. It would be futile for you. Simply ensure that the item reaches her hands. No further words are necessary. If you manage this, I shall agree to extend your lifespan." Faced with this challenging request from Chen Changsheng, Ikkyu anxiously scratched his head. Ultimately, he seized the wooden sculpture from Chen Changsheng's grasp and said, "Let it be known, I can deliver the item, but I cannot mention your name. Should any of the eternal life fairy's suitors discover this matter, you may find yourself in dire straits." Agreed. After receiving Chen Changsheng's affirmation, Ikkyu departed the coffin shop with the wooden carving in hand. As Chen Changsheng gazed at the retreating figure of the little monk, he murmured softly, "Little monk, we shall meet again in 80 years. With that, he embedded several spirit stones into the floor. Instantly, intricate formations materialized within the coffin shop. A random teleportation array that Chen Changsheng had spent a decade meticulously arranging. The range and destination of this teleportation remained unknown, deliberately designed to prevent anyone from tracing his whereabouts through the array. With a hum, a flash of light enveloped him, and Chen Changsheng vanished within the formation, rendering the random teleportation array utterly inoperative. Chapter 8. The Long Road of Immortality. Looking back, I remain at Linglong's sect. Countless cultivators gathered from all directions. some soaring on swords, others riding clouds, and yet others commanding formidable flying beasts. Their singular purpose for being here was to celebrate the ascension of the immortal maiden of Linglong's sect to the position of elder. 70 years prior, the immortal maiden had arrived at Linglong's sect, and through her innate talent for cultivation, she had reached the nascent soul stage in a mere 70 years, a speed of cultivation unprecedented throughout the entire Deqian Empire. However, what captivated people most was not merely her remarkable talent, but her unwavering heart for the Tao. She shunned disputes, eschewed romantic entanglements, and regarded the power of the sect with indifference. If anyone were to inquire about her arduous cultivation, her response would invariably consist of 2 words: longevity. Yansheng. The ceremony is about to commence. A voice roused Lin Yansheng, who stood in contemplation atop the mountain. Upon hearing the call, she sighed softly and turned to see her mentor, Shui Linglong, approaching. Gazing at Shui Linglong, Lin Yansheng spoke gently. Master, I do not wish to become an elder. I only desire to cultivate in peace. In response, Shui Linglong asked, You still cannot let go of him? I embarked on the path of cultivation for his sake. Without him, everything would be devoid of meaning. Yet he is but a mortal. 70 years have passed, and he has surely become a frail old man. He may even now rest beneath the earth. You two belong to different worlds. Do you not understand? Lin Yansheng, with a faint smile, replied, Master, you do not comprehend. Brother Changsheng's words will surely hold true. He said that the road of longevity is long, and if one day I turn back, he will undoubtedly be standing behind me. If he has spoken it, then he will fulfill it. Faced with Lin Yansheng's steadfastness, Shui Linglong could only sigh. Since arriving at Linglong's sect, Lin Yansheng had begun to shine, yet her obsession with that man had only intensified. The sect leader was aware of this, and to alleviate Lin Yansheng's fixation, the sect had dispatched someone to her hometown. The intention was to bring Chen Changsheng back. Spending a few resources to extend the life of a mortal by several decades was a trivial matter, and if it could resolve Lin Yansheng's obsession, it would be the most advantageous deal imaginable. Unfortunately, when the sect's envoy arrived, they found the coffin shop long abandoned. After some inquiries, they learned that shortly after Lin Yansheng's departure, Chen Changsheng had also left. To seek out a mere mortal amidst the vast sea of humanity is no simple task. Observing Shui Linglong's silence, Lin Yansheng's lips curled into a smile. Very well, Master, I shall accept the position of elder. For it is only by ascending to the rank of elder in the Linglong sect that I can acquire greater resources and superior techniques. I have no intention of pausing on this path, for I am aware that Brother Changsheng shall not falter either. With that, Lin Yansheng skipped merrily towards the distant sect. Yet Shui Linglong's brow furrowed deeper at the sight of his exuberance. Over the past 70 years, a smile had only graced her face when the name Chen Changsheng was mentioned. But how long could this ephemeral fantasy endure? Immortality is the aspiration of every cultivator, yet none have ever achieved it, least of all a mere mortal. Should the day come when Lin Yansheng's dreams shatter, her resolve would likely crumble in an instant. Contemplating this, Shui Linglong could only sigh once more, for it was an unsolvable conundrum. At the sect's martial arts arena, gifts were being presented. The Qingjing Temple offers 2 liuli pills. The Tianfu Temple presents a sutra. One after another, congratulatory offerings were delivered. Yet, in the face of these treasures that ignited envy in countless cultivators, Lin Yansheng remained seated in the elder's seat, barely casting a glance at them. As the Tianfu Temple's gift was presented, Ishio anxiously scratched his head, uncertain how to present Chen Changsheng's wooden carving. Moreover, that stubborn fellow would never allow him to extend his lifespan if he failed to fulfill their agreement. With the next sect poised to present their gift, Ishio reluctantly steeled himself and spoke up. Uncle Changsheng, I have another gift to present. His words rendered the ceremony immediately silent, all eyes converging upon Ishio. The gift from the Tianfu Temple had already been delivered, and now there was an additional offering, clearly one that Ishio had prepared himself. In such a context, a man presenting his own gift carried an unspoken implication. Upon hearing Ishio's declaration, Lin Yansheng turned slightly, his expression devoid of emotion. How thoughtful, he remarked coolly. His indifference was anticipated by all, who viewed the unfolding drama with a sense of amusement. The most insightful heir of the Tianfu Temple had developed feelings for none other than the singularly devoted Changsheng fairy. This gossip was bound to circulate for at least 20 years. With a gulp, Ishio, under tremendous pressure, presented the wooden carving with both hands. After this commotion, he feared a scolding from his master upon his return, potentially facing a decade of confinement within the Tianfu Temple. As Ishio unveiled the gift, countless minds swept over it in an instant. Upon realizing that the offering was merely a simple wooden carving, many nearly erupted in laughter. Youngsters often delight in such fanciful gestures. Over the past 70 years, Changsheng Fairy had received countless gifts symbolizing heartfelt sentiments. Yet all had been unceremoniously reduced to ashes by her fire. Just as everyone believed this occasion would unfold in a manner akin to the past, the previously tranquil immortal of longevity abruptly rose to her feet. In a mere flash, Lin Yinxing, endowed with formidable cultivation at the nascent soul stage, found himself before Ishio. Gazing at the wooden carving in Ishio's hands, Lin Yinxing felt a tremor coursing through his body. He picked up the carving, gently caressing the marks left by the chisel, and was once again enveloped by the presence of Chen Changsheng. This uniquely shaped animal form was known only to his elder brother, Changsheng. Indeed, Changsheng had not broken his promise. He had remained by his side all along. With this thought, Lin Yinxing clasped the carving in his hand, revealing a smile so radiant it could outshine the heavens. I greatly cherish this gift. After the ceremony, come to see me alone. Remember, alone, he declared. What is happening here? The immortal of longevity appeared to have taken a liking to a foundation-building monk. The head of the Linglong sect expressed gratitude. Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors, Yinxing has finally come to understand. Despite the slight disparities in Ishio's seniority, strength, and age, these were trifling matters. Once the aged monks of the Tianfu temple stepped down, Ishio's standing would naturally rise. However, the aspect of strength posed a challenge, as it seemed the Linglong sect lacked any suitable dual cultivation techniques. Chapter 9. A woman 3 years older carries golden bricks. Artificial spiritual roots. Upon realizing that Lin Yinxing might harbor feelings for Ishio, the head of the Linglong sect swiftly devised several schemes. Young Ishio, how fares your master? The wise Huihaizen master? Ishio, taken aback by the warm greeting from the sect leader, found it perplexing. How could the famously aloof immortal of longevity be enamored by such a mundane wooden carving? Moreover, it seemed there had been some misunderstanding. Responding to the sect leader, my master is in good health. He merely sent me here for insights. Unpretentious, yet dignified, a true disciple of a distinguished mentor, remarked the sect leader. As for your youthful affairs, we elders shall refrain from interference. In a century, when your cultivation has stabilized, do remember to seek a marriage proposal at the Linglong sect. Ishio was taken aback. Sect leader, you misunderstand. I am not. Upon hearing this, Ishio panicked and hastily sought to clarify. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the sect leader. Oh dear, young ones should not be so hesitant, nor should you feel ashamed due to a temporary lack of strength. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older carries golden bricks, a woman 30 years older bestows kingdoms, a woman 3,000 years old ascends to celestial ranks. Although my cherished disciple is 50 years your senior, this is inconsequential for cultivators. As for your master, I, Zhao Dizhus, shall personally speak on the matter. The Tianfu temple has precedents for forming partnerships. Your master ought to grant this favor, especially since I have known him for over 3 centuries. Seeing the situation spiral further out of control, Ishio promptly abandoned his attempts at clarification. For now, the only course of action was to wait until he could speak with the immortal of longevity in private. Lin Yinxing returned to the elder's seat, and the Linglong sect's ceremony resumed its proceedings. Linglong town. Master, the situation is as such. This wooden carving does not belong to me. This was indeed a coffin shop in the past, you must believe me. As I gazed at the desolate coffin shop, I was nearly overwhelmed with despair. That scoundrel, Chen Changsheng, has suddenly vanished, and even if I had 100 mouths, I could not articulate the confusion I feel. After the ceremony concluded, I hurried to explain everything to Lin Yinxing. To earn his trust, I recounted the events surrounding Chen Changsheng over the years with utmost honesty. However, when I brought Lin Yinxing to meet Chen Changsheng to prove my innocence, the former coffin shop had disappeared, along with all traces of Chen Changsheng's existence, leaving behind only an empty storefront, as if he had never been there at all. Yet, amidst my urgency, Lin Yinxing remained composed throughout. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Ishio, do you wish to become my Dao partner? Upon hearing these words, my eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. I couldn't think of it now, nor would I in the future. Perhaps it is for the best. Lin Yinxing nodded and added, if you dare entertain such thoughts, I shall remove your bald head from your shoulders. From now on, you are forbidden to utter Chen Changsheng's name, and should you divulge even a single word, your life will be forfeit. Faced with Lin Yinxing's menacing threat, I immediately sensed something amiss. It appeared that my master was familiar with Chen Changsheng, and it seemed their acquaintance spanned quite a long time. Rest assured, master, I vow to reveal not a syllable, I replied. However, I frequently visit this place. If someone were to investigate, they might uncover some clues. How then shall I respond? Lin Yinxing pondered for a moment before saying, you may recount your experiences, but conceal his appearance and name. If anyone insists on asking for his title, simply say he refers to himself as the Undertaker. Understood. But will I still be able to see him? You should, as he is a person who values nostalgia. With that, Ling Yanxing turned and departed. I glanced at his retreating figure and then at the empty coffin shop. My heart was burdened with countless questions, yet no one could provide the answers. The only remedy for my inquiries, it seemed, was time itself. In a remote wilderness, flanked by the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the vermilion bird in front, and the black tortoise behind, it was indeed a land of auspicious feng shui. After examining the compass in my hand once more, I could scarcely contain my excitement, slapping my thigh in delight. Upon activating the teleportation array, I found myself transported to this wild expanse. Once here, I immediately set about searching for a blessed site. Having spent 8 years accompanying Nianxing and 50 years reaching Linglong sect, I then lingered in Linglong town for another 20 years. My lifespan of 80 years has dwindled to a mere 2. As I am about to enter slumber, I must seek a suitable resting place. Once I had determined the location, I promptly commenced excavation. Yet, this endeavor consumed an entire year. How remarkable! Simply exquisite. How could I conceive such a brilliant idea? As Chen Changsheng paced back and forth in the cave, his smile was uncontainable. He had spent an entire year painstakingly excavating a cavern halfway up the mountain. To ensure he would not be disturbed during his slumber, he devised an impeccable disguise for the entrance. Above the cave's mouth, he heaped a substantial amount of earth, skillfully blending in various seeds. Whenever it rained, the loose soil would inevitably wash away, and the debris would cling to the stones blocking the entrance. After a year or two of natural growth, any trace of human excavation would vanish without a trace. Feeling a sense of pride in his design, Chen Changsheng retrieved a jade coffin from the system space, filled with a fragrant liquid. This was the second task he intended to undertake before his slumber, the creation of an artificial spiritual root. System, will this method truly work? Whether it will succeed is something the host will discover through experience. The worst outcome is merely a waste of your precious slumber time, the system replied. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that even failure would bear no significant loss. With that, he disrobed and stepped into the jade coffin filled with the medicinal liquid, commencing his 80-year slumber. Ever since obtaining the autobiography of the blood demon ancestor, Chen Changsheng had been contemplating the notion of an artificial spiritual root. After a decade of contemplation, he truly devised a safe and reliable method. Chapter 10. 80 Years of Slumber, all defensive measures in place initially. Chen Changsheng struggled to find the right approach. Although the spiritual root resided within the human body, no one had ever seen what it looked like. In light of this, Chen made a bold hypothesis. There was, in fact, no such thing as a spiritual root within the human body. What many cultivators referred to as a spiritual root was merely a sensitivity to certain attributes. The higher the sensitivity, the superior the quality of the spiritual root. With this hypothesis in mind, Chen Changsheng promptly designed a safe and harmless method, immersion in the essence of plants. Given that the attribute of spiritual herbs was wood, prolonged exposure should enhance sensitivity to wood attribute spiritual energy, thereby granting him what others termed a wood spiritual root. Furthermore, during his slumber, his body would enter a state devoid of vitality, effectively circumventing the challenge of the body actively absorbing the plant essence. In simpler terms, Chen Changsheng envisioned himself as a medicinal herb soaking in a potent brew. With a resounding thud, he sealed the coffin, and his life force vanished entirely. All his bodily organs ceased to function at that moment, rendering him indistinguishable from the deceased. With his vitality suspended, his body would no longer absorb any energy. Yet, the essence of the plants within the jade coffin continued to permeate his being unceasingly, albeit at a slow pace. Time flew by, and the days passed swiftly. For Chen Changsheng, the passage of 80 years may seem like a mere blink of an eye. However, for the myriad beings of the cosmos, this span of time is far from insignificant. The mountains that Chen inhabits have witnessed countless cycles, with many plants having undergone several decades of growth. The saplings that once adorned the cave entrance have now matured into towering trees, their trunks as thick as a man's waist. The irritating sound of friction echoes within the cave, and the once lustrous jade coffin has lost its luster. The heavy coffin lid begins to shift slowly. Suddenly, a hand covered in green fur grasps the edge of the coffin. In the next moment, a humanoid creature, entirely enveloped in green fur, sits up. A breath of pale green mist escapes from the creature's mouth. Indeed, this green-furred entity is none other than Chen Changsheng, who has been in slumber for the past 80 years. Upon awakening, Chen Changsheng does not hastily allocate his attribute points. Instead, he retrieves a magical artifact to test his spiritual roots. His hand, adorned with green fur, rests upon a crystal orb, which immediately radiates a vibrant green light. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Changsheng can no longer contain his laughter. Ha! The artificial spiritual root is indeed viable. I no longer need to fear being captured for research by those formidable beings. Since his introduction to the world of cultivation, Chen Changsheng has harbored a persistent anxiety, the fear of having his secret of longevity uncovered. Although slumbering allows him to accrue attribute points, ascending to a level capable of contending with those ancient masters of the transformation and nascent soul stages would require an unfathomably long time. Should any unforeseen events arise during this extensive period, his life could be in peril. Thus, he must acquire the strength for self-preservation during this transitional phase, and cultivation presents itself as an excellent method. After confirming his possession of a superior with spiritual root, Chen Changsheng turns his gaze to the system panel within his mind. Host, Chen Changsheng, Strength, 1 Speed, 1 Defense, 11 Spiritual Power, 0 Lifespan, 160 Chen Changsheng. Upon viewing his system panel, Chen Changsheng's face is filled with confusion. What is happening with the system? Why have my attributes regressed? If memory serves him correctly, he was at the 4th level of Qi refinement before his slumber. Though his strength was minimal, all his attributes had shown improvement. Why have they now reverted to those of a mere mortal? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiries, the system's voice promptly resonates in his mind. During your slumber, the spiritual power within your body gradually dissipated. Without the support of spiritual energy, your attributes naturally regress to those of an ordinary person, excluding the power acquired through attribute points. Chen Changsheng, after a brief moment of contemplation, smirks and accepts this explanation. It's just the 4th level of Qi refinement. If it's gone, so be it. With my superior with spiritual root, it should only take a few days to regain that level. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng allocates all 80 attribute points into his defense. Gazing at his impressive defense attribute of 91 points, he contentedly inquires, System, what level of cultivator can my 91 points of defense withstand? As the host, with a defense attribute of 91 points, you stand impervious to attacks from those in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, unable to penetrate your defenses. Only those in the late stage of foundation establishment could inflict serious injury upon you, while those who have reached the peak of this stage may even pose a lethal threat. Should one surpass the foundation establishment phase, the host would undoubtedly meet their demise. Just as this was being conveyed, a sudden explosion reverberated from the cave entrance. Immediately, a figure leapt in with exuberance, exclaiming, Fortune smiles upon me. This time, I shall surely break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. However, upon entering the cave, the figure froze in astonishment upon discovering a jade coffin within. Even more terrifying was the sight of a corpse, covered in green hair, sitting upright within the coffin, its gaze fixed intently upon her. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the air. In a panic, the figure unleashed a flying sword towards Chen Changsheng. Reacting instinctively, Chen Changsheng raised his hand to block the attack. Clang! The sharp sword was effortlessly deflected. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of her most formidable attack, the figure's mind raced with visions of the 99 potential fates that awaited her. Overcome by fear and despair, she fainted from sheer terror. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng scratched his head in bewilderment before emerging from the coffin. As he approached, he realized that the intruder was a young girl from the demon clan, adorned with 2 fluffy fox ears atop her head and dressed in coarse linen, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. What brings a demon here? There are no treasures to be found in this place. Chen Changsheng pondered, perplexed by her unexpected arrival. He had deliberately chosen a location devoid of abundant spiritual energy to avoid being discovered by treasure seekers or cultivators. Yet, it seemed that the fox-eared girl had intentionally sought to breach this sanctuary. However, this mystery did not linger long as Chen Changsheng soon discerned the reason for her intrusion. The fox-eared maiden clutched a rejuvenating herb tightly in her grasp, which, judging by its growth, had been flourishing for no less than 80 years. The rejuvenating herb is a common spiritual medicine in the realm of cultivation. When he had scattered plant seeds at the cave's entrance, he had inadvertently included a handful of these seeds. To his astonishment, this particular herb had surpassed its growth limits, thriving for a remarkable 80 years. If his deductions were correct, it was this herb that had lured her here. Chapter 11. The clever yet foolish fox. Taoist Chen Changsheng having unraveled the mystery, Chen Changsheng prepared to depart. Meanwhile, the unconscious fox-eared girl began to stir. Upon noticing the green-haired corpse staring directly at her, she curled up in fright. Please, don't eat me. My flesh is sour. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. How could you know whether it's sour if you've never tasted it? And with such a delicate appearance, you must surely be quite delectable. Upon hearing his words, the fox-eared girl grew increasingly flustered. I am not delicate at all. I merely possess a hint of baby fat. In truth, I have grown quite slender. My form reduced to little more than skin stretched over bone. Should you attempt to consume me, you would surely find it a challenge. As she spoke, The fox-eared maiden covered her face with her delicate hands, her furry ears drooping in trepidation. However, after a long wait, the anticipated pain did not arrive. With her fingers parting just enough to create a small gap, her round, glistening eyes peered through, observing the world outside. She noticed that the green-haired corpse had somehow donned a garment, and some of the verdant hair upon its visage had been tidied. "Are you not an incorruptible bone?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, "A corpse that remains uncorrupted for a century transforms into a zombie, while one that endures for a millennium becomes an incorruptible bone. Such beings are birthed from the convergence of the world's deathly energies, impervious to fire and water, and resistant to blade and sword. They feed on flesh and blood, drawing power from resentment. If such a fabled abomination were to manifest, I fear you would be reduced to naught but dust." Having ascertained that the individual before her was not the legendary incorruptible bone, the fox-eared maiden immediately prostrated herself in a profound gesture of respect. "I apologize for intruding upon your serene cultivation, esteemed elder. Please forgive me." Observing the maiden kneeling before him, Chen Changsheng initially intended to offer her mere platitudes before parting ways. However, a moment's reflection led him to decide it would be prudent to extract some information from this naive fox-eared girl. 80 years prior, he had been inexplicably transported to this realm, and the remainder of his time had been consumed in the construction of a tomb. He was now entirely ignorant of his surroundings, and wandering aimlessly could provoke unnecessary complications. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng pondered before inquiring, "How did you find yourself here alone? Where are your kin?" The fox-eared maiden promptly replied with utmost reverence, "Esteemed elder, I have wandered here alone, devoid of any kin." "What year is it? And what changes have transpired in this place?" "It is now the 380th year of the Great Qian, and all remains well here, with no significant upheavals. However, I have heard that 300 miles to the east, a formidable being has emerged at the Shangqing Temple." Upon hearing the name of the Shangqing Temple, Chen Changsheng's mind sparked with recognition. To prevent himself from getting lost after his transport, he had devoted considerable effort to gathering maps. While he could not claim to know the entirety of the Great Qian Empire, he was well acquainted with more than half of it. If memory serves me correctly, the Shangqing Temple lies over 1,000 miles from the Linglong sect. I did not anticipate being transported so far. Muttering this to himself, Chen Changsheng spoke aloud. "Given that your intrusion was unintentional, I shall not pursue the matter further. You may leave." Esteemed elder, may I truly depart just like that?" The adorably naive fox-eared maiden instinctively voiced her thoughts. Noticing this, Chen Changsheng replied coldly, "What else do you wish to do? But under such circumstances, shouldn't you bestow upon me an opportunity? Who told you such a thing? Such is the rumor." Observing the maiden's innocent and foolish expression, Chen Changsheng could not help but feel a sense of amusement. It is often said that foxes are exceedingly cunning. Yet this was the first time he had encountered one so blissfully innocent. "Very well, our meeting must be fate. Thus, I shall grant you a modicum of fortune." Immediately thereafter, Chen Changsheng casually shared with the fox-eared lady some insights he had gleaned during his foundational cultivation. These reflections were the result of discussions he had once held with the young monk Ikkyu. The little monk would frequently visit him for conversations. And apart from the secrets of the Tianfu Temple's techniques, Chen was privy to all aspects of Ikkyu's life, including the humorous tidbit of him wetting the bed at the tender age of 5. After finishing his thoughts, Chen waved his hand and declared, "Our fates converge here. You may depart. Should you reappear before me, your life may be forfeit." "I am eternally grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder," the fox-eared lady responded, bowing deeply before promptly turning to leave. As she walked away, Chen chuckled softly and took his leave in the opposite direction. Although his defenses were formidable, his offensive capabilities were virtually non-existent. Thus, he could not hope to contend with the cunning little fox. Should she discover any weaknesses, it would spell considerable trouble for him. As for the insights on foundational cultivation, Chen was uncertain of their usefulness, having never attained such a level himself. After departing the cave where he had slumbered for 80 years, Chen embarked on aimless wanderings once more. Nianqing had begun her own life, and she no longer required Chen's concerns. His sole task now was to seek out a new objective to fill the interminable hours of his conscious existence. Chen Changsheng. A furious voice echoed through the Sutra Pavilion, as a valiant figure clad in a Taoist robe scanned his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. At the sound of the shout, Chen, still groggy and clad in his own robes, lifted his head from a pile of books. Upon recognizing the visitor, a smile spread across his face. "Brother Qingfeng, what brings you here?" Seeing Chen's innocent expression, Qingfeng could not help but express his exasperation. "Changsheng, you have been at the Shangqing Temple for a decade now. After 10 years, you remain stuck at the 9th level of Qi training. Do you even wish to establish your foundation?" In response, Chen waved dismissively and said, "Oh, Establishing a foundation cannot be rushed. Taking it slow is hardly a grave error. Life's journey is long, and a slower pace is quite agreeable. At these words, Qingfeng's eyes twitched in disbelief. Chen Changsheng had arrived at the Shangqing Temple 10 years prior, possessing a commendable innate talent with a top-tier wood spiritual root. Upon his arrival, he had been showered with affection from all within the temple. As the young disciple was known for his cheerful demeanor, meticulous work ethic, and remarkable patience. He engaged in no underhanded schemes nor sought personal gain. He either immersed himself in Taoist texts or devoted himself to diligent cultivation. Such a disciple would be cherished in any sect. However, as time passed, it became evident to everyone that Changsheng's flaw lay in his excessive patience. With a top-tier with spiritual root, one would typically establish their foundation within 5 years. Yet, Changsheng had stubbornly taken a full decade without making any progress. Chapter 12. The thunderstruck wooden coffin. Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's remarkable patience, Qingfeng could not help but roll his eyes dramatically and remarked, "This is not merely a matter of pace. You seem to have no intention of establishing a foundation at all. Others may extend their time in the qi refinement stage to solidify their roots. Yet you have dragged it on for a decade. Despite your 9th level of qi refinement, you cannot even surpass a 7th level outer disciple. What exactly are you trying to achieve?" In response to Qingfeng's heartfelt lament, Chen Changsheng smiled lightly and replied, "Cultivating the Tao is simply about the cultivation itself. What need is there for ulterior motives? Moreover, when it comes to fighting, having you as my senior brother suffices. Whether I am there or not makes little difference. Please, do not trouble me further." With that, Chen Changsheng prepared to retreat into the stacks of books once more, but Qingfeng was unwilling to let him escape so easily. He seized Chen Changsheng by the collar and lifted him up. "Chen Changsheng, do not feign ignorance. Establishing your foundation is a direct instruction from our master. You must break through, regardless of your intentions. The infinite secret realm is about to open, and our master has personally secured a spot for you. There is no escaping this." With a resigned expression, Qingfeng took Chen Changsheng away from the scripture pavilion. In the grand hall of the Upper Clearview, an ethereal elder stood at its center. The 10 inner disciples of Upper Clearview stood obediently to either side, while Chen Changsheng occupied the rear of the line. After a prolonged silence, the elder addressed him. "Changsheng, how many years have you been in our Upper Clearview?" Upon being called out directly by his master, Chen Changsheng promptly clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Master, I have been in the sect for a decade." The elder nodded thoughtfully. 10 years ago, when our ancestral master emerged from seclusion, you fortuitously passed by Upper Clearview. Our ancestral master, amidst the vast crowd, chose you at a glance. He brought you directly to our sect and proclaimed that you had a connection with the Tao, bestowing upon you the status of an inner disciple. As he spoke, the elder approached Chen Changsheng and gently placed his right hand on his shoulder. "Oh, master, you are going to break my bones. Please be gentle." Faced with the immense strength of the elder, Chen Changsheng struggled futilely. Yet, how could his feeble power escape the grasp of the sect leader, the master of the primordial spirit? At that moment, the expression of the master of the primordial spirit twisted slightly. He forcibly conjured a smile, albeit a grim one, and said, "Whether you are indeed fated with the Tao, I shall not hastily conclude. However, could you explain why the thunderstruck jujube wood that has rested on the back mountain for 300 years has transformed into a coffin?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's 9 senior brothers could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Within Upper Clearview, the master's favoritism was clearly directed toward this young junior disciple, while for other brothers and sisters there were restrictions on certain areas within the sect. The same did not apply to the young disciple. In the confines of Upper Clearview, he could roam freely wherever he pleased, even into the secluded areas of the ancestral master. Little did anyone expect that the junior disciple would dare to disturb the master's cherished possession. The piece of lightning-struck jujube wood from the back mountain was seized by the master from a fully realized golden elixir demon 3 centuries ago. To safeguard this precious wood, the master secluded himself for a full 30 years. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of the Qingsheng sect were not even permitted to touch it, let alone gaze upon it. Yet now, this junior disciple had the audacity to fashion it into a coffin, an act of unparalleled boldness. "Master," the junior disciple acted without malice. "Please forgive him this once." Qingfeng stepped forward to plead on behalf of Chen Changsheng, with several other senior brothers echoing his request. "Without malice. I merely provided him with the outline for the outer formation. I never divulged the core formation's route to him. 3 years ago, that piece of lightning wood was perfectly intact, but yesterday, when I went to check, it had been transformed into a splendid coffin. I am genuinely curious what kind of unintentional act could silently breach my great formation and convert the wood within into a coffin." With this, the gaze of the master of the Yuan spirit fell once again upon Chen Changsheng. Faced with the master's penetrating gaze, Chen Changsheng appeared somewhat sheepish. Master, that piece of lightning wood has been in its place for quite some time. Although such material is rare, it has somewhat lost its significance considering your current realm. Hearing Chen Changsheng's flimsy defense, the master of the Yuan spirit released his grip on Chen's shoulder only to seize his ear instead. Despite the sternness in his words, he felt a pang of compassion for this disciple, who, among the inner disciples, possessed the weakest strength and the lowest realm. If he were not careful, he might inadvertently injure him. Whether that wood is of use to me, do I need your guidance? He retorted. The lightning wood was meant for carving the statue of the three pure ones. When outsiders visit my Qingqing sect, they will surely feel a sense of reverence upon seeing the grand statue of the three pure ones. Now that the lightning wood is lost, you tell me how we shall address this matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng instinctively recoiled, escaping the master's grasp. He then pointed at the clay statue of the three pure ones within the hall and proclaimed, "The way resides in the hearts of men. The clay statue of the three pure ones suffices. If one wishes for others to understand my sect, why rely on external objects?" With that, Chen Changsheng retrieved a brush and strode toward the entrance of the hall. The master of the Yuan spirit was left somewhat perplexed by his actions. Typically, if this young man would simply admit his fault and the other disciples interceded, he would have easily let him off the hook. However, this unexpected turn left him feeling disoriented. Soon, the master of the Yuan spirit and Chen Changsheng's 9 senior brothers emerged. They beheld Chen Changsheng using his spiritual power to smooth the couplets outside the grand hall, and soon, 22 striking characters appeared before their eyes, heart inclined to evil. Your offerings bring no benefit. Stand upright and sincere. What harm is there in my not bowing? Excellent, Qing Feng exclaimed, admiring Chen Changsheng's couplet. The junior disciple indeed possesses a connection with the Tao. These 22 characters vividly embody the essence of our sect. Faced with the praise from Qing Feng, Chen Changsheng merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, the master of Yuanshan, wearing a cold expression, remarked, "Your comprehension is passable, but your strength is utterly lacking. Take note of the matter concerning the thunderstruck wood. Should you fail to establish your foundation in the infinite secret realm, be wary of your legs. Now, hasten away from my sight. Your presence is irksome." Observing that his master was still in a foul mood, several senior brothers promptly escorted Chen Changsheng away from that place. Once Chen Changsheng had departed, the master of Yuanshan scrutinized the couplet before him with great care. Chapter 13. The Bookworm, Chen Changsheng, 280. 000 books. After reciting it 10 times, the master of Yuanshan declared with satisfaction, "Only my disciple could compose such a couplet imbued with profound meaning. Look at these characters, bold strokes, and elegant form. How could an ordinary person replicate this?" He grumbled about the bald donkey Huihai and that scoundrel Zhao Dizhus, who flaunted their prowess due to having a capable disciple. Once Changsheng has established his foundation, I shall certainly quell their arrogance. With that, the master of Yuanshan walked away, hands behind his back, brimming with pride. A while later, a vague figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the once empty grand hall. After 1,000 years of cultivation, not a single disciple or grand disciple sees through me. How intriguing. Before the words had fully left his lips, the indistinct figure vanished once more. Streaks of light flashed across the sky, igniting a deep yearning in the hearts of the mortals below. For those luminous trails signified the omnipotence of the celestial beings in this world. Unbeknownst to them, one of those fleeting lights harbored an exceedingly unambitious immortal. "Senior brother, could you amplify your spiritual power a bit more? The wind is too strong for me to concentrate on my reading." A phantasmal flying sword soared swiftly through the air, with Qing Feng, the eldest disciple of the upper clear view, standing nonchalantly at its tip. Behind him sat a young man in a meditative posture, the gusts caused by the flight compelling him to repeatedly press down the pages of his book. Noticing his junior disciple's languid demeanor, Qing Feng waved his right hand, fortifying his protective spiritual energy. Consequently, the fluttering pages settled into tranquility. "Changsheng, you spend your days immersed in books. What exactly do you read?" In response, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and replied, "I have an affinity for all kinds of literature. Not only do I relish reading, but I also cherish observing every aspect of this world. However, the world is vast, and even if I were to spend 1,000 or 10,000 years, I could scarcely see it all. Thus, I choose to read first, and then to behold the world. Books are penned by humans, and the reason humanity writes is to transform their experiences, observations, and insights into words to leave behind. To finish a book is akin to understanding a person's lifetime. Though one may not grasp the entirety, glimpses can still be discerned." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's explanation, Qing Feng's interest was piqued. "With so many books under your belt, have they proven beneficial to you?" "Indeed they have. Without reading, how could I unravel my master's core formation? At this revelation, not only did Chen Changsheng's senior brothers become intrigued, but even the master of Yuanshan, leading the group, perked up his ears. Chen Changsheng crafted a coffin from thunderstruck wood, causing a pang of sorrow within the essence spirit. Yet what perplexed the essence spirit even more was how a mere disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement could dismantle a formation laid by a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Are you suggesting that within the scripture pavilion, there exists a formation established by our master? Surely you jest, for master is not adept in the art of formations. How could the scripture pavilion possibly house his formations? The essence spirit replied, your words wound me somewhat. After all, I am your master, a formidable figure in the nascent soul realm. What qualifications do you possess, as a mere 9th level Qi refinement practitioner, to critique me? If indeed the scripture pavilion does not contain our master's formations, how did you manage to break the array? Even if master lacks expertise in formations, a formation set by a nascent soul cultivator is beyond your comprehension. You are correct in your assertion, for by conventional logic, I could not possibly decipher master's formations. However, you have overlooked a fundamental truth. All things in this world follow a traceable path. Master, as the head of the upper clear view, naturally derives his cultivation foundation from it. I have perused the majority of the texts concerning formations within the scripture pavilion. The lineage of formations that master dabbled in pertains to the 5 elements. While studying the texts on 5 elements formations, I stumbled upon notes and insights left by master from years past. Thus, I have gleaned some understanding of his habitual methods in array formation. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng immediately turned to his second brother, saying, Mingyue, you oversee the scripture pavilion. Do we possess the lineage of 5 elements formations within our upper clear view? In response, the second brother, Mingyue, pondered for a moment and replied with uncertainty, though I may not possess the extensive knowledge of our junior brother. I am somewhat familiar with the general categorization of the scripture pavilion. I have not heard of any lineage pertaining to the 5 elements formations. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, of course, you would be unaware. You have been guarding the scripture pavilion for 30 years. Yet the 5 elements formations were removed 50 years ago. This particular method of formation was once prevalent in the cultivation world a century ago, but it has since been supplanted by other schools of thought. Upon hearing this, Mingyue looked at Chen Changsheng in disbelief. Junior brother, do not tell me you have ventured into the book grave. Haha. Indeed, second brother, your insight is sharp. I have indeed visited the book grave. Upon hearing this, Mingyue felt a sudden heaviness in his head. There is nothing in this world that remains unchanged, and the practices and knowledge within the cultivation realm are no exception. From the grandest techniques of golden core and nascent soul cultivation to the foundational knowledge of array formations, everything is in a state of flux. The cultivation world continuously sees new talents emerging, leading to the necessity for the scripture pavilion to undergo a thorough cleanse every 50 years. With the aim of replacing outdated methods and texts, the replaced books are then sent to a specific storage location, referred to by the disciples of Upper Clear View as the book grave. Upper Clear View has existed for a millennium. Yet no one knows precisely how many books are stored within the book grave, nor the variety of texts it contains. In this place, Mingyue had visited several times upon entering, during which she discovered the mundane tales of mortals in the book Jinping Mei. After confirming that the majority of the books were of little value, she ceased her visits. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Mingyue tentatively inquired, Junior brother, you haven't managed to read all the books in the book grave, have you? Brother Mingyue, do not jest. I have only been initiated for a decade. How could I have finished them all? However, I have perused 1/3 of them. Mingyue, 1/3. That amounts to approximately 400,000 volumes, does it not? Not quite. There are a total of 983, 520 volumes in the book grave. Over the years, I have read 286, 385, which barely constitutes 1/3. Upon hearing this, Mingyue fell silent, as did the other disciples. Even the Yuanying stage master could not escape this silence. Chapter 14. The thunderstruck wood meets its fate. Time and people have changed after a few breaths of regaining composure from the shock. Qingfeng spoke. The 5 elements formation you mentioned. I believe I have heard master speak of it. It was a treasured skill of a certain sect 200 years ago, but it has since been obsolete. If that is the case, the scriptures collected in the sutra repository should also include the foundations and some introductions to the 5 elements formation. Can you truly break your master's grand formation with just this knowledge? Certainly not. Chen Changsheng shook his head and replied, as I mentioned earlier, my master inherited teachings from the upper clear view and is not adept in formations. Given this, it is highly improbable that he could create a formation of his own. Therefore, all of my master's formation skills derive from the sutra repository of upper clear view. During my 2nd year of initiation, my master showed me the thunderstruck wood. To decipher the core formation left by my master, I spent a year reading every formation book in the sutra repository. After much comparison, I discovered that the formation set by my master was a blend of the 9 Palace 8 trigrams formation and the Big Dipper formation, with some modifications of his own. At that time, I attempted numerous times, but could not breach the formation. Thus, my master's formation thwarted me for 5 years. Later, I encountered the texts on the 5 elements formation in the book Grave and gleaned some insights from my master regarding formations. With this newfound understanding, I finally grasped how my master merged the 9 Palace 8 trigrams formation with the Big Dipper formation, utilizing the principles of the 5 elements formation. Once I comprehended the configuration of the formation, I began my attempts anew, dedicating another year and a half to breaking through. Ultimately, 10 days ago, I completed the crafting of the coffin. After hearing Chen Changsheng's account, the assembly fell into speechlessness. Qingfeng cast a look of regret towards the Yuanshan master, as if to convey, "Master, your thunderstruck wood did not perish in vain." As for Chen Changsheng's actions, the Yuanshan master was left in a state of bemusement. This fellow had spent a full 8 years transforming his thunderstruck wood into a coffin. He was at a loss whether to commend his perseverance or to criticize his foolishness. 8 years may not seem a lengthy span for an immortal cultivator. However, for mortals, whose lifespans barely exceed a century, it is a significant duration. The limits of life extend to 200 years for foundation establishment practitioners, 500 for golden core cultivators, and approximately 800 for those at the nascent soul stage. Only the venerable transformation ancestor can transcend the 1,000-year mark. Yet, my disciple has squandered 8 years on a trivial matter, seemingly unconcerned about his own lifespan. In the infinite secret realm, a multitude of sects, both grand and modest, have gathered at the entrance. Is that not the nascent soul master? After 50 years of absence, I see you have advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. Truly commendable. As Chen Changsheng and his companions descended, Zhao Dizhus, the leader of the Linglong sect, approached with a broad smile. However, the nascent soul master did not reciprocate his enthusiasm. Words can be spoken and farts can be released. But I have no desire to engage in extensive discourse with one as crude as you, he retorted. Zhao Dizhus, visibly pained by this response, exclaimed, "Master Nascent Soul, you are a member of the Taoist sect. How can your temperament be so volatile? Although my cultivation is but slightly higher, and my disciple marginally more accomplished than yours, you cannot allow such trifles to incite your ire. I understand your envy of my exceptional disciple. At under 200 years, he has already reached the late nascent soul stage, a talent unseen in the entire Dacian Empire. If it were not for the lack of options, based on our friendship, I would surely assist you in finding one as well. Bah, who covets your pitiful disciple? I possess one far superior. Your disciple may have achieved the late nascent soul stage before his 200th birthday, but mine shall reach it before turning 100. Just wait and see." With that, the nascent soul master stormed off with Chen Changsheng and the others in tow, fuming. Observing this, Zhao Dizhu smirked, casually humming as he strolled towards the seal of the infinite secret realm. This is intolerable. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Qingfeng, you shall lead your junior brothers inside shortly. I will confront that scoundrel Zhao Dizhu. Not long after parting ways, the nascent soul master, increasingly agitated, sought out Zhao Dizhu once more. Watching his master's demeanor, Qingfeng chuckled softly, choosing not to intervene. The rivalry between Zhao Dizhu and his master had persisted for 150 years, a spectacle he had long since grown accustomed to. At this moment, Chen Changsheng, surveying their surroundings, spoke up. "Senior brother, were we not informed of a prodigy named Changsheng Fairy from the Linglong sect? Where might she be?" Changsheng Fairy has journeyed to the borders of the Dacian kingdom. Not only she, but even Master Yixing of the Tianfu Temple has ventured there as well, Qingfeng replied. Master Yixing? Chen Changsheng echoed, a profound curiosity awakening within him. Qingfeng, assuming Chen Changsheng was unfamiliar with the name, elaborated. Master Yixing is the heir of the Tianfu Temple and, second only to Changsheng Fairy, a genius of the Dacian Empire. Having just surpassed a century, he has already attained the late golden core stage and is said to be the most likely candidate to surpass Changsheng Fairy. Upon discovering that the once timid and kind-hearted young monk had transformed into a figure of remarkable independence, Chen Changsheng could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. In the past, the little monk would frequently seek him out for philosophical debates, yet the outcome was invariably a series of defeats for him. Time, indeed, is the most formidable of all arts, and after merely a brief slumber, the once youthful monk had evolved into the present-day Zen master. After reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng spoke again. Brother, what purpose do they serve at the border? What else could they possibly do but wage war against the kingdom of Night Moon? Came the reply. The kingdom of Night Moon, a realm of demonic beings, would engage in battle with the great Qian dynasty every 2 centuries. Although the great Qian dynasty had emerged victorious on numerous occasions, they had yet to eradicate the threat entirely. Recently, however, it was perplexing to note that the Kingdom of Night Moon had initiated war ahead of schedule. A mere 170 years had elapsed since the last great conflict. A full 30 years earlier than expected, which indeed left many in bewilderment. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Changsheng's face gradually faded. He was familiar with the records of the war between the great Qian dynasty and the Kingdom of Night Moon, having encountered them in the book Grave. It was a chaotic battle that mingled both cultivators and mortals, the brutality of which defied description. Even those of the nascent soul stage faced peril. Moreover, Chen Changsheng felt an unsettling premonition regarding the Kingdom of Night Moon's premature declaration of war. Chapter 15, The Infinite Secret Realm. The mysterious stone coffin noticing Chen Changsheng's momentary daze, Qingfeng assumed he was preoccupied with worries about the impending national conflict and chuckled, "Do not fret. Only those at the Golden Core stage are permitted to participate in such wars. By the time you achieve that level, it will likely have concluded. The Infinite Secret Realm is about to commence. You should enter with your brother Yuanshan." With that, Qingfeng nudged Chen Changsheng and Yuanshan forward. At that moment, the three premier cultivation sects, Tianfu Temple, Linglong Sect, and Qingjing Temple, of the great Qian dynasty joined forces to break the seal of the Infinite Secret Realm. Suddenly, a profound black hole manifested upon the altar, and those chosen individuals were swiftly drawn into its depths. After a dizzying whirl, Chen Changsheng and Yuanshan found themselves amidst a sea of flowers. Observing their surroundings, Yuanshan tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve and inquired, "Where are we, Brother Changsheng?" Faced with his somewhat timid ninth senior brother, Chen Changsheng could only smile in exasperation. Prior to his arrival at Qingjing Temple, there had been 9 inner disciples, each possessing unique skills and distinct personalities. His ninth brother was famously timid, only 13 years of age. Although young, his talent was remarkable, possessing both water and fire spiritual roots. "Yuanshan, you are at least in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Must you be so fearful?" Chen Changsheng chided lightly. In response, Yuanshan wore a bitter smile. "Brother Changsheng, you know I was brought to Qingjing Temple at the tender age of 3. My days have been consumed by training, leaving me little awareness of the world outside." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and asked, "Then will you heed my guidance?" "Of course, I shall listen to you. When you stealthily appropriated the Master's lightning strike wood, it was I who kept watch for you. Since you have chosen to heed my counsel, let us now commence our floral gathering." Gathering flowers? The request from Chen Changsheng left Yuanshan visibly perplexed. "Brother Changsheng, what purpose does this serve?" "To brew wine," he replied enthusiastically. "This place should be the sea of flowers within the Infinite Secret Realm, where blossoms of all seasons thrive. I once read in ancient texts about a celestial wine known as 100-flower wine. Its ingredients are drawn from the blossoms of all 4 seasons, and they must be utterly fresh. Due to the stringent requirements, I have yet to succeed in brewing it. But now, fortune has smiled upon us." Observing Chen Changsheng squatting on the ground to collect petals, Yuanshan scratched his head and remarked, "But Master instructed us to enter in search of opportunities. How shall we explain our flower gathering to him upon our return?" "According to the map of the Infinite Secret Realm that I have uncovered, if we proceed 30 miles eastward, we will encounter a dilapidated bronze ancient palace. Within that palace lies the opportunity you speak of, though it requires one to undergo trials to obtain it. I am aware of this information, and others are certainly privy to it as well. Thus, 2 choices stand before you. First, venture to the Bronze Palace to face the trials and contend with disciples from other sects in a deadly struggle. Second, remain here and assist me in brewing the 100-flower wine, given Master and 3rd Senior Brother's fondness for fine spirits. Presenting them with the 100-flower wine should mitigate any repercussions we might face." Faced with the options presented by Chen Changsheng, Yuanshan tilted his head in contemplation for a moment before squatting down to join in the floral gathering. As time passed, the multitude of prodigies entering the Infinite Secret Realm frantically sought opportunities, often clashing violently in their pursuits. In stark contrast, Chen Changsheng and Yuanshan enjoyed a leisurely existence. In the morning, they collected dew-kissed petals. At noon, they reclined amid the sea of flowers, gazing up at the sky, and in the afternoon, they meticulously followed ancient methods to recreate the 100-flower wine. Their lives stood in striking contrast to those of the cultivators who had accompanied them on this journey. "Brother Changsheng, come quickly and see what I have found." Yuanshan's exclamation prompted Chen Changsheng to lift his head from the blossoms. Yuanshan was animatedly waving his hand, seemingly having discovered something remarkable. "What is it?" Chen Changsheng instinctively inquired as he approached. Yuanshan pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "Brother Changsheng, there's a stone slab adorned with patterns." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng knelt to brush away the loose soil, revealing a beautifully engraved slab. As he traced the intricate designs with his fingertips, he furrowed his brow and said, "This object appears to be quite substantial. We ought to excavate it." With that, the two brothers commenced their digging. After an hour of diligent labor, a massive coffin emerged before them, its surface etched with peculiar inscriptions. Yuan Shan examined it closely and remarked, "Brother Changsheng, what language is this? I cannot comprehend it. You cannot understand it. For it is a language from 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years. The great Qian dynasty was only established 1,800 years ago. Is this coffin from before the great Qian dynasty?" Silence. I have only encountered such characters in ancient texts, and there are some that remain unfamiliar to me, prompting me to ponder deeply. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan promptly covered his mouth with his hand, standing obediently in place. An hour passed, and Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, declaring, "So that is the case. We have indeed encountered great fortune." Seeing Chen Changsheng finally speak, Yuan Shan eagerly inquired, "Elder brother Changsheng, what is inscribed above?" "It is a brief biography of a person. I began my cultivation in youth, engaging in 3,981 battles by the age of 18, achieving victory in 756, and suffering defeat in 3,225. At 80, I fought 4,498 times, securing 1,325 victories, while facing 3,173 defeats. By the age of 200, I had fought 1,650 battles, winning 985 and losing 780. At 500 years old, I contested 130 times, claiming 115 victories and enduring 15 defeats. Upon reaching 1,000 years, I engaged in 9 battles, emerging victorious in all. Suddenly, looking back, I found no equals in this world. Alas, I sought a worthy opponent throughout my life, yet found none. Truly, it is a profound solitude. I happened upon a secluded paradise wishing to live out my days in solitude, yet upon further reflection, I chose another path, unwilling to sever my lineage. Thus, I interred my stone coffin beneath a sea of blossoms. The road of longevity is long, and only those with sincere hearts may attain it. Having recited the inscriptions upon the stone coffin in one breath, Yuan Shan was left in astonishment, his mouth agape. "Elder brother Changsheng, this individual is truly remarkable. To have fought so many battles in a lifetime, yet why did the number of his contests diminish over time? Is it not obvious? As the years passed, few were left who could engage him in combat. When he turned 1,000, those 9 battles must have been earth-shattering encounters. 9 victories out of 9, though expressed in merely 4 simple words, failed to conceal his exhilaration. Surely, those 9 battles were the most gratifying of his life." Chapter 16. The Immortal of 100 Defeats. Urgent news from the frontier. Listening to Chen Changsheng, Yuan Shan suddenly remarked, "Elder brother Changsheng, since that esteemed predecessor left behind a legacy, why are there no trials set here? Is he not concerned about others casually claiming his treasures? Who says there are no trials? The entire infinite secret realm serves as the greatest trial. The name infinite refers to the almost limitless nature of this realm. It opens once every 50 years. Having existed since the founding of the great Qian dynasty over 1,000 years ago, even after all this time, the treasures here remain unclaimed. In the face of such an inexhaustible gold mine, who would still pay heed to this picturesque yet utterly useless sea of blossoms? We cultivate to seek the Tao. Some pursue martial arts, while others seek the path of longevity. Regardless of the path one chooses, the utmost importance lies in not being swayed by external distractions. Yet, look at those who enter the secret realm. They are all captivated by the treasures, their eyes clouded, forgetting their original intentions. Those who forget their beginnings will never pause to appreciate the beauty of this flower sea." Listening to Chen Changsheng, Yuan Shan nodded, seemingly understanding. "Elder brother Changsheng, what is the name of this esteemed predecessor?" Uncertain, it was not inscribed above. Perhaps a glance might yield some clues. "Splendid. I have heard that the coffin must be opened," and with that, Yuan Shan's excitement surged. With a creaking sound, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, the heavy stone coffin was pried open by 2 individuals. As the gap widened, before Yuan Shan could peer inside, a brilliant light burst forth from the coffin, engulfing both of them. After a dizzying whirl, Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan found themselves in an expanse of pure whiteness. At the center of this space stood a man, his features obscured, hands clasped behind his back. "This opportunity proves that you have not yet been beguiled by external distractions. I am proficient in boxing techniques. This particular set embodies the culmination of my lifelong learning. I hope future generations will treasure it." As he spoke, the figure began to demonstrate the boxing techniques. The movements were not overly complex, yet each punch exuded an ineffable charm. Soon, the demonstration concluded, and the figure spoke once more. "This technique does not prioritize the forms, but emphasizes the essence. In my later years, I faced 9 opponents. With 9 punches, I defeated them all. Upon finishing these words, the surrounding environment transformed, revealing the figure atop a mountain peak. 9 formidable shadows loomed nearby. The figure then began to throw punches, although the speed was excruciatingly slow. The mountains and rivers around him shattered under the power of each strike. Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan were left speechless, mesmerized by the spectacle of battle. Each of the 9 punches carried a distinct meaning, a profound realm beyond their comprehension. Once the confrontation concluded, they returned to the white space. Those who practice my boxing in the future must remember, a technique may falter, but the spirit must remain unyielding. When a punch is thrown, it must rend the opponent's very soul. With those final words, the space began to collapse, and the figure gradually faded away. The shifting surroundings roused Chen Changsheng from his astonishment. He clasped his hands together and inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name, Venerable One?" Upon hearing this, the previously stoic figure seemed to regain a hint of awareness. "The world knows me as the 100 Defeats Immortal. Thank you, Immortal, for this rare opportunity. Might I inquire the name of this boxing technique? In my hands, it is my boxing. In yours, it becomes yours. Thus, the technique is nameless." With the utterance of his last word, the figure of the 100 Defeats Immortal vanished entirely. And Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan found themselves once again amidst a sea of flowers. Surveying the familiar surroundings, Chen Changsheng felt a tinge of the ephemeral nature of dreams. "Elder brother Changsheng, I have attained the golden core." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to see Yuan Shan joyfully showcasing his newfound cultivation. Noticing that Yuan Shan had leaped from mid-foundation to the golden core realm, Chen Changsheng sensed a realization dawning upon him. Hastily, he assessed his own cultivation level. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had unknowingly reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, mere steps away from the golden core. "Elder brother Changsheng, what transpired that I reached the golden core in less than an hour?" Confronted with the perplexities of the distant mountains, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and remarked, "It has not been merely an hour. We have undoubtedly spent at least 2 months within." 2 months? Has it truly been so long? Indeed, it has. When we unearthed this coffin, we inadvertently damaged many surrounding flowers. Yet, observe, those blossoms have already regrown. Although the infinite secret realm brims with spiritual energy, such a transformation cannot occur in less than a month or 2. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan surveyed the area and found it as Chen Changsheng had described. The reason we felt as though our time within was brief stems from the elevated realm of the venerable immortal master, which has led us to perceive a distortion of time. Furthermore, while the immortal master demonstrated his martial techniques, our bodies, unbeknownst to us, had been practicing alongside. With such a formidable mentor guiding us, it is only natural that our realms would advance. So that is how it is. If 2 months have indeed passed, does that mean we are soon to depart from the secret realm? It seems likely. The infinite secret realm is set to be open for 5 months. We spent 2.5 months brewing wine and over 2 months learning the immortal master's martial arts. We should hasten to pack our belongings, lest we be ejected from the realm at any moment. With that, Chen Changsheng made his way toward the temporary wooden hut he had constructed, which housed 10 jars of the exquisite flower wine he had painstakingly brewed. Suddenly, the altar trembled, and countless figures were expelled from the black hole. Some were elated, others disheartened, while some bore expressions of anger. However, it did not take long for the crowd to sense something amiss. For the elders of their respective sects were nowhere to be seen, and only 1 or 2 individuals came to greet them. "Sixth senior brother, why are you the only one here? Where are master and the eldest senior brother?" In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the 6th senior brother managed a strained smile. "The border is in urgent peril. Master and the eldest senior brother departed 2 months ago. It appears you two have made significant gains, which puts my mind at ease. For the time being, Qingjing Temple will be under your stewardship. We shall return swiftly." With that, the 6th senior brother took flight on his sword, leaving Chen Changsheng gazing after him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The 6th senior brother was renowned for his composure. What could have transpired at the border to induce such urgency in him? With a sigh, Chen Changsheng shook his head, burdened not only by concern for his master and senior brothers, but also for a young monk and a girl. Chapter 17. The Return of the Mourner. The defeat of Qingjing Temple. The words of the 6th senior brother instilled within Chen Changsheng a vague sense of unease. Yet, this feeling did not linger long, for he soon found solace. Having traversed the mortal realm for decades, Chen Changsheng had come to understand a profound truth. When events surpass one's control, they will not cease to unfold simply because one wishes to avert their gaze. Rather than dwell and worry, it is far better to embrace each day with joy, for time will reveal all, including the veracity of one's assumptions. Upon returning to Qingjing Temple, Chen Changsheng resumed his leisurely existence. In the mundane hours, One would either visit the library to immerse oneself in literature or practice the nameless martial arts of the 100 defeats immortal to invigorate the body. The celestial spirit master, while en route to the frontier, had siphoned more than half of the power from the Changsheng temple. Consequently, although Yuan Shan was still in his youth, with my assistance, he managed to sustain the temple's operations. Furthermore, as he encountered more experiences, Yuan Shan's growth accelerated, and soon after, Chen Changsheng assumed the role of a carefree manager. However, during this period, an unforeseen event transpired. Namely, the conflict between the great Qian dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom would endure for a full 20 years. By the 5th year, even the long-secluded transformation ancestor ventured to the borders. In the library of Changsheng Temple, after gently placing the last book down, Chen Changsheng stretched his somewhat stiff body. At that moment, a strikingly handsome man clad in a Taoist robe approached, his eyebrows sharp and eyes bright. "Have you reflected on what we discussed yesterday?" he inquired. In response, Chen Changsheng cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "No. Why not?" The man pressed. 10 years ago, you promised that I could go to the frontier once you finished reading the books in the library. Now that you have completed them, why am I still unable to go? Do not forget, I am the acting head of Changsheng Temple, he asserted. Observing the man before him, who was now venting his frustrations, Chen Changsheng chuckled. "It has been 20 years. The once timid child who sought my counsel on everything now dares to confront me. Well done, you have made progress." Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan's eyes began to glisten with tears, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Senior brother 7 has perished. Senior brother 5 has lost his sight, and our beloved senior brother has suffered the loss of an arm. Brother Changsheng, I am now in the late stage of the Golden Core. I can assist them. I truly do not wish to witness any more misfortunes befall our brothers." Faced with Yuan Shan's reddened eyes, Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. He had been closely monitoring the situation at the borders, and the circumstances for the great Qian dynasty were far from optimistic. Over 10 formidable beings of the nascent soul stage had perished, and there were even rumors of transformation stage experts falling on the battlefield. Such a brutal conflict would undoubtedly lead to Yuan Shan's demise if he were to be sent forth. In that theater of war, a golden core cultivator was merely a slightly more advanced piece of cannon fodder. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to fabricate an excuse to further deter Yuan Shan from heading to the battlefield, a familiar aura suddenly emanated from above Changsheng Temple. Sensing this presence, both Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan hurried outside to greet it. However, what they beheld was their third senior brother, drenched in blood, with his left arm severed and right eye blinded. "From this moment forth, I shall assume the position of head of Changsheng Temple, and 9th junior brother Song Yuan Shan will serve as the deputy head. All branches of Changsheng Temple are to retreat westward for 3,000 miles. The once languid third senior brother now exuded an air of resolute authority, scarcely pausing to acknowledge the 2 long-absent junior brothers. Following the issuance of a series of commands, the tension that had gripped the third senior brother finally eased. As Yuan Shan approached his transformed senior brother, trembling, he asked, "Third senior brother, what of Master and the others?" In response to Yuan Shan's inquiry, the third senior brother spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, revealing that for reasons unbeknownst to them, the Night Moon Nation had experienced a sudden surge in the number of formidable beings at the nascent soul stage, more than doubling in strength. Their master had fallen victim to an ambush by 3 late-stage nascent soul practitioners, ultimately perishing atop Phoenix Mountain. The brothers had acted together, but a sudden trap ensnared them. The eldest brother sacrificed himself in a self-detonation to ensure the escape of the third. The great Qian dynasty suffered defeat, relinquishing 5,000 miles of territory to the Night Moon Nation as compensation, starting from the border. Upon hearing this news, Yuan Shan felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him. He then seized the third senior brother by the collar, demanding vehemently, "What of our master's remains? Why did you not bring them back? Do you wish to see our master's body fashioned into a puppet by others?" Confronted by Yuan Shan's fury, the third senior brother offered no resistance, only an abyss of silence. "Cease your shaking. You may very well rattle him to death," came the calm voice of Chen Changsheng from behind. Instinctively, Yuan Shan halted his actions. Turning around, he was surprised to see that Chen Changsheng had somehow retrieved the lightning-struck wooden coffin from the back mountain. Before Yuan Shan could comprehend Chen Changsheng's intent, he approached the third senior brother, producing a porcelain vial and administering a pill to him, seemingly unaffected by the recent devastating news. "You have wounded your foundation. My abilities are limited, and I cannot save you. The offensive of the Night Moon Nation is exceedingly fierce. Their ambitions surely extend beyond a mere 5,000 miles. They likely seek to engulf the entire great Qian dynasty. Yuan Shan possesses commendable talent, yet he remains somewhat juvenile. You must guide him well over the next 50 years. The future of Changsheng Temple rests upon his shoulders." With that, Chen Changsheng stored the lightning-struck wooden coffin into the system space and turned to leave. At that moment, the dazed third senior brother regained his senses and inquired, "Changsheng, what do you intend to do?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng paused, hesitating for a moment before replying. "I am going to retrieve the bodies of our master and senior brothers." He continued, "You may find it amusing, but prior to my arrival at Qingqing Temple, my original profession was that of a coffin seller. That lightning-struck wooden coffin was prepared in advance for our master. It has come to good use now. We practice cultivation for the sake of longevity. Many believe that with eternal life comes ultimate freedom, yet they fail to realize that longevity can be the greatest suffering. In this world, akin to a sea of bitterness, to live forever signifies an endless drift upon these turbulent waters. Our master has transcended this sea of suffering. We ought to rejoice for them." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng hesitated once more and then turned to the third senior brother, offering a radiant smile. "I recall you once recounted a tale from the cultivation world, using it to frighten Yuan Shan. You spoke of a mysterious entity that collects the bodies of those whose lifespans have ended. When this presence appears, it signifies that death is imminent. No one knows his true name, but he is simply referred to as the Undertaker." Upon hearing this name, the third senior brother's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng continued to regale tales of the past with a cheerful demeanor. "Moreover, you have conducted a thorough investigation into the matter and discovered that the first appearance of the mourner was during the funeral of the blood demon ancestor a century ago. Additionally, the mourner shares intricate ties with Master Ikkyu of the Heavenly Buddha Temple. In this regard, I must assert that the mourner is not as terrifying as you suggest. He is merely a purveyor of coffins." Having said this, Chen Changsheng turned and waved his hand, striding purposefully towards the exit. Meanwhile, Yuan Shan called out to Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, "Brother Changsheng, will you return? I have crafted a coffin for you all. I shall return when you have need of it." With those words, Chen Changsheng vanished from sight. As he watched Changsheng depart, the third senior brother was overwhelmed with emotion. Since the arrival of this junior disciple at the Shangqing Temple, he had sensed something unusual about him. Time seemed to leave no trace upon Changsheng. While it is true that the realm of cultivation offers elixirs to preserve youth, the passage of time imprints itself not solely upon the body, but also upon the heart. Over the span of 10 years, the 3-year-old Yuan Shan had transformed into a 13-year-old youth, and everyone undergoes some degree of change. Yet, after a decade, Changsheng's gaze remained as clear as it had been upon his first arrival at the Shangqing Temple. Initially, he believed this to be a manifestation of Changsheng's serene disposition. However, 20 years later, upon his return to Shangqing Temple, Changsheng's eyes were still as unclouded as before. Reflecting on this, the third senior brother sighed softly and remarked, "Yuan Shan, in due time, you shall announce to the outside world that a disciple of Shangqing Temple has perished in a state of delusion. But Brother Changsheng is alive and well. Simply heed my words. Changsheng has his own path to tread, and his connection to the Shangqing Temple has reached its conclusion." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan fell silent for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. He had been brought to the Shangqing Temple by his master at the tender age of 3. Although he had entered a few months before Changsheng, thus claiming the title of senior brother, he had always regarded Changsheng as his elder brother. If possible, he truly wished to avoid witnessing Changsheng's departure. Yet, there are no feasts in this world that do not come to an end. Noticing Yuan Shan's melancholy, the third senior brother gently patted his shoulder with his remaining right hand and said, "Our revered ancestor always said that those who enter the Tao are often shallow in emotional ties, yet deeply loyal. Others may not understand him, but we must." Upon exiting the Shangqing Temple, Chen Changsheng looked up at the azure sky and then at the celestial beings returning from the border, smiling as he remarked, "Ah, my prideful master, throughout your life, you have cherished your honor. How could you allow yourself to remain in a foreign land after death? Allow me, your disciple, to bring you home. As a master-disciple pair, I shall not demand your spirit stones this time." With that, Chen Changsheng set forth towards the border. The Dacian dynasty had suffered defeat, and the front lines were engulfed in flames of war. However, Chen Changsheng had never concerned himself with such matters. His sole purpose now was to seek out old acquaintances and ensure they were laid to rest peacefully. Humanity must pay 3 copper coins to enter the city. 2 beings of the demon race obstructed Chen Changsheng's path. Upon observing the 2 practitioners at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Chen Changsheng promptly submitted 3 copper coins. After paying the entrance fee, he successfully entered the city. As he sensed the ethereal energy subtly permeating the city, he sighed, acknowledging the wisdom of concealing his cultivation level. It was indeed prudent, for even such a small city boasted the presence of golden core cultivators. How had the Night Moon Kingdom suddenly grown so formidable? With this perplexity in mind, Chen Changsheng sought lodging at an inn. For this journey to the border for collecting corpses, He opted against flying with a sword or hastening his journey using spiritual energy. Instead, he chose the most rudimentary method, walking step by step. The destination he sought had already been claimed by the Night Moon Kingdom, and a human golden core cultivator soaring through the skies would undoubtedly draw attention. As it turned out, Chen Changsheng's cautious approach was indeed wise. As he gradually neared the Night Moon Kingdom, he began to comprehend why the great Qian dynasty had suffered such a decisive defeat. The number of demon race cultivators was simply overwhelming. Foundation establishment practitioners were everywhere, and golden core cultivators were as common as dogs, while Yuanying realm cultivators could be encountered with alarming frequency. It was a wonder that the great Qian dynasty had not collapsed sooner under such pressure. After a moment of reflection on the circumstances of both nations, Chen Changsheng ordered several local delicacies, intending to savor them before continuing his journey. However, his culinary reverie was abruptly interrupted by a conversation between two demon beings. Have you heard? The daughter of our demon king is to publicly select a husband. Anyone at the Foundation establishment level or above is eligible to participate. Of course, I've heard. But what does that have to do with us? Our demon king belongs to the noble Silver Moon Wolf clan. Do you think we have the qualifications to become his son-in-law? Qualifications aside, it wouldn't hurt to witness the event. I heard the Fox clan is preparing a Yuanying realm puppet as a gift. A Yuanying realm puppet? Surely you jest. Why would I deceive you? This puppet was procured by the Fox clan from Phoenix Mountain. To eliminate this practitioner, the Fox clan dispatched 3 late-stage Yuanying ancestors. Upon overhearing this exchange, Chen Changsheng could not help but murmur in exasperation, "Master, after 5 years of arduous journey, you present me with such a formidable challenge upon my arrival. As one of the powerful clans in the Night Moon Kingdom, how am I to retrieve you from the Fox clan? I am but one man. I cannot contend with them." Finding himself in such a predicament, Chen Changsheng scratched his head in annoyance. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sprang to life in his mind. The Fox clan, being a strong faction of the Night Moon Kingdom, and the Demon King being the Silver Moon Wolf King, what if I were to become the son-in-law of the Silver Moon Wolf King? Would that not grant me the opportunity to procure the puppet from the Fox clan? Though the notion seemed absurd, it appeared theoretically sound. Chen Changsheng continued to ponder this idea, and the more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the Night Moon Kingdom, a commanding voice resonated. "Your Majesty, the princess has escaped. Then hasten and send people to search for her. If my daughter loses even a single wolf hair, you shall pay with your lives." At this pronouncement, the entire palace erupted into chaos. On the mountainside beyond the imperial city, a spirited young woman playfully stuck out her tongue at the distant capital. "If you are so eager to marry, then go ahead and wed. I shall not accompany you." Chapter 19. Trouble descends from the heavens. What should one offer as a betrothal gift? Chen Changsheng sat atop a mountain peak, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Ever since learning that the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom was seeking a suitor, he had been pondering how to win the heart of the enchanting wolf maiden. However, after much reflection, he realized that apart from his striking appearance and vast knowledge, he possessed little else of value. Just as despair began to settle in, a sudden cry for help echoed from afar. Upon hearing the plea, Chen Changsheng focused intently and noticed 2 golden core realm demons pursuing a Foundation establishment realm woman. As he observed the unfolding scene, the fleeing woman abruptly changed her course and darted towards him. "Senior, save me. They wish to kill me." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Changsheng activated his full cultivation and fled with great speed. But wait, in this situation, shouldn't you be the hero rescuing the damsel? You are just running away. Don't you feel even a twinge of curiosity? The woman's discontent did not hinder Chen Changsheng's flight. As he distanced himself from the scene, she realized that the 2 pursuers were closing in rapidly. Gritting her teeth, she produced a jade talisman and shattered it. As the talisman broke, a golden light shot forth, binding her firmly to Chen Changsheng. In an instant, she teleported behind him, matching his pace seamlessly. Chen Changsheng was taken aback by this sticky situation. "Why are you clinging to me? Senior, they wish to kill me. I implore you to assist me." Upon hearing her plea, the woman again bowed her hands in request for his aid. "Enough with your poor acting. They are not here to kill you. If they truly intended to harm you, they would not simply chase you without attacking. Look at you. Your body is adorned with treasures. Is it reasonable for a Foundation establishment cultivator to possess so many items? You must be the runaway daughter of a wealthy family, and they are here to escort you home." The woman merely uttered these words, and Chen Changsheng began to articulate a rapid-fire analysis, his deductions nearly flawless. This sudden display left her astounded. She had never encountered this man before, nor did he appear to recognize her. Yet, from just a distant glance, he had discerned so much about her. Faced with her ruse being unveiled, the woman decided to lay her cards on the table. "Since you have seen through my disguise, I shall not pretend any longer." They indeed wish to take me back. If I am captured, I may only face a reprimand and a few days of confinement. But you are different. If you do not help me escape their pursuit, I shall claim that you lured me away. At that moment, what do you think my family will do to you?" In response to the woman's words, Chen Changsheng paid her no heed, instead focusing intently on deciphering the talisman bound to him. His actions did not escape the notice of the woman. Yet she remained unconcerned that Chen Changsheng could unravel the curse she had placed upon him. "Don't waste your efforts. This shadowing talisman was crafted by a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. A mere golden core practitioner like you will never break it. Rather than squandering time here, you would be better off running faster. 2 late-stage golden core demons are pursuing us, and they are closing in." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to see the 2 late-stage golden core demon cultivators gradually narrowing the distance between them. Observing the increasingly perilous situation, a flicker of irritation ignited within him. "Miss, I have no desire to entangle myself in your family affairs, nor do I wish to have any further involvement with you. I am willing to overlook our previous encounter. Please do not cling to me any longer." Listening to Chen Changsheng, the woman raised a bead above her head. "I shall do as I please. What can you do about it? If you have the ability, shatter my protective shield." With a cold expression, Chen Changsheng immediately began to weave a spell. Initially, the woman did not take him seriously, as she had never regarded a mere golden core practitioner with any significance. Had it not been for her dwindling spiritual energy, she would not have bothered to hitch a ride with a stranger. However, it soon became evident to her that something was amiss. "This is the blood escape technique from the Upper Clear Taoist Temple. You are of the human race." Observing the astonished expression on her face, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, "Congratulations on your correct guess, but there is no reward." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately attempted to dispel the shadowing talisman binding her to Chen Changsheng. Yet, the blood escape had already been executed, and it was too late for any actions now. With a cough of blood, Chen Changsheng transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the horizon. The 2 pursuing demon cultivators were left dumbfounded, as they had never anticipated that a mid-stage golden core practitioner could employ such advanced escape techniques. Moreover, how could an unknown human appear in the heart of the Night Moon Kingdom? "Brother, what should we do now?" One of the golden core cultivators began to speak, only to be sharply slapped by his companion. "What do you mean, what to do? Hurry and pursue. If the princess is taken by a human, we shall await our doom." With that, the 2 immediately burned their essence blood to chase after Chen Changsheng. However, how could 2 ordinary golden core cultivators ever hope to catch up to him? After spending years at the Upper Clear Taoist Temple, Chen Changsheng had not mastered the art of combat to any great extent, but his escape techniques were truly exquisite. Not to mention 2 late-stage golden core cultivators, even some ordinary nascent soul practitioners would struggle to catch him. 300 miles away, amidst a silent valley, 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged. These 2 were none other than Chen Changsheng, having executed the blood escape, and the mysterious woman. As the blood escape concluded, Chen Changsheng did not hesitate and immediately cast several formation flags around him. Subsequently, he deftly executed a series of intricate hand seals, demonstrating a mastery that seemed honed through countless trials. The formation activated. A radiant barrier enveloped both Chen Changsheng and the mysterious woman instantaneously. In response to Chen Changsheng's actions, the woman warily drew an ancient dagger. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, should anything happen to me, your fate will be far worse than death." Upon hearing her threat, Chen Changsheng, having completed the formation, replied with a click of his tongue, "I had no desire to provoke trouble. However, you approached me uninvited, so I cannot be held responsible." Chapter 20. The Acquisition of a Pet. A bald little white wolf, huh? You think this formation can trap me? Dream on. With that, the woman summoned 2 powerful magical artifacts, attempting to break free from the formation. Yet, as the artifacts ascended, her body suddenly weakened, collapsing to the ground. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "What have you done to me?" "I have done nothing but suppress the bloodline within you," Chen Changsheng replied. "You are correct. This formation is indeed flawed, for I salvaged it from a tattered ancient tome. After some repairs, it is barely functional. Its purpose is simple, to suppress the bloodline of demons, revealing their true form." Upon hearing this, the terror on the woman's face intensified. "Impossible. If humanity possessed such a formation, the dynasty would have used it long ago. How could you, a demon, lack such basic knowledge? This type of formation certainly has its limitations. The grand formation in the ancient text is effective against demons at the golden core stage, while the one I have reconstructed is only effective against those at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, as you can see, this formation is quite fragile. It would collapse with the slightest disturbance. Had you not squandered your opportunity with words, the outcome might have differed." As he spoke, The woman's form began to shrink gradually until she transformed entirely into a small, pure white wolf. Picking up the storage ring that had fallen from the woman, Chen Changsheng inquired, "What is the method to lift your restrictions?" In response, the small white wolf, now on the ground, spoke with human-like clarity, "Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. If you have the courage, kill me." "I certainly lack the courage to kill you, but I could shave your fur," Chen Changsheng retorted. Upon hearing this, the small white wolf became agitated. "You dare? Why wouldn't I?" With that, Chen Changsheng produced a razor. Swish! The blade flashed, revealing a strip of pink skin atop the wolf's head. Feeling the coolness against her scalp, large tears began to roll down her furry cheeks. "Woo-woo, I will tell you. You are such a wicked person." Having successfully obtained the method to lift the restrictions, Chen Changsheng emptied the contents of the small white wolf's storage ring. Gazing at the mountainous pile of spirit stones and magical artifacts, he swallowed hard and remarked, "Your fortune is quite substantial. Even an average nascent soul cultivator might not match your wealth." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng directly stored the items before him into the system space. Although the belongings of the little white wolf were valuable, Chen Changsheng was reluctant to employ them hastily. This creature clearly possessed a remarkable background. Who could ascertain whether these magical artifacts bore any hidden marks? The most prudent course of action was to secure these items within the system space. With the system's protection, even if the most formidable beings were to come, they would be utterly unable to trace his whereabouts. Observing that this human had taken all of his possessions, the bald little white wolf, with tears in its eyes, pleaded, "Now that you have everything, can you let me go? If you desire more, I can offer you additional items. My father is..." Before the wolf could finish its sentence, Chen Changsheng seized its mouth. "I have no interest in knowing who you are, nor who your father is. If you remain silent, I shall release you once my business is concluded. However, should I learn your identity, you would face certain death. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, the little white wolf, with its mouth restrained, nodded in understanding. "Very well," Chen Changsheng continued with a mischievous grin. "I shall make a few minor modifications to you, ensuring a complete transformation." With that, he lifted the little white wolf. The anguished screams of a woman echoed through the valley, as if she were enduring some cruel punishment. In the palace of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Silver Moon Wolf King rose from his throne, exuding a formidable pressure that caused the demon clan within the hall to tremble. "What did you say?" "The princess has been taken by a human." The two Golden Core Demon Clan members, who had lost the princess, were utterly terrified. The abduction of the demon princess by a human was an unprecedented calamity. Not only could they not bear the repercussions, but their entire clan would also be unable to withstand the consequences. Faced with such a grave situation, the Wolf King furrowed his brow and began to gesture with his right hand, seemingly calculating the whereabouts of his daughter. After a moment, he spoke. "Losing the princess is your dereliction of duty. Go and accept your punishment." "Thank you, Wolf King." The two Golden Core cultivators expressed their gratitude profusely before hastily exiting the hall. Subsequently, the Wolf King waved his hand, signaling the surrounding attendants to withdraw. "Elder Turtle, what are your thoughts on this matter?" In response, an elderly man leaning on a cane replied, "I believe this situation is far from straightforward. After the princess was taken, I immediately attempted to discern her whereabouts. However, it appears that her trail has been obscured by some force, resulting in nothing but chaos in my calculations. Such interference could not possibly be the work of an ordinary Golden Core cultivator." Elder Turtle's reasoning was sound, as I had just conducted my own calculations and discovered an overwhelming chaos in the heavenly mechanism. To affect the heavenly secrets, one must be at least a divine transformation cultivator. The individual who took the princess seems to have come well prepared. Listening to the Wolf King's words, Elder Turtle hesitated before saying, "If it were merely a simple abduction, this matter might be less complicated. However, I am more concerned that the one who took the princess is after something of great significance. The Night Moon Kingdom has seized half of the territory of the Great Qian Dynasty, and the sudden influx of so many cultivators is bound to raise suspicions. Moreover, the demon race appears to be rather disunited." Upon hearing this, the Wolf King narrowed his eyes. "Is it the saber-toothed tiger clan?" "Not solely them. The Fox clan is also exhibiting unusual activity, seemingly aware that Yuer is the key to everything." "Huh. Since they wish to play this game, let us indulge them." It is high time they recognized who truly reigns over the Night Moon Kingdom. In the capital of the Night Moon Kingdom, Chen Changsheng cradled a pitch-black, bald little dog in his arms, curiously surveying his surroundings. Although this was the royal capital of the demon race, it bore a striking resemblance to the cities of the human race, as there were numerous transformed demons bustling about the streets. Suddenly, while observing his surroundings, Chen Changsheng inhaled sharply. Looking down, he discovered that the little dog was gnawing fiercely at his arm. "Release me. If you do not, you shall return my snow-white wolf fur." I have told you countless times that this ink is unique to me and cannot be washed off. To restore your fur color, you must be shaved clean, allowing new fur to grow in its place. Seeing you so distressed, I shall name you Little White, in memory of your once beautiful coat. Little White the wolf retorted, you are truly tormenting me. Just wait. Chapter 21. The Groom Recruitment Conference. The disappearance of the fairy Chen Changsheng strolled leisurely through the streets, engaging in light-hearted banter with the little white wolf in his arms. By the way, when the Night Moon Kingdom waged war against the Great Qian dynasty, many of your kin decimated the forces of the Great Qian. However, I have heard that the Fairy of Longevity from Linglong Sect and Master Ikkyu from Tianfu Temple have vanished within the borders of the Night Moon Kingdom. Have you eliminated them? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Little White scoffed. If we could have killed them, we would have done so already. Without a doubt, they are among the most formidable adversaries of the Great Qian dynasty. Who could have anticipated? Suddenly, Little White halted mid-sentence and gazed up at Chen Changsheng. You are trying to extract information from me. It was merely a casual question. If you are unwilling to respond, that is perfectly fine. Was it truly just a casual inquiry? The blood escape technique you employed is a closely guarded secret of the Changsheng sect, known only to inner disciples. The three sects, Tianfu Temple, Linglong Sect, and Changsheng Sect, are the pillars of the Great Qian dynasty and are intricately connected. You suddenly inquire about the whereabouts of these two individuals. Do you believe I would consider this mere happenstance? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng lowered his gaze towards the bald little wolf. You are very astute, but your previous statement has only deepened my confusion. The blood escape is a secret art of the Changsheng sect. It is not common knowledge, even among some outer disciples. Yet, you seem to be remarkably well informed. Can you enlighten me as to why that is? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Little White settled into a comfortable position and yawned in his embrace. I am of the demon race, while you belong to the human race. Our tribes and nations are distinct. Do you truly believe I would divulge such information? However, I am quite intrigued by your identity. The Changsheng sect has 9 true disciples, among whom 4 stand out as the most exceptional. The names of these 4 individuals together form a poetic line. The gentle breeze and bright moon are priceless. The rivers and distant mountains are filled with sentiment. However, the gentle breeze and bright moon have already fallen, while Li Jianxue has escaped severely injured. And you certainly cannot be him. With such profound mastery of formations, could it be that you are the 9th true disciple of the Changsheng Temple, Song Yuanshan? In response to the eloquent discourse of the little white wolf, Chen Changsheng remarked, you possess an exceptional understanding of the Changsheng Temple, even surpassing that of the cultivators from the Great Qian dynasty. It seems there is a traitor within the Great Qian dynasty. Indeed, there is a traitor in the Great Qian dynasty. Pray, take a guess at who this traitor might be. I need not guess, nor do I wish to. The succession of dynasties is beyond my influence. I merely wish to retrieve the remains of my master and brothers. Upon hearing this, the little white wolf grew increasingly arrogant. Oh dear, so that is your intention, but it seems you are incapable of achieving it. The body of the Changsheng Temple's master has already been transformed into a puppet by the Fox clan. The Fox clan is a powerful lineage within the Kingdom of Night Moon, boasting numerous experts and even a transformation stage cultivator among them. What can a mere golden elixir cultivator like you accomplish? Perhaps you should release me. Who knows? I might be in a generous mood and return your master's corpse to you. Thank you for your kind offer. But I shall not release you without ensuring my own safety first. By the way, you should not possess any markings left by your elders at home, correct? Take a guess. In the face of the little white wolf's arrogance, Chen Changsheng merely cast a calm glance in its direction and stated, I have checked numerous times, and there are no markings within you. However, this does not preclude the possibility of more sophisticated methods that I may have overlooked. Therefore, for the sake of safety, I shall implant 87 prohibitions within you. Should any unexpected occurrences arise, you shall meet an untimely demise. At these words, the little white wolf immediately panicked. You dare? It's not a question of daring. I have already done so. Otherwise, do you think I would have held on to you all this time? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng pointed with his right hand, and intricate patterns suddenly appeared on the little white wolf's body. Subsequently, the wolf's ability to speak was entirely lost. Woof woof woof. Observing the little white wolf in a frenzy, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he strode confidently towards the matchmaking event of the Kingdom of Night Moon. The matchmaking assembly of the Kingdom of Night Moon commenced. The Wolf King sat alone on a high throne, beneath which stood an elderly man with a white beard. This individual was the Wolf King's trusted aide, Old Turtle. Old Turtle's origins were shrouded in mystery. No one in the Kingdom of Night Moon knew whence he came. Had it not been for his significant contributions during the recent conflict between the two nations, few would have recognized his name. With all the anticipated clans present, the Wolf King rose and proclaimed, the citizens of the Kingdom of Night Moon are all aware that I, Wanyan Agudo, have a sole daughter, Wanyan Yu. Now that my daughter has reached the age of marriage, I wish to select the most outstanding young talent among the youth of the world to bestow upon her. All the young talents present were stirred with excitement. Becoming the son-in-law of the Wolf King equates to possessing the entire Night Moon Kingdom in a manner of speaking. I beseech the Wolf King, I have long admired Princess Wanyan and wish to take my chances. As he spoke, a robust young man with bronze skin stepped forward. His formidable aura unmistakably revealing his cultivation at the mid-stage of the Golden Core. This individual was none other than Lin Hu, the heir of the saber-toothed tiger clan. Ha! Brother Lin, I too have harbored feelings for Princess Wanyan for quite some time. It seems we must engage in a fair competition. Yet before Lin Hu could finish his words, another dashing young man, holding a folding fan, emerged and unleashed his own pressure to contend with Lin Hu's. Observing this, Lin Hu narrowed his eyes and remarked, Hu Zhan, since when did you take a fancy to Princess Wanyan? Surely you jest. Ha! Brother Lin, you jest. To have affection for a lady does not necessitate making it as public as you have done. The Fox clan is known for its decorum. We would never act in manners that contravene propriety, Hu Zhan replied with a smile. Lin Hu merely scoffed and chose not to engage further. For the Fox clan was notorious for their sharp tongues, and one could never gain the upper hand in verbal sparring with them. As the two heirs stood forth, a palpable sense of disappointment swept through the other demon clans, for in terms of background and strength, none could rival them. Even if they managed to participate, it would only be a mere formality. With the two prime contenders on stage, several other demon clans gradually made their appearances. Yet their powers were distinctly inferior to those of Lin Hu and Hu Zhan. As it became evident that no further demon clans were stepping forward, the Wolf King prepared to announce the proceedings of the trials. At that moment, a figure sprang up from the crowd, exclaiming, Wait, I wish to participate as well. Chapter 22. Residing at the Hu Mansion, meeting an old friend. The presence of another participant stirred the powerful demons in attendance, causing their brows to furrow. Although this recruitment event was ostensibly to select from the world's talented youths, in truth, it was a selection within the demon clans. All the clans that were meant to participate had done so. So where did this newcomer spring from? Excuse me, please make way. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Chen Changsheng struggled to navigate through the crowd, tidying his somewhat disheveled attire before bowing. Human Chen Changsheng pays his respects to the Wolf King. Although I have yet to meet Princess Wanyan, I wish to partake in this recruitment event. At his words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Initially, they had presumed another demon youth had arrived late, but to their surprise, it was a human. The notion of a human participating in a demon recruitment event was nothing short of ludicrous. Humans, get out of the Night Moon Kingdom. A voice rang out, followed by a cacophony of insults hurled at Chen Changsheng by the assembled demons. Yet, in the face of their vitriol, Chen Changsheng maintained a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. Seeing this, the Wolf King raised his hands to impose silence upon the gathering. You wish to wed my daughter. On what grounds do you presume to do so? Simply on the basis of my sincere heart. It takes immense courage for a human to participate in a demon recruitment event. In this present moment, my arrival ought to suffice as a testament to my sincere affection for Princess Wanyan. Upon hearing these words, the Wolf King's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, Such a genuine heart. For the sake of your sincerity, I shall permit you to participate in the suitor selection conference. I must clarify that any cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm or above is eligible for this event. Although you belong to the human race, you meet the qualifications. The trial of the suitor selection conference is set for tomorrow. Whether you succeed will depend on your prowess. With that, the Wolf King rose to depart. Yet, halfway through, he hesitated and said, Elder Turtle, this human cultivator has traveled from afar. He likely has no place to stay. Kindly arrange for him to reside at the Hu residence. We must not allow the humans to think that our demon race lacks hospitality. As you command, came the response. After a brief arrangement for Chen Changsheng's lodging, the Wolf King vanished completely. Although the demon clan expressed dissatisfaction over a human's participation in the conference, with the Wolf King's decree issued, they could only leave in disappointment. Greetings, Brother Hu. It seems I shall be an unwelcome guest at your residence for the next few days, Chen Changsheng said cheerfully as he greeted Hu Zhan. Having heard of the Wolf King's arrangements, Hu Zhan assessed the unexpectedly appearing human and replied with a smile, Brother Chen, your courage is indeed admirable. It is an immense fortune to share a roof with you. Observing the camaraderie between Hu Zhan and Chen Changsheng, Lin Hu felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Your Fox clan has a penchant for such disgraceful behavior. This human-esque attire unmistakably marks him as a subject of the great Qian dynasty. A defeated foe has no right to stand before us. Unfazed by Lin Hu's derision, Chen Changsheng maintained his silence. However, Hu Zhan retorted with a cold smirk, Lin Hu, if your mind is clouded, it would be wise to refrain from embarrassing our demon race. The great Qian dynasty is indeed the vanquished of the Night Moon Kingdom. But it is not the human race that has been defeated. Were your words to reach the ears of certain powerful humans, it could incite a war between our races. Can you bear that responsibility? Hu Zhan's words rendered Lin Hu speechless. The weight of such a claim, one that could spark a racial conflict, was too heavy for Lin Hu to dare accept. In his fury, Lin Hu erupted with a fierce aura and prepared to confront Hu Zhan. Yet, before they could engage, Elder Turtle leisurely stepped in between them. In broad daylight, do you wish to provide amusement for outsiders by squabbling amongst yourselves? With Elder Turtle's intervention, Lin Hu huffed disdainfully and turned away. After Lin Hu departed, Hu Zhan turned to Chen Changsheng with a smile. My apologies, Brother Chen, for inadvertently touching upon a sensitive subject. Although the Night Moon Kingdom is at war with the great Qian dynasty, our Fox clan has always maintained a cordial relationship with the human race. I hope you will not take offense. Not at all, Brother Hu. You speak candidly, and I would not dream of holding grudges. Chen Changsheng replied as he walked towards a nearby tree, cradling the raucous little black dog in his arms. Brother Chen, is this your battle pet? Hu Zhan chuckled. Oh, not quite. I encountered this little fellow abandoned on the roadside, emaciated and forlorn. A moment of reluctance stirred within me, prompting me to keep it close. Indeed, Brother Chen possesses a heart of profound kindness. Hu Zhan and Chen Changsheng strolled towards the Hu residence, engaging in light-hearted banter. While the little white wolf nestled in Chen Changsheng's arms struggled desperately. Alas, all attention was fixed upon Chen Changsheng, who would notice a bald, pitch-black stray dog. In the royal palace of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Wolf King sat silently upon his throne, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the armrest. At that moment, Elder Turtle entered the chamber. Your Majesty, the human has been sent to the Hu residence. The Wolf King responded nonchalantly, indicating his understanding before speaking again. The princess was taken by a human, and now another has appeared at the bridal selection event. Elder Turtle, do you believe there is a connection between these two? Hesitating briefly, Elder Turtle replied, this individual's origins are unclear, and their timing is indeed suspicious. It must be tied to the princess's disappearance. However, even if he is involved, he cannot be the mastermind. An individual at the Golden Core stage lacks the ability to veil the heavenly secrets. This person is likely a pawn sent by the true orchestrator. Until we ascertain the princess's whereabouts, we must exercise utmost caution. Your reasoning is sound. I shall trouble you, Elder Turtle, to investigate this human's background. I wish to uncover who is truly pulling the strings. Understood. Elder Turtle turned to leave, while the Wolf King's expression darkened. His daughter had been abducted, and the puppet master had the audacity to send a Golden Core human cultivator to humiliate him. Should he capture the true villain, he would ensure their body is shattered into countless pieces. At the Hu residence, Senior, do you remember me? I am Yang. Upon settling in, Chen Changsheng prepared to rest, only to be unexpectedly visited by a woman. Observing the beautiful lady before him, he pondered momentarily. Soon, he recalled that she was the fox-eared demon he had encountered 30 years ago upon his awakening. Ah, it is you. How did you come to be here? Upon hearing this, Hu Mainyang glanced around and said, Senior, let us speak inside. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Chapter 23, A Grand Deception. Traders among the demons nervously, Hu Mainyang ushered Chen Changsheng into a room. The reunion with an old acquaintance flooded her heart with myriad emotions. And she had countless words to share, yet they lodged firmly in her throat. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally managed to repeat, Senior, you should not have come to the Night Moon Kingdom. It is a land fraught with peril. In response, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, saying, it seems this little fox is quite knowledgeable. However, this matters little to me. My objective is simple. I wish to marry Princess Wanyan. I shall concern myself with nothing else. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's indifferent demeanor, Hu Mainyang grew more anxious. Senior, you have never met Princess Wanyan. I know you do not come for her. But irrespective of your intentions, please, leave the Night Moon Kingdom at once. The bridal selection event is merely a ruse. Your presence here will bring you no benefit. Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing those words, the tethered little white wolf began to bark furiously, seemingly denouncing the traitor of the demon clan. Unfortunately for Hu Mainyang, being of the fox clan rather than the canine, she could not comprehend the wolf's barks. A deception? How intriguing. Both the fox and tiger clans, the pillars of the Night Moon Kingdom, were involved. How could this possibly be a ruse? Moreover, even if it were a deception, how could a mere demon clan member be privy to such knowledge? Faced with Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Hu Mainyang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, gritting her silver teeth, she said, Senior, had it not been for the opportunity you bestowed upon me back then, I fear I would have never been able to establish my foundation. However, I cannot disclose the conspiracy surrounding the marriage recruitment event. I can only tell you that the location will certainly be set within the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. Without possessing something critical, venturing there would only lead to certain death. The Fox and Tiger clans have already obtained the key item, so they are not in peril. If you must go, you must seek out individuals of your own kind within the forbidden ground. 5 years ago, during the war between the two nations, 2 human cultivators held certain secrets and were later pursued into the forbidden grounds by the powerful beings of the Night Moon Kingdom. If they still draw breath, they may very well be your only chance of survival. With that, Hu Meinyang hurriedly exited the room, her expression fraught with urgency. Once she departed, Chen Changsheng picked up the barking little bald dog from the floor and removed some of its constraints. A traitor, she was undeniably a traitor to the demon clan. This young lady was determined to see her utterly destroyed. Listening to the white wolf's vitriol, Chen Changsheng calmly stroked its fur and inquired, "Little White, can you now divulge to me the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom? If I am not mistaken, those 2 who were driven into the forbidden ground must be the celestial maiden Changsheng and Master Ishio, correct?" In response, the little white wolf cast a disdainful glance at Chen Changsheng, retorting, "Don't even think about it. Even if you were to kill me, I would never tell you. I warn you, do not release me, or I shall surely tear that wretched fox, Hu Meinyang, to shreds." The Fox clan showed her mercy back then, only to have her turn against us and assist outsiders. She deserves to die. Observing the wolf's fury, Chen Changsheng remarked softly, "It seems your Night Moon Kingdom has undergone a significant purge. When I first encountered Hu Meinyang, she was merely a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Her transformation incomplete. At that time, her tone was filled with innocence, hardly resembling that of a cultivator struggling at the bottom. I was puzzled as to why a young lady of a prominent demon family would venture out alone for training. Now it appears she was not out on her own accord, but rather driven out by your kind." Hearing this, the little white wolf shot a cold glance at Chen Changsheng and replied, "Who said Hu Meinyang is a young lady of a prominent family? She is just an ordinary demon." "Ha ha ha. Your words seem to betray a hint of denial," Chen Changsheng retorted. "However, this is understandable, for you have never witnessed the life of cultivators at the bottom of the hierarchy. The realm of cultivation is a place where the strong devour the weak, and the plight of the lower-tier cultivators is even more dire. Sometimes, friends who are as close as siblings may find themselves embroiled in fierce conflicts over a coveted spirit stone. If Hu Meinyang were not the daughter of a prestigious family, given her original disposition, she would have likely perished long ago, leaving not a trace behind. Now that she has returned to the Fox clan, it seems she seeks to avenge the deep-seated grievances of the past." Huh. Upon hearing this, the little white wolf scoffed. Does she really believe that as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, she can exact revenge? Not only her, but even with your assistance. The 2 of you could hardly stir any tempest in the Night Moon Kingdom. I have reiterated countless times. I harbor no interest in the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom, nor do I concern myself with your plans to destroy the great Qian Kingdom. All I desire is to return with the remains of my master and brothers. Why can you not trust me? If your sole intention was to retrieve the remains of your fallen comrades, would it necessitate such elaborate efforts? Now, I find myself doubting that our encounter was merely coincidental. Perhaps it was a scheme you orchestrated all along. You harbor ulterior motives, seeking to undermine the Night Moon Kingdom." As the little white wolf's thoughts grew increasingly absurd, Chen Changsheng could only shake his head in exasperation, tethering her to the bedside. "Think as you will, I am going to sleep." "How dare you? You would have me sleep on the floor? Do you not fear for your life?" In response to the little white wolf's threat, Chen Changsheng waved his right hand, instantly silencing her. Thus, regardless of the tempest of fury within the little white wolf, she could not disturb Chen Changsheng's peaceful slumber. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth. The little white wolf, who had caused a ruckus throughout the night, now lay curled in a corner of the bed, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a large hand seized her by the scruff of her neck, lifting her up. "Awaken, we must set forth." With bleary eyes, the little white wolf cast Chen Changsheng an irritated glance before promptly shutting her eyes once more. Observing this, Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly, unfazed, and cradled the little white wolf in his arms as he exited the room. "Chen brother, did you rest well last night?" Hu Zhan awaited Chen Changsheng outside the door, a broad smile on his face. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng replied, "I slept quite soundly. Thank you for your hospitality, brother Hu." At that moment, Hu Zhan noticed the bald little earth dog nestled in Chen Changsheng's arms and curiously inquired, "Chen brother, do you intend to bring it along to the trial?" "Indeed. I am inseparable from Xiaobai. Wherever I go, it follows closely." Upon hearing the name Xiaobai, Hu Zhan paused for a moment before chuckling. "Chen brother, you truly possess a sense of humor. You named it Xiaobai. How amusing. What could I do? Xiaobai always imagines itself adorned with pure white fur. Thus, I had no choice but to bestow such a name upon it." By the way, my bringing Xiao Bai to the trial, will that pose any issue? No issue at all. This trial imposes no restrictions on methods, and that includes battle pets. Please, Chen brother, follow me. Chapter 24. Encountering the Bronze Ancient Palace. The forbidden ground of the Night Moon Kingdom. Following Hu Zhan's footsteps, the group traversed for a considerable distance before finally arriving at the mouth of a valley. Sensing the numerous formidable auras surrounding them, Chen Changsheng inquired, Brother Hu, what place is this? This is the forbidden ground of our Night Moon Kingdom. The very site of the marriage proposal gatherings trials. Deep within this forbidden land lies a flower of the other shore. Whoever plucks it shall earn the right to wed Princess Wan Yan. So it is as such. But why do I not see any other contestants from the demon clans? Upon hearing this, Hu Zhan replied, they have already ventured inside. I came specifically to escort Brother Chen, hence my absence. Alas, it seems I have delayed Brother Hu's progress. I am truly ashamed. Do not burden yourself with guilt, Brother Chen. Our camaraderie is akin to that of long-lost friends. Such trivial matters are inconsequential. Moreover, those who have entered may not necessarily hold the advantage. Only the one who obtains the flower shall be deemed victorious. With that, Hu Zhan led Chen Changsheng into the forbidden domain of the Night Moon Kingdom. Traversing a lengthy gorge, they arrived in a dense forest filled with towering ancient trees. The surrounding humid air and the floating miasma seemed to whisper of the perils that lay ahead. In light of this, Hu Zhan cast a fleeting glance at Chen Changsheng, but refrained from uttering a warning. The miasma within this forbidden land exerts a significant influence on cultivators, one that even golden core practitioners cannot evade. His own safety here relies entirely on the robust constitution of his demon lineage. Should a human venture into this place, they would likely meet a silent demise within half a day. Indeed, this forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom is fraught with danger. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Changsheng casually expressed admiration before retrieving 2 pills from his robe. He consumed one and offered the other to the little white wolf. Brother Hu, the miasma here is no ordinary poison. I possess specially formulated detoxifying pills. Would you care for one? As he spoke, he extended the pill towards Hu Zhan. Realizing that Chen Changsheng had discerned the miasma's peril, Hu Zhan immediately expressed his regret. Brother Chen, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. This miasma is exceedingly potent. Even golden core cultivators cannot escape its grasp. However, my fox constitution is quite resilient, so I shall refrain from burdening you with my needs. With a cheerful smile, he returned the pill to Chen Changsheng. Such unknown substances, taken indiscriminately, could indeed be fatal. By the way, Brother Chen, this miasma must be unique to the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. How did you come to this conclusion? Could it be that you have previously visited this forbidden realm? In response to Hu Zhan's inquiry, Chen Changsheng smiled gently. I have, of course, never set foot in the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. However, I once perused an ancient tome of unknown origin that contained similar descriptions. It chronicled various landscapes from different locales. One such place bore a striking resemblance to this. Ah, I see. That is indeed intriguing. To my knowledge, no outsiders have entered the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom for 5 centuries. Whose pen crafted the ancient tome you encountered, Brother Chen? I cannot say for certain. When I discovered the tome, it was nearly in tatters. Perhaps it was penned 5 centuries ago, Chen Changsheng replied. That makes sense. We should hasten our journey. Lin Hu and the others have been inside for quite some time. With a wave of his right hand, Hu Zhan summoned a Yuan Ing-level puppet to clear the path ahead. Gazing upon the lifeless puppet, a flicker of emotion passed through Chen Changsheng's eyes. Deep within the forbidden realm, a bald figure sat cross-legged above an abyssal pool. The water within was thick and viscous, intermittently exuding a foul stench. Ishio, your heart of no sadness will not withstand for long. At the sound of the voice, the bald figure slowly opened his eyes. Wolf King, by allowing the demon race to harness such ominous power, you shall inevitably bring catastrophic ruin upon them. It is not too late to turn back now. In response, the Wolf King scoffed. Turn back? Why should I? Power is power. There is no distinction between righteousness and wickedness. Without this strength, how could I ever hope to vanquish the great Qian dynasty? Though our races differ, I hold great admiration for you. If you would abandon the darkness for the light, I would assist you in transcending to the transformation god realm. Faced with the Wolf King's proposition, Ishio shook his head and closed his eyes once more. Not perturbed by Ishio's refusal to yield, the Wolf King reflected on the 300 years it took him to tear open a fissure in the seal of the Forbidden Land. Although it was merely a crack, the power that surged forth exceeded his wildest expectations. It was precisely due to this newfound strength that the cultivators of the Night Moon Kingdom had experienced a drastic increase in their numbers. However, regrettably, this information had somehow been leaked. The 2 old geezers from the Heavenly Buddha Temple and Linglong sect were willing to risk their lives to seal the gap once more. Despite his best efforts to thwart them, they had managed to close off most of the fissure. Now that Ishio had suppressed the final breach, the Wolf King dared not act recklessly. Should Ishio choose to fight with all his might, this last gap could very well be sealed, making it far more challenging for him to break the seal again. Contemplating this, the Wolf King's expression darkened. Elder Turtle, have you yet uncovered the origins of that human? Replying to the Wolf King, there are no records of him within the great Qin dynasty. Perhaps he is using an alias. Let him remain arrogant for a few more days. Once the blood sacrificial ritual is complete, no one shall stand in my way. At that time, whether human or demon, all shall bow before me. Listening to the Wolf King's grandiose declarations, Elder Turtle quietly bowed his head, leaving no one aware of the thoughts swirling within his mind. In the ancient bronze hall of the Forbidden Land, Chen Changsheng and his companions encountered Lin Hu once more. The tension was palpable as the two opposing sides met, each bristling with hostility. However, Chen Changsheng paid no heed to the confrontation between Lin Hu and Hu Zhan and instead focused on the bronze hall before him. Gentlemen, rather than plotting each other's demise, I suggest we take a closer look at these relics. In response, Lin Hu, displeased, retorted, cease this pretense. If there is a path to heaven, you shun it, yet you dare intrude upon hell. Today shall mark the end of Chen Changsheng. Lin Hu's words severely disrupted Chen Changsheng's contemplation, prompting him to impatiently turn and respond, I am aware of your intent to kill me. But could you perhaps postpone it for a moment? Can't you see I am engrossed in my studies? Upon finishing his words, Chen Changsheng resumed his study of the intricate patterns and inscriptions on the bronze ancient palace. Lin Hu exclaimed, what do you mean by let's wait a moment to kill? I intend to end you now. Could you please be serious? Chapter 25. The Secrets of the Bronze Ancient Palace, an Ancient Tale. Chen Changsheng's unyielding stance momentarily left Lin Hu speechless. However, once Lin Hu regained his composure, he was instantly filled with rage. Yet, before he could act, Hu Zhan's yawning puppet stood firmly in his path. Hu Zhan, what is your intention? Are you siding with the outsiders? Lin Hu questioned, glaring at Hu Zhan. Casting a glance at Chen Changsheng, who was absorbed in his examination of the bronze palace, Hu Zhan replied calmly, Lin Hu, killing can be done at any time. But do not forget our purpose for coming here. Upon hearing this, Lin Hu's fury diminished significantly. His ongoing hostility towards Chen Changsheng was not solely due to his participation in the recruitment competition. In light of the current situation, anyone with a modicum of intellect would realize that this human was not here merely for Wang Yanyu. If he had not come for the sake of the demon princess, then Chen Changsheng must have ulterior motives. A golden core cultivator daring to venture alone into the heart of the demon realm surely had someone backing him. Acting rashly could easily alert the enemy, resulting in his escape being the least of their worries, as it would jeopardize their collective objectives. As Hu Zhan dissuaded Lin Hu, Chen Changsheng was able to fully concentrate on his investigation of the bronze palace. After a while, Hu Zhan approached and inquired, Brother Chen, have you discerned any clues? In response, Chen Changsheng pondered briefly before stating, Brother Hu, have you heard of the Wuliang secret realm within the great Qin dynasty? I have heard a bit. What is its relevance to this place? Hu Zhan asked. It is significant, and perhaps profoundly so. There is also a bronze ancient palace within the Wuliang secret realm, a fact that is not a secret within the great Qin dynasty. However, a similar bronze ancient palace has also appeared within the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. What is your perspective on this matter, Brother Hu? Upon hearing this, not only did Hu Zhan show interest, but even the previously stoic Lin Hu displayed curiosity. Both the Night Moon Kingdom and the Great Qin Dynasty were established over a millennium ago, and the Wuliang secret realm and the Forbidden Grounds had existed since the inception of both nations. With both locations sharing similarities, it was evident that there was some hidden truth to be uncovered. With an intrigued expression, Hu Zhan remarked, the Wuliang secret realm is controlled by the Great Qin Dynasty, and entry is forbidden to non-humans. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained unaware. Do not be surprised. I suspect very few individuals between the two nations are aware of this. The patterns on these bronze palaces are quite peculiar, appearing to be far from mere ornamentation. If you two are not in a rush, I could attempt to decipher them, Chen Changsheng offered. Hu Zhan, looking perplexed, replied. Many of our esteemed elders in the demon clan have also attempted to decipher this bronze palace, yet all efforts were in vain. Are you confident in your ability to interpret what is inscribed here? Although Hu Zhan did not state it outright, his gaze conveyed his skepticism. If so many powerful beings from our demon clan could not decipher it, how could a mere golden core human accomplish such a feat? In the face of Hu Zhan's skepticism, Chen Changsheng produced a number of intricately patterned sheets of white paper and remarked, alone before a bronze ancient temple. I certainly lack confidence. However, let us not forget that the bronze ancient temple within the infinite secret realm is also under study. When the two bronze ancient temples are considered together, it may indeed be possible to unravel their mysteries. If the patterns inscribed upon them convey certain information, then the individuals who left behind these two bronze ancient temples must have intended for future generations to glean knowledge, rather than simply to keep secrets. Our inability to comprehend them is merely a consequence of the vast chasm of time that has rendered the original script obsolete. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng began to compare the patterns of the two bronze ancient temples, with Hu Zhan and Lin Hu naturally joining him in this scholarly endeavor. The secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom lie within the Forbidden Grounds, where the bronze ancient temple has existed since its discovery. If one could unlock the secrets of the bronze ancient temple, it might prove immensely beneficial for the matters yet to unfold. After 3 hours of diligent study, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, "So that's it." Noticing his excitement, Hu Zhan quickly inquired, "Brother Chen, have you made a discovery?" "Indeed. I have unraveled the secrets of the bronze ancient temple," Chen confirmed. "What is it? Pray tell," Lin Hu urged impatiently from the side. In response, Chen Changsheng did not withhold his findings but pointed to the patterns, stating, "As young masters of your clans, you must be learned and astute. You would have noticed the interconnection between the patterns of the two bronze ancient temples, yet you have struggled to find any corresponding script." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu pondered and replied, "What can this signify? This artifact has existed for so long that no one can assert its origins clearly. The disappearance of the ancient script is indeed within reason." "You are correct, Brother Lin," Chen Changsheng acknowledged. "But let us not forget that the powerful beings who left behind the bronze ancient temples aim to convey information to future generations. Surely, those formidable entities considered this matter." Growing impatient with Chen Changsheng's enigmatic manner, Lin Hu retorted, "Speak plainly, spare us the riddles." Disregarding Lin Hu's impatience, Chen Changsheng continued, "That ancient being undoubtedly contemplated the passage of time. As the years roll by and landscapes transform, no one can guarantee that our current script will endure. Thus, any being wishing to convey a message would certainly devise a method capable of transcending time and transcending the limitations of text. The simplest and most effective means of doing so is through imagery." With that, Chen Changsheng levitated the sheets of white paper, arranging them in proper sequence. Completing his task, he employed his spiritual energy to imprint the patterns from the bronze ancient temple onto the paper. The two sets of patterns began to intertwine in the air, ultimately forming a fragmented image. While text may suffer from discontinuities, imagery remains steadfast. For imagery is the primordial pathway through which all sentient beings acquire knowledge. From the moment a being opens its eyes, the knowledge gleaned is derived from visual representations. Observing mountains, rivers, and flora, we thus come to understand their shapes and colors. The intricate designs adorning the ancient bronze hall are not mere inscriptions, but rather a vivid tableau. When perceived as text, their meanings elude comprehension. Witnessing Chen Changsheng unravel the enigma of the bronze hall, both Hu Zhan and Lin Hu felt a surge of admiration. This ancient edifice had stood for millennia, yet none had managed to decipher its secrets until now. In mere hours, this individual from the human race had unveiled its mysteries, demonstrating a level of intellect that was truly humbling. After elucidating the secrets of the bronze hall, Chen Changsheng and his companions began to scrutinize the images suspended in the air. Despite their fragmented nature, some portions of the illustrations remained intact. From these depictions, they gleaned a narrative. Chapter 26. The Emergence of the Wolf King. The old tortoise strikes with fury long ago, at regular intervals. Colossal hands descended from the heavens to seize the creatures of the earth. In response, the beings below fought desperately, yet their efforts proved futile. One day, a person discovered a formidable power. The source of this power was not detailed in the illustrations, yet it was recorded that all living beings harnessed it to vanquish the giant hands from the sky. Initially, they believed this power to be a divine blessing. However, they soon realized that this force was far more perilous than the celestial hands. At this juncture, the illustrations ceased. Faced with such a predicament, Lin Hu urgently inquired, "Do you possess any additional patterns? Quickly, reveal them. We must know what transpired next." Regrettably, Chen Changsheng shrugged, stating, "I have presented all the patterns I possess. We have only gathered 1/10 of the complete illustration. To piece together the entire tale, we require the patterns from 18 bronze halls." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu turned his gaze to the concluding segment of the aerial illustration. Although the entirety was disjointed and largely blank, the final image appeared comparatively coherent. It depicted the ceiling of that formidable power, confined beneath the 18 bronze halls. These halls were safeguarded by 18 distinct races, among which were the human and demon clans. The details concerning the other 16 races had long since faded into oblivion due to the passage of time. Having grasped the unfolding events, Lin Hu and Hu Zhan silently cut off all possible avenues of retreat for Chen Changsheng. Observing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and remarked, "In light of my assistance in resolving your queries, could you allow me to finish speaking before taking any action?" In response, Hu Zhan chuckled. "Your insight instills a sense of trepidation in us. Such talent, wherever it may be found, would surely be cherished. However, I cannot fathom why you have come to the Night Moon Kingdom to participate in the marriage selection ceremony. Surely, you cannot expect me to believe your intentions are merely to admire Princess Wanyan. Rest assured, I have a purpose for coming to your Night Moon Kingdom. Otherwise, what reason would I have to journey so far? Yet, before I disclose my intentions, I wish to share what I have learned about the tale. The sudden surge of cultivators in the Night Moon Kingdom has left the Dacian dynasty in disarray. This bizarre phenomenon has perplexed me during my travels. But upon arriving in the Night Moon Kingdom, I have come to learn of certain matters, particularly that the nation of Night Moon once endured a significant purge. This raises my intrigue, as I find it perplexing that after such a cleansing, the strength of Night Moon has not only remained intact, but has seemingly increased. Additionally, I have uncovered the possibility of a traitor within the great Qian dynasty. While all the clues appear interconnected, they lack a crucial element. At long last, I have discovered this key. With that, Chen Changsheng approached the ancient bronze palace once more. The 18 bronze palaces depict the same narrative, yet the ravages of time have rendered them nearly unrecognizable. A single bronze palace is insufficient to piece together any meaningful information. Thus, I am inclined to suspect that the traitor of the great Qian dynasty has sought refuge in the nation of Night Moon, bearing this secret. Moreover, have you noticed that the bronze palaces here have been deliberately damaged? The ruined portions correspond precisely with the segment concerning the ominous power borrowed by all living beings. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhan felt a disquieting premonition settle in his heart. What exactly are you trying to convey? In response, Chen Changsheng sank leisurely to the ground and replied, I wish to express that you should abandon any thoughts of killing me, for it is not your place to do so. From your reactions, it is evident that you remain oblivious to the secret behind Night Moon's sudden ascendancy. If I am not mistaken, the two of you have come in search of this very secret. Now that you are aware of it, do you believe the one who deliberately damaged the bronze palaces will let you go? Such youthful talent is indeed rare in this world. It truly impresses me. Just as Chen Changsheng finished speaking, the Wolf King and the old turtle emerged from the shadows. Upon witnessing the Wolf King, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu grew anxious. Hu Zhan hastily stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and declared, Your Majesty, this man is a spy. We were preparing to present him to you. In response to Hu Zhan's words, the Wolf King scoffed, You Fox clan are always resorting to petty tricks. In the past, you incited the Tiger clan to pursue Yuer, merely to exploit her knowledge of the secrets behind the scenes. Now that the secret is in your possession, are you still unsatisfied? At this proclamation, cold sweat began to trickle down Hu Zhan's forehead. The Wolf King continued, The two antiquated relics from the Fox and Tiger clans believe that by joining forces, they can compel me to reveal the secret. Such naivete is simply laughable. With a swift motion of his right hand, he cast two bloodied heads before Hu Zhan. Witnessing this, both Hu Zhan and Lin Hu were nearly struck senseless, for they had never anticipated the Wolf King's power would reach such terrifying heights. You are the future of the Demon Clan. If you choose to abandon the darkness and embrace the light now, I can spare your lives and even bestow opportunities upon you. Without hesitation, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu chose to submit to the olive branch extended by the Wolf King. With the fate of Lin Hu and Hu Zhan resolved, the Wolf King turned his gaze toward Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng, I greatly admire your talents. Reveal the mastermind behind the scenes and submit to me, and I shall spare your life. In reply, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, I fear the Wolf King may be disappointed. The one behind me is someone you could never fathom. Additionally, as far as I am aware, acquiring that power seems to necessitate a blood sacrifice. The Wolf King has yet to slay me. Perhaps he wishes to refrain from wasting such an opportunity. Upon uttering these words, the Wolf King narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, Indeed, you possess considerable knowledge. In that case, I shall grant your wish. With a wave of his hand, the Wolf King transported Chen Changsheng to another location. Before him appeared a vast blood pool, surrounded by an array of white bones. Suddenly, the bodies of two formidable beings from the Fox and Tiger clans were hurled into the pool. Instantly, the blood pool began to bubble violently, and before long, a pitch-black elixir coalesced within. Observing the potion in his hand, the Wolf King swallowed it whole, frowning as he remarked, Without the blood of Yuer to guide me, this blood pool may prove inadequate for my breakthrough to the divine transformation stage. Elder Turtle, is there truly no other way? In response, Elder Turtle approached the Wolf King and said, Your Majesty, I do indeed have another method. What method? Suddenly, a hand pierced through the Wolf King's chest, while a multitude of black symbols crawled from Elder Turtle's hand onto the Wolf King's body. By consuming you, I shall attain the divine transformation realm. The Wolf King gazed at Elder Turtle with disbelief. Chapter 27. The traitor revealed. An unexpected identity. Elder Turtle's sudden ambush took everyone by surprise. Hu Zhan and Lin, who were utterly stunned, unable to comprehend why the Wolf King's trusted aide would launch such an attack. However, faced with this unexpected assault, the Wolf King reacted swiftly, attempting to counter Elder Turtle. Yet, when he sought to summon his formidable spiritual power, he found that his once proud strength was utterly inaccessible. Observing this, Elder Turtle leisurely remarked, "Do not waste your energy. I can assist you in achieving perfection in the divine transformation. And I possess methods to counter you as well." With that, Elder Turtle swiftly extracted the Wolf King's heart and all his cultivation, transforming the vibrant heart into a polished elixir. After securing it, Elder Turtle turned to the calm Chen Changsheng and inquired, "Why are you unafraid of me?" Boom. As Elder Turtle spoke, he effortlessly struck Hu Zhan and Lin Hu to the ground. Confronted with the formidable Elder Turtle, Chen Changsheng displayed no semblance of fear, softly declaring, "Master Ancestor, even at this juncture, are you still unwilling to reveal your true form?" At this statement, Elder Turtle paused briefly and replied, "You have indeed deduced my identity. You are, without a doubt, the most outstanding disciple of the Shangqing Temple in 500 years. As he spoke, the frail Elder Turtle began to transform, ultimately revealing a refined young man, Yuhua Zhenren, the founder of the Shangqing Temple and the guiding light on Chen Changsheng's path of cultivation. Having traveled thousands of miles to the Night Moon Kingdom, you have truly endured much. Pray tell, how did you discern my true identity?" Yuhua Zhenren approached Chen Changsheng, his voice imbued with warmth and kindness. Gazing upon the familiar figure before him, Chen Changsheng's lips quivered slightly as he began to speak. "Upon receiving the grim tidings from the third senior brother, I found myself pondering a perplexing question. How did the Qingshan Temple meet such a dire fate? It is indeed true that the number of cultivators in the Night Moon Kingdom has surged, yet my master and the others are not neophytes in the realm of cultivation. It is inconceivable that they would suffer total annihilation." Upon hearing this, the Ascended Master spoke softly. "So, you suspect there is a traitor within the great Qian dynasty?" "Indeed. I have mulled over this possibility, yet I cannot fathom what kind of traitor could orchestrate such a calamity. Although the Qingshan Temple collaborated with the dynasty to fend off external threats, the whereabouts of my master and the others are closely guarded secrets. Even the ruler of the dynasty may not be privy to all their movements. This implies that, regardless of the faction from which a traitor in the great Qian dynasty might arise, it would be impossible for them to cause the complete collapse of the Qingshan Temple. The only plausible explanation is that there exists a traitor within the temple itself. Upon arriving at this conclusion, I found myself scrutinizing all members of the Qingshan Temple, even suspecting that my master might be feigning death. Yet, I never once considered that the traitor could be you, my revered ancestor. You have attained the level of a transformation deity, and your standing within the great Qian dynasty is unparalleled. The Night Moon Kingdom could hardly afford to entice you." Reasonably, the Ascended Master nodded in agreement and inquired, "How, then, did you come to be certain that I am that traitor?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng exhaled deeply and replied, "Only recently did I dare to affirm that you, my ancestor, are indeed that traitor. Upon arriving in the Night Moon Kingdom, I encountered a demoness who was able to recognize the Qingshan Temple's secret technique of blood evasion and exhibited profound knowledge of the temple. Interestingly, while she possessed extensive knowledge of the temple, she was aware only of the existence of 9 true disciples. Although my name may not be prominent within the Qingshan Temple, a modest investigation would reveal my existence. This circumstance further solidified my belief that the traitor hails from the Qingshan Temple. Moreover, this traitor has treated me well, otherwise they would not have severed the information channels regarding me. Consequently, I conducted a small experiment during the marriage selection conference by using my true name. Yet even now, the Night Moon Kingdom remains oblivious to my identity, which speaks volumes." After speaking, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the Ascended Master. "Ancestor, is there anything more I need to elaborate on?" In response, the Ascended Master smiled, gently taking the little white wolf from Chen Changsheng's arms. She restrained the creature's movements and stroked it tenderly. "Do tell. Hearing one's own story from another's lips carries a unique charm. Certainly, since you wish to listen, I shall recount it in detail. The fact that this traitor from the Qingshan Temple possesses considerable status and power is undeniable. I encountered my master's body when I entered the forbidden area, thus this traitor cannot be my master. At least not before the secrets of the Bronze Ancient Palace are unraveled. I have yet to discover your motive for betrayal, ancestor. But as the secrets of the Bronze Ancient Palace are revealed, your motivations will become apparent. Additionally, I stumbled upon an anonymous travelogue within the Qingshan Temple's library. which documented the conditions of the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden grounds. This travelogue is over 5 centuries old. You must have harbored such intentions 500 years ago. Am I correct? Haha. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, the Ascended Master laughed heartily and declared, "Inviting you into the Shangqing Temple has undoubtedly been the wisest decision of my life. My 500-year plan, unraveled by you in just 5 short years, speaks volumes of your extraordinary insight. But tell me why?" Noting Chen Changsheng's restraint and voicing his confusion, he continued, "Master, your desire for power is not inherently flawed. Even if you aspired to establish a new dynasty, my fellow disciples would surely follow you. Yet, why then did you choose to eliminate them?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's perplexity, the Ascended Master replied nonchalantly, "The great Qin dynasty was my past, while the Shangqing Temple is my life's work. I had no intention of entangling the temple in this affair. However, their rigidity was their undoing. Upon discovering this secret, rather than supporting me, they chose to divulge it. Do you truly believe that the Linglong sect and the Tianfu Temple could have uncovered my plans otherwise? After 5 centuries of meticulous planning, I cannot allow anyone to disrupt my endeavors. And what of the third senior brother? Why did you spare him?" Chen Changsheng inquired. The Ascended Master responded, "You are aware of his indolence. He was unaware of the secret because he was off slacking when Qin Feng and the others stumbled upon it." At this juncture, the Ascended Master posed a question to Chen Changsheng. "By the way, how did you come to know that blood sacrifice was required to harness that power?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng managed to smile and replied, "Master, with your intelligence, how could you be so oblivious? You must have visited the infinite secret realm countless times. I concealed a portion of the patterns. Did you truly not perceive it?" Chuckling, the Ascended Master tapped his forehead and exclaimed, "With such an outstanding disciple, I find myself both elated and befuddled. Given your disposition, it is only natural that you would conceal your knowledge." Chapter 28. Chen Changsheng's Hidden Cards. 500 years of planning. Having said this, the Ascended Master drew Chen Changsheng to the blood pool. "Changsheng, among all in the Shangqing Temple, you are the one I value most. Do you know why I singled you out from the crowd? It is because I sensed in you a quality, one that even I lack, an air of tranquility. You are devoid of the frantic energy of mortals, nor do you carry the obsessions of cultivators. It is as if all that exists in this world is merely ephemeral to you, while practitioners pursue the path for longevity. Even a 1,000-year-old transformation stage cultivator lacks your unique aura. My judgment of you has proven correct. The opportunity lies before you. Should we join forces, we can traverse farther than anyone else." Faced with the Ascended Master's invitation, Chen Changsheng silently took a step back. Observing this, the Ascended Master furrowed his brow and asked, "What is it? Do you also perceive this power as ominous?" Reassuringly, he continued, "You need not worry. I have conducted thorough research on this matter. Directly absorbing the power may indeed invite complications, yet filtering it through bloodlines mitigates such troubles. The 18 races guarding the Bronze Ancient Palace serve as the finest instruments for filtering this power. That fool, Wanyan Agujuo, has been using her daughter's body to filter it, believing that such a method would spare her from repercussions. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that impure bloodlines cannot be cleansed, otherwise he would not have been countered by me." Listening to the eloquent discourse of the Celestial Ascendant, Chen Changsheng shook his head and replied, "Master Ancestor, I do not concern myself with the safety of this power. That thought never crossed my mind. My sole purpose in coming to the Night Moon Kingdom is to retrieve the remains of my master and senior brothers." Upon hearing these words, the previously exuberant Celestial Ascendant's demeanor turned cold. "You are ultimately the same as before, yet you must understand that those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. The disciple is indeed aware of this. I humbly request, in light of our past connection, that you allow me to complete the burial of my master before taking any further action," Chen Changsheng implored. At this, the Celestial Ascendant's expression darkened considerably. However, faced with such an exceptional disciple, he ultimately revealed a sliver of patience. With a swift motion, the Celestial Ascendant summoned 7 corpses to appear neatly before Chen Changsheng. The restraints binding the Essence Spirit Master's body were also lifted, returning him to a lifeless state. Gazing at the remains of his former companions, Chen Changsheng produced 11 coffins and began the solemn task of laying them to rest. After assisting the Essence Spirit Master, his eldest brother, and his second brother, he turned to the Wolf King's remains, cleaning away the blood and donning a fresh burial garment. He carved a wooden heart to replace the one that had been irretrievably removed. With Hu Zhan and Lin Hu included, the 11 coffins were perfectly sufficient. Funeral bearer. An intriguing title. But why have you only excavated 3 graves? Do you believe you can leave with them alive? Questioned the Celestial Ascendant, his curiosity piqued. Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, "Master Ancestor, I speak without fear of your laughter. Before I entered the sect, I was a coffin seller. Due to some fortuitous circumstances, I acquired this rather perplexing title. Yet, as a professional in this field, I possess a precise understanding of quantity. Today, only 11 coffins are necessary. Thus I shall not produce any more. Oh, what gives you such certainty? In response, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, Master Ancestor, have you heard of the 100 defeats immortal? Before the words could fully leave his lips, he cast forth a stone coffin. Upon sensing the aura of the blood pool, it emitted a dazzling radiance. A magnificent figure materialized from within the stone coffin. Abomination, do you dare to reveal yourself? With that, a colossal fist lunged toward the celestial ascendant. In light of this dire situation, the celestial ascendant hurled the small white wolf in an attempt to stall for a moment. However, the fist of the 100 defeats immortal was not so easily thwarted. The spectral fist passed through the small white wolf and struck the celestial ascendant with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the fully realized celestial ascendant was sent flying. Yet, the spectral figure of the 100 defeats immortal did not pursue further. Instead, it summoned the ancient bronze palace from a distance and brought it crashing down upon the blood pool. No. Upon witnessing this scene, the celestial ascendant cried out, soaring beneath the bronze palace in a desperate attempt to halt its descent. With a thunderous crash, the palace made contact. In a concealed cavern, a violent explosion erupted, propelling a bald man, bloodied, into the air. This individual was none other than Master Ikkyu, the one who quelled the ominous source of chaos. With a resounding clang, a surge of inky black power struck the ancient bronze palace, abruptly halting its rapid descent. Ikkyu, what are you waiting for? Chen Changsheng shouted, seizing the fallen, lifeless white wolf from the ground, his voice echoing toward the injured Ikkyu. As a mere practitioner at the Golden Core stage, he realized that without Ikkyu's assistance, escape from the Night Moon Kingdom was impossible. Although the ethereal figure of the 100 defeats immortal was formidable, it remained but a fleeting shadow. Its ability to withstand the malevolent force in question. Thus, his foremost concern was to flee swiftly and far. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's call, Ikkyu wasted no time, igniting his essence and commencing the invocation of Buddhist powers. Just as Chen Changsheng prepared to escape, the Ascendant Master bared his teeth in frustration. Yet, the weight of the bronze palace above rendered him immobile. Countless scriptures swirled around Chen Changsheng and Ikkyu, their forms gradually becoming ethereal. Master, your disciple sells coffins. And one day, I shall return to offer you a proper farewell. Chen Changsheng's voice resonated within the forbidden grounds, striking deep within the heart of the Ascendant Master. 1,000 miles away, Ikkyu spat forth a stream of golden blood, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, Chen Changsheng seemed oblivious to Ikkyu's injuries, urging him insistently, stop lying there. Get up and keep running. Faced with an old acquaintance from a century past, Ikkyu nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Ancestor, what I just performed was the secret technique of the Heavenly Buddha Temple. Using it once consumes not only essence, but also 10 years of my lifespan. We've already escaped 1,000 miles. Could you grant me a moment to catch my breath? I am but a humble nascent soul cultivator, not a transcendent being. Listening to Ikkyu's lamentations, Chen Changsheng anxiously gazed toward the imperial capital. Using it once merely shortens your life by 10 years. While the fully realized transformation of Wanyan Agujuo would hardly last a single move against the Ascendant Master. By the time he arrives, you 1T just lose 10 years. You'll lose your life entirely. At these words, Ikkyu sprang up from the ground, once more invoking the lifespan-consuming technique of the Heavenly Buddha Temple. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng and Ikkyu vanished once again. Chapter 29. Lin Yinxing has disappeared. Fleeing for thousands of miles with a thud, Chen Changsheng fell weakly to the ground. Beside him lay Ikkyu, as pale as death. After learning of the Ascendant Master's formidable prowess, Ikkyu had consecutively employed 6 secret techniques, successfully relocating them 6,000 miles away. Such techniques, which drained both essence and lifespan, would be beyond even an uninjured Ikkyu's capacity to wield multiple times. Now, severely wounded, Ikkyu had executed 6 of them, leaving him on the brink of death. Yet, even after escaping 6,000 miles, Chen Changsheng still felt precarious. He then initiated the blood escape technique. Pushing himself to the limit with 12 iterations, any further attempt would surely cost him his life. With a casual flick, several battle flags were cast aside. And then with great effort, Chen Changsheng managed to shove a handful of elixirs into Ishio's mouth. Exhausted and on the brink of unconsciousness, he succumbed to darkness. But not before contemplating his fate. If his pursuer caught up, so be it. Running any longer would likely lead to his demise without a fight. Outside the imperial capital of the Night Moon Kingdom, a sudden flash heralded the appearance of the celestial master Yuhua at the very spot where Chen Changsheng had first paused. His vast consciousness instantly enveloped a 1,000-mile radius. However, after a moment, The corners of his mouth twitched, for he realized that his disciple was remarkably adept at fleeing. Though this corporeal form was merely a fragment of his essence, its strength rivaled that of any typical transformation stage cultivator. He was all too familiar with the auras of both Ishio and Chen Changsheng. As long as they remained within 5,000 miles, he was confident of capturing them. Even if they ventured beyond that, as long as they were within 10,000 miles, he could still sense their presence. Yet, despite employing all his methods, he could not detect Chen Changsheng's aura. This indicated that, within a mere 2 hours, Chen Changsheng had already traversed an astonishing distance. With a cold chuckle, Yuhua remarked, "My dear disciple, do ensure you remain hidden. Should your master discover your whereabouts, your life may well be in jeopardy." With that, he promptly turned and soared back to the Night Moon Kingdom. Given the troubles facing his true self, this fragment could not afford to linger. "Changsheng, must we continue to flee?" Ishio lay weakly on the flying sword, and Chen Changsheng, having regained a modicum of spiritual energy, resumed their escape. Faced with Chen Changsheng's unwavering determination, Ishio felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The celestial master Yuhua is merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. He is not beyond it. We have already fled beyond 10,000 miles. He cannot reach us. In response, Chen Changsheng not only refused to halt, but accelerated his pace. "Caution is the mother of safety. Who knows what secret techniques my master might possess to track us? For the sake of prudence, let us cover another 20,000 miles. Stop talking and focus on healing," he urged. "Once your injuries are mended, you can lead our escape." Hearing this, Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically before closing them to commence his recovery. After a century apart, his old companion remained as cautious as ever. Now reunited, Ishio was plagued with questions for Chen Changsheng. Why had he departed without a word all those years ago? How did his master come to know him? And how had Chen Changsheng, once devoid of any cultivation talent, managed to reach the golden core stage and develop considerable aptitude? These myriad queries weighed heavily on Ishio's mind. Yet they would have to wait until they reached safety to be addressed. Time passed swiftly, and a month soon elapsed. True to his word from a month prior, Chen Changsheng had successfully fled a full 20,000 miles. "Surely, we need not run any longer," he mused. "We have traversed a full 30,000 miles from the Night Moon Kingdom. Even the most celestial of beings, such as the immortal Yuhua, would find it challenging to locate us now." As he spoke, Ishio and Chen Changsheng gently descended upon a mountain peak. Observing their surroundings, Chen Changsheng nodded and remarked, "Indeed, we are now separated from the Night Moon Kingdom by an entire dynasty. Even if the immortal Yuhua sought to capture us, it would not be a straightforward endeavor. Since you assert that all is well, I shall trust your judgment. By the way, what has become of Liansheng?" Before Ishio could finish his thought, Chen Changsheng interrupted him. Faced with this inquiry, Ishio's gaze flickered, revealing his uncertainty in confronting Chen Changsheng. "My esteemed master has vanished." "Vanished? What does that mean?" "Even if you were to tell me that Liansheng has met a tragic fate, I could at least comprehend that. But to say she has vanished? She entered the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom alongside you. How could a living soul simply disappear?" Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Ishio spoke with evident discomfort. "After the sect learned of the immortal Yuhua's treachery, they dispatched my master and me to investigate the secrets of the forbidden grounds, hoping to alter the course of the conflict. Upon arrival, we successfully uncovered the hidden truths of the Night Moon Kingdom, following the clues provided by the Upper Clear Temple. However, while we were sealing away that ominous power, we were discovered. Wanyan Agujuo summoned 2 venerable ancestors at the divine transformation stage to besiege us. At that moment, the ancestors from the Tianfu Temple and the Linglong sect came to our aid. Yet, we were unable to break through. Ultimately, the 2 venerable ancestors sacrificed themselves to forcibly seal away the majority of that malevolent force." Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed in response to Ishio's explanation. "I did not inquire about the circumstances of the forbidden grounds. I wish to know whether Li Liansheng is alive or dead. After the ancestors' sacrifice, we naturally could not escape. Just when we thought our demise was imminent, my master unexpectedly discovered a shattered ancient teleportation array within the bronze ancient hall. Although the array was damaged, it could still be used with some effort to repair it. And then, do not tell me you stayed behind to hold them off while Liansheng fled. That is certainly out of the question. Who wishes to perish when life is at stake? However, as I mentioned, the teleportation array was incomplete, and I fell out during the transfer. Eventually, I had no choice but to hide within the fissures of the seal, ready to face destruction rather than surrender. Had it not been for that, I might not have survived to this day. To where does the teleportation array in the bronze ancient hall lead? I do not know. The ancient teleportation array possesses immense power, which I cannot fathom. However, the distance it covers should exceed 100,000 miles. Chapter 30. Parting Ways. Reunion. As farewell upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng felt a sudden heaviness in his head. In this vast sea of humanity, where could he possibly search for Lian Sheng? Noticing the look of distress on Chen Changsheng's face, Ishio immediately chuckled. In truth, you need not worry excessively. My master has achieved the peak of the nascent soul stage and is merely a step away from the transformation stage. With her strength, she can thrive anywhere. By the way, how did you suddenly attain the golden elixir stage? I recall your cultivation talent was rather lacking in the past. Furthermore, it seems that my master recognized you long ago. Just how long have you been alive? Faced with these inquiries from Ishio, Chen Changsheng chose silence, instead unbinding the restrictions on the little white wolf, allowing her to revert to her human form. Once her powers were restored, Wanyan Yu neither fled nor confronted Chen Changsheng fiercely. She merely sat there in a daze. Yet gradually, 2 streams of tears began to flow from her eyes. Observing this, Chen Changsheng remarked, "Why are you crying? I did not slay your father. In such circumstances, you should be grateful to have preserved your life." Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yu's temper flared. "Why should I not cry? My beloved father exploited me, and now he is dead. Faced with such a predicament, would you not weep?" After venting her frustrations towards Chen Changsheng, Wanyan Yu wiped her tears and, lowering her head, softly expressed, "Thank you for retrieving my father's body. Though he used me, he was ultimately my father. Without your intervention, he would have likely met a fate of being left to rot in the wilderness." In response, Ishio quietly interjected, Your father would not be left to rot. The Ascended Master intends to utilize your father's bloodline, so even if Chen Changsheng buries him, it is highly probable that he will be exhumed." Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yu's icy gaze shot toward Ishio. Realizing his blunder, Ishio quickly covered his mouth and retreated to the side. With a stern glance that silenced Ishio, Wanyan Yu turned back to Chen Changsheng and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "I have no plans to act. I have seen through this world of cultivation. I intend to return to my original profession, selling coffins. As for the great Qian dynasty, I have no intention of returning there for the time being." "What about the 2 of you?" Contemplating Chen Changsheng's question, Wanyan Yu replied, "The Ascended Master has seized control of the Night Moon Kingdom. If this continues, the citizens of Night Moon will inevitably face catastrophic disaster. Therefore, I must return, no matter what." Having received Wanyan Yu's answer, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward Ishio. "And you?" "Amipa. Both the great Qian dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom are engulfed in turmoil. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? I am willing to offer myself as sustenance for the demons." "Speak plainly." Ishio continued, "I intend to lead the heavenly Buddha temple to a distant place. The Ascended Master will not spare the temple." Nodding at Ishio's response, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, "Boom." 8 coffins materialized before Ishio. "These are the remains of my master and my brothers. Since you are returning, you might as well take them along. Moreover, I have chosen a feng shui site for their burial. Simply inter them at the location indicated on this map." Gazing at the marked map in his hand and observing Chen Changsheng's actions, Ishio's mouth twitched as he remarked, "You are quite adept. You surely must have prepared these in advance." "Congratulations, you are correct. Ever since I entered the Shanqing Temple, I have prepared coffins and burial sites for all my brothers, including my master and grandmaster. By your words, have you prepared one for me as well?" "Indeed. However, you must pay. Given our acquaintance, I shall extend to you a discount of 20%. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Ishi's expression contorted slightly. "Chen Changsheng, I am very much alive at present. Is it not somewhat premature of you to prepare a coffin and burial plot for me? Better to be prepared than to encounter trouble later. You are not immune to death. It is an inevitability that shall come to pass." Ishi replied, "You make a valid point. Yet, I am currently a nascent soul cultivator, and there is a possibility that I might attain the level of divine transformation in the future. Does a divine transformation cultivator not face death?" Chen Changsheng's words rendered Ishi speechless once more. Ishi lamented, "I do not understand why I am always at a loss for words in our conversations." Faced with the futility of outsmarting Chen Changsheng, Ishi reluctantly stowed away the coffin and map. "Very well, I appreciate your goodwill. Yet it remains uncertain who shall collect whose remains. By the way, who is this Bai Xianzuan you mentioned? If his spectral presence does not grace the Night Moon Kingdom, we may be doomed. Perhaps you could divulge some clues, so I might seek out this esteemed predecessor." In response, Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively and stated, "You need not concern yourself with that. Bai Xianzuan is a figure from at least 2 millennia ago. He has likely turned to dust by now. I discovered a stone coffin he left behind in the Wuliang secret realm, which bears accounts of his exploits. Initially, he intended to attain enlightenment within the Wuliang secret realm, but later opted for another location. At first, I merely assumed he had found a suitable place. However, upon uncovering the secrets of the bronze ancient palace, I realized the situation was far more complex than I had anticipated. I had intended it merely as a casual experiment, yet it proved effective." Upon hearing this, Wang Yinyu inquired with curiosity. What if the stone coffin left by Bai Xianzuan proves ineffective? Then I shall have no choice but to seek refuge with my ancestor. While it is true I peddle coffins, it does not imply a desire for death. Wang Yinyu remarked, though the logic is sound. How can you speak of such matters with such nonchalance? I cannot decide whether to deem you cold-hearted or profoundly loyal. To label you as cold-hearted would overlook the fact that you journeyed thousands of miles to the Night Moon Kingdom, braving perilous risks solely to retrieve the remains of a dear friend. Conversely, to regard you as loyal seems contradictory when you discuss seeking refuge with an adversary without a hint of trepidation. After detailing further intricacies to Ishi and the others, Chen Changsheng gestured for them to depart. You should take your leave. Even if Bai Xianzuan's stone coffin fails to resolve the matter with Yu Huazhenren, it will undoubtedly present him with considerable difficulties. Now that you are aware of his secret, he will not act openly to eliminate you. Exercise caution, and you should be able to survive. Observing the calm demeanor of Chen Changsheng, Ishi asked with confusion, upon our return, we will undoubtedly face numerous dangers. Do you not wish to offer us some counsel? The rain shall fall, the daughter shall marry, and all living beings shall face their ends. This is an inevitable truth. The only distinction lies in the timing, whether it arrives sooner or later. This path is one you must tread for yourselves. Why should I advise you? At most, I could offer you a greater discount on the coffins. Ishio remarked, your words hold merit, yet you truly are a scoundrel. In Chapter 31, at the bustling Kuhai town of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the ever-composed Chen Changsheng faced Ishio's disdainful attitude with a mere eye roll. I can hardly endure your callousness. I shall take my leave, and after a millennium or so, I might return to collect your remains, he declared, turning away. Wang Yinyu cast a lingering glance at Chen Changsheng before following in Ishio's footsteps. Observing Ishio's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng merely smiled, choosing silence. Despite often finding himself outmatched in conversation, the young monk was indeed quite astute. When Nianxing first emerged at Linglong's sect, he was already over 60 years old. Coupled with his own extended stay in Linglong town, more than 80 years had elapsed. Considering their prior acquaintance, one could deduce how long he had truly lived. At that time, he was merely a fledgling qi refinement practitioner, and such longevity seemed illogical. However, Ishio had never broached the subject. With these thoughts, Chen Changsheng stretched lazily and turned to gaze at the nation behind him, murmuring, I hear this land is called the Xuanwu Kingdom. I wonder what delights it holds. With that, he strolled leisurely down the mountain. In Kuhai town, Xuanwu Kingdom, a towering man, nearly 2 meters in height, pushed through the crowd surrounding a shop and knelt before Chen Changsheng. The latter quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, Big fellow, speak plainly. Whatever I can do to help, I shall. The man wiped his tears and produced several blood-stained spirit stones from his pocket, stating, Sir, this is all I possess. The remaining stones I shall procure. I implore you, assist me in restoring my brother's body. Gazing at the covered wooden board nearby, Chen Changsheng shook his head with a sigh. Business is business. There is never a notion of credit. I know you two brothers make your living by gathering herbs. As it happens, I am in need of some medicinal materials. I could purchase your supplies. What say you? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the man suppressed his sorrow and retrieved a nearby basket. With a casual glance, Chen Changsheng estimated the value of the herbs within. They consisted entirely of low-grade materials of poor quality, and even at a premium, they would scarcely fetch 3 inferior spirit stones. Very well. These are precisely the superior herbs I require. I will offer you 100 spirit stones for them. As he spoke, he took the basket and handed the man a leather pouch. For a funeral, the minimum fee is 100 spirit stones. Currently, my shop has a promotion. I shall also furnish you with a fine coffin. What do you think? Thank you, sir. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten, the man replied. The 100 spirit stones cycled back into Chen Changsheng's possession as he approached the wooden board nearby, gently lifting the white cloth. A gruesome and mangled corpse abruptly revealed itself before Chen Changsheng's eyes. Faced with such a horrific scene, the onlookers' stomachs churned violently. How did this happen? Just a few days prior, we discovered a century-old spiritual herb, but it was guarded by ferocious magical beasts. I knew then that the beasts possessed formidable strength, so I had no intention of harvesting the herb. Yet, who would have imagined that Heir Zhuang would sneak away to collect it without my knowledge? By the time I arrived, all that remained was a lifeless body. This is all my fault. He sought to exchange the herb for resources on my behalf. As he spoke, De Zhuang, kneeling on the ground, was overcome with grief. Observing this, Chen Changsheng shook his head and produced a complete set of professional tools. The sounds of flesh being manipulated resonated in the ears of all present, causing some of the more faint-hearted individuals to rush aside and retch. In contrast, Chen Changsheng remained composed, softly murmuring, first align the tendons, then piece together the bones, Begin with the limbs, followed by the torso, and ensure the organs are not misplaced. As Chen Changsheng's hands continued their meticulous work, the disfigured body gradually took on a semblance of form. After a full hour of diligent effort, he finally completed the reassembly of the corpse. Any missing parts were skillfully filled in with other materials. Completing the task, Chen Changsheng retrieved a finely crafted coffin and gently placed the body inside. Exhaling a long breath, he wiped the perspiration from his brow and stated, "The funeral preparations are complete. It is time for you to bid your brother a final farewell and ensure he rests in peace." Having said this, Chen Changsheng turned his attention away from Zwang and proceeded to a nearby table, beginning to treat another individual's injuries. Observing Chen Changsheng's flurry of activity, a burly man with a severed hand chuckled, "Sir, your pursuits seem rather extensive, don't they? Not only have you mastered the art of funerals, but you also concoct medicines and heal ailments. Just the other day, I saw you inscribing formations on a coffin. Are you considering adding yet another venture to your repertoire?" In response to this remark, Chen Changsheng shot the man an exasperated glance, retorting, "This predicament is a result of your incessant demands. I initially dealt in coffins. Yet here comes someone bearing a half-dead individual seeking my services. Seeing the man still had a chance for survival, could I simply stand by and watch him perish? Yet, instead of gratitude, they spread word of my exceptional medical skills. As the crowd grew, I had no choice but to open a medical clinic. And as if that weren't enough, you lot are clamoring for my medicines and insisting on purchasing them. Those people harangued me for an entire month, leaving me no alternative but to begin alchemical preparations." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng exerted a sudden force, causing the burly man to emit a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In that fleeting moment of bone realignment, Chen Changsheng swiftly applied a medicinal plaster to the fractured area. "There, your hand will regain function after a month of care. In the future, refrain from engaging in brawls. You are merely at the 3rd level of body refinement, while your opponent was at least at the 5th level. Had he not shown restraint, your right hand would likely have been rendered useless." To Chen Changsheng's admonishments, the burly man simply grinned and replied, "My apologies, esteemed sir, this time I was remiss. But I assure you I shall not be outdone by him again. The 3-yang body refinement technique that I cultivate is a profound skill of the Xian rank, whereas his is merely a high-level skill of the Huang rank. His victory was only due to his slightly superior realm. Once I attain the 4th level of body refinement, we shall see how I can ascend beyond my current limits in battle." Listening to the boisterous declarations of the burly man, Chen Changsheng merely curled his lip, choosing not to offer further persuasion. The combative nature of the people from the Xuanwu kingdom is ingrained in their very bones. Dissuading them from their competitive spirit is far more challenging than convincing them to cease breathing. Chapter 32. The Emergence of the Bronze Ancient Hall. An olive branch from the Xuanwu kingdom Chen Changsheng was attending to the ailments of the gathering crowd when suddenly a powerful wave of pressure emanated from the distance. In response to this, the lower-tier cultivators of the Xuanwu kingdom adeptly parted to create a path. "Zuoxinghe pays his respects, esteemed sir," announced a young man clad in splendid attire as he bowed respectfully before Chen Changsheng. Observing this, Chen Changsheng sighed in exasperation. "I truly regret rescuing you back then. Every year for a decade you have come to solicit my assistance. Do you not find it tiresome?" In response, the elegantly dressed young man smiled. "If I can secure your aid, I would gladly endure another decade, or even more. Were it not for your intervention 10 years ago, I would have long since met my demise. However, I cannot fathom why, with your remarkable talents, you would choose to remain hidden in such a humble locale. If you so wish, the Xuanwu kingdom would honor you as our national master." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and replied, "My reluctance to go to the imperial capital of the Xuanwu kingdom is not due to arrogance or the inadequacy of your offers. It is simply that the capital cannot compare to the serenity of Ku Hai Town, situated at the edge of the Beast Mountain Range. This place provides an abundance of fresh medicinal herbs and rare trees daily. I run a coffin shop and a clinic, and these resources are of utmost importance to me." Facing Chen Changsheng's excuse, Zuoxinghe smiled without contradiction. This reasoning had been employed by Chen Changsheng for 10 years, and he had listened to it for just as long. "What you say is true, but the Xuanwu kingdom is indeed eager for talent. On this visit, I have brought some gifts that I believe will compensate for your losses." With that, Zuoxinghe lifted the red cloth covering a tray beside him, revealing 2 medicinal herbs and a jade slip. This 7-star grass is a treasure of the Xuanwu royal family, treasured for over 300 years. The millennium spirit mushroom was procured with great effort by the Xuanwu kingdom. As for this technique, it is the renowned 9 transformations of Xian, which, were it not limited to the first 3 levels, would undoubtedly rank among the celestial techniques. If you are willing to travel to the imperial capital, all of these treasures shall be yours. Gazing at the gifts presented by Zuoxinghe, Chen Changsheng felt a flicker of temptation. The Xuanwu Kingdom places a significant emphasis on the cultivation of the physical body, boasting a level of physical prowess that far surpasses that of the Daqian dynasty. Additionally, there is a notable disparity between the ranks of techniques in the Xuanwu Kingdom compared to those of the Daqian dynasty. Here, techniques are classified into 4 tiers: Celestial, Earth, Xian, and Huang, with Celestial being the highest and Huang the lowest. Thus far, the only publicly known Celestial technique in the entire Xuanwu Kingdom is the Tiangang body refinement technique, passed down through generations. Zhuo Xinghe's ability to produce this renowned technique, deemed the foremost among the heavenly gang arts, could hardly be described as a trifling investment. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng approached Zhuo Xinghe, examining the items upon the tray. The meat spirit mushroom and the 7 stars herb, these were purportedly the primary ingredients for the legendary Liuli pill. It was said that once consumed, the Liuli pill could bestow upon one a body as formidable as a diamond, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. In the terms of our homeland, it could only be surpassed by cultivators of the transformation divine realm. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's remarks, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhuo Xinghe's eyes. However, Chen Changsheng's subsequent action left Zhuo Xinghe profoundly disappointed, for he simply covered the tray with a red cloth once more. Observing this, Zhuo Xinghe inquired with confusion, "Sir, does this gift not meet your expectations? Please, feel free to express your desires, whatever it may be, as long as it lies within my reach. I shall comply with any conditions." In response, Chen Changsheng let out a soft sigh. "Young Master Xinghe, it is not a matter of ungratefulness. It is simply that I wish to remain untainted by the intrigues of the royal family. The higher the price you offer, the greater the trouble you wish for me to resolve. I humbly believe my abilities are insufficient for such matters. I suggest you seek another with greater prowess." With that, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and began to turn back to his coffin shop. At that moment, Zhuo Xinghe suddenly interjected, "Sir, do you not wish to know about the news of the Bronze Ancient Palace?" The moment these words escaped his lips, Chen Changsheng's steps halted. "Have you truly discovered something?" "Indeed. 10 years ago, you casually mentioned it, and although you may have forgotten, I have kept it close to heart. After a decade of investigation, I have finally unearthed some leads. Moreover, the clues regarding the Bronze Ancient Palace are intertwined with affairs in the imperial capital. Thus, should you wish to learn more, a journey to the capital may be necessary." Chen Changsheng found himself momentarily perplexed by Zhuo Xinghe's words. Ever since he learned of Nian Sheng's disappearance within the Bronze Ancient Palace, he had been diligently seeking information on other such palaces. However, despite over a decade of inquiries, he had yet to hear any news of the Bronze Ancient Palace within the Xuanwu Kingdom. As time passed, he had long since ceased to dwell on the matter. The locations of the 18 Bronze Ancient Palaces remained shrouded in mystery, and this vast world held countless corners where they could be hidden. Now, upon receiving news of the Bronze Ancient Palace again, it would be disingenuous not to feel a stir of interest. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng spoke. "This information indeed poses a challenge for me. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. Yet, I must make it clear that my efforts in the imperial capital will be limited, and I cannot guarantee success. I shall return to gather my belongings, and will join you shortly," he added. In response, Zhuo Xinghe exclaimed with excitement, "Then I shall await your arrival outside, sir." Upon entering his coffin shop, Chen Changsheng stored his possessions within the system space. Glancing at a luxurious coffin in the corner of the room, he murmured to himself. It took 5 years to collect the remains in the Night Moon Kingdom, and an additional 43 years were spent selling coffins in the Xuanwu Kingdom. Roughly calculated, it has been nearly 49 years since I departed from the Shangqing Temple. My third senior brother, having sustained severe injuries, was destined to live no more than 50 years. Now that turmoil has once again arisen, is heaven prompting me to retrieve my senior brother's remains? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng caressed the coffin intricately engraved with array patterns. This coffin, he had painstakingly prepared for 40 years. Its future occupant would be none other than the ascended master who had forced Chen Changsheng into the Xuanwu Kingdom. My esteemed ancestor, whether it is 1 or 2 remains, the act remains the same. My third senior brother is nearing death, and it seems unnecessary for you to linger any longer. Your devoted disciple has spent 4 decades preparing a splendid coffin for you. It is time for you to find peace. With that, a smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips as he stored the coffin in the system space and turned to leave the coffin shop he had occupied for 43 years. Chapter 33. Conversations in the Carriage. The Emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom approaches his end within the spacious carriage. Chen Changsheng quietly held a book, immersed in its pages. Beside him, Zhuo Xinghe, noticing this, praised, "Sir, your wealth of knowledge is astounding, and you remain ever engrossed in your studies. Such dedication truly commands my utmost admiration." During their journey to Chang'an, Zhuo Xinghe had originally intended to arrange for a high-level magical beast as Chen Changsheng's mount. However, considering the unique circumstances, He feared that drawing too much attention might lead to unnecessary complications for his esteemed companion. Upon reaching Chang'an, Xinghe vowed to host a warm welcome for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng quietly set aside his book and replied, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. My previous silence was merely to avoid entanglement in the affairs of the Xuanwu royal family. Now that I have promised to assist you, I shall not withhold my insights. As the crown prince of the Xuanwu kingdom, if you cannot resolve this minor issue, it would indeed be rather embarrassing." Realizing his intentions had been unveiled, Xinghe chuckled without offering a defense. Traveling to Chang'an by magical beast would require no more than half a day's journey. Yet, this would significantly diminish the time he could spend alone with Chen Changsheng. A decade prior, when he was rescued by Chen Changsheng in the magical Beast Mountains, they had conversed throughout the night, a discussion that had greatly benefited him. However, upon regaining his identity and seeking Chen Changsheng again, their conversations had ceased altogether. Now, with another opportunity before him, Xinghe was determined not to let it slip away. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke, "Sir, there has been a question that has perplexed me for quite some time. It is well known that human energy is finite, and cultivators are no exception. Yet, you not only possess remarkable cultivation but also excel in alchemy, formations, medicine, dragon seeking, and many other disciplines. How have you managed to master all these skills so thoroughly?" In response, Chen Changsheng pursed his lips and inquired, "How old are you this year?" Xinghe replied, "I have just turned 100. At the age of 100, possessing such cultivation indeed signifies considerable talent. You have just reached the centenary of your existence, which signifies that you have lived for a full 100 years since your birth. The initial 2 decades can be considered as a time of youthful ignorance, during which you did not acquire much knowledge. However, what have you accomplished in the subsequent 80 years? Each year comprises 365 days. Thus, 80 years amount to over 20,000 days and nights. A considerable span of time. For an ordinary mortal, 80 years may signify a lifetime. Yet, for a practitioner, those 80 years bear far greater significance. Mortals are perpetually hindered by ailments, hunger, fatigue, and various other factors that squander much of their time. In contrast, practitioners are unaffected by such tribulations. They can subsist on the essence of the universe and engage in fasting. The diseases that plague ordinary beings do not afflict practitioners, who can also replace sleep with meditation. However, after such an extensive passage of time, what have you truly gained? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Xinghe pondered earnestly before articulating, "In these 80 years, I have attained cultivation, power, and a charming companion by my side." A succinct summary, indeed, but what else? Each day comprises 12 hours. Have you devoted all your time solely to these pursuits? If I am not mistaken, aside from these 3 aspects, you have also spent time on other endeavors, such as traveling, indulging in romance, and engaging in competition. These pursuits have similarly occupied a significant portion of your time. I do not consider myself a prodigy, nor do I possess an exceptionally formidable mentor. I merely collected the time you discarded, that is all. To cultivate oneself, one must first cultivate the heart. Without a refined state of mind, how can one confidently sing on the path of cultivation? Upon hearing this, Xinghe exhaled deeply, his admiration for Chen Changsheng intensifying. What a simple yet profound statement. Such a remark from you is enough to render all practitioners across the land abashed. With such remarkable talent, the kingdom of Xuanwu would like to honor you with the status of a national figure. What are your thoughts on this? In response to Xinghe's renewed offer, Chen Changsheng smiled and waved his hand. "I think not. My focus lies elsewhere. Moreover, your considerable efforts to summon me from seclusion suggest that the situation in Chang'an is quite dire. How much longer can your father endure?" At this, Xinghe sighed, stating, "My father is the strongest monarch in the history of the kingdom of Xuanwu. However, no matter how high his cultivation or how profound his abilities, he ultimately cannot escape the inevitability of mortality. Currently, he has less than a year left. Recently, my father decreed that whoever can locate the dragon's lair shall inherit the throne of the kingdom of Xuanwu." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. "The left emperor has lived for 2,300 years. I believe the kingdom of Xuanwu has exhausted all means of extending life. Now, with the left emperor so urgently seeking a burial site, I suspect he is not merely in search of the dragoness lair, but rather a place that could grant someone the chance to live again. Such places are not easily found." Witnessing Chen Changsheng unveil the concealed implications behind the words, Xinghe could only offer a wry smile. If this place were truly so easy to find, then Xinghe would not have sought your esteemed self to emerge from seclusion. My few royal brothers have enlisted the help of formidable experts, and I, regrettably, lack the confidence to surpass them. It is only out of necessity that Xinghe has dared to disturb your tranquil retreat. I wonder, how confident are you in this matter? While I cannot claim absolute certainty, I believe there is at least a 50 to 60% chance of success. Upon hearing this, Xue was momentarily taken aback. He had sought countless reclusive masters throughout the Xuanwu kingdom, yet most of their responses conveyed uncertainty or a mere half-hearted assurance. How is it that such a significant probability emerged from Chen Changsheng's lips? Were it not for his understanding of Chen's character, Xue might have thought him boastful. Sir, do you truly possess such confidence? I have the confidence to locate that place, but finding it does not guarantee success. Whether we can succeed hinges on the price the Xuanwu kingdom is willing to pay. Furthermore, do not fault me for not warning you. The desire to reverse one's lifespan is a notion that all those nearing the end of their years contemplate. Yet, few are those who can achieve it. You would do well to dissuade your father from entertaining this thought. Xue face bore a bitter smile in response to Chen Changsheng's counsel. He was acutely aware of this truth, yet the will of his father, the emperor, was not something others could easily alter. Chapter 34. The Extravagant Fruit Platter. Chen Changsheng. All trash in light of Chen Changsheng's suggestion, Xue remained silent, offering no response. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smiled, but chose not to press further. The left emperor had lived for 2,300 years, a span exceeding that of even the most seasoned transformation stage cultivators. Indeed, the city of Chang'an could aptly be described as a den of dragons and tigers, were it not for the pursuit of clues regarding the ancient bronze palace. He would have never involved himself in this affair. In the Chang'an palace, all 9 princes of the Xuanwu kingdom gathered in the grand hall, where a young man sat regally upon the dragon throne. This young man was none other than the most powerful emperor in the history of the Xuanwu kingdom. The Xuanwu emperor, with his chin resting upon his hand and a smile gracing his lips, he regarded his 9 sons. At that moment, one of the princes stepped forward and proclaimed, "Father, I have traversed the realm in search of wise sages and explored every notable mountain and river in the Xuanwu kingdom. At last, I have discovered a dragon's lair, which will surely grant you the opportunity to live another life." Upon witnessing one prince stand forth, the others were eager to follow suit, each recounting the immense efforts they had expended in their quest for the dragon's lair. However, among the 9 princes, only the eldest, Xue remained silent. His reticence stemmed from a simple reason. Chen Changsheng was fervently devouring the fruit platter before him. As he observed his brothers extolling their findings, Xue felt a pang of urgency. "Sir, perhaps we might postpone the feasting for a moment? Should we not first discuss the dragon's lair?" Hearing Xue suggestion, Chen Changsheng swallowed the spirit fruit in his mouth and replied, "This is a banquet. Indulging in food is of utmost importance. Besides, your current concerns should not revolve around this matter." Upon hearing this, Xue face was etched with confusion. At present, the matter of the dragon's lair is of little concern. What else can one focus on? Faced with Xue lack of insight, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. "Your father is on the brink of death, yet you and your 8 brothers are exuberantly searching for a burial site for him. Do you not find this rather inappropriate?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Xue immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It was true that the emperor sought the dragon's lair, and his time was indeed limited. However, at this moment, as a son, his foremost thought should be one of reluctance, rather than how to secure an ideal resting place for his father. Even if he did not feel this way internally, at the very least, he should put on a facade. Contemplating this, Xue softly inquired, "Sir, is it still not too late?" "It is never too late to mend a fold. And remember to be a bit theatrical." Upon receiving Chen Changsheng's response, Xue sprang to his feet and charged forward. As he slid across the floor, he knelt, then forcefully brought his forehead to the ground. "Father Emperor, your son cannot bear to part with you." The other princes were taken aback by Xue sudden display. Simultaneously, the emperor's gaze shifted towards Chen Changsheng, who was flamboyantly showcasing a platter of fruits. Having lived for over 2,300 years, his strength was unquestionable. Every conversation within the hall was within his hearing. He was well acquainted with the thoughts and personalities of his 9 sons. Yet it seemed that this eldest son's choice of companion held a certain intrigue. Reflecting on this, emperors were remarked, "A true man should not weep and wail. Such behavior is unbecoming." In response to the emperor's mildly reproachful tone, Xue cried even louder, "Father Emperor, it is said that a man sheds tears only when truly grieved. Now, as I am about to part from you, my heart is filled with reluctance." Observing his eldest son's remarkable performance, Emperor Xue smiled slightly and used a surge of spiritual energy to assist Xue to his feet. "I am aware of your filial piety, but the separation of life and death is the way of nature. There is no need for excessive sorrow." With that, Emperor Xue waved his hand, and a nearby servant promptly presented another grand fruit platter to Chen Changsheng. In response to the emperor's generosity, Chen Changsheng flashed a bright smile. "Thank you, your majesty." With that, he resumed his ostentatious display with the fruit platter, indulging in both eating and taking. The other princes thought, Could you not show a modicum of shame? How did you conceive such shameless tactics? Why did I not think of that? Although Emperor's Wood did not explicitly state anything, the other 8 princes understood that Xuexingha's recent actions had clearly earned him favor. Following the brief performance, Emperors will finally address the matter at hand. My time approaches, and I wish to seek a place of celestial fortune to extend my life. 10 years ago, I promised that whoever could discover the true site of celestial fortune would inherit the throne of the Xuanwu kingdom. Now is the moment for you to demonstrate your findings. As his words fell, the 8 princes exchanged knowing glances with the eminent figures beside them. Subsequently, those distinguished individuals stepped forward, confidently presenting the dragon lairs they had discovered. The descriptions, seemingly mystical, captured even Xuexingha's interest. However, as the aide Chen Changsheng continued to engage in the significant matter of showcasing the fruit platter, he exhibited no intention of speaking. A half-hour had passed, and the 8 dragon lairs had been thoroughly introduced. All eyes were fixed upon Chen Changsheng, and witnessing his unrefined demeanor, the second prince expressed his displeasure, saying, "Brother, where did you find such a rustic villager? This is a critical juncture in our father's grand plan spanning a millennium. To have such a person appear in the hall is a disgrace to our Xuanwu kingdom." Upon hearing this, Xuexingha was about to retort when Chen Changsheng leisurely finished the last spirit fruit, saying, "Have you not heard of a grand finale? The truly remarkable individuals always make their entrance last. Why the rush?" As he spoke, Chen Changsheng turned to Xuehuang and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed Xuehuang, do you possess a map? If possible, it should be as large and detailed as can be." At his words, Xuehuang waved his hand, and 5 sturdy men promptly entered, carrying a massive scroll of a map. When unfurled, it covered nearly half of the palace. Chen Changsheng scrutinized the map carefully, marking the previously mentioned 8 dragon lairs one by one. After completing his task, he clasped his hands and said, "Xuehuang, please forgive my candidness. In my eyes, these 8 locations are utterly worthless. If one wishes to reverse their fate, there exists but one place with a glimmer of possibility." At this declaration, the esteemed figures present were immediately incensed. "Impudent! From which sect do you hail that you dare speak such nonsense here? Reveal your master's name so that we may properly discipline you." Unfazed by their ire, Chen Changsheng merely dug at his ears and replied nonchalantly, "Apologies. But my sect is not adept at the art of seeking dragon spots. These skills are self-taught. Additionally, my primary occupation is selling coffins, while I also moonlight as a seeker of dragon spots and handle funerary matters in a comprehensive manner." Chapter 35, The Ancient Forbidden Ground. Chen Changsheng serves as the national master. Chen Changsheng's words echoed throughout the hall, leaving the esteemed figures utterly stunned. They had anticipated that the aides summoned by the eldest prince would possess some remarkable lineage, yet they were taken aback to discover that he was merely a coffin seller. What was even more absurd was that his expertise in seeking dragon spots was self-acquired. Hearing this, the other 8 princes seized the opportunity to attack Xuexingha. "Father, brother has brought in a coffin seller merely to placate the situation. He clearly aims to undermine your grand plan. Indeed, though brother feigns loyalty and filial piety on the surface, he likely covets our father's throne in secret." Faced with the accusations of the numerous princes, Xuehuang did not exhibit anger. Rather, he looked at Chen Changsheng with great interest and inquired, "This gentleman's profession is quite intriguing. May I ask how you are addressed?" In response, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "My surname is Chun, and my given name is Changsheng. Your Majesty may simply call me Changsheng." "Changsheng, a fine name indeed. Might I inquire if Mr. Changsheng could elaborate on his previous remarks? They are renowned as the foremost feng shui masters of the Xuanwu kingdom. Is it not rather inappropriate to belittle them?" At Xuehuang's words, the assembly erupted in scornful laughter. The esteemed emperors were personally inquired, for such rustic villagers could not escape his discerning gaze. At that moment, it seemed that the only fate awaiting Chen Changsheng was a gruesome demise. In response to the emperor's query, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, "Your Majesty, the dragon's lair you seek is a place capable of reversing the course of one's life. If such a wondrous location could be easily discovered, the practitioners of the world would not be burdened by concerns over their lifespans. Moreover, whether beings can truly reverse their lives remains a topic steeped in legend to this day. Their grandiloquent proclamations serve only to reveal the deceitfulness of their words. And deceitful words are but refuse." Nodding in agreement, emperors were responded. "Then, may I inquire where Mr. Changsheng believes the dragon's lair to be? I too am eager to discern what sets it apart." Upon hearing the emperor's curiosity regarding his chosen lair, Chen Changsheng glanced at the map and pointed to a blank area, declaring, "This is the location, within a radius of 100,000 miles. This is the only place that could potentially assist your Majesty in reversing the course of your life." At the sight of Chen Changsheng's indication, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, with Xingha's countenance paling the most, for the location pointed out by Chen Changsheng was closely linked to the ancient bronze palace. Xingha had ample reason to suspect that Chen Changsheng had intentionally chosen that spot. Preposterous. The ancient forbidden ground is universally acknowledged as a place of taboo. How could a dragon's lair exist there? An elderly man with a white beard vociferously reproached Chen Changsheng, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Noticing this, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, "You incessantly speak of taboos. Do you even understand what a taboo is? A taboo is simply a taboo, requiring no further explanation." The elder, undeterred, implored the emperor to execute Chen Changsheng, accusing him of attempting to lead his majesty into the ancient forbidden ground. However, emperors had no interest in the elder's plea, instead turning to Chen Changsheng and asking, "Why would you select such a location?" The ancient forbidden ground is a realm where life and death are inextricably linked to peril. Furthermore, it appears you possess some understanding of what constitutes a taboo. Chuckling, Chen Changsheng responded, "Your Majesty, you jest. Taboos are matters that have eluded clarification throughout the ages. I have merely endeavored to articulate a few words to express it. They cannot be comprehended, defined, described, or observed. That which possesses these characteristics is what the populace deems a taboo." Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhuo nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "Your words indeed illuminate the terrifying nature of taboos. Given your deeper understanding, why then do you still choose that location?" "Because the blessed realms are inhabited by the capable," Chen Changsheng replied, glancing towards the ancient forbidden ground on the map. "Before your Majesty's birth, this land was also home to other powerful beings. They too were troubled by the issue of lifespan and made choices akin to your own. Though the concept of taboo remains ineffable, one undeniable truth prevails: its formidable power. The might of taboos has escalated to a level so profound that all living beings dare not utter its name. Such a powerful entity must surely reside in the most exalted of realms. Should your Majesty wish to defy the very fabric of existence, the dragon's lair required cannot be assessed through conventional reasoning. While the 8 dragon lairs previously mentioned are commendable, they are, alas, insufficient for your Majesty's aspirations. To truly reverse the course of fate, one must embrace death to attain life, boldly venturing into the ancient forbidden lands, for therein lies a glimmer of hope." Chen Changsheng's voice echoed through the vast palace, causing hearts to race in unison. No one anticipated that this humble villager would dare to voice such audacious sentiments. If the emperor were to heed his counsel, the entire Xuanwu kingdom would be propelled toward annihilation. Silence ensued, an eerie stillness enveloping the palace following Chen Changsheng's pronouncement. After an indeterminate time, the left emperor spoke from the dragon throne. "I am somewhat fatigued today. You may all return. From this day forth, Mr. Changsheng shall assume the role of national master of the Xuanwu kingdom, enjoying unrestricted access within its borders." With that decree, the left emperor rose and departed. Meanwhile, the 8 younger brothers of left Xingha clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with resentment. The position of national master, coupled with the privilege of free passage throughout the kingdom, constituted an extraordinary favor. Such freedom implies that Chen Changsheng could traverse any corner of the Xuanwu kingdom, including the treasury and the secret chambers of martial arts, places previously accessible only to the emperor. Now, with one more individual granted entry, and an outsider at that, how could the princes not feel envious? "No, your Majesty, you cannot do this," Chen Changsheng exclaimed towards the departing figure of the left emperor. "I had an agreement with the first prince not to assume any official responsibilities within the Xuanwu kingdom." As the others seethed with jealousy over Chen Changsheng's unexpected fortune, he seemed reluctant to accept the title of national master. The assembly was rendered speechless by his words. "I could hardly contain my frustration. Were it not for your Majesty's regard for you, I would certainly have seen to your demise. How could you utter such words in the face of such a tremendous opportunity? If you do not wish to accept it, you may bestow it upon me." Chapter 36. The Left Emperor's Scheme. Chen Changsheng's initial entry into the Xuanwu Pavilion. "Sir, why have you chosen the ancient forbidden lands?" Upon the conclusion of the banquet, Left Xingha directly confronted the wandering Chen Changsheng. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and replied, "I have already articulated my reasoning. Only the ancient forbidden lands possess the potential to assist His Majesty in reversing the course of his life. No other location offers such a possibility. Indeed, the reasoning you provided is impeccable, yet I believe you harbor additional motives," Left Xingha countered, gazing intently at the obstinate figure before him. Chen Changsheng scratched his head in response. "I had anticipated your intelligence would allow you to perceive the current situation more clearly. It is somewhat disappointing to find that you remain oblivious." "What do you mean by that, sir? I ask you, who is the strongest in the Xuanwu kingdom?" "Surely, it is my father." "And who possesses the deepest understanding of the Xuanwu kingdom?" "Also, my father," since his ascension to the throne, has led the Xuanwu kingdom into an unprecedented era of prosperity. The territory has more than doubled, all lands personally conquered by him. Every inch of Xuanwu's soil has been tread by his own feet. He is the one who knows this realm best. Is it not so? Chen Changsheng spread his hands and remarked, Your Majesty is not only the strongest in the Xuanwu kingdom, but also its most knowledgeable inhabitant. Could he possibly be unaware of where he might find a means to reverse the course of life? At this, Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Sir, are you implying that the ancient forbidden land is at His Majesty's behest? Indeed, as the crown prince of the Xuanwu kingdom, you are more familiar with our history than I. His Majesty has lived for 2,300 years, and during the preceding 2,200 years, he had neither offspring nor companion. Yet in the last century, you were born, and subsequently, he welcomed 8 more brothers. Does it not strike you as peculiar that something not accomplished in 2,200 years suddenly occurs within the final century? Is it not reminiscent of settling affairs for the future? To reverse the course of life is a feat more daunting than ascending to the heavens. One cannot prepare for such an endeavor in a short span. Upon hearing this, Xinghe began to grasp the implications. Are you suggesting that my father began preparations a century ago? Likely even earlier. Such monumental matters require no less than 2 to 3 centuries of preparation. His Majesty's request for you to seek the dragon's lair is merely a test of your capabilities. To expect you, 9 you'd scarcely over 100. To prepare for something as formidable as reversing life is simply ludicrous. With that, Chen Changsheng resumed his leisurely stroll. Xinghe stood in silence for a moment before hastily catching up to Chen Changsheng, exclaiming, Sir, could you possibly persuade my father? The ancient forbidden land is fraught with terror. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire Xuanwu kingdom. How could I influence His Majesty? I am but an outsider. Such matters fall to you. When we set out, I had anticipated you would attempt to persuade your father, as I had already surmised he would opt for the ancient forbidden land. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng arrived before a towering pavilion, the repository of Xuanwu kingdom's martial arts. The Xuanwu pavilion. Gazing up at the lofty structure, a gleam of excitement sparkled in Chen Changsheng's eyes. A place brimming with rich tomes was, to him, the greatest temptation in the world. This must be the archive of the Xuanwu kingdom. Will you not accompany me inside to take a look? Faced with Chen Changsheng's invitation, the troubled Xinghe forced a smile, saying, I cannot accompany you, for entry into the Xuanwu pavilion is permitted only by my father's decree. And even I cannot enter freely. Moreover, you must remember, you may observe only, and must not touch anything within. A mere touch could, before Xinghe could finish. A shadow abruptly appeared before them. His Majesty has decreed that Mr. Changsheng may freely access whatever he desires. No one shall impede him. Furthermore, Prince Xinghe is responsible for escorting Mr. Changsheng throughout the palace, ensuring his utmost satisfaction. Xinghe, can I take a look at this at will? Is father jesting? Such benevolence towards the talented is not typically conducted in this manner. Could it be that Chen Changsheng is the illegitimate son of the emperor? Otherwise, why do we, the legitimate offspring, not receive such treatment? Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Changsheng expressed his gratitude with a cheerful demeanor, then pulled the dazed Xinghe into the Xuanwu pavilion. In the Xuanwu pavilion, as Chen Changsheng beheld the plethora of books before him, his mouth nearly watered with anticipation. At that moment, Xinghe regained his composure from the shock and hesitantly inquired, Sir, your surname is not Zhua, is it? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically and responded in exasperation, Please refrain from making such ethical jokes. My surname is undoubtedly Chen. I am neither the emperor's illegitimate child nor your elder brother. While critiquing Xinghe, Chen Changsheng continued to select books from the Xuanwu pavilion. Observing this, Xinghe pressed on with his questions. Since you are not the emperor's offspring, why does he treat you with such favor? Is it merely because you have discerned his thoughts? As Xinghe queried, Chen Changsheng amassed a considerable collection of books. Suddenly, a tome, larger than a house, appeared before him. What is this book? Though Chen Changsheng did not respond to his own question, Xinghe respectfully explained, This is the historical record of the Xuanwu kingdom, chronicling all events since its founding. Ah, so this is the historical record of the Xuanwu kingdom. What a treasure. With that, Chen Changsheng slowly ascended. Aligning himself with the massive tome, he noticed that a portion of the book had been opened, and fortuitously, it contained records pertaining to the bronze ancient temple. Pointing to the relevant passage, Chen Changsheng remarked, You must have discovered this account regarding the bronze ancient temple from here. Xinghe replied, Indeed. I recently visited the Xuanwu pavilion to retrieve the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, hoping to invite you out of seclusion. It was by chance that I stumbled upon this clue. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded, saying, The emperor has certainly gone to great lengths to summon me. Xinghe, perplexed, responded, What do you mean by that? When has my father invited you? Faced with Zhuo Xinghe's bewildered expression, Chen Changsheng countered, "What are you staring at? Surely you do not believe that the lead on the bronze ancient temple was your discovery? This book is so voluminous, filled with extensive content, and by mere coincidence. An open page contains the very information I seek. Do you not find this occurrence rather fortuitous?" Zhuo Xinghe, astonished, exclaimed. "Then who is the one orchestrating this behind the scenes?" Chen Changsheng replied, "Who else could it be but your father? For 10 years, you have sought me out annually. Such peculiar behavior would certainly attract the emperor's attention. Upon discovering my existence, he would naturally investigate my background and circumstances, perhaps out of curiosity about me. He subtly nudged you, leading me to the city of Chang'an. But the matter of the bronze ancient temple, you have only mentioned to me." Zhuo Xinghe exclaimed. "Indeed. But if you investigate the bronze ancient temple, the information will inevitably be leaked. Investigation requires one to seek inquiries or consult ancient texts. In the confines of Chang'an, what could you possibly do that the emperor remains unaware of?" Zhuo Xinghe remarked, "I suddenly feel like a child." Chapter 37. Bidding farewell to the master ancestor. The transaction between Chen Changsheng and the left emperor Chen Changsheng's words plunged Zhuo Xinghe into a profound silence. After a moment, Zhuo Xinghe spoke, "Since you comprehend my father's intentions, what do you believe he will do next? What else can he do? He must consider whether he can accept the price I have proposed." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe gazed at Chen Changsheng in astonishment. "Do you possess insight into entering the ancient forbidden land? I have a modicum of assurance, though it is scarcely significant, merely 50%. However, do not underestimate this fraction of certainty. Should you wish to procure it from me, even if your father were to exchange the entire Xuanwu pavilion for it, he would still come out ahead." With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Changsheng added, "Now, you may take your leave. I yearn for tranquility to read. Furthermore, remember to have someone transcribe all the texts of the Xuanwu pavilion for me, so I may study them at my leisure in the future." Zhuo Xinghe's lips twitched at Chen Changsheng's request, yet he refrained from commenting, fully aware that this matter was beyond his purview. After Zhuo Xinghe departed, Chen Changsheng began to peruse the historical records of the Xuanwu kingdom, a pursuit that occupied him for an entire month. During this time, the Xuanwu kingdom dispatched numerous cultivation resources daily, all of which Chen Changsheng accepted without reservation. Yet, he remained reticent regarding the ancient forbidden land. With a crisp bite into the coveted spiritual fruit that countless individuals yearned for, Chen Changsheng reclined upon a page larger than a bed, engrossed in his reading. His leisurely demeanor elicited envy from those around him. "You truly possess remarkable patience." A voice interjected from beside him. It was the left emperor, who had arrived at the Xuanwu pavilion unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng. "Your Majesty." Chen Changsheng bowed respectfully, yet the left emperor paid him no heed, instead glancing at the historical texts of the Xuanwu kingdom. "In just a month, you have consumed so much literature. It appears you have a genuine fondness for reading. Your Majesty's perception is indeed sharp. I possess no peculiar hobbies, save for an ardent love for books, as they bestow upon me boundless knowledge." As Chen Changsheng spoke, the left emperor gently caressed the volumes before him. "You have been granted the Xuanwu pavilion, attained the title of national master, and accepted the resources provided. Yet, despite receiving such ample benefits, you remain insatiable. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life?" Following this, the left emperor's cold gaze fell upon Chen Changsheng. In response, Chen Changsheng smiled broadly and remarked, "Your Majesty, that assertion is misguided. While I have received many things, none are what I truly desire. Transactions are predicated upon fairness. Coercion is not permissible. Your strength is undeniable, and my fate rests solely in your thoughts. However, I am quite certain that you would not take my life, nor would you compel me to act against my will." "Humph." With a cold snort, emperors were remarked. "What gives you such confidence? Just based on the ancient forbidden land?" "The terrors of the ancient forbidden land are well known to your Majesty. Venturing into such a perilous place must not allow for any unforeseen mishaps. This implies that those whom your Majesty brings along must be utterly loyal. If I am coerced into assisting your Majesty, I dare say there might be a twinge of unease in your Majesty's heart." Facing Chen Changsheng's unwavering confidence, Emperor Zhuo fell silent for a moment before speaking. "State your terms." "I seek your Majesty's assistance in eliminating a certain individual, regarding the slim chance of success. Rest assured that your Majesty will also benefit during the process of this elimination." "Intriguing. The person you wish to eliminate, whom even your strength and wisdom cannot defeat, must surely be no ordinary character. Although you have adopted the techniques of the Xuanwu kingdom, I still sense another path within you. If I am not mistaken, you hail from the great Qian dynasty, 30,000 miles away. Xinghe has always sung your praises. I wonder if you might share your past with me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied, "Since your Majesty is interested, I shall recount my tale. This story begins 80 years ago. Chen Changsheng recounted his experiences with the immortal master Yuhua, but he chose to omit the details of his relationship with Yishio and the others. Faced with the imminent demise of a certain individual, he was reluctant to disclose his own attainment of immortality. After the battle in the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden land, I fled to the Xuanwu Kingdom, where I remained for 43 years. As he listened to the entire narrative, Emperor Zhou could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity towards Chen Changsheng. The more he pondered, the less he understood the nature of this man. Traversing 1,000 miles, facing death numerous times, solely to deliver a farewell for a departed friend. By all accounts, such a person should be deeply loyal and sentimental. Yet as Chen Changsheng recounted the tragic fate of his master, his eyes remained tranquil. This contradiction was perplexing. Contemplating this, Emperor Zhou spoke. You are willing to risk offending me to have me eliminate your master. What is your true intention? Revenge? Not at all. I seek your majesty's assistance solely to fulfill a past promise. When I left the Night Moon Kingdom, I vowed to see him laid to rest. A promise must be honored. Ha! In response to Chen Changsheng's serious demeanor, Emperor Zhou laughed heartily. A man of your word, indeed. As you mentioned, there are 18 bronze ancient halls, which must possess some form of connection amongst themselves. One of these ancient halls has appeared in the ancient forbidden land, which I presume accounts for your slim chance of success. Indeed, you divulge the secrets of the bronze ancient halls to me, yet you do not fear that I might, like your master, exploit the ominous power beneath them? To Emperor Zhou's inquiry, Chen Changsheng maintained his calm demeanor. As I have stated, I do not concern myself with this ominous power. My pursuit of the bronze ancient halls stems from the desire to confirm the safety of a dear departed friend who vanished within them. Nothing more. Having spoken, Chen Changsheng quietly awaited the response of Emperor Zhou. I must concede, your request is one I find difficult to refuse. The ancient forbidden land is fraught with peril. Even the slightest increase in the chance of success is not one I would overlook. Prepare yourself. We shall depart tomorrow, for my time is limited. With that, Emperor Zhou turned to leave. Your Majesty, my esteemed master attained the pinnacle of the transformation stage 50 years ago. Are you truly confident? Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhou momentarily halted his steps. How vast is the territory of the Xuanwu Kingdom, even when combined? The Night Moon Kingdom and the Great Qian dynasty barely cover half of Xuanwu's expanse. Dare you enter the ancient forbidden land, knowing the perils it holds? Even as one at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, the horror of the ancient forbidden land is beyond description. Not only those at the pinnacle, but even those above it would hesitate to approach. The Xuanwu Kingdom was not always so grand. Its current stature is the result of my gradual efforts. I have vanquished 2 nations akin to the Great Qian dynasty, undertaking what others above the transformation stage would not dare. With that, Emperor Zhou's figure vanished entirely. After his departure, the vast Xuanwu pavilion was left with only Chen Changsheng. Gazing towards the direction of the Great Qian dynasty, he murmured, Master, after 50 years, your disciple is finally ready to fulfill his promise. Surely, you would be astonished. Chapter 38. The Return of the Mourner, waiting for the old friend. The colossal battleship, reminiscent of a mountain, ascended slowly into the sky, as Chen Changsheng stood upon the deck, looking towards the Great Qian dynasty. 50 years have swiftly passed, and once more, the faces of old friends flickered in his mind. The kind-hearted yet timid little monk, his ever-following 9th senior brother, the injured 3rd senior brother, and the little girl who always affectionately called him Brother Changsheng. A myriad of emotions swirled within him, casting an indescribable sentiment in his eyes. At that moment, Zhou Xinghe approached. Sir, what are you gazing at? Zhou Xinghe's words pulled Chen Changsheng from his reverie. Merely reflecting on those I once knew. But we are a full 30,000 miles from the Great Qian dynasty. Can you truly see them? Those dear to my heart reside within. There is no need for my eyes to behold them. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhou Xinghe pondered intently. Yet he could not grasp the depth of Chen Changsheng's feelings. Observing his contemplation, Chen Changsheng smiled and patted his shoulder. Do not dwell on it. In your current state, you cannot comprehend such emotions. When you traverse the long years and look back, you will understand this feeling. You are a decent lad, and quite astute as well. Having crossed paths, I shall grant you a discount of 20%. When that day arrives, I shall personally see you off. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinghe's expression drooped instantly. He was merely 100 years old this year, barely reaching adulthood by strict standards. Chen Changsheng, with such vast experiences, must have lived for over 200 years. By the calculations of time, he should certainly precede me. After a moment of internal lament, Zhou Xinghe chuckled. Thank you for your kind offer, sir, but as for coffins, perhaps we should wait a little longer. Upon witnessing Zhou Xinghe's forced smile, Chen Changsheng merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before turning to retreat to his chamber. Even a figure as formidable as the Zhou Emperor must ultimately confront the inevitability of mortality. Thus, Zhuo Xinghe, too, could not elude this fate. To him, the passage of time was a trivial matter. At the Shangqing Temple, a fit of violent coughing erupted from Li Jingshui, who stood before 8 graves, those of his former master and fellow disciples. The once serene surroundings of the Shangqing Temple had succumbed to a state of disrepair, rendering Chen Changsheng's penned couplets increasingly indistinct. Senior brother, what brings you here again? Song Yuanshan reproached his swaying third senior brother. In response, Li Jingshui chuckled softly. That remark ought to be directed at me instead. You are now the abbot of Shangqing Temple, the renowned undefeated Taoist, tasked with repelling the incursions of the Night Moon Kingdom. What would happen if you falter? As for me, I am but a man on the brink of death. Even if the Night Moon Kingdom were to discover my presence, they would find me of little consequence. Hearing this, Song Yuanshan fell silent. Years had passed since Chen Changsheng departed from Shangqing Temple with the intent of returning the remains of their masters. Just as Song Yuanshan was prepared to relinquish hope, the long-absent master Ishio returned, not only bringing back the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom, but also the remains of their masters. However, he did not return with Chen Changsheng. After a prolonged silence, Song Yuanshan inquired, Senior brother, do you believe Brother Changsheng will return? Of course he will, Li Jingshui replied. He must come to collect our remains for burial. My junior brother is a man of his word. He will fulfill his promises. As I face my impending demise, it signifies that he is nearing his return. As he spoke, Li Jingshui gazed into the distance, as if he could already perceive that familiar figure approaching. Moments later, weary, he leaned against the gravestone of the master of Yuan Shan, gesturing, You should go. You carry many burdens and need not linger with a dead man like me. I shall soon meet our master, and there are many heartfelt words I wish to convey to them. As for the mysteries of the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden grounds, abandon the notion of uncovering the truth. Master Ishio will not disclose it, nor will Princess Wanyan. We have mutually agreed to take this secret to our graves. Faced with the words of his third senior brother, Song Yuanshan once again fell into silence, ultimately refraining from pursuing the truth as he once had. For in his maturity, he understood that sometimes, knowing the truth is not a blessing. After Song Yuanshan departed, Li Jingshui caressed the gravestone of the master of Yuan Shan, murmuring softly, Master, how could a once prosperous Shangqing Temple have fallen to such a state? Do strength and longevity truly outweigh all else? As he spoke, sorrow filled his eyes. When Master Ishio returned, he had already revealed the entire truth to him. Upon learning this truth, Li Jingshui found himself unable to accept the reality that their kind-hearted master had caused the demise of his own disciples. However, the harsh reality does not cease to exist simply because someone finds it unbearable. In a moment of helplessness, Li Jingshui and Ishio made a pact to never reveal this secret. As for the celestial ascendant of the Shangqing sect, he had perished shortly after the onset of the national war. On board the colossal warship, they had been traveling for an entire month, drawing ever closer to the great Qian dynasty. With the distance diminishing, Chen Changsheng began to receive tidings regarding the great Qian dynasty. It had been completely overtaken by the Night Moon Kingdom, leaving only a few remnants of power clinging to life. Furthermore, Chen Changsheng learned of additional news. For instance, the demon king of the Night Moon Kingdom had been slain by the Undertaker, and the newly appointed master of the Shangqing sect was a martial artist of unparalleled skill, revered by the world as the invincible Taoist. Sir, is the Undertaker truly so formidable? To have silently slain a demon king within the territory of the demon race. You are from the great Qian dynasty. Given the proximity of the Night Moon Kingdom, have you heard any news about him? Asked Zhuo Xinghe as he meticulously analyzed the freshly acquired intelligence, striving to comprehend the strength of their future adversary. In response, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, I am aware of the Undertaker, but rest assured, he will not interfere with the Xuanwu Kingdom. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhuo Xinghe promptly expressed his dissent. Sir, that assertion is not entirely accurate. This individual is shrouded in mystery, and his temperament is difficult to discern. He might very well be an unpredictable and bloodthirsty fiend. Otherwise, why would he bear such a grim title as Undertaker? It is prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. The Undertaker is merely a moniker of mine. How could I be unaware of my own unpredictability and penchant for violence? Retorted Chen Changsheng, leaving Zhuo Xinghe momentarily speechless. Sir, how can you be the Undertaker? Zhuo Xinghe stammered in disbelief. Why can't I be the Undertaker? Do not forget, I am in the business of selling coffins and handling funerals from start to finish. Is it so strange to hold the title of Undertaker when my duties involve collecting and burying the deceased? Chen Changsheng replied, causing Zhuo Xinghe to fall silent once more. Though Chen Changsheng's statements sounded peculiar, they seemed to hold a certain logical coherence. Seeing Zhuo Xinghe's reaction, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, when confronted with certain information, living beings often embellish the truth, perhaps opting for interpretations that serve their interests. After being disseminated by many, the original truth can become utterly distorted. To discern the essence of matters from myriad legends, one must calm oneself and confront the core of the issue. Once you achieve this, you will be able to restore the past truth from the slightest clues. With that, Chen Changsheng summoned his flying sword and departed from the warship. Observing Chen Changsheng's departure, Zhuxinghe called out, "Sir, where are you going? I am not adept at combat, and shall refrain from getting involved in this matter for now. Though the Xuanwu kingdom is strong, it cannot swiftly eradicate the Night Moon kingdom. I have some matters to attend to, and will return shortly." As Chen Changsheng's words reached Zhuxinghe's ears, the former's figure had already vanished. Once Chen Changsheng vanished, Emperor Zhuo appeared beside Zhuxinghe. Gazing in the direction Chen had departed, Zhuxinghe hesitated before speaking. "Father, why did you not stop him? Are you not afraid he might flee?" In response to Zhuxinghe's inquiry, Emperor Zhuo replied with a calm demeanor, "You are astute. Yet your experience is still lacking. To be more precise, you are yet unable to discern the distinctions among individuals. Should you one day comprehend the essence of Chen Changsheng, then you shall be worthy of governing the Xuanwu kingdom. Alas, my time is limited. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of reluctance crossed Zhuxinghe's eyes. "Father, must you truly venture into the ancient forbidden land? Perhaps there are alternative means to extend your life." Observing Zhuxinghe's perplexed expression, Emperor Zhuo chuckled softly. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to me. I was once just like you, eager for knowledge, yet dismissive of all else. In my youth, I believed no challenge could ever thwart me, and the matter of lifespan was of no concern. I once thought, to live as a heroic figure is to die as a noble spirit. Life should be lived with fervor, and death should be met with grace. The mere act of survival was what I detested most. Yet after 2 millennia, I have changed." Listening to Emperor Zhuo's words, Zhuxinghe merely lowered his head in silence, refraining from expressing any opinion. Noticing this, Emperor Zhuo smiled and continued, "Among my many brothers, you are the one who holds me in the least esteem. You believe that the once mighty father has grown weak, that he dares not confront death." With a sudden thud, Zhuxinghe knelt down. However, Emperor Zhuo did not pause. Instead, continuing, "Your perspective is both accurate and flawed. It is correct in that you should presently hold such thoughts, yet erroneous in your underestimation of me. Mortals often extol love using phrases like "until the seas run dry and the stones decay" because, in their understanding, stones do not erode, and the ocean will never diminish. Yet when you witness a stone gradually turning to dust, an endless ocean transforming into a vast plain, you will realize that time is the greatest adversary of all living beings. It possesses the power to alter everything, even those we once regarded as truths. You understand that facing death requires courage, yet you fail to recognize that pursuing immortality in the face of that knowledge demands an even greater bravery. If you were to occupy my position, would you possess the courage to seek longevity as I do?" Reflecting on Emperor Zhuo's words, Zhuxinghe pondered earnestly. After a long moment, he spoke deliberately. "I do not possess such courage. Ha ha ha. Lacking this courage may indeed be a blessing, for it ensures your future remains secure. If possible, you must make use of Chen Changsheng in the days to come." Hearing this, Zhuxinghe furrowed his brow. "Why?" "Because Chen Changsheng possesses qualities that I do not. A decade ago, you embarked on a journey through the Warcraft Mountains, only to be rescued by Chen Changsheng. In truth, I have been by your side all along, silently guarding you, though you remain oblivious to my presence. I listened intently to every word exchanged between you and Chen Changsheng. From that moment, I became intrigued by this coffin merchant. Subsequently, I observed him for 10 years. While a decade may seem a brief span for a cultivator, it is sufficient to instigate change. Yet, 10 years have passed, and Chen Changsheng remains unchanged, as if time holds no sway over him. Cultivators seek transformation, for only through change can they transcend their limitations. Conversely, a nation seeks stability, as only through stability can it endure. Though I am the emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom, I am also a cultivator, and now is my moment to seek transformation. However, your path is long and winding. Hence, you must pursue stability. With Chen Changsheng by your side, your future will be considerably more secure." Upon hearing this, Zhuxinghe hesitated, saying, "But Chen Changsheng seems disinterested in power? This is your concern. I cannot manage everything for you. Some matters must be addressed by you alone." With that, Zhuo Huang turned and departed. Zhuxinghe knelt in place, furrowing his brow in contemplation. At the Qingjing temple, Li Jinshui lay feebly on the ground, adjacent to a freshly dug grave. His remaining eye was now blind. Suddenly, the sound of crunching leaves echoed, prompting Li Jinshui, who was on the verge of closing his eyes, to struggle and exclaim, "Little junior brother, is that you?" Observing his once dashing senior brother reduced to such a pitiful state, Chen Changsheng pursed his lips and softly replied, "It is I, senior brother." Hearing that familiar voice, Li Jinshui smiled. "I knew you would come. You always fulfill your promises." In response, Chen Changsheng assisted Li Jinshui to his feet. "Senior brother, you are nearing death. I should quickly change your funeral attire. Once your body grows cold, changing clothes will become quite bothersome." Chapter 40. A new grave added to the old. Zhua Huang takes action. As Chen Changsheng prepared to change Li Jinshui's garments, Li Jinshui, summoning his remaining strength, pushed Chen Changsheng's hand away. "You scoundrel! Though I am on the brink of death, I am not dead yet. It has been 50 years since we last met. Can't you let me have a word with you?" In response to Li Jinshui's words, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. "Senior brother, at this point, do not tell me you still have unfulfilled aspirations. You know me well. I detest trouble. Handling funerals is a task I can manage with some effort. But fulfilling last wishes is not my forte." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's remarks, Li Jinshui seemed to regain some vitality, retorting, "Nonsense. Do you think your third senior brother is someone who cannot let go? If I could not accomplish something in life, I certainly will not trouble anyone after death. I merely wish to praise you before I pass. Is that too much to ask?" At this, a smile blossomed on Chen Changsheng's face. "Certainly. It is a rare occurrence for me to receive such commendation from my esteemed elder brother. Your praise serves as encouragement, yet one must remain humble." The two conversed as they once did, although their smiles faded swiftly, and silence enveloped them once more. After a moment, Li Jinshui struggled to reach the gravestone of the master of the Yuan spirit. As he caressed the inscription upon the stone, a single drop of light brown blood tear escaped from his solitary eye. In this ephemeral life, akin to the fleeting seasons, no matter how grand one's achievements may be, one ultimately cannot evade the inevitability of these wooden planks. What are skills, what are divine weapons? But mere wisps of smoke from the past? Initially, when you crafted a coffin from your master's thunderstruck wood, I thought it was merely the folly of youth. Yet now I comprehend that within the Qingqing temple, you possess the clearest insight. Upon uttering these words, the corners of Li Jinshui's mouth trembled. After a long pause, he regained his composure and once again wore a smile. Having expressed his sorrow, he urged, "Now, let me see the coffin you have prepared for me." In response to Li Jinshui's insistence, Chen Changsheng retrieved a pristine coffin from the system space. "Elder brother, I have prepared for you a coffin made of exquisite golden silk enamel. This wood will preserve the body from decay for a millennium. Feel it." With that, Chen Changsheng assisted Li Jinshui to the coffin's side. As he traced the wood's grain, Li Jinshui nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. It was not in vain that I cared for you. Have you prepared the coffin for our ancestor?" "Indeed, it is ready. Crafted from thunderstruck peach wood aged a millennium. Engraved with all the formations I have learned, ensuring our ancestor shall never rise again. When the time comes, I shall inter both you and our ancestor together, allowing you to reminisce on the past." A hearty laugh erupted from Li Jinshui upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response. "You truly think ahead, little junior brother." With that, Li Jinshui straightened his posture, smoothing out the creases in his clothing, and then froze in that very stance forevermore. Witnessing the lifeless form of Li Jinshui, Chen Changsheng calmly undertook the arrangements for his final rites. Once all was completed, he interred the coffin in the grave Li Jinshui had prepared, subsequently erecting a gravestone. The inscription remained the same, the mourner. Gazing at the gravestone he had erected with his own hands, Chen Changsheng silently produced a jar of wine. "Elder brother, this is the floral wine I brewed according to ancient methods. During our time in the infinite secret realm, I prevented Yuanshan from engaging in conflicts with others. As per tradition, I am sure I shall be reprimanded by Master once again. To evade punishment, I have set aside a portion of this floral wine for him, hoping he will show mercy. The remainder, however, is intended as a bribe for you, so that you might speak favorably of me." Little did I anticipate that upon leaving the infinite secret realm, events would unfold one after another. And it is only today that you are able to partake of this floral wine. Nonetheless, this delay is not without merit. The 70 years of maturation have elevated the wine's flavor, and I am certain both you and Master will enjoy it. With that, Chen Changsheng poured the floral wine before the graves of his elder brother and the Master of the Yuan spirit. After the last drop fell, he spoke. "It is indeed a bit stingy for 2 individuals to consume an entire jar, yet I possess only 10 jars in total, and I still require the remainder for myself. So I kindly ask for your understanding. After all, you are unable to emerge from below to confront me." With that, Chen Changsheng turned away from the dilapidated Changqing temple. However, as he departed, he waved his hand in farewell to the 9 graves. "Masters, senior brothers, I must go and bring our ancestral master to meet you. I shall take my leave first." There was not a trace of sorrow in Chen Changsheng's tone, as if in his heart. This was merely a brief parting from old friends. The horns signaling the invasion of the Xuanwu kingdom soon resounded. Although the Night Moon Kingdom had already absorbed the vast Dacian dynasty, both nations had sustained considerable losses during this period. Now, faced with the overwhelmingly powerful Xuanwu Kingdom, the Night Moon Kingdom could only retreat step by step. There were no reasons, no superfluous words. Emperors would disregarded any negotiations from the Night Moon Kingdom and directly swept away all opposition with his formidable strength. Within a mere month, Emperor Zhou had reduced the Night Moon Kingdom to ruins. Simultaneously, the locations of the two ancient bronze palaces were completely surrounded by Emperor Zhu's forces. Father, the infinite secret realm is now under our control. We only lack the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden territory occupied by the ascended true man additionally. The people from Tianfu Temple wish to meet you. Zhou Xinghe reported the battle situation to Emperor Zhou. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhou replied nonchalantly. Surround the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden territory without attacking. Let the people from Tianfu Temple wait. A task must be completed from beginning to end. Since this matter arose because of Chen Changsheng, it is only fitting that he brings it to a close. With that, Emperor Zhou paused for a moment and gazed into the distance. What a coincidence! Just as I mentioned him, he has arrived. A point of light appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging until it landed on the deck. Your Majesty, forgive my tardiness. I was occupied with some personal matters. As Chen Changsheng clasped his hands in greeting, a smile crept across Emperor Zhu's lips. Not at all. Your timing is impeccable. Your ancestral master has been trapped in the forbidden territory, awaiting your arrival for his burial. I must say, your master possesses a certain level of skill. It took me 2 moves to shatter his avatar. Furthermore, it seems your old friends are aware of your return. So, do you intend to pay your ancestral master a visit first, or meet your old friends? Faced with the choice presented by Emperor Zhou, Chen Changsheng smiled broadly and replied, Of course, I shall first meet my old friends. Though your Majesty may regard my ancestral master as inconsequential, I am not his match. Should my ancestral master attempt a last-ditch counterattack, I would be ill-prepared to withstand it. Thus, it is prudent for us to take separate actions. Ha! Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Emperor Zhou pointed at him with a grin. I admire your cautious approach. Very well, I shall allow your ancestral master some dignity, permitting you two to reminisce. With that, Emperor Zhou instantly appeared above the forbidden territory. His right hand clenched into a fist, which he swung down powerfully. Boom! A colossal fist imprint appeared on the ground, shattering the mountains and rivers within 100 miles into dust. Chen Changsheng, is it truly that formidable? Chapter 41. The falling flowers have intentions. While the flowing water is indifferent, escorting the master ancestor to his final rest, as Zhou Huang unleashed a mighty punch. A colossal ding emerged from the depths of the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden ground, hurtling towards him. Observing the cataclysmic clash, Chen Changsheng could not help but express his astonishment. Remarking on the perilous nature of the cultivation world, grateful that he had no penchant for brawling. Having reflected on this, he swiftly soared towards the distance where Yi Xiao and the others awaited. Upon witnessing the reappearance of Chen Changsheng after a 50-year absence, a wave of joy surged within the hearts of the crowd, reminiscent of a long-awaited reunion. Brother Changsheng, I knew you would return, exclaimed Song Yuanshan, excitement radiating from his every word. Chen Changsheng appraised Song Yuanshan, now clad in a Taoist robe, and chuckled. It has been decades. The once pesky little brother has finally matured. Splendid. It is a testament to the diligent guidance of our third senior brother. Observing the exchange between Chen Changsheng and Song Yuanshan, a stunning beauty imbued with a hint of wildness hesitated, her thoughts unspoken. This enchanting figure was none other than the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom, Wan Yanyu. What do you intend to do next? Wan Yanyu could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the question. With a smile, Chen Changsheng replied, What else is there to do but to forge my own path? Hearing his response, Wan Yanyu cast a glance at the army of Xuanwu Kingdom, her expression grave. Are you truly going to leave? Although Wan Yanyu did not articulate her feelings explicitly, Chen Changsheng discerned a hint of reluctance in her tone. Observing her demeanor, he reassured her. It is not so much a departure. Everyone has their own responsibilities and unique destinies. I am merely heading where I am meant to go. To do what I am destined to do. Why? Song Yuanshan inquired, puzzled. The troubles have been resolved, and the Shangqing Temple stands ready for revival. Are you really going to abandon it? In response to Song Yuanshan's fervent expression, Chen Changsheng placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and said, Rebuilding the Shangqing Temple is your calling, not mine. The fates of individuals differ. Some are destined to take root in one place, while others are meant to roam freely. The Taoist teachings emphasize the concept of fate. My bond with you all has reached its conclusion, and it is time to bid farewell. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Song Yuanshan clenched his fists. In truth, the entire Shangqing Temple had anticipated his departure since his initiation. Despite Chen Changsheng's commendable contributions, the others had never sensed any inclination on his part to remain. To put it more accurately, Song Yuanshan regarded the Changsheng Temple as home, while Chen Changsheng merely viewed it as a temporary refuge. Throughout life, one traverses many places and may feel nostalgic for certain locations. Yet, the only place that can truly anchor one's heart is home. Chen Changsheng never perceived the Changsheng Temple as home, and thus, regardless of any lingering affection, he was destined to depart. Having concluded his thoughts, Chen Changsheng turned to Yixiu, who wore a tranquil expression. Little monk, I have known you the longest. I am about to leave. Will you not attempt to persuade me to stay? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Yixiu rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, You, Chen Changsheng, are leaving. Who could possibly retain you? We are but the flora and fauna of this land, while you are merely a bird that briefly alights. No matter how long the birds linger, they will inevitably take flight. I had already anticipated this day. As Ixi spoke, the battle on Zhuohuang's side came to a close. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, Decades have passed, and the teachings of Buddhism have indeed progressed. Continue to strive, and one day, aspire to become a master. With affairs concluded on that side, I must now attend to the remains of an old acquaintance. Having said this, Chen Changsheng turned and made his way toward the forbidden ground. Watching his departing figure, the three companions were enveloped in profound reluctance. Yet, in Wan Yinyu's eyes, this reluctance bore a hint of a different emotion. Noticing this, Ixi sighed, Do not linger. This fellow will not remain for anyone. Moreover, you have spent the last 50 years proclaiming your desire to take vengeance on Chen Changsheng for the humiliation he once inflicted upon you. Now that he is here, why do you not act? Upon hearing Ixi's words, Wan Yinyu replied coldly, His strength is formidable. I am not his match at present. I can assist you. Ixi exclaimed. He is not adept at combat. If we join forces, we may have a chance to teach him a lesson. Facing Ixi's undermining remarks, Wan Yinyu retorted angrily, The Buddhist path emphasizes compassion, yet your words are filled with hostility. I fear you are on the brink of succumbing to darkness. After reproaching Ixi, Wan Yinyu turned to leave. However, halfway through her departure, she paused momentarily. Will she see him again? It is hard to say, but living a bit longer may afford that opportunity. With Ixi's response in mind, Wan Yinyu vanished completely. Perhaps from the moment her hair was dyed black. She had already etched the memory of this intriguing individual deep within her heart. In the forbidden ground of the Night Moon Kingdom, Chen Changsheng bore a magnificent coffin, carefully maneuvering around various deep pits until he arrived before the ancient bronze palace. Thud! The heavy coffin hit the ground, and Chen Changsheng gazed at the immortal Master Yuhua, who was suppressed beneath the bronze palace, with a smile. Master Ancestor, what do you think of the coffin crafted for you by your disciple? At this, the immortal Master Yuhua inspected the coffin and replied with a smile, Not bad. It is evident that you have put in considerable effort. Last time you narrowly escaped, I harbored a lingering unease. However, I did not expect your return to be so swift, nor did I anticipate such a powerful ally by your side. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng cast a glance at Zhuohuang, who was examining the ancient bronze palace. What can I say, Master Ancestor? You are so formidable. How could I possibly send you off alone? Now that events have reached this point, may I ask you a few questions? Certainly. The Infinite Secret Realm also possesses a bronze palace. Why did you choose to establish your plans here in the Night Moon Kingdom? The entities suppressed beneath the Infinite Secret Realm have been eradicated, which is why I sought refuge in the Night Moon Kingdom. I see. Then allow me to pose a second question. Do you regret having killed my master and the others? As he posed this question, Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze intently upon the eyes of the immortal Master Yuhua, seeking the most genuine answer therein. After a long pause, the immortal Master Yuhua sighed lightly and replied, Just a bit of hardship, nothing more. For those who pursue the path of immortality, some sacrifice is entirely normal. If one were to escape the clutches of destiny, even the bitterest of hardships can be sweet. Ha! Upon hearing the words of the Ascendant, Chen Changsheng smiled, his joy evident. What a remarkable sentiment. Bittersweet, like consuming raw bitter lotus, the resolve of the Grandmaster unwavering, earning the admiration of the disciple. In light of this, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. As his words concluded, the left emperor materialized beside Chen Changsheng, gazing at the one who had bested him. The Ascendant displayed no trace of fear. Had I not been ensnared, you would not have found it so easy to vanquish me. Chapter 42. Forcing through the ancient forbidden grounds. A mere touch of frost and wind in response to the Ascendant's declaration, the left emperor nodded. If only my friend could live for another millennium, perhaps we could engage in a decisive battle. Alas, you shall not endure that long. By the way, what does the great hand depicted in this illustration signify? After your extensive study of the bronze ancient palace, you must have gleaned some insights. Ha! Of course, I am aware, but do you think I would divulge such information? The Ascendant continued. Even if I were to share it, would you dare to believe me? Indeed, your words inspire little confidence, the left emperor retorted. With a swift motion, a brilliant light surged forth from the left emperor's hand, resulting in a small bloodied puncture appearing on the Ascendant's forehead. As the Ascendant fell, the colossal bronze ancient palace began to sink once more. Observing this, the left emperor reacted instantaneously, utilizing unparalleled divine strength to halt the descent of the palace. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Changsheng swiftly retrieved the Ascendant's lifeless form. Boom! The bronze ancient palace descended, and the ominous blood pool was thoroughly suppressed. Exhaling a gentle breath, the left emperor steadied his breath. Even for him, preventing the palace's descent proved to be an arduous endeavor. After placing the body into a prepared coffin, Chen Changsheng inquired, Your Majesty, have you gathered any insights? Indeed, I have discovered certain truths. Each bronze ancient palace should harbor a teleportation array, which contains some form of connection. However, the specifics elude me, as the array here has been destroyed. Now, we can only place our hopes on the bronze ancient palace within the infinite secret realm. If the teleportation array there remains operational, it may indeed grant us access to the ancient forbidden grounds. As he spoke, a flicker of excitement danced in the left emperor's eyes. Initially believing the bronze ancient palace would offer limited assistance, he was astonished by its significant potential. Consequently, his chances of safely entering the ancient forbidden grounds had increased by at least 20%. Ah, this should belong to you. I return it now. Boom. A stone coffin was cast before Chen Changsheng. This very coffin had been the key treasure that aided Chen Changsheng in his escape 50 years prior. Naturally, the recovery of such an item brought him immense joy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Changsheng stowed the coffin away and casually asked. The immortal of 100 defeats was a figure from 2,000 years ago. Have you heard of his name? I have indeed heard of him. I first encountered his legend at the age of 10. By that time, he had already been a figure of 2 millennia past. The inscriptions upon this artifact are from a dynasty that perished over 2,000 years ago. It had long been extinguished by the time I became aware. My ability to comprehend it stems from the fact that the dynasty's demise was relatively recent. Chen Changsheng. Upon hearing these words, a myriad of questions filled Chen Changsheng's mind. He had presumed that the 100 defeats celestial master was a figure from 2 millennia past. However, he was astonished to learn that the young emperor's had heard tales of the celestial master in his youth. Moreover, these legends had already circulated for over 2,000 years at that time. By this reckoning, was the 100 defeats celestial master not a figure from 4,000 years ago? Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng inquired, Your Majesty, if the 100 defeats celestial master existed 4 millennia ago, just how formidable was his strength? I am uncertain. Merely relying on a phantom to suppress the ominous presence here along with the ascended master Yu Hua is a feat beyond my capabilities. Were it not for the suppression of the bronze ancient palace, I would have eagerly harnessed the power of this place. Chen Changsheng remarked. Seeing as you have not mentioned the matter of the ominous power, I had presumed you looked down upon the notion of utilizing it. But it appears you were simply unable to. After silently ridiculing Emperor's war in his heart, he continued, Your Majesty, I must attend to the burial of my ancestral master. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, but do so swiftly. Retrieving the bronze ancient palace from the infinite secret realm will not take much time. With the Emperor's consent, Chen Changsheng departed from the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With the concerted efforts of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the bronze ancient palace within the infinite secret realm was forcibly excavated. Standing on the deck, Chen Changsheng gazed upon the lands of the great Qian dynasty, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He had resided in this land for nearly 2 centuries. 200 years prior, he had never envisioned leaving the great Qian dynasty or interacting with the various formidable beings of the immortal realm. At that time, he merely wished to live quietly and engage in meaningful pursuits. Yet, a series of events, like an invisible hand, had inexorably propelled him to his current position. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng looked at his hands and murmured, How ironic that the one who least desired to pursue immortality has attained the nascent soul stage. With that, a smile returned to his face, and he turned back toward the cabin. One chapter of his journey had concluded, regardless of its former grandeur or thrilling moments. It ultimately came to an end. Those who live must always look forward. A roar echoed from a beast comparable in size to a small mountain. In the face of such a formidable creature, all living beings trembled in fear. Even more astonishing was the fact that this powerful beast was merely employed to draw a chariot, upon which sat the Xuanwu Emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums resounded as the million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom stood in solemn silence. Despite their vast numbers, there was not a whisper to be heard. Chen Changsheng swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, I fear that forcefully entering the ancient forbidden land is not my forte. Shall we wait a while before proceeding? Noticing Chen Changsheng's timorous demeanor, Emperor's lips curled upward slightly. There is another bronze ancient palace within the ancient forbidden land. If you do not enter, how will you behold it? The reasoning was sound, yet I am not skilled in combat. I find myself trailing behind your Majesty, which may hinder your progress. In response to Chen Changsheng's repeated refusals, Zhuang remained unperturbed, patiently elucidating. There is but one opportunity to breach the ancient forbidden land. If you do not accompany me, the likelihood of your entering is exceedingly slim. Furthermore, you are overseeing the restoration of the bronze ancient palace. Do you believe I can proceed without your presence? Upon hearing Zhuang's words, the corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth twitched. Nian Sheng had vanished within the teleportation array of the bronze ancient palace, and he had intended to thoroughly investigate the connections between the arrays. He harbored no ulterior motives. With a slight pang of resignation, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the foreboding ancient forbidden land. Even if Zhuang abandoned his desire to reverse the course of life, Chen Changsheng would still find a way to enter the ancient forbidden land. Had it not been for this, he would have long since departed, rather than remaining foolishly in the Xuanwu Kingdom. Chapter 43. The True Terror. The foundation of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the crimson earth stretched endlessly before the eye. In the distance, a black mountain range towered amidst the scarlet terrain, creating a stark contrast between the two hues. The million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom lingered at the boundary of this red land. Even someone as formidable as Zhuang dared not tread lightly upon it. For beyond lay the fabled ancient forbidden land. The specific dangers of the ancient forbidden land remained elusive, even after scouring the most ancient texts of the Xuanwu Kingdom, yielding not a shred of insight. The records concerning the ancient forbidden land contained only a succinct phrase: great terror, certain death. Zhuang exhaled a breath of stale air and waved his right hand, dispatching 3 humanoid puppets into the ancient forbidden land. These puppets were crafted with the entirety of the Xuanwu Kingdom's resources. Each puppet possessed the strength to rival a transformation stage expert, and their defenses were such that even a full assault from a transformation stage cultivator could not easily breach them. Utilizing these puppets to explore the ancient forbidden land was undoubtedly the safest and most prudent approach. With Zhuang's command, the puppets cautiously stepped into the realm of the ancient forbidden land. However, upon their entrance, the anticipated dangers did not materialize. The puppets advanced several miles without incident. Observing this, Zhuanghe could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, remarking, "It seems the ancient forbidden land is not as formidable as we envisioned." Yet, before Zhuanghe could finish his sentence, a gentle breeze swept through, suddenly disintegrating the 3 humanoid puppets into dust. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, all present fell silent. Gulping hard, Chen Changsheng's mouth twitched. He had intended to inquire of Zhuang whether he had witnessed what had just transpired. However, upon seeing Zhuang's icy demeanor, he dismissed the thought. Recognizing that the puppet's method of reconnaissance had failed, Zhuang waved his hand once more. The million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom began to mobilize, forming an intricate formation and converging their collective strength into a spear that spans several miles in length. This method of consolidating the strength of all individuals is one of the trump cards of the Xuanwu Kingdom, and it is also a key reason behind its undefeated record in years of warfare. Kill! A million soldiers roared in unison, their overwhelming voices shattering the clouds above. The spear, capable of annihilating all, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the black mountains of the ancient forbidden land. Boom! The spear summoned by the million soldiers did not strike the black mountains, but rather collided forcefully against an invisible barrier. In response to this formidable assault, intricate silver patterns illuminated the ancient forbidden land, sprawling across every inch of its terrain. Chen Changsheng, adept in the art of formations, felt an agonizing headache merely from a glance, his vision darkening. The immense backlash startled him into averting his gaze, as he dared not observe the supreme patterns within the ancient forbidden land. Kill! Realizing the impenetrability of the unparalleled formations, the Grand General of the Xuanwu Kingdom bellowed once more. Instantly, a million soldiers began to bleed from their orifices, forcibly enhancing their strength at the cost of their lives. With a substantial infusion of vitality, the black spear transformed into a crimson hue, its power multiplying exponentially. Under such desperate augmentation, the blood-red spear made some progress, breaching the invisible barrier by an inch. Just as the crowd reveled in this recent accomplishment, the sound of a horse's neigh echoed in everyone's ears. Suddenly, a skeletal horse emerged from the earth, bearing a suit of bronze armor. At first glance, it appeared to be a figure, yet upon closer inspection, one would find the armor was utterly vacant beneath. Clatter! The armored figure rode the skeletal horse swiftly towards the throng, shattering the spear. Imbued with the strength of 1,000,000 soldiers, with a single strike of its decayed weapon. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Chen Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. As the bronze armor approached, 3 elderly men with white hair suddenly surged forth from the crowd. With their initial move, they shook the mountains and altered the heavens. These 3 elders were the essence of the Xuanwu kingdom, each having survived for 15 centuries. The left emperor, nearing the end of his lifespan, resolved to force his way into the ancient forbidden land. Meanwhile, the other potentates of the Xuanwu kingdom also sought to seize this opportunity to extend their lives. Observing the elders taking action, the left emperor, who had remained passive until now, also engaged. He drove his war chariot, unleashing the full extent of his physical power, and astonishingly created a fissure within the supreme formations. Boom, boom, boom. The intense commotion echoed in Chen Changsheng's ears, compelling the frail youth to huddle in a corner of the chariot, discreetly peering at everything around him. Witnessing the left emperor fighting with fervor, Chen Changsheng could not help but marvel at his formidable strength. The cultivation methods on this land are rather intricate, with some focusing on internal refinement and others on external prowess. The Daqian dynasty epitomizes internal cultivation, with realms including qi training, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation of spirit. In contrast, the Xuanwu kingdom exemplifies external cultivation, emphasizing the might of the physical body. The delineation of external cultivation realms is relatively straightforward, merely categorized by simple tiers. As for the criteria, they are determined by one's own cultivation method, and overall, the distinctions are not significant. Although internal and external cultivation methods differ in practice and nomenclature, the realms of power correspond directly. The first level of body refinement corresponds to the qi refining stage, while the 5th level aligns with the transformation stage. When the left emperor previously dismissed the feathered ascendant, Chen Changsheng had been speculating about the left emperor's realm of power. The transformation stage is the 5th cultivation realm. For the left emperor to vanquish the feathered ascendant so decisively, he must have reached at least the 6th realm. However, upon witnessing the full extent of the left emperor's power, Chen Changsheng realized he had underestimated him. The left emperor had indeed stepped firmly into the 7th cultivation realm. The only silver lining was that he might have only recently entered this realm. A soft sigh echoed from the Black Mountains as the 3 elders, entangled with the bronze armor, were instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Chen Changsheng gasped in astonishment as the terrifying presence emerged, and the aura surrounding the left emperor intensified. Sword, come forth. The left emperor bellowed, shattering the space with a punch and drawing forth an ancient longsword from the void. The unimpeded bronze armor redirected its assault towards the left emperor. With a swift motion, a sword qi was unleashed, stretching for thousands of miles, instantly reducing the bronze armor to mere fragments. This formidable weapon was none other than the legendary Jinwu sword of the Xuanwu kingdom. Having dealt with the troublesome bronze armor, the left emperor once again wielded his sword, using unparalleled sword qi to breach the ancient forbidden areas formations. The once indomitable formations crumbled before the Jinwu sword, becoming as fragile as tofu. Witnessing this turn of events, Chen Changsheng, who had been hiding in the corner of the war chariot, felt a surge of elation. However, before he could bask in his joy, a cold snort resonated from the Black Mountains. With the sound of that disdainful snort, a slender strand of hair drifted in the wind. The crisp sound of a break echoed as the legendary weapon of the Xuanwu kingdom, capable of severing extraordinary formations, was effortlessly bisected by a mere strand of hair. The Jinwu sword, the left emperor's body, the 1,000,000-strong army of the Xuanwu kingdom, all were cleaved in twain. It seemed as though the hair drifting from the Black Mountains was the true divine weapon. Despite being halved, the left emperor continued to command his upper body. Roaring in fury, a colossal bronze ancient hall manifested above him. Drawing upon the ancient bronze hall obtained from the infinite secret realm, a faint resonance emanated from within the Black Mountains. The formations within the bronze hall radiated a brilliant light under the left emperor's full exertion. As the teleportation array was on the verge of activation, another object flew forth from the Black Mountains. To be precise, it was merely a golden character. With a heavy thud, the golden character struck the bronze hall, causing it to tremble and reducing all flesh of the left emperor to nothingness. From that moment on, the fall of the left emperor was absolute, and the ancient bronze palace vanished into the ether as the formation was activated. Drip. Blood from Xuanxinghe's face cascaded down his chin. The shattered bronze armor reassembled, casting a vacant gaze at Xuanxinghe before galloping back into the Black Mountains. They were all dead. Everyone had perished. The grand scheme that harnessed the full might of the Xuanwu kingdom ended in utter failure. Xuanxinghe's survival was not a testament to his strength, but rather a decree from the forbidden realm of antiquity, which sought to spare one's soul. They desired Zhou Xinghe to return alive, to proclaim to the world that the forbidden realm of antiquity was inviolable. Boom. The ancient bronze palace crashed heavily to the ground. And not far away stood another similar structure. These two bronze palaces lay haphazardly amidst the Black Mountains, while the remains of the left emperor lay scattered like refuse upon the earth. With the demise of the left emperor and the descent of the bronze palace into the Black Mountains, the forbidden realm of antiquity once again fell into tranquility. Time flowed slowly, and all things in heaven and earth underwent transformation, yet the forbidden realm remained steadfast and unchanging. However, 3 months later, the once silent forbidden realm stirred. The faint sound of stone scraping echoed as a half-buried sarcophagus began to move. A crack appeared, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Indeed, the owner of those eyes was Chen Changsheng. Upon the emergence of a single hair strand, Chen Changsheng sensed something was amiss. In the face of this unfathomable terror, he made a deeply instinctive decision to hide within the sarcophagus left by the immortal sovereign of defeat and consume a specially crafted elixir to feign death. After ensuring there was no danger outside, Chen Changsheng cautiously emerged from the sarcophagus. Goodness, is this the terror of the forbidden realm of antiquity? This world is indeed perilously dangerous. Although 3 months had passed, the scenes from that time still haunted him. After expressing his sentiments, Chen Changsheng began to curiously observe his surroundings. He was uncertain whether feigning death could deceive the forbidden realm, but he knew that he was alive. His continued existence signified that the forbidden realm would not strike him down, at least for the time being. There were numerous reasons for his survival. Perhaps the forbidden realm spared him out of respect for the immortal sovereign of defeat, or maybe it deemed him too weak to warrant a kill. At his current level of cultivation, he was likely considered less than air in the eyes of those great terrors. Such a feeble being, even if fortunate enough to enter the forbidden realm, would not last long, which might explain their reluctance to take action. After observing for a full hour, Chen Changsheng still detected no imminent danger in the forbidden realm. The absence of danger, however, only deepened his unease, for in the forbidden realm, the lack of peril was the greatest peril of all. With this thought in mind, Chen Changsheng began to search his person, eventually extracting a thread from the corner of his garment. With a gentle breath, Chen Changsheng sent the seemingly weightless thread soaring away from his palm. In a flash, the ordinary thread vanished, leaving behind a fleeting glimmer of golden light on the ground. Though brief, Chen Changsheng clearly perceived it. Is this the end? He mused anxiously upon witnessing the golden radiance. Having previously encountered the unparalleled formations beyond the Black Mountains, he knew he lacked the ability to breach them. Moreover, what lay outside was merely a silver formation. Within the Black Mountains resided the formidable Golden Formation. While the extent of the Supreme Formation's power remained uncertain, Chen Changsheng was certain that the Golden Formations surpassed the Silver ones in might. Realizing he was ensnared by the Supreme Formations, Chen Changsheng stubbornly explored other directions. However, he discovered that he was encircled on all sides by the Golden Formations. His continued safety was not due to fortunate happenstance or a serendipitous encounter with a gap in the formations. Rather, it was the weight of the bronze, ancient palace pressing down on the Golden Formation beneath his feet. Without this protection, he would have dissipated into nothingness the moment he left the stone coffin. System, what should I do? Am I to be eternally trapped here? In utter despair, Chen Changsheng sought a solution from the system. Why does the host believe he will be trapped forever? The system inquired. Isn't it obvious? The formations are far too powerful. Then why not attempt to comprehend these formations? Studying formations has always been your passion, but these formations are too intricate. With my current level, even 1,000 years would not suffice for understanding. What about 10,000 years? Does time hold any significance for you? At this remark, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, time bore no significance for him. If 1,000 years were insufficient, then 10,000 would suffice. With his present cultivation, he could not boast of exceptional prowess. But he had no difficulty in fasting. He had long sought a tranquil place, free from worldly disputes. Surely, there was no location more serene and undisturbed than the ancient Forbidden Land. As long as the great terrors within did not seek out this insignificant creature, he could revel in his existence. With this thought, Chen Changsheng beamed and expressed his gratitude to the system. Thank you for the reminder. After spending too long with others, I nearly forgot my own circumstances. With that, he cheerfully approached the bronze ancient palace. The Xuanwu Pavilion had even provided him with a copy of the archives from the left galaxy. He had long wished to find the time to delve into such a wealth of knowledge. As for comprehending the Golden Formations, he decided to postpone that endeavor for a few decades. The formations would remain. After all, they wouldn't flee. In the Forbidden Land, Chen Changsheng engaged in commerce, diligently studying the patterns. Senior, This price is truly reasonable. This is a high-quality coffin made from golden silk Nanmu. Who within 100 miles is not aware of my reputation for offering exceptional value. Selling it to you at this price leaves me with little profit. Within the black mountains of the ancient Forbidden Land, faint sounds of haggling could be discerned. Upon closer inspection, one might observe a young man conversing with a dry bone. This is my bottom line. If you do not object, I shall consider it an agreement. After uttering these words, the young man waited for several breaths. And upon hearing no dissent, he promptly commenced the task of collecting the remains. Indeed, this individual was Chen Changsheng, who had been trapped in the ancient Forbidden Land for 50 long years. As he placed the bones into a coffin, Chen Changsheng began to examine the artifacts adjacent to the remains. Beside the skeleton lay 3 items: a cauldron for alchemy, a jade slip, and a small porcelain vial. With a snap, as soon as Chen Changsheng's fingers grazed the delicate alchemical cauldron, a pit suddenly appeared atop it. Observing this, he proceeded to inspect the other 2 relics, but aside from the jade slip, the porcelain vial also succumbed to the fate of shattering. Alas, time is indeed the most formidable weapon, he lamented. Such a fine cauldron reduced to ruin. What a pity. After a brief murmur, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the jade slip in his hand. This slip was crafted from 1,000-year-old cold jade. A piece so precious that even a fragment the size of a fingernail would command a price of 100,000 spirit stones. The jade slip in Chen Changsheng's possession, however, was of substantial size, akin to the palm of his hand. Repairing heaven ointment? He mused, glancing at the alchemical formula inscribed on the slip. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he could not recall any related records in his mind. According to the inscription, this repairing heaven ointment possessed the miraculous ability to reverse life and death. No matter how grievous one's self injuries or how close one was to death, possessing this ointment would extend one's life by 7 days. As the name suggests, even if the celestial river were to be breached, this single remedy could mend it. Having comprehended the contents of the jade slip, Chen Changsheng deftly tossed it into the system space. Such an extraordinary elixir was certainly something he wished to concoct. However, lamentably, his current knowledge was insufficient to decipher the formula for the repairing heaven ointment. The skeleton had resided here for an indeterminate number of years, and the information that once flowed freely had long since become obsolete. Chen Changsheng could only grasp the general meaning of the characters on the jade slip, and the names of the herbs mentioned were entirely unfamiliar to him. As time passed, the medicinal ingredients from centuries past may still exist, yet their names had likely changed numerous times. Thus, despite possessing the formula, the lack of corresponding illustrations rendered Chen Changsheng incapable of crafting the repairing heaven ointment. After successfully selling another coffin, he turned his gaze towards a bronze ancient palace 500 paces away. Behind him, there stood another bronze palace, albeit 300 paces distant. Gazing at the far-off 500 paces, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and then knelt down to study the golden array etched upon the ground. Beyond 500 paces lay the other bronze palace he sought, where the remains of the left emperor also resided. Initially, upon arriving in the ancient Forbidden Land, Chen Changsheng had intended to enjoy a leisurely existence for 2 or 3 decades before gradually delving into the study of the golden array. However, within a mere decade, the vast collection at Xuanwu Pavilion was exhausted. Left with no alternative, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the study of golden array patterns. Initially, his progress was exceedingly sluggish. After a year, he had advanced only a meager inch, and even that was not fully comprehended. He had merely discovered a tentative method for safe progression. Thus, it took him 2 full decades to venture a mere 5 steps beyond the confines of the bronze ancient hall's safety zone. At this juncture, Chen Changsheng encountered his first client. Upon discovering a corpse laid bare in the wilderness, his professional instincts kicked in, prompting him to produce a coffin to retrieve the remains. Intriguingly, while much of the skeletal remains had decayed, a mysterious tome made of animal hide remained intact. Accepting the offered price from the client with equanimity, Chen Changsheng delved into the text. Through his studies, he uncovered that the tome once belonged to a master of formations, encapsulating the essence of the master's lifelong pursuits. From his readings, Chen Changsheng's comprehension of formations surged to new heights, enabling him to discern the name of the golden array patterns. Conventional formations typically harness the energies of mountains, rivers, and specific trajectories to unleash formidable powers. In stark contrast, the patterns found within the ancient Forbidden Land evolved from the fundamental truths of existence itself. More precisely, these golden patterns represent a manifestation of the Tao, also known as Tao patterns. The original text within the animal hide tome describes them thus. Tao patterns possess the ability to reverse mountains and rivers, to invert the sun and moon. Only the Supreme may wield such power. Yet, progress still felt agonizingly slow. After successfully stepping forward, Chen Changsheng gazed at the remaining 499 steps, his lips twitching in vexation. Although his pace had quickened several-fold after acquiring the tome, traversing the remaining 300 steps still consumed him 40 years, not to mention the 10 years spent reading within the ancient forbidden land. Thus, he had now dwelled in this desolate realm for a full 50 years. 130 years had elapsed since his last slumber, leaving him with less than 30 years before the next. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng promptly retrieved the tome for further examination. However, after several readings, he still could not fully decipher all the characters inscribed within. It was truly perplexing. Why could a universally understood script not be devised? Were he able to comprehend every word, his progress would surely accelerate exponentially. After a brief lamentation, he began retracing his steps. Through 5 decades of reflection, he had gleaned some insights into the nature of the ancient forbidden land. During daylight, it was likely safe. However, by nightfall, uncertainty reigned. In the first 10 years, he had repeatedly witnessed shadowy figures flitting about outside the bronze ancient hall at night. This world had no place for spirits, yet the entities capable of moving within the ancient forbidden land were unlikely to be human. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Chen Changsheng had always chosen to conduct his activities solely during daylight hours. As night descends, Chen Changsheng retreats to the bronze ancient hall and then slips into the stone coffin of the immortal sovereign of 100 defeats. After a while, as the sun sets, he successfully returns to the bronze ancient hall. 7 or 8 coffins are quietly arranged outside, enveloped in the eerie atmosphere of the night. In Chapter 46, a century-spanning agreement is established as Chen Changsheng falls into slumber once more. Swung, it is not that I neglect your remains. Rather, my time has come. Please bear with me, and I shall return to collect your body after a while. Chen Changsheng greets Zwang from 800 steps away. 30 years within the ancient forbidden land feels like merely the blink of an eye. In these final 30 years, Chen Changsheng advances another 300 steps. Yet he remains 200 steps away from the bronze ancient hall and Zwang's remains. With the hour of slumber imminent, Chen Changsheng must establish a pact with Zwang, promising to return in a century to collect his body. After speaking, he turns and re-enters the bronze ancient hall. The 80 years spent in the ancient forbidden land can be described as the most tranquil period of Chen Changsheng's existence. Here, there are no entanglements of grievances, only the profound stillness of time. Each day, Chen Changsheng dedicates himself to studying the Tao patterns and gathering the remains of the passing skeletons. During this process, he often stumbles upon peculiar trinkets, such as rusted iron rods and expired elixirs, the most extraordinary of all being a large silver bone he discovered. While the bone serves no significant purpose, its hardness is unparalleled. After deliberation, Chen Changsheng decides to keep the bone within the bronze ancient hall. He places his usual collection of curiosities into the system space and then lies down in the stone coffin. The darkness within the coffin is something Chen Changsheng has long grown accustomed to. Before succumbing to slumber, he voices his lingering concerns. System, although I have spent such a long time in the ancient forbidden land, I still lack confidence in my safety. Will anything go awry during my sleep? In response to Chen Changsheng's apprehension, the system's voice resonates within his mind. Rest assured, host, there is no cause for concern. During your slumber, you will possess an invincible state, rendering you impervious to harm from any entity. Furthermore, all vitality will cease during your sleep. At that moment, you will be akin to a mere stone upon the ground. What existence could pose a threat to you, only to attack a stone without provocation? Upon hearing this, a spark of illumination ignites in Chen Changsheng's eyes. System, if that is the case, can I traverse the ancient forbidden land freely during my slumber? The system cautions against such actions, explaining that the invincible state has a limited duration. You will have only 10 breaths of invincibility. After that, you shall be forcibly awakened. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's expression falls immediately. Originally, I had intended to exploit this invincible mechanism for various endeavors, such as fashioning a grand slingshot to propel myself into the air. At the moment of launch, I would immediately succumb to slumber, thus granting me the ability to traverse the ancient forbidden lands at will. Though the interval of time may be somewhat prolonged, it remains an ingenious solution. However, to my dismay, the system imposes restrictions on its invincibility duration. How miserly! After a brief lamentation regarding the system's stinginess, Chen Changsheng declared, System, initiate slumber. I shall maximize the duration of my slumber, for my attributes are still woefully inadequate. As slumber commenced, the duration was set for 160 years. With the final word echoing in his ears, Chen Changsheng's consciousness ceased entirely at that moment. He fell into a deep sleep, and the last vestige of human presence within the ancient forbidden lands faded into oblivion. The vastness of the ancient forbidden lands remained unchanged by Chen Changsheng's disappearance. still reflecting its former essence. A heavy coffin lid creaked open, and the tattered figure of Chen Changsheng emerged, rising from within. After stretching his stiff limbs, he surveyed his surroundings. Nothing had altered, not even a speck of dust had shifted. Had it not been for the decayed garments adorning him and the additional 160 attribute points displayed on the system panel, he would have believed he had merely rested for a brief moment. The unchanging environment felt stifling. No wonder it is often said that 7 days in the mountains equates to 1,000 years in the world. Time passes too swiftly in such a place. With a hint of nostalgia, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the system panel in his mind. Host, Chen Changsheng, Strength, 1, Speed, 1, Defense, 91, Spiritual Power, 0, Lifespan, 320, having grown accustomed to the experience of resetting his strength. Chen Changsheng surveyed his newly acquired 160 attribute points without a moment's hesitation, deciding to invest them entirely into defense. With the allocation complete, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "System, could you provide me with a label? One that translates my various statistics into specific realms. Otherwise, I have no way of knowing my true capabilities." In response to Chen Changsheng's request, the system's cold voice resonated. Label addition in progress. Label addition complete. Soon, a subtle transformation occurred on Chen Changsheng's system panel, with each statistic now accompanied by a corresponding power level. Interestingly, aside from the defense attribute marked as early-stage nascent soul, all other data was labeled as mere mortals. With defense below the early-stage nascent soul threshold, that level of defense is fairly decent, at the very least. I should be able to protect myself out there. Chen Changsheng then settled into a meditative posture, embarking on his first cultivation session within the ancient Forbidden Lands. Currently bereft of any cultivation, he was unable to engage in fasting. If he did not hasten to cultivate, he might very well starve. An abundance of spiritual energy began to surge into Chen Changsheng's body, propelling his realm from the Qi refinement stage directly to the nascent soul stage. The astonishing speed possessed by Chen Changsheng can be attributed fundamentally to his profound familiarity with these realms and the abundant resources at his disposal. While others toil tirelessly to elevate their cultivation, Chen Changsheng dedicates copious amounts of time to reading. Although he never deliberately studies cultivation techniques, the sheer volume of books he has perused is remarkable. He is intimately acquainted with the cultivation methods from the three nations, the Upper Qing, the Xuanwu, and the Night Moon. Every tome in the Xuanwu Pavilion is etched in his memory, and the texts in the book grave are nearly worn to tatters by his diligent examination. Moreover, during his 2 visits to the Night Moon, he gleaned substantial rewards. The likes of the Ascending Immortal, Wanyan Agu, the Fox Clan's young master Hu Zhan, and the Tiger Clan's young master Lin Hu. These individuals were aided by Chen Changsheng in their final moments, and naturally, their storage rings found their way into his possession. After all, a mortuary attendant cannot afford to engage in unprofitable dealings. As an hour elapsed, Chen Changsheng successfully emerged from his state of meditation. Reflecting on his cultivation at the late stage of the nascent soul, he mused, the late stage of the nascent soul should suffice. However, to break through to the transformation realm, I estimate it would require a decade, which is rather impractical. With that, he stepped out of the stone coffin to stretch his stiff limbs, concurrently pondering the issue of vanishing spiritual energy. When he slips into slumber, all vitality within him ceases to function. Consequently, the spiritual energy within his body evaporates slowly, akin to moisture dissipating from meat. Although he can swiftly return to cultivation, it is a nuisance to have to restart his training after each repose. Contemplating this predicament, Chen Changsheng retrieved a beast skin tome and soon discovered a solution. The Heaven and Earth Absolute Life Array, this is the answer. With a decisive clap on the beast skin tome, Chen Changsheng's face lit up with joy as he selected a particular formation. The Heaven and Earth Absolute Life Array is one of the 3 great killing formations recorded in the beast skin tome. According to the description, those who enter this array are severed from the path to heaven above and the underworld below, thus ensuring absolute destruction. Such a formidable formation should effectively contain the slow leakage of spiritual energy during his slumber. Having chosen the formation, Chen Changsheng cheerfully exited the bronze ancient hall to continue his work on the external inscriptions. Transforming the deadly array into one that confines without killing is no simple task. However, Chen Changsheng has ample time, and he is confident that he can accomplish it gradually. With great care, he took the final step and finally reached the safety perimeter of another bronze ancient hall. Your Majesty, I have devoted a full 90 years to your burial. Surely, you will not allow my efforts to go unrewarded? He muttered a few words to the bones of the left emperor before placing the crystalline remains into the coffin. As for the left emperor's missing lower half, he could not locate it. Reluctantly, he had to substitute it with a wooden carving. After completing the burial of the left emperor, Chen Changsheng naturally received 2 rewards: the true martial sword, now lacking its tip, and a gold piece, which the left emperor had used as a protective mirror. As Chen Changsheng gazed at the golden plate in his hand, a frown creased his brow, and he muttered to himself, "Isn't this the 9 turns profound art of the Xuanwu kingdom? Moreover, it seems I have encountered something similar before." With that, he rummaged through his system space and ultimately unearthed another golden plate of the same texture. The 2 plates slowly aligned, their gaps closing to form a complete and intact page. Faced with this revelation, Chen Changsheng cast a speechless glance towards the coffin of Emperor Zhua. "Your Majesty, this feels rather unseemly. It appears that someone from the ancestral lineage of the Xuanwu kingdom had previously ventured into the ancient forbidden land and even brought back certain artifacts. I had always pondered how the Xuanwu kingdom, with no one having entered the ancient forbidden land, could possibly know of the existence of a bronze ancient palace within. Now, with the 9 turns profound art as evidence, this mystery has been unraveled." After speaking, Chen Changsheng looked at the golden plate in his hand, the inscriptions upon it completely foreign to him. His recognition of this object as the 9 turns profound art was purely coincidental. Among the items that Zhua Xinghe had personally presented, there was indeed a translated version of the 9 turns profound art. Beside the name of the art were 4 peculiar symbols, which prompted Chen Changsheng to casually inquire. Zhua Xinghe had explained that the 4 symbols represented the 9 turns profound art, yet no one in the entire Xuanwu kingdom knew how to translate such characters. At that time, Chen Changsheng had given it little thought. Upon arriving at the ancient forbidden land, he had stumbled upon the lower half of the golden plate one day while digging in the earth. This plate was indestructible, with edges remarkably sharp. Although he could not decipher the symbols, he decided to keep it as a collectible. Had he not discovered the upper portion of the 9 turns profound art from Zhua Huang, he might have lived 1,000 more years without ever realizing that this was another fragment of the 9 turns profound art. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng patted the coffin of Emperor Zhua and lamented, "Your Majesty, perhaps the unsolvable mysteries of this world arise in such a manner. Ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom have indeed entered the ancient forbidden land. How much did they truly understand about it? This is a knowledge known only to you. Furthermore, the ancestors brought forth remnants of the 9 turns profound art from that perilous place, which undoubtedly attests to its extraordinary nature. Now that you have departed, these secrets have been forever entombed with you, which is rather regrettable." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and strode towards the bronze ancient palace. Ever since learning of Niansheng's disappearance within the teleportation array of the bronze ancient palace, he had been investigating the site. After an exhaustive 290 years, he finally achieved his goal. His immediate task was to unravel the mysteries surrounding the bronze ancient palace. Inside the palace, countless patterns interwove and reformed, culminating in a partially incomplete scroll of images. Unlike the bronze ancient palace found within the limitless secret realm and the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom, the one in the ancient forbidden land remained remarkably intact, thus granting Chen Changsheng a more detailed depiction. In the beginning, all living beings sought to escape the grasp of the colossal hand, thus they harnessed a sinister power. Initially, they succeeded in repelling the giant hand. However, they soon discovered that this ominous force was gradually eroding their world. Faced with such a predicament, the beings allied with the giant hand and successfully banished the malevolence. Yet, remnants of this dark power lingered. To prevent its resurgence, the beings collaborated with the giant hand to construct 18 ancient bronze palaces, entrusting their guardianship to 18 distinct races. Among these, 9 palaces were entrusted to the giant hand, and to facilitate communication, they etched a tricolor teleportation array within, harmonizing it with the forces of nature. This array not only allowed for extensive teleportation distances, but also remained impervious to external disruptions. Logically, after overcoming adversity, one would expect a peaceful coexistence between the beings and the giant hand. Yet, unexpectedly, they clashed once more, and the narrative revealed a distinct stratification. The patterns carved before and after were evidently from different eras. Upon absorbing the entirety of the tale, Chen Changsheng was left speechless. The tricolor teleportation array, originally capable of directed transmission, had become random due to the ravages of war and the passage of time. The probability of successfully locating Niansheng was a mere 1 in 17. Chapter 48. The Tricolor Teleportation Array, A Hidden Truth. Confronted with such uncertainty, Chen Changsheng felt a profound reluctance. However, without assurance of Niansheng's safety, he remained restless. Ultimately, he cast a glance at the tricolor teleportation array within the bronze palace, sighing, "Girl, you truly know how to stir trouble for me." Some of the patterns here had been deliberately erased, clearly indicating an intent to obscure certain truths. "Now, if I wish to find you, I must ascertain which races guard the 18 bronze palaces. Do not let yourself be teleported to the giant hand's domain, or I shall be in dire straits. With that, Chen Changsheng began to examine the tricolor teleportation array within the Great Hall. The patterns in this bronze palace were also incomplete, specifically lacking two crucial pieces of information: the races guarding the bronze palaces and the origin of the giant hand. Initially, in the Forbidden Realm of Yiyue Kingdom, he had noticed that information regarding these 18 races had been partially erased. He had thought it was merely the intent of the Ascendant, Yuhua Zhenren, to prevent others from learning too much. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. The entity capable of reaching the ancient Forbidden Land to erase patterns must possess unimaginable power. Alternatively, it is possible that these patterns were intentionally obliterated by the great terrors within the ancient Forbidden Land. Furthermore, with the movement of the 18 bronze palaces, one would expect whatever was suppressed beneath to have long since escaped. Yet, that was not the case. The malevolence within the boundless secret realm had been eradicated. This indicates that some sentient beings are silently eliminating these calamities. Regardless of the nature of these speculations, the entities behind them are beyond the reach of Chen Changsheng at present. As time passed, Chen Changsheng dedicated 2 months to deciphering the initiation of the tricolor teleportation array. His rapid progress can be attributed to 2 factors. Firstly, his profound mastery of formations had significantly increased. Secondly, during his restoration of the ancient bronze palace within the limitless secret realm, he had already acquired some understanding of the tricolor teleportation array. Although that array was in a state of disrepair, he had nonetheless amassed considerable experience. He drew spiritual energy from the spirit stones and infused it into the tricolor teleportation array. As the energy flowed in, the array began to illuminate. He meticulously filled in the minor gaps according to his comprehension and adjusted the possibly misaligned tricolor patterns. Finally, the tricolor teleportation array was able to function properly. Gazing at the array before him, Chen Changsheng swallowed hard, then retrieved the stone coffin of the Immortal of 100 Defeats. Lying within the coffin, he chanted a spell with both hands and swiftly closed the lid. His understanding of the tricolor teleportation array was still insufficient. Being able to activate it at all was already a considerable achievement. Who knows what unforeseen circumstances might arise from a modified array? In light of this uncertainty, he resolutely chose not to rely solely on physical transportation. Buzz. The tricolor teleportation array activated, and the coffin within it vanished in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant clamor echoed within the coffin, causing Chen Changsheng to cover his ears in a cold sweat. With his adeptness in formations, he easily deduced what was transpiring outside. Numerous rifts in time and space were slicing through the coffin, indicating that there was a malfunction with the teleportation arrays on both ends, leading to the emergence of these temporal rifts. Fortunately, his caution had spared him. Had he opted for physical transportation, he would likely have been reduced to nothingness. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Chen Changsheng settled into a quiet wait. Who? Several hundred robust men clad in animal skins, with skin resembling ancient bronze, danced around a fire, seemingly engaged in some form of ritual. Not far from the fire stood a towering bronze altar, where an elderly high priest was fervently kneeling and muttering incantations. Buzz. Suddenly, the long-dormant altar emitted a dazzling tricolor radiance. This spectacle left the onlookers below in awe. Even the high priest beside the altar was momentarily entranced. The crowd pondered. Is this ritual not meant to be a mere formality held every decade? Why has it suddenly reacted? Boom. A heavy stone coffin crashed onto the altar, shattering the already indistinct tricolor patterns into fragments. Faced with this bizarre turn of events, the gathered crowd fell into silence. Creak. The stone coffin on the altar stirred, startling the participants in the ritual, who instinctively took a step back. The coffin lid was pushed open, revealing a peculiar, delicately skinned being sitting upright. At the moment the being sat up, thousands of eyes fixed their gaze upon him. Chen Changsheng thought, is it possible? I just arrived, and already such a grand spectacle awaits me. Can I even enjoy myself here? Indeed. The individual who appeared on the altar was none other than Chen Changsheng, who had just escaped from the ancient Forbidden Land using a tricolored teleportation array. He glanced at the shattered array and then at the dense encirclement surrounding him. After pondering for just a second, Chen Changsheng resolved to engage these individuals in amicable conversation. Where's this? He inquired tentatively, but when he received no response, he switched to another language. As an erudite scholar, Chen Changsheng was proficient in dozens of languages. The tongues spoken by the people before him were unlikely to be the common languages of the Great Qian dynasty or the Xuanwu kingdom. To ascertain his whereabouts, it was imperative to first resolve the issue of communication. Thus, he alternated through 28 different languages. Finally, upon uttering a fractured dialect, the high priest beside him reacted. This is the 10,000 Great Mountains. Who are you? With the communication barrier resolved, Chen Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. I am an outsider. I am not very familiar with your language. May we communicate using our consciousness? In response, the high priest nodded and then emanated a wave of consciousness that connected with Chen Changsheng. However, it was quite peculiar. Despite the high priestess' formidable presence, his consciousness was remarkably feeble, weaker than even that of a golden core cultivator. Although the situation was odd, Chen Changsheng did not dwell on it. His sole desire was to promptly repair the tricolored teleportation array and depart from this place. Yet, at the instant their consciousnesses made contact, the high priest was instantly paralyzed by the overwhelming power of Chen Changsheng's consciousness. He immediately knelt down, fervently bowing to Chen Changsheng, and even turned to his kin, urging them to do the same. Due to the rapidity of their speech and his unfamiliarity with the broken language, Chen Changsheng was momentarily at a loss for understanding. Nevertheless, he managed to discern a few recognizable words from the high priest's utterances: celestial being, gratitude, and white sorcerer. Chen Changsheng mused. Could they possibly mistake me for some extraordinary entity? Moreover, it seems that I may not be able to leave anytime soon. Chapter 49. The struggles among the witch clan and their subtle hostilities. Lord Divine Envoy, please take your time. The high priest respectfully exited the chamber, leaving before Chen Changsheng an array of unknown meats and some fresh spiritual fruits. Observing the spread, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile wryly, then addressed a nearby woman with his consciousness. I cannot consume all of this alone. Why don't you join me? Upon hearing this, the woman promptly shook her head and began to babble a torrent of words. Although Chen Changsheng could not comprehend her language, he could roughly infer her meaning. Noticing this, he chuckled. Since you do not wish to eat, perhaps you could teach me the language of this place? I find it rather difficult to understand. The young woman, delighted by Chen Changsheng's request, nodded in agreement. She then commenced teaching him the local language. The long night swiftly passed, and by dawn, Chen Changsheng had managed to grasp the rudiments of the language. Simultaneously, he gleaned insights about the region from the woman. This place lacked a specific name, with the most precise designation being the 10,000 Great Mountains. The true expanse of this mountain range remains an enigma, as no one has ever ventured beyond its boundaries. Furthermore, the cultivation system here is intriguing. It does not focus on physical enhancement or inner alchemy, but rather on the mastery of goo insects. These insects serve various purposes, capable of both inflicting harm and providing salvation. However, specializing in goo insects presents a critical drawback. It fails to effectively augment one's spiritual awareness. Though Chen Changsheng is not fond of cultivation, he harbors a passion for the study of formations. Yet, delving into formations often necessitates a keen spiritual awareness. Through prolonged refinement, his spiritual perception at the nascent soul stage surpasses that of some at the transformation stage. It is precisely for this reason that the high priest holds him in such high esteem. That will suffice for now. Amon, you should return and rest, he suggested, glancing at the sky, which was beginning to glow with the light of dawn. The weary young woman from the white witch tribe obediently rose to leave. However, halfway through her departure, Amon suddenly knelt, her voice filled with urgency. Great divine messenger, I implore you to save the white witch tribe. If this continues, we shall be driven to extinction by the black witches. Listening to Amon's plea, Chen Changsheng's face bore an expression of helplessness. He was reluctant to intervene in such intertribal conflicts. With the world rife with strife, if everyone were to lend a hand, he would be overwhelmed. Moreover, aside from the discord between the white and black witches, another pressing issue loomed: the restoration of the tricolor teleportation array. The altar, upon inspection, indeed belonged to the ancient bronze palace. More precisely, it was merely the base of the palace, while the upper structure had long since vanished. Restoring the tricolor teleportation array would require numerous materials, the most critical being the metal used to forge the ancient bronze palace. As the indigenous inhabitants of this land, the white witches possessed the most profound understanding of the area. Without their assistance, locating the missing ancient bronze palace would be a formidable challenge. Yet, to elicit their help, he must first extend his own assistance. Otherwise, they would likely be disinclined to aid him. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng spoke. I am not well versed in your conflict with the black witches, but I may be able to mediate. Whether it proves fruitful is subject to fate, and I cannot guarantee success. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response, Amon was immediately filled with joy, expressing her gratitude before hastily exiting the room. Watching her retreating figure, he chuckled and shook his head. The people here are truly innocent. Had I been elsewhere, I might have found myself captured for extensive study by now. With that, Chen Changsheng resumed his efforts to familiarize himself with the language of the white witches while pondering how to mediate the discord between the two tribes. Divine messenger, ahead lies the stronghold of the black witch clan, the high priest declared. gesturing toward the distant village with a hint of excitement in his tone, reminiscent of a child eagerly reporting to a parent. Observing the Black Witch clan's encampment from afar, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. The proximity of the White Witch clan and the Black Witch clan's villages, merely 2 to 3 miles apart, struck him as somewhat illogical. Given the current circumstances, the animosity between the two clans appeared to be profound. Why, then, had hostilities not erupted despite their close quarters? As Chen Changsheng pondered the underlying reasons, the high priest shouted towards the Black Witch clan members in the distance, "Summon your chieftain and inform him that the divine messenger has arrived." In response to the high priest's command, 2 young guards from the Black Witch clan obediently retreated to fetch their leader. Chen Changsheng thought to himself, what is happening here? You find yourself on enemy territory, and such a tone seems rather inappropriate. Moreover, why do the Black Witch clan members heed your words so readily? Have you concocted some tale to deceive me? Before Chen Changsheng could contemplate further, a throng of Black Witch clan members emerged, led by a dark-skinned middle-aged man. Upon noticing Chen Changsheng's distinctive attire, the man hesitated, then attempted to probe Chen's mind with his own consciousness. In response to this feeble intrusion, Chen Changsheng lightly countered with his own mental energy. The result was immediate. The middle-aged man coughed up blood, witnessing their chieftain injured. The Black Witch clan summoned a swarm of venomous insects that encircled Chen Changsheng. Faced with the mass of creatures surrounding him, Chen Changsheng was rendered speechless. It was evident that the White Witch clan high priest had not been targeted. The focus was solely on him. This seems a bit excessive, Chen Changsheng remarked. Shouldn't you two clans be adversaries? Why single me out? I merely employed a minuscule fraction of my mental energy. How could he have been so gravely affected? He appears to be your leader, yet he is remarkably feeble. Are you attempting to frame me? Just as Chen Changsheng contemplated whether to incapacitate them and depart, the bloodied middle-aged man rose and shouted, "Cease your actions. Do not show disrespect to the divine messenger." Restraining his clan members, the man spoke with utmost reverence. "I apologize for my earlier transgressions, divine messenger. The Black Witch clan holds you in the highest regard." "Wait a moment," Chen Changsheng interjected, interrupting the middle-aged man. "What leads you to believe I am indeed a divine messenger?" "Because the high priest declared you so, and you have, in turn, validated your identity," the man replied. "Yet, as far as I know, the Black Witch clan and the White Witch clan are supposed to be enemies, correct?" "Indeed. Then do you trust his words?" "I do." "Your reasoning appears somewhat flawed," Chen Changsheng exclaimed, feeling quite bewildered by their situation. The delicate enmity between the White Witch clan and the Black Witch clan left Chen Changsheng in a state of confusion. In pursuit of the truth, Chen Changsheng immediately summoned the high priest and the chieftain of the Black Witch tribe to elucidate the entire matter. Once the truth was unveiled, Chen Changsheng spoke. "The Black Witches and the White Witches were once united as one family. It is only due to your dire circumstances that you have cast out a portion of your kin. Indeed, the ancestral teachings of the Witch tribe dictate that when faced with insurmountable difficulties, the tribe must split into 2 factions, one strong and one weak, indifferent to each other's fate." Confronted with the chieftain's response, Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. This approach, while undoubtedly beneficial for preserving the lineage, was also profoundly inhumane. Witnessing the death of one's own relatives and friends is perhaps the most cruel punishment imaginable. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng pondered and inquired, "From your demeanor, it appears that your division occurred not long ago. What circumstances compelled you to make such a choice?" Hesitating for a moment, the chieftain of the Black Witch tribe replied, "Though life in the 10,000 Great Mountains is arduous, we of the Witch tribe have managed to survive. However, 3 years ago, a thunder beast encroached upon our territory, relentlessly compressing our living space. If we were not driven to desperation, would we have cast out our own kin? Thunder beast?" Upon hearing this name, Chen Changsheng immediately began to reflect. Soon, he recalled information regarding the thunder beast. It is a formidable entity within the beast tribe, a lineage that bears some resemblance to the demon tribe, yet remains distinct. The demon tribe comprises ordinary beasts that have transformed, while the beast tribe is an ancient race that has persisted through the ages. They possess a more potent bloodline than the demon tribe, endowed with remarkable innate abilities from birth. Furthermore, unlike the demon tribe, which is somewhat amiable towards humanity, the beast tribe harbors a deep-seated animosity towards humankind. Regarding the demon tribe as a disgrace to their kind, they believe that the beast form is the most powerful manifestation in existence, and to forsake it for a human form is an act of betrayal against their race. After organizing his thoughts on the beast tribe, Chen Changsheng remarked, "The strength of the beast tribe is indisputable. Given the current circumstances of the Witch tribe, resistance seems implausible. Allow me to assist you in finding a new habitat, and in return, perhaps you could aid me with a favor?" "Thank you, esteemed envoy," the high priest replied with a beaming smile, for under the present conditions, the White Witch tribe would undoubtedly face obliteration. The prospect of survival brought the high priest immense joy. However, the chieftain of the Black Witch tribe did not share in this elation. Esteemed envoy, you may not fully grasp the nature of the 10,000 great mountains. The miasma here is pervasive, and venomous creatures and fierce beasts abound. Locating a suitable sanctuary would be akin to scaling the heavens. Circumstances can be manipulated. Let us seek first and speak later. If we truly cannot find a refuge, then you may adhere to the ancestral teachings as before. With the conversation reaching this juncture, the chieftain of the Black Witch tribe reluctantly nodded in agreement, for he, too, did not wish to witness the demise of the White Witch tribe. Might I inquire, esteemed divine envoy, if there are any matters requiring your attention? The Witch clan shall extend our utmost assistance. It is nothing of great urgency. I seek a certain object. An ancient bronze palace. You must have encountered it before. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Witch clan members shifted dramatically. Observing this, Chen Changsheng inquired, what troubles you regarding this bronze palace? Esteemed envoy, we are familiar with the bronze palace you speak of. It once served as our sacred site. However, 3 years ago, it was taken by the Thunder Beast, and we are no match for its might. Seeing the clan leader's troubled countenance, Chen Changsheng instantly grasped their unspoken thoughts. They presumably believed he intended for them to retrieve the bronze palace. Contemplating this, he smiled and said, as long as I am informed of the palace's whereabouts, I shall devise a means to address the rest. Do any of you know where the Thunder Beast resides? I wish to converse with it, after all. Not all creatures of the Beast tribe are obstinate. I know where the Thunder Beast is. I shall lead you. A stout-faced youth stepped forward as Chen Changsheng concluded his statement. Upon seeing the boy emerge, the clan leader admonished him sharply, Ollie, return at once. It is not your place to interject while the envoy speaks. Undeterred by the leader's rebuke, the boy proclaimed, Father, I am 16 years of age. I recently underwent my coming-of-age ceremony. I am no longer a child. I wish to contribute to the Witch clan. I do not wish for our revered elders to perish. I possess exclusive knowledge of the Watermoon Cave. I am the best guide. Hearing Ali's earnest words, the clan leader's lips quivered slightly, and he ultimately spoke the words he had been reluctant to utter. To confront the Thunder Beast is perilous beyond measure. Though I am your father, I am also the leader of the Witch clan, and I must treat all our kin equally. With this thought, the leader gritted his teeth and declared, Since you are so resolute, you may escort the esteemed envoy to the Watermoon Cave. However, you must remember that the envoy is unfamiliar with the perilous terrain of the 10,000 great mountains. You must safeguard him diligently. Fear not, father. I shall ensure the envoy's safety, Ali replied with enthusiasm as he approached Chen Changsheng. Esteemed envoy, I am fully prepared. When shall we depart? At this very moment. Chen Changsheng replied, grasping Ali and vanishing from the spot. Esteemed envoy, let us not ascend too high, lest we attract the attention of ferocious beasts, Ali instructed, guiding Chen Changsheng and advising him on how to evade various dangers. It must be said, Ali's counsel proved exceedingly beneficial. Along the way, Chen Changsheng encountered numerous formidable beasts, some of which posed significant challenges even for him. As the scenery whirled past them, Ali could not help but admire Chen Changsheng's formidable prowess. Esteemed envoy, you possess the ability to liberate the Witch clan from our plight, do you not? In response, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and remarked, I can assist you in certain respects. But whether or not you emerge from this predicament ultimately hinges upon your own efforts. In this world, relying on others is never as effective as relying on oneself. To you, I am merely a transient figure. I shall not remain here indefinitely, and henceforth, you must rely upon yourselves. With these words, Chen Changsheng halted before a vast cavern. Adjusting his attire, he clasped his hands together and declared, I, the human cultivator Chen Changsheng, seek an audience. Just as his voice faded, an inexplicable liquid cascaded over him, drenching him to the core. Shortly thereafter, an enormous head emerged from the cavern. Bewildered by the substance that now coated him, Chen Changsheng realized, if his estimation was correct, that it was saliva. Insignificant ant, begone. With that, another deluge of saliva descended upon him, chilling him anew. After a moment of stunned silence, Chen Changsheng silently wiped the saliva from his face and departed with Ali in tow. Observing Chen Changsheng's expressionless demeanor, Ali cautiously inquired, Lord Divine Envoy, are you unscathed? I am well, but there is something I must convey. I do not intend to depart just yet. I shall leave the 10,000 great mountains only after vanquishing this Thunder Beast. Chapter 51. A small foe invokes the elder, Chen Changsheng. By what right? As Chen Changsheng swiftly navigated the dense forest alongside Ali, his face bore no trace of emotion. Yet, this marked the first time in centuries that he felt anger. Since attaining immortality, Chen Changsheng had adhered to the principle of benevolence. Over these many years, he had never taken a life, not even that of the ascendant real person. However, now, the ever-benevolent Chen Changsheng had been spat upon, not once, but twice. Why had it done this? He neither provoked nor sought vengeance. It had no grounds for such behavior. Furthermore, by what authority did it act thus? It was merely a thunder beast of the transformation realm. Chen Changsheng had encountered numerous cultivators of the transformation realm, many of whom were formidable figures. Among them were the Wolf King Wanyan Agizhou of the Night Moon Kingdom and the Ascendant Real Person of the Upper Clarity Temple. Beyond these powerful beings, he had also met many entities far surpassing the transformation realm, such as the Xuanwu Emperor of the Seventh Realm and the unspeakable terrors of the ancient Forbidden Lands. Even those as formidable as they had never spat upon him. As a true disciple of the Upper Clarity Temple and a guest of the Xuanwu Kingdom, he walked the corridors of history as a harbinger of its end. Countless prodigies were his friends, and titans capable of moving mountains and filling seas shared laughter with him. Given all this, why should he be subjected to the spittle of a mere thunder beast? Fueled by indignation, Chen Changsheng quickened his pace, swiftly returning to the witch clan's village. Upon their arrival, the high priest and clan leader immediately approached to inquire about the situation. However, before they could utter a word, Chen Changsheng interjected, "If you consider me a divine envoy, you should also trust in my abilities. I aim to slay the thunder beast of Shueyue Cave within a decade. If you believe in my victory, then assist me. If you doubt my strength, I suggest you depart swiftly to avoid becoming collateral damage." Having spoken, Chen Changsheng turned and departed, leaving behind the bewildered grand priest and the clan leader. Inside the wooden cabin, Chen Changsheng diligently inscribed and sketched upon the bark, seemingly devising a plan. At that moment, a man entered, bearing a platter of fresh spiritual fruits. "My lord, please indulge in these fruits to ease your spirits," she implored. Unfazed, Chen Changsheng did not lift his gaze and replied, "I am aware of your ancestral edicts, which dictate that one must not provoke those who emerge from the altar. While the edicts are indeed sound, circumstances are not immutable. I am not the individual referred to in your traditions. Hence, there is no need to address me as my lord. Should you wish, you may call me Brother Changsheng. Furthermore, the matter concerning the Thunder Beast is a private affair between it and me. Rest assured, it shall not implicate the Wu clan." Upon hearing this, a man responded, "Brother Changsheng, that is not the matter I wish to discuss." At her words, Chen Changsheng raised his gaze to meet hers, puzzled. "If not that, then what is it you wish to convey?" A glimmer of yearning flickered in a man's bright eyes. "Brother Changsheng, since my childhood, I have heard tales of another world beyond the mountains. Yet, no one within the Wu clan knows what lies beyond. You must have come from outside. Could you enlighten me about the world beyond?" Observing the longing in a man's eyes, Chen Changsheng contemplated before responding, "The world beyond these mountains is indeed vast and wondrous. Yet I advise against your desire to explore it." "Why?" she inquired. "Because the dangers of the outside world surpass even the venomous creatures and ferocious beasts within these 10,000 mountains. At times, death in that realm is a form of liberation." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng unfastened a wooden carving from his waist and, along with the bark, handed it over. "Present this bark to clan leader Gully and have him arrange it accordingly. If I am not mistaken, you shall choose to confront the Thunder Beast alongside me. As for this carving, it is a gift for you. Since my arrival, you have been fixated upon it, which has made me quite embarrassed." At his words, a man's face flushed crimson. "Brother Changsheng, I did not. Can one not discern?" he teased. "It is merely an ordinary carving, nothing of significance. Feel free to play with it." The wooden carving was a charming representation of a sheep. Having spent much time as a carpenter, Chen Changsheng's carving skills were undoubtedly exceptional. It was only natural that a man, having lived in isolation within these mountains, would be captivated by such a novel trinket. "Thank you, Brother Changsheng." A man joyfully expressed her gratitude before skipping out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng smiled, then redirected his thoughts to the matter of the Thunder Beast. Typically, beasts are social creatures, and Chen Changsheng felt little apprehension regarding the Thunder Beast of the Water Moon Cave, which had reached the divine transformation stage. His true concern lay with the race behind the beast. Should they send their young, the elders would inevitably follow, and should the elders be vanquished, even more formidable adversaries would emerge. Such occurrences had become commonplace within the realm of cultivation. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Changsheng expended considerable effort in strategizing. After all, the annihilation of an entire race is no trivial matter. While he is indeed benevolent towards others, he has never been a soft target to be manipulated at will. The enmity stemming from those two exchanges cannot simply be overlooked. Under Chen Changsheng's meticulous arrangements, the Wu clan soon commenced their vigorous endeavors. Towering trees were felled, and many peculiar patterns were meticulously excavated by the members of the Wu clan using their tools. As Chen Changsheng surveyed the progress of the formation, he took the opportunity to remind everyone of their missteps. At that moment, the leader of the Gu clan approached. Divine Envoy, will these contraptions be able to drive away the thunder beasts? He inquired. Not at all, Chen Changsheng replied. This is merely a modified spirit gathering array. This formation not only channels spiritual energy, but also shields against the miasma prevalent in the mountains. I have observed the Wu clan's use of Gu insects, and their power is considerable. Regrettably, you have encountered their natural nemesis, the thunder beast. The beast's formidable scales can repel most Gu insects, and its innate abilities effectively counter all forms of them. Were it not for this, you would not be in such dire straits. Hearing Chen Changsheng's analysis, Gu Li smiled wryly. The Divine Envoy speaks truly. Our Wu clan's survival in these mountains certainly attests to our ability to confront danger. Alas, our golden silkworm Gu has been lost to us. Otherwise, we might have fared better against the thunder beast. Golden silkworm Gu? What is that? Chen Changsheng asked. It is the most powerful Gu of our clan, more accurately referred to as a Gu deity. Legend has it that the golden silkworm Gu can consume anything in this world. Even the scales of a thunder beast cannot withstand its might. Listening to Gu Li's description, Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed a remarkable entity, though sadly it has been lost to history. Since your methods are ineffective against the thunder beast, why not try mine? I see that the members of the Wu clan possess robust physiques, making them well suited for cultivating body refining techniques. Take these 2 manuals for now. Once your clan's strength has been bolstered, we can devise further plans. Additionally, you may find my writings difficult to comprehend. I have already conveyed the meanings to a man, so you may consult her for further details. Upon receiving the 2 pieces of bark from Chen Changsheng, Gu Li could hardly contain his joy. Thank you, Divine Envoy. We shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, Gu Li departed with the manuals. After Gu Li's departure, Chen Changsheng chose not to linger with the Wu clan, but instead sought a secluded spot to delve into the study of the 9 transformations' profound art. Previously, he had shunned cultivation due to his lack of need for martial conflict. However, with the imminent war approaching, he felt compelled to engage in some training. Why is it that the 9 transformations' profound art eludes my grasp? Chen Changsheng pondered, perplexed as he examined the manuscript. The translation of the upper portion of the 9 transformations' profound art had long been delivered to him by Zhou Xinghe. Based on that translation, Chen Changsheng had deduced the complete version of the 9 transformations' profound art. Yet, after translating it, he found himself unable to cultivate it effectively. Gazing intently at the golden page in his hand, Chen Changsheng was deep in thought, pondering where he had gone awry. At that moment, Ali, peeking curiously from the side, approached him. Divine Envoy, what are you doing? He inquired. Casting a glance at the simple-minded Ali, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, nothing much, merely researching something. What brings you here? As he spoke, he carelessly set the golden page aside. The text inscribed upon it remained an enigma, and Chen Changsheng harbored no concerns about Ali attempting to learn from it. Upon hearing this, Ali's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he rubbed his hands together. Divine Envoy, you are so remarkable. I wish to become your disciple. You needn't entertain such thoughts, Chen Changsheng replied firmly. I do not take on disciples, and the 2 martial arts I bestowed upon Chief Gu Li are more than adequate. Focus on your own cultivation, and your future achievements will be significant. Although Ali felt a twinge of disappointment at the outright rejection, he was about to leave when he noticed the golden page beside Chen Changsheng and casually remarked, Divine Envoy, you are indeed extraordinary. The 8-9 profound arts sound like a formidable technique. Wait. Initially, Ali had merely sought to ease the awkwardness with casual conversation, but Chen Changsheng, looking bewildered, called him back. Divine Envoy, is there anything else? What did you just say about the 8-9? The 8-9 profound arts. Without hesitation, Ali articulated a name both unfamiliar and familiar. Chen Changsheng immediately picked up the nearby golden page and asked, can you comprehend the words inscribed here? What's difficult to understand? Among the youth of the clan, I am the most literate, Ali replied. That's not what I meant. I'm asking why you recognize the characters on this page. Divine Envoy, what do you mean? This is the script of the Witch clan. Why wouldn't I understand it? Taken aback by Ali's response, Chen Changsheng was rendered speechless, for he had not anticipated such a twist of fate. It was true that he had learned the language of the Witch clan, but he had only studied how to speak it with Aman and had never encountered the written form of their language. Moreover, although he had gleaned fragmented knowledge of the Witch language from ancient texts, those tomes merely indicated that it was a distant tongue, providing only a few phonetic representations. Chen Changsheng had never laid eyes on the written characters of the Witch clan. Consequently, he had subconsciously assumed that the Witch language lacked a written form and existed solely as an oral tradition. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng's lips twitched slightly as he beckoned Ali closer. Come, Help me translate the text on this page. Naturally elated at being asked for assistance, Ali diligently translated all the characters within a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing Ali's translation, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. The 9 transformations profound arts, regarded as the second most powerful technique of the Xuanwu kingdom, had rarely been mastered over millennia. And even those who succeeded did not wield the power it was rumored to possess. Now, Chen Changsheng finally understood the reason behind this phenomenon. The ancestors of Xuanwu kingdom had made an error in the initial translation. The 8-9 profound art can be translated as the 9 transformations profound art, and he managed to misinterpret 2 of the 4 characters. The subsequent text is even more perplexing. After a brief moment of internal lament regarding the ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom, Chen Changsheng turned to Ali and said, Ali, it seems you are destined for this opportunity. Since you have translated the 8-9 profound art, I shall pass this technique on to you. Upon hearing this, Ali immediately knelt down to pay his respects and pledge himself as a disciple. However, a surge of spiritual power halted his actions. Do not be hasty. My imparting this technique signifies that you possess the fortune to receive it, but it does not imply that I will take you as a disciple. Furthermore, after mastering the 8-9 profound art, you must not disclose it to anyone, including your kin. The origins of this technique are profound, and any indiscretion could bring calamity upon the witch clan. Facing Chen Changsheng's admonishment, Ali nodded solemnly. Rest assured, esteemed master, I will tell no one. That is for the best. Additionally, refrain from calling me esteemed master. Simply refer to me as teacher. Understood, teacher. With that, Chen Changsheng began to impart some fundamental principles of cultivation to Ali. Although the 8-9 profound art is remarkable, it is an intricate technique that Ali, lacking a foundation in cultivation, could not yet practice. An hour passed, and Chen Changsheng had conveyed various foundational teachings to Ali. Very well, let us conclude today's lesson here. You must diligently familiarize yourself with what you have learned. Ali took note of this. After Ali departed, Chen Changsheng gazed at the 8-9 profound art in his hands. Initially, he had thought it merely a physical cultivation technique, but it seemed he had underestimated its depth. The maximum number for yin is 8, while for yang it is 9. Their product, 81, represents the pinnacle of Taoist numerology. Achieving the 9 transformations, one sheds the myriad postnatal yin and reveals the true yang of the prenatal. With the 3 souls unified and the 7 spirits merged within the body, the primordial spirit remains eternally gathered, and the essence of this technique is indestructible. With this realization, a broad smile unfurled across Chen Changsheng's face. For this 8-9 profound art is, in essence, a theoretical technique of longevity, while it remains uncertain whether it can grant immortality. Its potency surpasses Chen Changsheng's imagination. This art cultivates both internally and externally, documenting an array of incredible supernatural abilities. Although Chen Changsheng currently possesses only a single golden page, this artifact surpasses everything else he owns combined. Chen Changsheng mused, the name, Soaring Earthly Golden Light, sounds formidable indeed. It feels as if I have stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 53. The Transformation of a Woman. 10 years in the making. Teacher, have you made any discoveries today? Inquired a robust young man clad in coarse linen as he approached Chen Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng withdrew his writing tools and replied, as per usual, that thunder beast has seldom made an appearance. The young man responded, Teacher, are you truly no match for that thunder beast? I cannot say for certain. You know me well, I generally avoid combat. By the way, how is your practice of the 8-9 profound art coming along? Thank you for your concern, teacher. I have already cultivated the 8-9 profound art to the 7th layer. I shall soon be able to practice the soaring earthly golden light technique. Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction at the young man's response. In the span of a decade, one could cultivate the 8-9 profound art to the 7th level. It must be said that you are innately suited for this discipline. Regrettably, I possess only the first 9 levels of this art, while the remaining 63 levels may forever elude my grasp. Let us wait a few more months. Once you have mastered the divine light of the earth, we shall confront the thunder beast. Indeed, the young man before us is none other than the honest lad, Ali, from 10 years prior. When news reached the witch clan that Chen Changsheng intended to take vengeance on the thunder beast, many anticipated an imminent war. Yet, none foresaw that this wait would extend for a full decade. Throughout these 10 years, aside from instructing Ali and Aman, Chen Changsheng devoted his time to observing the thunder beast. Upon learning that Chen Changsheng was finally ready to act, Ali felt a surge of anxiety. After all, the thunder beast was a formidable creature of the divine transformation stage. Although Chen Changsheng had ascended to that same stage 3 years prior, he was still a recent initiate, and his odds against a seasoned practitioner like the thunder beast were not particularly favorable. Pondering this, Ali spoke, Master, the cultivation system is exceedingly intricate. If there comes a day when I leave the 10,000 great mountains, how shall I assess the strength of my future adversaries? You cannot make such judgments. You must rely solely on your instincts. Both external and internal cultivation have their merits. While the general distinctions are not vast, a closer examination reveals significant differences. In battles of life and death, victory often hinges on the slightest margin. Even the minutest difference can determine one's fate. Upon hearing this, Ali chuckled. That sounds rather cumbersome. Why can't there be a unified method of cultivation? If both internal and external practices have their advantages, shouldn't a synthesis of the two suffice? In theory, such a synthesis is indeed possible, yet no one has achieved it thus far. The 8-9 profound art allows for the manifestation of spiritual power through physical cultivation, but fundamentally, it leans towards external practices. You are familiar with both internal and external methods, and your theoretical musings are quite intriguing. However, many unresolved questions remain, which you must address on your own. Perhaps, centuries hence, you will unify the entire realm of cultivation and establish an entirely new system. Facing Chen Changsheng's eloquent discourse, Ali smiled, not taking the words to heart. The theory of dual cultivation was merely a topic of leisurely discussion between him and Chen Changsheng. Even as the instigator of this dialogue, he never truly believed in its realization. What are you two discussing? May I join the conversation? Just then, a modestly dressed woman approached, carrying a food box. Though her attire was unassuming, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Her eyes sparkled like black grapes, and her lips were as tempting as cherries. Her fair skin seemed delicate enough to break under the slightest touch, and her long, lustrous hair was simply held up by a single pin. Such simplicity only served to amplify her natural allure. Upon her arrival, Ali broke into a broad smile. "Oh man, you have truly blossomed into a striking beauty. I recall when you were once dark and diminutive. Moreover, given your esteemed status, you ought to have already embraced fasting. Why do you persist in delivering meals?" Upon hearing this, a man cast a cold glance at Ali and retorted, "After learning from Brother Changsheng for so long, you still cannot restrain that mouth of yours. Since you have already undertaken fasting, you need not partake in the meal later." A man's gaze intimidated Ali, causing him to shrink back. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and remarked, "While practitioners may indeed fast, indulging in a hearty meal is still beneficial." Curiously, Ali inquired, "Why is that?" "Because humans must eat. Partaking in the earthly delights enhances our humanity, does it not? Moreover, a man's cooking is simply delightful. Do you not wish to savor it?" "Precisely. Brother Changsheng possesses great wisdom, unlike some whose cultivation has muddled their minds." In response to a man's words, Ali rolled his eyes dramatically and said, "It's not that I do not wish to eat. It is simply that you are biased. Your meals always feature chicken legs, while mine consists solely of endless greens. If you were to add chicken legs to my portion, I would most certainly relish my meals. If you love to eat, then eat. If not, be gone. Do you not know how to procure chicken legs for yourself? You are picky even when I offer to feed you. Today, you shall have no food." With that, a man unceremoniously pushed Ali aside and presented the meal to Chen Changsheng. Faced with this apparent favoritism, Ali could only sulk in silence nearby. In stark contrast to her brusque treatment of Ali, a man displayed utmost gentleness towards Chen Changsheng, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. "Brother Changsheng, having observed the thunder beast for a decade, have you discerned its weaknesses?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng swallowed the morsel of chicken leg, savoring the taste before replying, "While I have not identified the thunder beast's weaknesses, I have certainly noted a plethora of issues. The Water Moon Cave is one of the homes of the witch clan, and in terms of spiritual energy, it is not particularly favorable. Therefore, it is perplexing that a beast of such a caliber would be drawn here. Yet, the thunder beast has indeed arrived and remains. Curiously, it had the power to easily annihilate the witch clan, yet it chose merely to frighten you away, which is not typical behavior for a ferocious beast. Additionally, I have observed that the thunder beast becomes extraordinarily lethargic after feeding, which defies logic. One must understand that a being of its cultivation can go without sleep for a decade without issue." After listening to Chen Changsheng enumerate these peculiarities, a man pondered and asked, "Do these issues aid in defeating the thunder beast? While they may not be of use to others, they may prove invaluable in my hands." Chapter 54. Capturing the thunder beast. An ordinary corpse listening to Chen Changsheng's words, a man was left pondering the true nature of his intentions. Nonetheless, such matters seldom occupied her thoughts. She had always been concerned with but one thing. As time passed, 3 to 5 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. One day, just as Ali was gradually concluding his training, Chen Changsheng approached with a mysterious object in his arms. "Have you mastered the Zhongdi Jingguang?" In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Ali candidly replied, "Yes, I have grasped the Zhongdi Jingguang." That's good, follow me. With that, Chen Changsheng beckoned Ali to accompany him. Though perplexed, Ali trailed behind Chen Changsheng. However, as their journey progressed, Ali began to sense something amiss. Sir, are you intending to visit the Shuiwei Dantian? Indeed. Is there a problem? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's unreserved admission, Ali became immediately excited. Sir, are you planning to confront the Thunder Beast? If so, I shall return at once to summon my kin. The Witch clan has been preparing for this day for 10 years. As he spoke, Ali prepared to turn back and gather his people, but Chen Changsheng halted him. What do you need to gather them for? This matter only requires the two of us. Ali was taken aback, his expression filled with confusion. For the past decade, Chen Changsheng had tirelessly assisted the Witch clan in their cultivation, imparting numerous battle formations. Everyone believed he was poised to rally the entire clan's strength for a decisive confrontation with the Thunder Beast. Yet now, Chen Changsheng claimed that only 2 individuals were necessary. What had been the purpose of the Witch clan's efforts over these 10 years? Noticing Ali's reluctance, Chen Changsheng discerned his thoughts. Do not appear so unwilling. My intention for the Witch clan's decade of preparation serves a greater purpose. A solitary Thunder Beast does not warrant the deployment of my trump cards. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared on Ali's face. Sir, do you have grander plans? Indeed, we shall slay the Thunder Beast of Shuiwei Dantian. Do you think the race behind the Thunder Beast will let us off easily? Our actions today mark not only the commencement of a grand scheme, but also its most critical juncture. Should we fail to meet my expectations, we must be prepared to flee. At these words, Ali pounded his chest, declaring, Rest assured, sir, I, Ali, shall risk my life to assist you in this endeavor. There's no need for such extremes, you merely need to keep quiet. With that, Chen Changsheng resumed his path toward Shuiwei Dantian. Arriving at the site where he had been spat upon a decade prior, he steadied his emotions and donned a fawning expression. I, Chen Changsheng of the human race, bring forth a treasure. His resonant voice echoed within the cavern, and a massive head emerged. Upon recognizing the human cultivator from a decade ago, the Thunder Beast roared in fury. Human, you dare return here? Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? In the face of the Thunder Beast's wrath, Chen Changsheng quickly adopted a fearful demeanor. My Lord Thunder Beast, I seek your forgiveness. I have come to express my gratitude for your mercy a decade ago. 3 years ago, I fortuitously acquired a piece of celestial stone. Regrettably, my understanding is insufficient to unravel its mysteries, so I have come to present it to you. My Lord Thunder Beast. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng unveiled a stone the size of a grinding disc and extended it forward. The Thunder Beast. As Chen Changsheng gazed at the stone in his hand, the large eyes of the Thunder Beast were filled with bewilderment. For all appearances, it was merely an ordinary stone. Yet, if it were truly a mundane rock, what could be the purpose of such an act? To humiliate oneself, provoking a death of shame? Unable to comprehend the intentions of the human before it, the Thunder Beast instinctively lowered its head to sniff the stone held by Chen Changsheng, even extending its tongue to taste it. This is just an ordinary stone, it thought. There was no poison, nor any peculiar sensation. In fact, it tasted faintly of wild grass and earth. How audacious! This was clearly a common stone, and yet he dared to mock me. The immense pressure emanating from the beast made Chen Changsheng tremble, causing the stone to fall heavily to the ground. Great Lord Thunder Beast, when I first encountered this stone, it radiated with a myriad of colors, and within it, I discerned a hint of celestial gold. Alas, my humble strength is insufficient to break it, which is why I presented it to you. Still attempting to deceive me? Begone. The thunderous exhalation of the beast sent Chen Changsheng tumbling away, and sensing its wrath, he hurriedly took Ali and fled. Once they had distanced themselves, the Thunder Beast hesitated, eyeing the ordinary stone on the ground. With a flick of its tongue, it swallowed the stone. After carefully chewing, it found no celestial gold. Swallowing the crushed stone, the beast glanced in the direction Chen Changsheng had departed, sneering, Foolish humans. My kind feeds on metals and minerals, and my body is impervious to all toxins. Though I know not your intentions, you shall not harm me in the slightest. Once I complete my duties here, I shall ensure your annihilation. With that, the Thunder Beast prepared to return to its lair. However, at that moment, it realized its body had suddenly become immobile. Boom! Its massive form collapsed to the ground, as 2 shadowy figures re-emerged. These were none other than Chen Changsheng and Ali. Great Lord Thunder Beast, are you unhurt? Boldly returning, do you dare believe I will not slay you? The Thunder Beast blustered from its prone position, while Chen Changsheng brandished a broken sword in response. Thrust! The sharp Xuanwu sword pierced the Thunder Beast's body, yet it felt no pain. Seeing that the beast did not retaliate, Chen Changsheng patted his chest and chuckled. It appears you truly cannot move. This puts my mind at ease. With a swagger, Chen Changsheng approached the Thunder Beast, occasionally touching its scales and tapping on its teeth. Curiosity gleamed in his eyes. Yet how could the noble thunder beast endure such indignity? Human, dare you touch me again? I swear I will slay you all, smack. Before the thunder beast could finish its threat, Chen Changsheng delivered a resounding slap to its face. Though he exerted little force, the humiliation was palpable. What are you shouting about? Can't you see I'm contemplating how best to make your demise more excruciating? Your outcries will only disrupt my thoughts. Thunder beast, how dare you utter such words? Chapter 55. The Fatal Weakness of the Thunder Beast. Chen Changsheng's audacious demeanor rendered the Thunder Beast speechless. Meanwhile, Ali curiously scrutinized the Thunder Beast, which lay incapacitated on the ground, and inquired, Sir, how did you render this Thunder Beast immobile? In response to Ali's question, Chen Changsheng produced an ordinary dagger and began to trace lines upon the Thunder Beast's body, simultaneously explaining, the Thunder Beast feeds on metals and various ores. Its scales being virtually indestructible. Its body can evade most toxins. Such a creature is indeed favored by the heavens. I have observed it for a full decade. Pondering a singular question, what method could extinguish such a resilient race? Upon hearing this, the immobile Thunder Beast burst into laughter. Ha! You believe you can annihilate my Thunder Clan? Such delusion. Though I know not what means you have employed to incapacitate me, my kin shall surely avenge my plight. Observing the Thunder Beast's arrogance, Chen Changsheng calmly nodded and stated, You are correct, from a rational standpoint. It is indeed difficult to conceive a means to extinguish your entire lineage. However, my decade of observation has not been in vain. I have uncovered a small secret of your Thunder Clan, one that perhaps even you are unaware of. At these words, a flicker of doubt crossed the Thunder Beast's eyes. What secret? In the span of 10 years, you have consumed food a total of 20 times, averaging twice per year. During the first 6 instances, I noted that on 2 occasions, you exhibited a pronounced tendency to doze off. This led me to ponder what might cause such drowsiness. During the initial 2 instances of your slumber, I meticulously recorded all the flora and minerals within your feeding area and compared them one by one. However, considering you devoured nearly half of a mineral vein each time, the sheer volume of resources contained therein was overwhelming. Thus, I dedicated an additional 7 years to further sifting through the data. Over these 7 years, I carefully selected each of your feeding locations. Have you not noticed that your frequency of drowsiness has increased during this period? As he gazed upon the smile of this human, a hint of panic emerged in the Thunder Beast's eyes. Impossible. Our race is immune to all toxins. Indeed, the Thunder Beast was impervious to toxins. But what if the substance in question was not toxic? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng withdrew a wildflower and a weed from his robe. This is the fire red flower and the flax grass, as I have named them. They typically thrive in mineral-rich areas. They are neither rare nor common. Consuming these two, whether together or separately, does not yield toxins. However, they possess a peculiar effect. They can induce total paralysis in your kind. Of course, I have only now confirmed this hypothesis. The initial 2 instances of your drowsiness were a result of your inadvertent consumption of these 2 substances while devouring the mineral veins. The quantities ingested were simply too minimal to induce full paralysis. In order to validate this hypothesis, I applied the concentrated essence of these 2 types of weeds onto that stone. What gives you the confidence that I would consume that stone? The tone of the Thunder Beast was somewhat agitated, for if these 2 types of weeds were indeed innately antagonistic to the Thunder Clan, it would spell doom for their race. I certainly cannot assert that. Thus, I added certain substances, rendering the essence of these weeds highly volatile. Beasts will always exhibit their inherent flaws, deeply ingrained in their nature. When confronted with the unfamiliar, you tend to sniff and lick with your tongue. In this manner, I achieved my objective. Yet, I never anticipated that you would be foolish enough to ingest it. Crack. Just as he spoke, the dagger in Chen Changsheng's hand became lodged in a particular scale of the Thunder Beast. Upon noticing Chen Changsheng's touch upon that unique scale, a flicker of terror flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Beast. Meanwhile, the corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth began to curve upwards. The scales of the Thunder Beast were exceedingly tough. Even divine weaponry could only graze the surface. I had just verified this. Yet I have always been skeptical of the existence of a flawless species. Surely, there must be some weakness in your Thunder Beast scales. Thud. The sharp dagger plunged forcefully beneath the Thunder Beast scales. This searing pain, penetrating to the very marrow, caused even the anesthetized Thunder Beast to tremble uncontrollably. TSK, TSK. Observing the quaking form of the Thunder Beast, Chen Changsheng remarked with a hint of regret. I never expected your scales to possess a vulnerability. However, the more troubling aspect is that it seems I have discovered it. Chen Changsheng spoke nonchalantly, even as the speed of his hands quickened. The seemingly indestructible scales of the Thunder Beast were being systematically stripped away by Chen Changsheng in a particular sequence. Kill me. If you dare, go ahead and kill me. The Thunder Beast roared in fury, yet its body remained utterly immobilized. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, "What are you thinking? Why would I allow you to die so easily? I want you to witness how I methodically dismember you, piece by piece. Then, I shall thoroughly examine every part of your body, seeking out its weaknesses. These weaknesses will become the death knell for your kind." Endless wails and curses reverberated throughout the water moon cave. As time passed, the effects of the drug within the thunder beast began to wane. Yet it remained unable to move. This was because Chen Changsheng had severed the source of its power, the Thunder Dan. Additionally, he had also cut off its meridians. So the dissipation of the drug's effects only doubled its agony. With a swift motion, the massive heart was extracted, and the thunder beast, now left with but a breath, finally succumbed to death. Gazing at the pristine, jade-like skeleton before him, Ali struggled to swallow. "Sir, isn't this a bit cruel?" Upon hearing Ali's words, Chen Changsheng, bloodied from the encounter, turned and smiled. "Cruel? It's rather mild. The world outside is 100 times more ruthless. Besides, you are not unfamiliar with the predatory nature of beasts, where half a human is devoured while the other half writhes in agony on the ground. Did you find that cruel at the time? Will a ferocious beast spare its prey simply because you deem it cruel? Growing up in the depths of the vast mountains, you should comprehend this well. When it comes to emotions, discussing them with humans is one thing, but broaching the subject with other species is utterly laughable." After addressing Ali's doubts, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Go back and summon others. There is more than enough meat for us both. It will also serve to enhance everyone's rations." Chapter 56. The ancient moon illuminates the present, the wrath from the Thunder Clan before long. Ali had gathered all the members of the Witch Clan. As they beheld the towering mound of meat before them, astonishment filled their eyes. Observing their reaction, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and remarked, "The flesh of the Thunder Beast is extraordinarily succulent. I encourage you all to partake swiftly. However, I must inform you of one critical matter. Beasts possess an acute sense of smell. Once you consume the meat of the Thunder Beast, other Thunder Beasts will undoubtedly detect it. This means that once we take this step, there is no turning back." With that, Chen Changsheng regarded the Witch Clan members with a knowing smile. For them, 10 years is an extensive duration, ample time to forget their former intentions. Confronting the Thunder Clan is no trivial matter. While Chen Changsheng could accept solitude, he absolutely would not tolerate betrayal at a crucial juncture. The leader of the Gu Li clan instantly grasped the implications of Chen Changsheng's words. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Li declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us roast the meat quickly. This is a gift from the divine messenger." With Gu Li's rallying cry, the members of the Witch Clan were swiftly mobilized. Witnessing their choice, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and turned to depart from the cave entrance. Atop the mountain, Chen Changsheng sat alone on a massive stone, gazing at the luminous moon above. At that moment, a man approached, presenting a portion of roasted meat wrapped in clean leaves. "Brother Changsheng, please try this." "I just grilled it," she urged. Hearing her words, Chen Changsheng grinned and responded, "A man, you possess such a kind heart, unlike that scoundrel Ali, who only thinks of himself when faced with a delicacy." After praising a man, Chen Changsheng leisurely savored the roasted meat, while a man rested her chin on her hands, her eyes brimming with happiness as she watched him. "Brother Changsheng, once the Thunder Beast issue is resolved, what do you plan to do?" she inquired. "I intend to leave this place and continue with my former pursuits," he replied. Although a man had anticipated this, a wave of disappointment washed over her. "Brother Changsheng, what is it that weighs so heavily on your mind?" she pressed. "It is nothing. I am merely searching for someone. She has wandered quite far, and I have spent nearly a century in this quest. Who knows how much longer it will take," he answered. Upon hearing this, a man's eyes instantly glistened with tears. "She is a woman, isn't she?" "Indeed," Chen Changsheng affirmed. A man fell silent at his confirmation. After a long pause, her lips trembled as she managed a bittersweet smile, saying, "A woman whom Brother Changsheng has sought for so long must be truly special to you." With a hearty laugh, Chen Changsheng reached out to gently pat a man's head, seeing the tears welling in her eyes. "My dear girl, at such a tender age, why do you occupy your mind with such matters? Who claims that the relentless pursuit of a woman equates to affection?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed a man's eyes. "If it were not for a love so profound, what would sustain you, Brother Changsheng, in your years of searching? Indeed, love brings happiness, yet what compels one to persevere is not solely love. The person I seek is a dear one entrusted to me by a dying friend. Thus, I must ascertain her safety. Even if she has passed, I shall bring her remains back for a proper burial. This is a promise, a cherished remembrance of what once was." Upon receiving this response, a man wiped away the tears welling in her eyes and inquired, "Brother Changsheng, could you share the story of the past?" "Certainly," Chen Changsheng replied with a gentle smile, recounting the tale of a seemingly ordinary story. The breeze whispered softly as the moon remained radiant. A man clenched her teeth, her eyes wide with fury as she gazed at Chen Changsheng. She loved you. Indeed. But you rejected her. Correct. I know all that transpired, including Nianqing's feelings for me. Upon uttering these words, a man sprang to her feet, agitated. And what of me? Will you deny me as you did her? Meeting a man's reddened eyes, Chen Changsheng responded calmly, yes. Why? You do not cling to cultivation. You act in accordance with your heart in all endeavors. If this is so, why do you repeatedly refuse? If you intended to reject from the outset, why treat those around you with such kindness? Why not harden your heart from the beginning? Upon hearing this question, Chen Changsheng did not answer immediately. Instead, he gazed up at the luminous moon over Tianshan and mused, the present does not witness the moon of ancient times. Tonight's moon once illuminated those of the past. There is a saying, one only learns to cherish something after it is lost. If you knew in advance that something was destined to be lost, would you refrain from treasuring it? You are being evasive. How can one predict the future? On what grounds do you believe you will inevitably lose? Why not? Such foresight is within your grasp as well. For instance, your kin of the witch clan will gradually fade away. This is an immutable truth, a future already foreseen. At these words, a man fell silent, momentarily stunned. Although Chen Changsheng did not speak explicitly, a man discerned the answer from his words. Trembling, she whispered, Brother Changsheng, can you truly see everyone's future? Yes. Receiving Chen Changsheng's affirmation, a man slowly raised her right hand, gently caressing his face. Gazing upon his youthful and handsome visage, she felt a pang of sorrow. After all this time, your heart must ache. Pain becomes familiar, and thus, it ceases to hurt. This is why I find solace in retrieving the remains of the deceased. For in gathering their bodies, I can enshrine their memories in my heart, while simultaneously laying them to rest within. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, a man remained silent. To hold your beloved's hand and grow old together is the greatest blessing for lovers. However, if this blessing were to be placed upon Brother Changsheng, it would be the most malicious curse in existence. To witness the one held dear gradually age, inch by inch succumb to death, ultimately transforming into a mere handful of dust. Can there be a more savage curse than this? In the gathering place of the thunder beasts, a thunderous roar erupted. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck fiercely upon a metallic mountain, and a colossal figure soared from the range. Who dares? Who has slain my offspring? A gigantic thunder beast hovered in the air, its scales distinct from its kin, shimmering with a faint purple hue. An overwhelming fury surged within its heart, for it had just sensed the demise of its progeny. At that moment, other thunder beasts emerged from the mountains. Addressing its fellow kin, the purple thunder beast bellowed. My son, Lei Shan, the pride of the Thunder clan, has fallen. Whoever has taken his life shall pay in blood. Following its declaration, a cacophony of powerful roars ascended towards the heavens. Clearly, the Thunder clan intended to unleash their full might. Chapter 57. Chen Changsheng. So I am this formidable. Effortlessly vanquishing a transformation stage thunder beast. In a flash, two massive figures appeared above the water moon cave. Upon sensing the aura of their fallen kin, the two thunder beasts immediately let out a thunderous roar. Do not be hasty in your cries. Soon, you shall meet the same fate. Chen Changsheng stood atop the mountain, clad in golden scaled armor that gleamed brilliantly under the sun. Witnessing the scales of their kin fashioned into armor, one of the thunder beasts retorted furiously, Human, you possess great audacity to so brazenly offend the Thunder clan. We shall exact a toll of 100,000 lives from your kind to cleanse this humiliation. In response, Chen Changsheng smiled broadly, saying, 100,000 lives. Do you possess such capability? One thunder beast would not suffice. Two of you are even better. Impudence. The thunder beast roared, unleashing a bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, aimed directly at Chen Changsheng. Boom. The tremendous impact sent Chen Changsheng flying over 100 yards. Yet the formidable lightning failed to inflict any harm upon him. Observing the lightning swirling around his armor, Chen Changsheng marveled, I never anticipated that your scales, aside from their hardness, could also withstand lightning. What a delightful surprise. With that, Chen Changsheng summoned a beam of golden light with his left hand and swung his right hand with all his might. Whoosh! The golden light pierced through the body of one thunder beast, while the sword aura from his right hand severed the claws of another. One thunder beast lay dead, while the other was grievously wounded. This turn of events left not only the thunder beasts in shock, but even Chen Changsheng himself was taken aback. It is noteworthy that his own power was merely at the transformation stage. To slay foes of the same realm as if they were mere vegetables is a privilege reserved for those of extraordinary genius. Retrieving the golden light, Chen Changsheng gazed at his hands, reflecting, after hundreds of years without a battle, I had no idea I possessed such prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to pursue the injured Thunder Beast. The vanguard, the Thunder Beast, exerted every ounce of strength it possessed to flee for its life. The sheer terror emanating from Chen Changsheng had stripped this divine transformation beast of any courage to confront its adversary. The proud scales of the Thunder clan crumbled like parchment before the radiance of golden light. In addition to this golden aura, the broken sword wielded by the human exuded an aura of unfathomable dread. How could a mere human of the divine transformation stage possess such an unparalleled weapon? Why do you run? Chen Changsheng, enveloped in golden light, soared from the ground, blocking the Thunder Beast's escape. Spare me, or I shall self-destruct. In a flash, the golden light disregarded all defenses of the beast, piercing through its heart with the ease of slicing through tofu. Gazing at the slender wound upon its body, the Thunder Beast was engulfed in confusion, gradually descending from the sky. It could not fathom what kind of weapon this human wielded, one that could bypass all its defenses. Moreover, how did he always locate its vital points? With all these questions swirling in its mind, the divine transformation Thunder Beast slowly closed its eyes. Having dispatched the two vanguards that had ventured forth, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. This made no sense. According to historical records, Thunder Beasts were ancient bloodlines of the beast clans, possessing formidable strength. How could they fall so easily? Muttering softly, Chen Changsheng glanced at the two weapons in his hands. One was the true martial sword, devoid of a blade tip, and the other was a golden page inscribed with the 8-9 mystical arts. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, remarking, "It should have nothing to do with the weapons. It's likely that these creatures are simply too weak. No matter how feeble a Thunder Beast may be, it should not be unable to withstand even the rubbish I salvaged from the ancient forbidden grounds." With that, Chen Changsheng carried away the corpses of the two Thunder Beasts. However, had his words reached the ears of Huang, who lay buried in the ancient forbidden grounds, he would surely spring from his grave to deliver two resounding slaps to Chen Changsheng. Grabbing him by the collar, he would vehemently interrogate, "Rubbish! How dare you label these items as such? The true martial sword is a weapon of a 7th realm powerhouse, and the golden page in your possession is cherished by me as a heart-protecting mirror, to be regarded as a trump card by one of my stature. And yet you dare to call them rubbish?" Though the true martial sword had been severed by a strand of hair from an entity within the ancient forbidden grounds, and the golden page had been carelessly discarded by such an entity, how many places like the ancient forbidden grounds exist in the world? The Thunder Beast clan is unworthy even to serve as gatekeepers for such realms. Crack. Two scales shattered, and the leader of the Thunder clan frowned deeply at the broken fragments. Two divine transformation powerhouses had perished in such a short span. What kind of formidable entity had they provoked? With this thought, he promptly commanded, "Relay my orders, advance at full speed." As his words fell, thousands of Thunder Beasts began to soar through the skies at breakneck speed. Fixing his gaze upon the horizon, the Thunder clan leader murmured, "Whoever you are, I, Lei Yun, shall hunt you down to avenge my son." With that, his pace quickened by yet another third. The Thunder clan's exodus naturally stirred the other tribes inhabiting the 10,000 mountains. Upon learning of the demise of the young clan leader of the Thunder tribe, various races were initially taken aback, only to soon adopt the spectator's demeanor. The audacity to provoke the Thunder tribe signified that their adversaries were undoubtedly formidable. When two tigers contend, one must surely be wounded. Such an opportunity to witness this spectacle is indeed a rare occurrence. The fierce winds severed countless branches from towering trees, and with unrelenting speed, the Thunder tribe swiftly arrived at the site of the Thunder Mountain's downfall. Centered around the Water Moon Cave, the surrounding area of 500 miles lay in eerie silence. Faced with this peculiar scene, the onlooking ferocious beasts 500 miles away began to murmur among themselves. This situation appeared rather unsettling. Does anyone know whose territory lies ahead? Upon hearing this inquiry, the multitude of beasts immediately engaged in discussion. At that moment, a spider with a visage resembling a small mountain spoke up. "It seems that we are approaching the domain of the Witch Tribe." The Witch Tribe? Have they lost their senses, daring to provoke that madman, Thundercloud? Besides, given the Witch Tribe's capabilities, they lack the strength to slay the Thunder Mountain. Whether it was indeed the Witch Tribe's doing, we shall soon ascertain. However, I suspect there must be a powerful entity orchestrating this. Alone, the Witch Tribe certainly lacks the ability to accomplish such a feat. While the ferocious beasts debated, Thundercloud finally located his son. Regrettably, the once vibrant Thunder Beast had now been reduced to a pristine white skull. Even more audaciously, next to the skull of Thunder Mountain were inscribed several phrases. "I have taken the skeleton to brew soup. Here, a skull for you. Moreover, do refrain from advancing. There are far too many, and they cannot all be consumed." Chapter 58, The Void Refinement Expert Thundercloud and the Heavenly Absolute Death Array. A cacophony of thunder enveloped a 1,000-mile radius. Those ferocious beasts watching from 500 miles away were equally caught in the fallout. Rage. At this moment, Thundercloud was consumed solely by this emotion. Since the inception of the Thunder Tribe, no creature had ever dared to regard thunder beasts as mere food. Yet now, some beings viewed them as livestock to be slaughtered at will. This was not merely an affront to himself, but a profound insult to the entire Thunder Tribe. By the heavens, has that lunatic Thundercloud lost his mind? Does he truly believe the Thunder Tribe is invincible? The beasts ensnared by the thunder began to retreat, cursing under their breath. After all, being struck by lightning for no reason is intolerable to anyone. The boundless sea of thunder raged for a full quarter of an hour. After this time, the 1,000-mile expanse of forest had been utterly reduced to scorched earth. Come forth, Thundercloud bellowed, causing the very ground to tremble. Although he had employed his divine powers, he was unable to discern the beings that had provoked the Thunder Tribe. Yet, Thundercloud was certain that the enemies still lingered. What is the rush? Here I am, came a voice, and at that instant, numerous figures emerged from the ground, over 30,000 from the Witch Tribe, encircling the Thunder Tribe from all directions. Gazing at the diminutive figures below, Thundercloud thundered, "Command your allies to reveal themselves. With you mere two-legged sheep, you lack the qualification to have slain my son." "Ha!" they retorted. "Such words are foolish. The Thunder Beasts are not invincible. Why should we not be able to slay it? With your profound skills, it should not be difficult for you to sense the essence of your son within us. You have guessed correctly. Your son has already been consumed by us." Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Lei Yun's gaze turned as cold as ice. With sharp wit and a cutting tongue, "I hope you remain so defiant when I employ the soul-searching technique." Indeed, from the beginning, Lei Yun had never believed that the person before him could have slain Lei Shan. This human cultivator possessed merely the nascent stage of transformation, while Lei Shan had long attained the mid-transformation stage. Even with innate abilities, it would be unlikely for one in the late transformation stage to defeat him. Therefore, the true culprit must be someone else. Seeing that Lei Yun doubted his guilt, Chen Changsheng shook his head in resignation. Innate abilities are undoubtedly remarkable, yet they are not omnipotent. The reason humanity stands resilient upon this land is profound. Today, let me demonstrate to you the innate abilities of humankind. With that, Chen Changsheng struck the ground with his right hand, causing the terrain within a 1,000-mile radius to begin to shift. Suddenly, the sky was engulfed in an overwhelming darkness. The formation gradually activated, and a twinge of unease crept into Lei Yun's heart. However, when he attempted to summon thunder to break the formation, he found himself unable to resonate with the heavenly will. Upon witnessing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and remarked, "What is the matter? Have you realized you cannot wield the power of heaven and earth? Allow me to introduce this formation. It is called the Heaven and Earth Death Trap. Severing heaven, severing earth, and severing life." Hearing this, Lei Yun cast a sidelong glance at Chen Changsheng and replied coolly, "The formation is commendable, but alas, you lack the fate to fully activate it." Boom. Before the words had left his lips, Chen Changsheng was propelled into the air. The overwhelming force sent him crashing through 3 mountain peaks. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he crawled out from the rubble. Meanwhile, Lei Yun had already taken the position where Chen Changsheng had previously stood. Earlier, Lei Yun had used the formidable power of his physical body to strike Chen Changsheng with the sharp horn atop his head. Had Chen Changsheng not sensed the danger in advance and shielded himself with a golden page, he would have been reduced to mere flesh and blood by now. Seeing that the human before him still lived, Lei Yun expressed surprise. "To withstand my blow, you are quite impressive. Now I believe you are the one who killed Lei Shan." Spitting out the blood in his mouth and discarding the shattered scales from his body, Chen Changsheng replied, "Your realm should have reached the 6th stage. My lineage is a bit unorthodox, and I am not well acquainted with the nomenclature of the 6th stage. Could you enlighten me?" Refining the void. Upon hearing this response, Chen Changsheng nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. Furthermore, do you intend to approach one by one or all at once? I shall not let you die too easily. Everyone here will survive, but your wail shall echo through the heavens and earth." Understanding the gravity of the situation, he shouted, "Prepare yourselves." With a thunderous voice, Chen Changsheng commanded, and all 500 members of the Wu clan formed a battle array, beginning to slaughter the weaker thunder beasts. The battle formations of the Xuanwu kingdom are renowned throughout the world, and Chen Changsheng, well versed in the tomes of the Xuanwu pavilion, understood them thoroughly. 10 years of preparation culminated in this very day. In an instant, the battlefield reverberated with the sounds of clashing combat, and upon witnessing the casualties among his kin, Lei Yun felt a twinge of astonishment. It is well known that although the Lei clan could not harness the forces of nature within the confines of the Great Formation, they possessed boundless power of thunder within their veins. Yet, It appeared that some of the human adversaries on the battlefield could disregard this thunderous might. Moreover, each strike they delivered seemed to precisely target the Lei clan's vital weaknesses. As Lei Yun's concentration wavered, a voice emerged from the side, Chen Changsheng's law of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng's body began to swell at an astonishing rate, ultimately matching Lei Yun's size. Indeed, Chen Changsheng had unleashed his ultimate trump card, the divine technique of the 8-9 profound art, known as the law of heaven and earth. This extraordinary technique, recorded within the 8-9 profound art, signifies emulating the heavens and earth. Although trapped within the deadly formation, Chen Changsheng could not draw upon the natural forces. However, as the orchestrator of the formation, he could channel its energy. The dark essence of the deadly formation surged into Chen Changsheng's immense form, enveloping his transformed silhouette in shadows, and his strength soared to perfection. Prepare to meet your demise, Chen Changsheng bellowed, subsequently unleashing the nameless fist technique of the immortal sovereign of 100 defeats upon Lei Yun. Observing the human's array of formidable techniques, Lei Yun was compelled to take heed. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as the clash between Lei Yun and Chen Changsheng shattered mountains and rivers alike. The titanic struggle astonished the ferocious beasts observing from afar, for they had not anticipated such formidable prowess from the humans within the 10,000 mountains. Since mastering the nameless fist technique of the immortal sovereign of 100 defeats, Chen Changsheng had diligently practiced daily, come rain or shine. After a century of relentless training, his martial arts had reached a transcendent level, and the technique itself grew stronger with each battle. Initially overwhelmed, Chen Changsheng had evolved to a point where he could defend himself against Lei Yun's onslaught. As time progressed, the deadly formation began to close in. At the very moment the formation converged, Chen Changsheng deftly produced a massive bone and struck it against Lei Yun's head. Clang! The metallic sound momentarily halted all the thunder beasts, leaving Chen Changsheng with a face full of questions. Why didn't it evade? It clearly had the chance. Dismissing his confusion, he resolved to deliver several more blows. Chapter 59, The Root Bone of Tao Tai. What flavor do you wish to be made into? Clang, clang, clang. Seizing the opportunity while Lei Yun was momentarily dazed, Chen Changsheng rapidly struck Lei Yun's head multiple times. Crack! One of Lei Yun's sharp horns was forcefully broken off, and the intense pain jolted him back to reality. However, instead of retaliating against Chen Changsheng, Lei Yun swiftly distanced himself. Where did you acquire this Tao Tai root bone? Upon hearing Lei Yun's inquiry, Chen Changsheng curiously glanced at the large bone in his hand. He had unearthed it from the depths of the ancient Forbidden Land. Had it not been for its remarkable hardness, he would have discarded it long ago. As Lei Yun spoke, Chen Changsheng began to understand why, upon presenting this bone, all the thunder beasts had momentarily halted. It was due to the suppression of bloodlines. Realizing the reason behind it, Chen Changsheng wasted no time, dispelled the celestial law, and began to flee. Lei Yun exclaimed in bewilderment, "Why are you running? With divine weaponry in your possession, how can you consider flight?" After a brief lamentation over Chen Changsheng's decisive actions, Lei Yun energetically pursued him. Simultaneously, the previously passive thunder beasts joined in the hunt. The Thunder Clan, having emerged in full force, sought vengeance and aimed to hone the skills of their younger generation. This was precisely why the powerful beings among them had refrained from intervening until now. However, the situation had changed. Chen Changsheng possessed a treasure coveted by the beast clans, and thus the Thunder Clan strong would no longer remain idle. The Tiao Tia bone indeed exerted bloodline suppression over the beast clans, yet the thunder beasts were extraordinarily formidable. Not to mention Lei Yun, who was at the refining void stage. There were also 7 or 8 fully realized transformation god experts among them. If one were to count the early and mid-stage transformation god strong, the number of formidable opponents swelled to a staggering 28. With such a multitude of adversaries, even a single strike from one beast could reduce Chen Changsheng to mere pulp. Thus, the previously unyielding standoff transformed into a relentless chase. Although Chen Changsheng lacked the strength of Lei Shan, his evasion techniques were equally adept. It is known that among various martial arts, Chen Changsheng held a particular fondness for the art of fleeing, having recently acquired the profound abilities from the 8 or 9 mystical techniques. He found himself eluding over 20 powerful adversaries, evading a mere early-stage transformation god. After a brief respite, Lei Yun halted, and Chen Changsheng also came to a stop at a distance. "Human, you have reached the end of your rope. Surrender the Tiao Tia bone, and I shall spare your life." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng glanced at the battlefield below. The Witch Clan fought fiercely but could not match the power of the Thunder Clan. Their once 30,000 strong force had been halved, managing to slay only a few thunder beasts at the nascent soul stage. However, this had not even scratched the surface of the Thunder Clan's strength. The fate of the living and the dead remains uncertain. Chen Changsheng retorted, "You cannot breach my grand formation." Observing Chen Changsheng's obstinacy, Lei Yun sneered, "I do not deny the power of your killing array. Yet, alas, you have entered the formation yourself. Trapped within, you cannot control it while we pursue and intercept you. The formation's automatic operation will not pose a threat to us for quite some time. During this interval, I can eradicate all of your kind, including you." Each of Lei Yun's words struck at the very core of Chen Changsheng's vulnerabilities. The heaven and earth desolation array was indeed formidable, but Chen Changsheng lacked sufficient materials and had yet to fully master it. Thus, confining the entire Thunder clan was exceedingly precarious, let alone annihilating them entirely, merely a delusion. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng's expression grew grave as he asked, "If I surrender the Tiao Tia bone to you, will you truly spare us?" Upon hearing this, Lei Yun's heart surged with joy, yet he maintained an impassive facade as he spoke. "I never make guarantees, but if you do not surrender the root bone of the Tao Tai, I shall eliminate them this very moment." As he spoke, a colossal thunderball coalesced within the formation. Although the heavenly death formation severed the connection between the thunder beasts and the heavenly Tao, the cultivation of Lei Shan remained intact. With his prowess at the void refinement stage, he could easily annihilate Chen Changsheng and his companions multiple times over. Wait. As Lei Shan prepared to strike, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of urgency. "If I give you the Tao Tai root bone, will you truly spare us?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Ali, who was locked in a bloody struggle below, shouted, "Sir, do not believe him." Boom. Before Ali could finish, he was sent flying by a thunder beast at the transformation stage. This individual from the human race possessed remarkable evasion skills. If he were to flee with determination, the Lei clan might not capture him. Thus, to obtain the Tao Tai root bone, they needed to coax him into willingly handing it over. "I reiterate, I shall not make any assurances. You may refuse to comply, but I will eradicate them all." In response to Lei Yun's words, Chen Changsheng's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Yet his feet inexorably moved toward Lei Yun. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's retreat, both the Lei clan and the Wu clan ceased their bloodshed. Each step Chen Changsheng took was fraught with difficulty, and with every stride, Lei Shan's heart raced. The Tao Tai root bone was a legendary treasure. To acquire it effortlessly was indeed a boon for the Lei clan. The 200 zhang distance took Chen Changsheng an eternity to traverse. And just as he was 100 paces away from Lei Shan, he suddenly looked up and asked, "May I pose a question?" Upon answering this query, "I shall relinquish the Tao Tai root bone to you." "Speak," Lei Shan uttered, his patience wearing thin. "What flavor would you prefer to be turned into?" Lei Shan. Chen Changsheng's words left Lei Shan bewildered, yet an unforeseen event unfolded. The thunder beast suspended in the air began to plummet uncontrollably. Golden core, nascent soul. Even the formidable transformation experts were not exempt. Witnessing this, coupled with the cunning smile on Chen Changsheng's face, Lei Shan was suddenly struck by a foreboding sense of dread. "I shall kill you." Boom. A powerful bolt of lightning shot toward Chen Changsheng, but regrettably, it veered off course, merely grazing Chen Changsheng's form as it flew past. Swish. Noticing that Lei Shan was losing control, Chen Changsheng immediately hurled a dark object toward him. Faced with such an oddity, Lei Shan dared not confront it head-on, and instead evaded with all his might. Bang! When the hidden weapon detonated near Lei Shan, the explosion was not particularly powerful. Yet the ensuing dust enveloped him. Whoosh! Lei Shan exhaled a gust of wind, dispersing the dust, yet his body became increasingly unmanageable. Chapter 60. The Relentless Lei Shan. A bloodbath provoked by 2 drops of saliva. Boom. The colossal figure of Lei Shan descended directly towards the ground. "What have you done?" Lei Shan thundered at Chen Changsheng, his eyes brimming with terror. "What have I done, you ask? Why, I have come to annihilate your entire clan." Chen Changsheng replied with a grin, approaching with a vial of elixir that he forcefully administered to Lei Shan. Once he confirmed that Lei Shan had ingested the specially formulated anesthetic he had concocted, Chen Changsheng let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "To be honest, among the entire Lei clan, you were the one I feared the most. Although this drug proves remarkably effective against thunder beasts, your cultivation level is exceedingly high. Should it fail, I fear the fate of everyone here, aside from myself, would be dire. Yet, it appears my apprehensions were unwarranted. Even a thunder beast of the void refinement realm cannot withstand the flaws inherent in its bloodline." Listening to Chen Changsheng, Lei Shan exclaimed with excitement, "When did you poison me? How did I not perceive it? Furthermore, our Lei clan is immune to all toxins. If there were a poison potent enough to harm us, why are they unaffected? I refuse to believe that the physique of the human race could rival that of the Lei clan." Noticing Lei Shan's stubbornness regarding his bloodline, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, "The bloodline of the Thunder Beast clan is indeed formidable, but have you ever truly comprehended its nature? The principle of mutual creation and restraint among all things is not lost on you. The heavens, in creating such a formidable race, naturally left certain flaws as well. The substance I employed is not a poison, but an anesthetic specifically tailored for your clan. Once a member of the Lei clan is exposed to it, they become utterly powerless and devoid of any resistance. You are deceiving me, Lei Shan bellowed, his voice booming and startling Chen Changsheng. You are being bothersome. Do you not see that I am attempting to locate your vital points? Chen Changsheng snapped, annoyed, before resuming his examination of the scales. As Chen Changsheng engaged with him, Lei Shan's agitation intensified, unable to accept that a situation he deemed a sure victory had turned into this. When did you poison me? With my cultivation. It is impossible that I would not have detected it. In response to Lei Shan's confusion, Chen Changsheng continued to count the scales while explaining, when you first arrived. Did you not notice that we emerged from the tunnels? I did not directly administer the drug. Rather, I blended it into the soil within a 500-mile radius. Additionally, I have set up numerous large iron cauldrons beneath the tunnels. As the flames burn, the medicinal liquid seeps through the earth, allowing me to administer the drug silently. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng peeled off a scale the size of a basin. As this particular scale was removed, gaps appeared among all of Lei Shan's tightly closed scales. Soon after, the sound of a blade slicing flesh echoed as Chen Changsheng, bloodied, extracted a thunder pill the size of a human head from within Lei Shan's abdomen. After seizing the source of Lei Shan's power, he severed the meridians throughout Lei Shan's entire being. After thoroughly vanquishing the formidable Lei Shan, Chen Changsheng exhaled deeply and leaned against the massive head of the beast. How impressive! Lei Dan is the lifeblood of your thunderous kin. This anguish stems from the very depths of the soul, and no medicinal power can dull it. When I flayed your son alive, his wails echoed through the heavens and earth. To endure in silence is truly remarkable. Observing Chen Changsheng's calm demeanor, Lei Shan's eyes glistened with rage. You had long orchestrated this trap. The lethal formation was merely a tool to draw attention. Indeed, the heavenly deadly formation serves as an auxiliary device. The sheer number of the Lei clan poses a threat. Should even one perfected transformation master escape, we would face utter destruction. Thus, despite knowing your thunderous beast's fatal flaw, I dare not act recklessly. This formation is but a veil, designed to shroud this territory and prevent the dispersal of medicinal potency. What lies ahead is merely a matter of prolonging the inevitable. A powerful clan like yours would relish the hunt, toying with us insignificant creatures. It appears that every step I have taken has been flawless. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Lei Shan felt a surge of desperation. Unfortunately, with Lei Dan taken from him, he could not even self-destruct. Rising to stretch, Chen Changsheng swallowed a healing elixir. Very well. You may watch as I slowly bring about your demise. I want you to witness the agonizing death of your kin. In response to Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, Lei Shan roared. I shall not let you escape. Even in death, I will return for vengeance. Ah, such noble aspirations, yet reality is harsh. You will find no opportunity for retribution. Your scales shall be forged into armor, your flesh consumed, and your blood refined into elixirs. Even your bones shall be crafted into weapons. Once all is complete, I shall chant sutras to transcend your lingering resentment, ensuring absolute certainty. However, I am not entirely heartless. I shall select a burial site for you, ensuring your rest is undisturbed. Yet, it can only be a symbolic grave, for your corporeal forms have been thoroughly utilized. With a brief pause, Chen Changsheng revealed a radiant smile. After this prolonged battle, I nearly forgot to inform you of the reason behind your son's demise. When I first encountered him, he spat upon me twice. Thus, the downfall of the Lei clan can be attributed to those two loogies. With that, Chen Changsheng leisurely walked away, hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, Lei Shan's bitterness and resentment reached an unbearable zenith. The mighty Lei clan, reduced to ashes by mere ants. A most ludicrous jest. It is worth noting that among the Wu clan, apart from Chen Changsheng, the only one of notable strength is Ali, whose cultivation barely grazes the threshold of the nascent soul realm. The clan's formidable warriors remain dormant, countless powerful artifacts yet to be unleashed. How could Lei Shan accept such an absurd fate? Time passed, stretching into the horizon. The ferocious beasts observing the deadly array of heaven and earth grew increasingly impatient. What on earth were the Thunder Clan up to? Merely slaughtering a few two-legged sheep. Was it worth wasting so much time? A colossal python coiled around a mountain peak flicked its tongue and remarked, "What is the rush? Perhaps there are formidable beings among the Witch Clan as well." Oh, please. Am I not familiar with the Witch Clan? They dabble in the art of goo worms, posing some threat to other beings. But the Thunder Beasts are inherently resistant to such pests. Just as this was being said, the long-closed deadly array of heaven and earth gradually opened. Then, the multitude of ferocious beasts witnessed a scene they would never forget. Chapter 61. The taboo of the 10,000 great mountains, a fleeting moment. A mountain of corpses. Bodies piled high, blood soaking the earth. Among the beast clan, the formidable Lei Shan lay atop the mountain of corpses. Standing upon Lei Shan's lifeless form was a diminutive figure. Clad in a once pure white robe now stained crimson, he stood there simply. Yet no powerful beast dared to meet his gaze. The phrase "one man can annihilate a clan" had always been an exaggeration, but now it had transformed into reality. No one understood how this human had accomplished such a feat, although the Witch clan had participated in the battle. To the Thunder clan, the Witch clan was hardly more significant than air. Thus, the annihilation of the Thunder clan was solely the work of this human before them. Sensing the attention of the ferocious beasts, Chen Changsheng instinctively turned to glance in their direction. Faced with his gaze, the multitude of beasts immediately scattered in terror. The Thunder clan, a dominant force, had been vanquished by this human, and naturally, the other beasts lacked the courage to confront Chen Changsheng's stare. The battle between the Witch clan and the Thunder clan came to an end. The remaining Thunder beasts in their lair were completely eradicated by Chen Changsheng and his companion, Ali. Henceforth, the name of the Witch clan resonated throughout the 10,000 great mountains. Within a radius of 3,000 miles centered around the Witch clan's territory, no primordial infant beasts dared to tread. They trembled in fear of that enigmatic presence, the Undertaker. After the battle concluded, some beasts, emboldened, ventured to take a look. The corpses of the Thunder beasts had long been cleared away, leaving only a towering stone hill. Upon this hill, someone had inscribed a poem and a line of text with a sharp sword. The inscription read, "Here lie 3,821 lives of the Thunder clan, entombed by the Undertaker." Beside this line of text was a poem. With heads held high, I scale the southern dipper, turning to face the northern star. Gazing beyond the heavens, there is none like me. From that moment on, the name Undertaker became a taboo within the 10,000 great mountains. In the Water Moon Cave heaven, following the annihilation of the Thunder clan, Chen Changsheng began to study the ancient bronze palace seized by Lei Shan. The crucial information on this ancient bronze palace had also been erased, yet intriguingly, the being responsible for this erasure had left some traces within the palace. On the hard bronze walls, a palm print remained, accompanied by 2 lines of small text. "Eliminate a great menace, for the benefit of all under heaven." Upon discovering an object, I left it here as a gift for a destined individual. After perusing the remnants of information on the wall, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards a nearby stone formation. This object must have been left behind by a mysterious entity. After meticulous examination, Chen Changsheng ultimately confirmed that it was an egg. Regrettably, this egg was lifeless. The reason the Thunder Mountain sought to dominate the Water Moon Cave was likely to harness the spiritual spring within, hoping to revive this dead egg. The spiritual spring in the Water Moon Cave possesses remarkable efficacy in nurturing various spirit beasts and insects. It was precisely because of Thunder Mountain's occupation of the Water Moon Cave that the Witch clan gradually weakened. Just as Chen Changsheng was deducing the entire sequence of events, the leader of the Gully tribe entered. "Divine Envoy, the resources of the Thunder clan have been thoroughly tallied." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned towards the Gully leader, who was bowing his head, and spoke. "I shall take half of Thunder clan's resources, leaving the other half for you. Within a century, the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 mountains should refrain from troubling you, so you must seize this opportunity to develop rapidly. Furthermore, your current fortunes are all due to me, thus you owe me a favor, one that must be repaid regardless of how many years pass. Should you fail to repay it, I shall reclaim what I have given." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Gully promptly replied, "Rest assured, Divine Envoy, even after countless millennia, the Witch clan shall never forget your benevolence." However, he beseeched the Divine Envoy to leave behind a token for future recognition. Contemplating Gully's request, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before handing over the latter half of the golden page of the 8-9 mystical art. The profundities of the 8-9 mystical art are boundless. Without the preceding half, cultivation would be impossible. Using this item as a token was indeed ideal. The other half of the golden page represents me. When the day comes that the other half appears, it shall signify that you owe me this favor. Repairing the 3-colored teleportation array would require some time, during which I shall not appear within the Witch clan. Furthermore, upon my departure, I do not wish for my name to be passed down. Do you understand? Gully comprehended. With that, he promptly turned and left the Water Moon Cave. Observing Gully's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and resumed his study of the lifeless egg. The reason he lingered in the 10,000 mountains was twofold. First, the 3-colored teleportation array could not yet be repaired. Second, Chen Changsheng intended to attempt reviving the dead egg. While the spiritual spring of the Water Moon Cave could not revive the egg, perhaps with the addition of celestial repair ointment, there might be hope. Despite the perilous nature of the 10,000 mountains, Its resources were exceedingly abundant. Having vanquished the Thunder Clan and instilled fear in numerous ferocious beasts, Chen Changsheng naturally aimed to scour the area thoroughly, for alchemical herbs were not easily found outside. Thus, Chen Changsheng secluded himself within the Water Moon Cave. Initially, he believed he would stay for a mere 2 or 3 years. However, he did not anticipate that this delay would extend to a full decade. The complexity of the 3-colored teleportation array far exceeded Chen Changsheng's imagination. Even with the robust support of the Thunder Clan's resources, he expended countless top-tier array materials. In addition, the progress of the Celestial Bomb has stagnated at a certain stage, as Chen Changsheng has been unable to decipher the text of some of its prescriptions. Attempts to substitute other medicinal ingredients have all ended in failure. Over the course of the past decade, apart from Ollie and A-Man, no one from the Wu clan has been able to see Chen Changsheng. Coupled with the chieftain of the Gully clan's edict, Chen Changsheng's name has gradually faded from the memories of the Wu clan. Brother Changsheng, the 3-colored teleportation array has been repaired. A-Man exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to congratulate Chen Changsheng. Hearing this news, Chen Changsheng, who was in the midst of alchemy, lifted his head. It has finally been repaired. I suppose it is time for me to depart. With that, he began to gather his belongings. However, just as he intended to leave, A-Man spread her arms to block his path. Brother Changsheng, I wish to accompany you on your journey. Looking at A-Man before him, Chen Changsheng replied, A-Man, you know me well. You are aware of my choices. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, A-Man beamed with a radiant smile. Brother Changsheng, I know you would not linger for anyone. Just as it is for you, it is the same for me. You tread a long and seemingly endless path. Yet you cannot deny those who wish to walk beside you. A-Man wishes to accompany you, even if this journey is but a fleeting moment in your life. Faced with A-Man's earnest request, Chen Changsheng fell silent. After a long pause, a smile graced his face. Very well. Chapter 62. The Great Divination Art. The journey to seek Ollie. You've squeezed right up to Brother Changsheng. Could you please shift over a bit? Ollie was being incessantly nudged by a hand. His face now uncomfortably close to the coffin. It's really not that cramped. This stone coffin is quite spacious. 3 of us can lie here comfortably. You're not planning to use it as a bridal chamber, are you? Indeed, upon learning that Chen Changsheng was about to leave, Ollie had also requested to accompany him out of the vast mountains. The reasoning was simple. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Although Chen Changsheng did not formally accept Ollie as a disciple, he considered him somewhat of a half-disciple. Naturally, he would not refuse this modest request. Thus, the aforementioned situation unfolded. Although the coffin of the 100 Defeats Immortal Sovereign was indeed spacious, lying 3 people within it felt somewhat cramped. Chen Changsheng lay in the center, with Ollie and A-Man flanking him. A-Man expressed her disdain for Ollie's large physique encroaching upon Chen Changsheng, resulting in Ollie's face being pressed against the coffin wall. After an indeterminate amount of time, the commotion outside finally subsided. Frustrated, Ollie lifted the coffin lid. Sir, can't we employ some other method? What kind of respectable person sleeps in a coffin every day? Ignoring Ollie's complaints, Chen Changsheng rose to inspect their surroundings. The ancient bronze palace was in a state of disrepair, with much of its structure having long since vanished. After confirming there was no danger, Chen Changsheng and the others emerged from the stone coffin. Gazing at the outside world, Ollie's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sir, where are we? Confronted with Ollie's incessant chatter, Chen Changsheng cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, Do you truly believe I possess divine insight? Let us first observe our surroundings. With that, Chen Changsheng exited the bronze ancient hall to survey the environment. Upon thorough examination, apart from a withering old tree, they encountered only dense thickets of forest. Perplexed, Ollie scratched his head and suggested, Shall we attempt another teleportation? This place hardly seems conducive to finding your desired individual. I possess ample experience in restoring the tri-colored teleportation array. It should be operational within 3 to 5 years. Upon hearing Ollie's words, Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately, but instead fixed his gaze upon the desolate tree outside the hall. Gently caressing the bark, he murmured a nursery rhyme. The malin blooms at 21, 28, 25-6, 28, 25-7. As he recited the rhyme, his fingers glided rhythmically over the gnarled trunk. As the final word of the rhyme was uttered, an intricate formation materialized upon the withered tree. With a sharp sound, an object fell into Chen Changsheng's hand. Observing the tiger wood carving in his grasp, a subtle smile graced his lips. After a brief moment, he declared, I have found what I sought. Now we may attend to our own affairs. This statement left Ollie utterly bewildered. What have you discovered? Why, it is the person I have long been seeking. Chen Changsheng replied, gesturing toward the wood carving. This carving is the individual you are searching for? Indeed. This sculpture was a gift to a departed friend, and her leaving it here signifies that she still lives and thrives well. With knowledge of her fate, My purpose is naturally fulfilled. Ali's confusion deepened. Yet A-man grasped the underlying meaning. Niansheng endeavored to remain by Chen Changsheng's side, relentlessly pursuing eternity. The reason Chen Changsheng had spent centuries searching for her was solely to ascertain her safety. Until she attained eternity, Niansheng would not reunite with him, as the circumstances from years past had not altered significantly. After pondering for a moment, Ali realized he could not comprehend Chen Changsheng's words and swiftly cast the matter aside. Sir, now that you have found the individual you sought, where shall we proceed next? An excellent inquiry. It is time to unveil my grand divination technique. With a serious demeanor, Chen Changsheng produced a stick and stood it upright upon the ground. Slowly releasing his grip, the stick hesitated briefly before toppling in a particular direction. We have our answer. We shall go that way. Chen Changsheng indicated the direction in which the stick had fallen, his expression grave. Ali remarked, "Hearing you speak of your grand divination technique, I anticipated witnessing something remarkable. Instead, it appears to be mere guesswork." After internally critiquing Chen Changsheng's absurdity, Ali tentatively suggested, "Sir, does this method of choosing our path not seem somewhat imprudent?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement, stating, "It is not merely inappropriate, it is utterly absurd. Since you have raised doubts about this ridiculous method, I implore you to choose a direction for us." Observing Chen Changsheng's earnest expression and glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Ali decisively remarked, "Your grand technique of divination is truly remarkable. I would be most willing to follow the path you select." Acknowledging Ali's perceptiveness, Chen Changsheng shot him a disdainful glance before proceeding in a particular direction. For one who has no home, every place in the world may serve as a dwelling. As the saying goes, everywhere is home when one has none. Alas, dear brother, death is an irreversible state. I urge you to accept this sorrow with grace. Although the loss of a loved one is profoundly heartbreaking, those who remain must continue to live. This establishment proudly presents our newest offering, a coffin crafted from precious rosewood. Not for the price of 9,998, nor 3,998, but merely 998, and you can take it home immediately. Furthermore, for an additional 398, your departed loved one shall receive comprehensive funeral services. Additionally, our proprietor will personally select a prime burial site for you. A young man was fervently promoting a coffin. Generally speaking, the sale of coffins is not a venture one would pursue lightly, as it often invites hostility. Yet, the proprietor possesses genuine skills. 3 years prior, rumors spread of a family member returning from the dead, and somehow, the proprietor was summoned. Initially, one might have expected the proprietor to be frightened beyond reason. However, to everyone's surprise, upon arriving at the scene, the proprietor sat cross-legged and spoke eloquently. In an astonishing display, the corpse believed to have risen was peacefully guided to the afterlife. Since that moment, this nameless coffin shop has flourished. After bidding farewell to the final customer of the day, the young man wearily sank into a chair, lamenting, "Aw man, what has gotten into the people of Kunlun's sacred land lately? They keep coming to purchase coffins, and it's nearly driving me to exhaustion." Chapter 63, Trouble Approaches for Jiang Bufan, the sacred son of Kunlun. Upon hearing this lament, a woman emerged from behind. "Brother Changsheng, your temperament is rather peculiar. When business is slow, you complain about the lack of customers, and when it picks up, you still find cause for grievance. Do you wish for business to thrive or falter?" In response to Wang Man's words, Chen Changsheng remarked, "In this line of work, I neither wish for it to flourish excessively nor to dwindle too much. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the cyclical laws of nature. An overabundance of death would pose problems, just as too little would. Ultimately, it is imperative to maintain a balance. By the way, where has that lad Ali run off to?" In reply, a man placed her meal on the table and stated, "He is likely with the people of Kunlun's sacred land, seeking the source of spiritual energy. 40 years ago, we arrived here, and you kept him in the shop for a full 20 years. Naturally, after being released 2 decades ago, he would wish to indulge in some wild adventures." Listening to Wang Man's report, Chen Changsheng leisurely enjoyed his delicious meal. "For 20 years, I have confined him here, firstly to acclimatize him to this environment, and secondly to ensure he diligently cultivates at least a modicum of self-defense capabilities. Once he possesses such abilities, I shall naturally permit him to venture forth. Furthermore, it is time for us to prepare to depart this place. I sense that tranquility here is soon to be disrupted." Upon hearing this, A-man paused, puzzled, and inquired, "What about Ali? He should not be returning anytime soon." "Precisely because he is not returning soon, we must leave now. Ali's aspirations lie beyond this small coffin shop and into the vast world. His continued presence by my side would only hinder his growth. Freed from my shadow, his achievements will soar to greater heights." Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, A-man smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Changsheng, I shall always support your decisions. I will begin to pack right away. Oh, take your time with these matters. I am not leaving immediately. Come, sit, and share a meal with me. A-man chuckled softly and joined Chen Changsheng for dinner. Their companionship was serene and deeply familiar. A routine they had maintained for 40 years. A-man cherished this tranquil life of companionship. For her, such presence was more than sufficient. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. The Holy Land of Kunlun, Jiang Bufan requests an audience. Upon hearing that the son of the Holy Land of Kunlun sought an audience, A-man immediately rose. However, Chen Changsheng halted her motion. Do not acknowledge him. He is merely a source of trouble. Hearing this, A-man cast a glance at the young man outside, but ultimately complied and sat back down. Noticing Chen Changsheng's indifference, Jiang Bufan remained unperturbed, quietly standing at the door. As time elapsed, A-man cleared the table, while Chen Changsheng reclined in a rocking chair, engrossed in an ancient tome. Eventually, Chen Changsheng beckoned, "Come in. With you, the prospective saint of Kunlun, lingering at the threshold, how am I to conduct my business?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Bufan immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, sir. I come today with a request. I wish to ask for your assistance." Stop. Before Jiang Bufan could finish, Chen Changsheng raised his hand to silence him. Inviting you in does not signify my consent to assist you. The reason I called you in is to convey a message to Ali. You must tell him that no banquet lasts forever, and he must forge his own path from here on. Moreover, my capabilities are limited. I am unable to aid the Holy Land of Kunlun in any significant way. So you would be wise to seek someone more capable. In response to Chen Changsheng's refusal, Jiang Bufan smiled slightly, saying, "You are far too modest, sir. Few can rival your abilities. If you are unable to accomplish something, then it is likely that no one else can either. I have heard that you wish to utilize the super teleportation array of the Holy Land of Kunlun. Should you be willing to take action, I am prepared to persuade the Holy Land to lend it to you." At these words, Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes. "It appears you have conducted a thorough investigation into my affairs. Haha. If you wish to enlist my aid, one must present an appropriate price. However, I wonder if this price will be to your satisfaction?" Seeing Jiang Bufan's confident demeanor, Chen Changsheng said with a cold face, "You have indeed presented me with something that stirs my heart. I find it difficult to refuse you. Return to me in 3 days. I must prepare some items." "No problem. I shall visit you again in 3 days, sir," Jiang Bufan replied. Turning to leave the coffin shop, watching his departing figure, a man expressed her concern. "Sir, do you truly intend to assist him?" Initially expecting Chen Changsheng to articulate a multitude of compelling reasons to decline, she was taken aback when he merely waved his hand and said, "Assist? What assistance?" "I am deceiving him." A man, puzzled, inquired, "But brother Changsheng, you have arranged to meet him again in 3 days, have you not?" In response, Chen Changsheng stood and stretched leisurely, remarking, "If I do not agree to meet him in 3 days, how will I have time to prepare my escape? The reason I remained in this Kunlun sacred land was my curiosity about its unique spiritual source. Spirit stones are harvested from mineral veins. Yet this spiritual source is an even more precious resource. It not only contains exceedingly pure spiritual energy, but also preserves a variety of ancient artifacts. However, upon understanding the origins of the spiritual source, my interest waned. For such sources are birthed in ominous locations. And now Kunlun sacred land has begun to explore the forbidden grounds of the sacred ruins. I would be foolish to assist them." Upon hearing this, a man pondered for a moment and said, "But brother Changsheng, without relying on the super teleportation array, how will you return to the eastern wasteland? We are currently situated in the central region, separated by millions of miles." "What of millions of miles? If one walks slowly, they will eventually arrive," he replied. "I initially intended to exchange spirit stones for an opportunity to use the super teleportation array, but it seems that plan is no longer feasible." "All right, a man. You should tidy up your belongings. I am heading to Butterfly Valley." With that, Chen Changsheng departed from the small coffin shop. "Butterfly Valley. Elder Yao, I have returned." Chen Changsheng's voice echoed in a valley adorned with elegance. Moments later, an elderly man with a kind face and white hair emerged from a thatched cottage. "Your timing is impeccable. I just translated this celestial repair ointment the day before yesterday." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled broadly, saying, "I knew you could do it, Elder Yao. My waiting for you these 40 years has not been in vain. Spare me the flattery. Without your assistance, it would take me another 400 years to decipher this celestial repair ointment." Chapter 64. Deciphering the celestial repair ointment. Chen Changsheng prepares to escape after exchanging pleasantries. Chen Changsheng and Elder Yao entered the thatched cottage. Gazing at the translated prescription on the table, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. Back in the 10,000 Great Mountains, he had exhausted every means but failed to decipher the complete celestial repair ointment. After departing from the mountains, He had not abandoned his quest. However, through a fortunate turn of events, he had come to know the medical sage of Butterfly Valley, Elder Yao, Chen Changsheng, a master of alchemy, and Elder Yao, a distinguished healer, though their paths of study diverged, ultimately shared common ground. Through his discourse with the esteemed Elder Yao, Chen Changsheng finally grasped the reason behind his inability to decipher the formula for the Tiankai ointment. It became evident that the Tiankai ointment was not a concoction of elixirs, but rather a medicinal prescription. Alchemists excel in the art of potion making, crafting elixirs that enhance cultivation, fortify the body, and facilitate healing, among other benefits. However, while the realm of alchemy primarily focuses on cultivation enhancement, it pales in comparison to the expertise of herbalists in the domain of healing. Herbalists not only utilize medicinal herbs to mend injuries and cure ailments, but also possess various methods that alchemists lack. The simplicity of the ingredients used in the Tiankai ointment was unexpectedly astonishing. After perusing the prescription, Chen Changsheng could not help but express his wonder. Elder Yao, stroking his beard, remarked that precious spiritual herbs are indeed necessary for cultivation enhancement, as these rare substances encapsulate immense energy. Yet, when it comes to healing, ordinary herbs can sometimes surpass the efficacy of the spiritual ones. The forebear who devised the Tiankai ointment, capable of crafting life-restoring elixirs from commonplace materials, possessed an extraordinary talent that could be deemed unparalleled throughout history. Upon hearing Elder Yao's words, Chen Changsheng carefully stored the jade slip along with the translated prescription. Since the Tiankai ointment's formula had been translated by him, it was imperative that he committed it to memory. As a friend, Elder Yao advised him, even if he possessed the capability to concoct the Tiankai ointment, he should refrain from revealing it to the world for at least a century. The Kunlun sacred land was preparing to explore the sacred ruins, and many had already perished in the attempt. Should they become aware of Chen Changsheng's possession of the Tiankai ointment, he would undoubtedly encounter insurmountable troubles. Hearing this, Elder Yao looked at Chen Changsheng with a smile and said, "Are you departing? I had intended to utilize the teleportation array of the Kunlun sacred land in the coming days, but given the current circumstances, it seems I must resort to traveling by foot. The expanse of the world, western continent, eastern wastes, northern desert, southern plains, and the central courtyard, was previously beyond his comprehension. Walking from the central courtyard to the eastern wastes, who could fathom it would take centuries?" In response to Chen Changsheng's lament, Elder Yao chuckled and retrieved a jade slip from his robe, presenting it to him. "Since you are leaving, allow me to bestow upon you a gift, a token of gratitude for the Tiankai ointment." After examining the contents of the jade slip, Chen Changsheng gazed quizzically at Elder Yao. "You have entrusted me with your life's teachings. You do not intend to take me as your disciple, do you?" "That cannot be, as I currently have no desire to take on a master." Elder Yao replied, "With your abilities, it would be more fitting for me to be your disciple. How could I presume to accept you as my pupil? My medical skills have yet to find a successor, and with the impending turmoil, I cannot guarantee my own safety. Should I fail to pass on my legacy, I might need to seek your assistance in the future. Simply find a fated individual and entrust the jade slip to them." After considering Elder Yao's request, Chen Changsheng replied, "Very well, this task shall not trouble me. I will pass it on to a fated individual when the opportunity arises, though it may be better for you to seek a successor yourself." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and departed from the Butterfly Valley. Observing his graceful silhouette, Elder Yao smiled and returned to his humble abode. Chen Changsheng left, taking a man with him, bidding farewell to the place he had called home for 40 years. Upon learning of his departure, two individuals were particularly elated. One of them was none other than Zhang Bufan, the prospective saint of Kunlun sacred land. "How ungrateful! Chen Changsheng, you must never cross my path again, otherwise I, Zhang Bufan, will ensure you regret it." In a fit of rage, Zhang Bufan wreaked havoc within the room, destroying everything in sight, while simultaneously harboring resentment towards Ali, who was associated with Chen Changsheng. In front of the coffin shop, a figure stood quietly, gazing at the desolate establishment. He murmured, "Master, do you truly not want Ali anymore? What has Ali done wrong?" After a long moment, Ali departed from the coffin shop. From that instant, the youth of the witch clan, who had emerged from the vast mountains, began to mature. It was from this moment forward that he learned to confront challenges on his own. Yet, that silhouette remained etched firmly in his heart. 3,000 miles away, Chen Changsheng and Amon appeared atop a certain mountain peak. Having distanced themselves from the confines of Kunlun's sacred land, Chen Changsheng decided against utilizing the teleportation array any further. "Brother Changsheng, are we returning to your homeland now?" Amon inquired. Chen Changsheng paused for a moment, then replied, "I suppose it can be considered my homeland. The eastern wilderness holds countless memories for me, and being there still evokes a sense of home. Moreover, it presents a splendid opportunity to witness the vastness of the world." As he spoke, Amon entwined her arm with Chen Changsheng's and softly declared, "As long as I can stay by your side, Brother Changsheng, I am willing to go anywhere." Though her words were filled with sweetness, a tinge of sadness lingered in her tone. Initially, when Chen Changsheng asserted that everyone could foresee the future, Amon did not fully grasp his meaning, nor could she comprehend his emotions. However, as time passed, she came to understand. As practitioners advance in their cultivation, their lifespans also extend. A Qi refinement practitioner shares the same lifespan as an ordinary person, while a foundation establishment practitioner can attain 200 years, and a golden core cultivator may live for 500 years. The lifespan of a nascent soul practitioner can reach 800 years, while those in the transformation stage may surpass a millennium. Such durations are undeniably lengthy for anyone. Yet, for Brother Changsheng, even a millennium is but a fleeting second in the grand tapestry of life. Lacking Ali's innate talent for cultivation, no matter how much effort Brother Changsheng expended, she would merely attain the foundation establishment stage. This was the future that Brother Changsheng spoke of, a future wherein she could not accompany him indefinitely. Contemplating this, Amon buried her emotions deep within her heart and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Changsheng, this time you must take me on an enjoyable adventure. I have been your companion and maid for 40 years. In response, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and assured her, "No problem. I will take you to witness the world's splendor and the rise and fall of the sun. Wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you." Chapter 65. A journey of 10 million miles. The former little monk Chen Changsheng departed, leaving behind the formidable Kunlun sacred land and the bustling central region. He took with him the girl who had journeyed alongside him from the vast mountains. Over the course of several centuries, Chen Changsheng encountered a multitude of beings. Among them were prodigious talents, noble scions from esteemed families, and even formidable entities who could not articulate their thoughts. Yet, amidst this vast array, it was only the girl from the 10,000 great mountains who was willing to exchange her entire life for a fleeting moment with Chen Changsheng. The Kunlun sacred land remained unchanged by Chen Changsheng's departure, and neither did the world shift in response to his absence. If there were to be any alteration, it would be the emergence of a pair of inseparable souls. The distance from the central court to the eastern wasteland spanned countless miles, a journey that many would deem insurmountable in a lifetime. However, for some, this vast expanse was merely a brief instant. No one had ever truly measured the distance from the central court to the eastern wasteland, yet Chen Changsheng accompanied a man, gradually calculating it step by step. The distance from the Kunlun sacred land to the Dacian Empire was a staggering 13,280,000 miles. Over the course of 240 years, Chen Changsheng and a man traversed this monumental distance. At one moment, Chen Changsheng fervently wished that the road from Kunlun to the eastern wasteland would never reach its conclusion. Alas, every path in this world must eventually end, much like the span of human life itself. "Brother Changsheng, is this your original place?" A man curiously surveyed the desolate scenery around them, seemingly attempting to conjure an image of what it once was. Time flowed inexorably, and the once quaint town had long since vanished. Even Chen Changsheng could only ascertain a rough location. Observing a man's joyful demeanor, he calmly inquired, "A man, what kind of coffin do you desire?" Upon hearing this, a man turned to Chen Changsheng and smiled, "I want the finest coffin that Brother Changsheng can provide. Additionally, you must adorn me beautifully. I do not wish to leave an unsightly impression in your heart." In response to a man's request, Chen Changsheng smiled gently. "Very well, everything shall be as you wish." The playful bravado dissipated as a man tenderly caressed Chen Changsheng's face. "Brother Changsheng, please do not be sad. I know you cannot bear the thought of my death. Otherwise, how could I have lived for so long? Since I met you, I have lived for 300 years. As a foundation-building practitioner, living an additional 100 years is already a limit for me. 300 years is sufficient. I have lived joyfully. Without you, even 300 more years would not bring me happiness." Taking a man's hand, Chen Changsheng softly replied, "As I have said, everything shall be as you desire. My sorrow is of no consequence. Is there anything else you wish to see?" "I wish to witness the sunrise." "Very well." With that, Chen Changsheng led a man to the highest peak, where they quietly leaned against one another. As they beheld the faint light breaking in the east, a man pouted slightly and remarked, "Brother Changsheng, I am quite selfish, you know. I understand that what I am doing will cause you pain, but it is only in this way that you will remember me. Please do not hold it against me." Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng gently embraced a man's shoulder and softly said, "I am your elder brother Changsheng. How could I ever blame you, a man?" At the sound of his words, a man's lips curled into a radiant smile. "Brother Changsheng is truly kind. I wish to accompany you in witnessing every sunrise and sunset. However, I find myself weary and wish to rest for a while. I shall not join you for this sunrise." Before she could finish her sentence, her hand fell limply. The first light of dawn illuminated the two of them. Silence. In the face of Aman's demise, Chen Changsheng exhibited nothing but profound silence. For the past 240 years, he had exhausted every means to prolong Aman's life, and her endurance was solely reliant on the fervent will within her heart. As the journey reached its conclusion, that will naturally dissipated. Time passed, though Chen Changsheng remained oblivious, slowly rising while holding Aman. He retrieved an ordinary coffin and adorned Aman with the most exquisite makeup. Gazing at Aman within the coffin, he murmured, "Aman, I have changed my mind. I cannot grant you the finest coffin, for that would bind you to this world as a specter for far too long. I do not wish for you to find no peace in death, nor do I want to disturb your tranquility one day. So rest for now. I shall return to keep you company after a time." With that, Chen Changsheng closed the coffin lid. Gently caressing the coffin, he sighed softly, "System, the time for the next slumber should be approaching, correct?" In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the system's electronic voice replied, "Returning to the host, since your last awakening. You have spent 18 years in the abyss of antiquity. Following that, you dedicated 20 years in the 10,000 Great Mountains, researching spiritual essence and the celestial replenishment ointment for 40 years, and it has taken you 240 years to arrive here from the Kunlun sacred land. In total, you have lived for 318 years, with 2 years remaining until your next slumber." Upon hearing the system's words, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, "When I met Aman, she was merely 18 years old, which means she must have been born right after my last awakening. Do you think she came specifically to accompany me during this time?" The system replied, "Host, this is merely a coincidence. However, if you wish to infuse this coincidence with a touch of romance, this system would not object." "Haha. Oh system, you truly lack romantic sensibility. Perhaps after living so long, I too may become like you. But that is a matter for a distant future. For now, while I still retain some humanity, I must go and visit my old acquaintances. This next slumber will be prolonged, and I fear that upon awakening, I may no longer see them." With that, Chen Changsheng flew off in a particular direction. At the Tianfu temple, the head monk, Master Ishio, sat before a group of kneeling disciples, all inquiring, "Master, what is it that you cannot let go of?" The elderly monk, weary and near the end of his days, stirred slightly at their questions and replied, "I am waiting for someone." One monk proposed, "Master, shall we fetch this person for you?" Yet, Ishio shook his head in response. "The harbinger of death cannot be summoned. When the time comes, he shall arrive of his own accord." Upon hearing the officiant's words, the crowd was left in utter confusion. Realizing that persuasion was futile, they reluctantly withdrew from the meditation chamber. Time passed without notice until the tightly shut door was pushed open once more, revealing a figure that approached Ishio. Chapter 66. The Ominous returns. Bidding farewell to a departed friend with a casual touch upon his bald head, the figure seated itself beside Ishio. "Little monk, it has only been a few centuries, yet you have transformed so drastically." Upon hearing the familiar voice, a glimmer of clarity ignited in Ishio's murky eyes. "Is it truly you who has returned?" "Of course it is I. Who else would visit this dying old monk?" Upon confirming the identity of the visitor, Ishio immediately withdrew 18 silver needles from his body. His once aged physique visibly rejuvenated at an astonishing rate. "Chen Changsheng, you wretched creature, why do you persist in living?" Observing Ishio's furious demeanor, Chen Changsheng nonchalantly produced an orange and began to eat. "How can a monk utter such foul language? You are, after all, a renowned monk of the Night Moon Kingdom. Must you not maintain some decorum?" Faced with Chen Changsheng's indifferent expression, Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically and reached for the orange in Chen's hand. Yet, Chen swiftly retracted his hands, denying Ishio. "No, I am on the brink of death. Surely I can indulge in your orange. That is out of the question. I eat this orange solely to mask the stench of decay with its peel. I am curious. How did you come to be in such a state?" Though the lifespan of one at the nascent soul stage is merely 800 years, consuming longevity elixirs could easily extend that by another century or two. Yet, if memory serves, you do not seem to have reached 8 centuries. Ishio curled his lips in resignation. "I too wish to live a few more centuries. However, circumstances have not favored me. Do you recall my entrapment in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom?" "I remember. And then? I was pursued by the Wolf King and had no choice but to take refuge in the Fissure of the Seal. As time wore on, my body became tainted by ominous forces. This power has rendered me considerably stronger, yet it comes with a price. To prevent further deterioration, I inflicted a wound upon myself, retreating back to the nascent soul stage." Upon hearing Ishio's words, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow and placed his right hand upon Ishio's wrist. After a thorough examination, he spoke. "There exists a force within you that is consuming your body, and soon, you shall become little more than an empty shell. Could it be that the price you speak of is your lifespan?" "Indeed, though to be precise, it is my vitality. The ominous force devours the host's life essence and transmutes it into power to sustain the host. This is the truth behind how the ominous grants strength. To shield myself from its harm, I must sacrifice the lives of others to prolong my own. The higher my realm, the more beings I must slay. Should I ever fail to appease it, it shall drain me dry and seek another host. Now you understand why I have become this way. With that, Ishio gazed quietly at Chen Changsheng. Confronted by the gaze of Ikkyu, Chen Changsheng paused momentarily before speaking. Have you never contemplated its annihilation? Of course, I have pondered that. He replied. I have employed numerous methods, yet none have yielded success. It shall not vanish unless I perish. Moreover, I surmise that if I were to die a natural death, it would surely leap from my body in search of a new host. This is precisely why I have been enduring, waiting for your return. The allure of enhanced power is exceedingly tempting. Few in this world can withstand such seduction. I do not wish for this calamity to propagate. As he spoke, Ikkyu produced an exquisite urn and handed it to Chen Changsheng. The most effective means of eradicating this force is to reduce me to ashes. I have prepared the urn, the rest is up to you. Additionally, given my level of enlightenment, I should leave behind several relics upon my demise. Consider these as the price for your assistance. I am well aware of your character. To have you toil without reward would be more painful than slaying you. Gazing at the urn in his hands, Chen Changsheng inquired, where shall your ashes be interred? Should I entrust them to your disciples? Perhaps not, Ikkyu replied. The monks of Tianfu Temple are increasingly unworthy. Those little bald heads are not to be trusted. Should my ashes fall into their hands, they may one day be scattered by someone. Choose the burial site as you see fit. It is beyond my concern. With that, Ikkyu once again settled into a meditative posture, then utterly lost his vitality. Upon Ikkyu's passing, an array of golden characters emerged, enveloping his form like a vast net. Observing the lifeless body of Ikkyu, Chen Changsheng shook his head with a sigh. Ah, young monk, you remain as benevolent as ever. Were it another, they would have long since unleashed a massacre. As his words faded, Chen Changsheng's figure vanished, and Ikkyu's body similarly disappeared from the meditation chamber. However, 3 large characters were left inscribed upon the wall. The mourner. In the forbidden grounds of Yue Kingdom, an enchanting woman stood silently before 3 desiccated figures. Suddenly, a flippant voice broke the stillness. Xiao Bai, how have you been of late? Without a moment's hesitation, the captivating woman launched an attack towards the source of the voice. Do not strike. It's me. Chen Changsheng evaded her assault and swiftly revealed his identity. Yet, upon recognizing him, the woman's onslaught intensified. Seeing her refusal to relent, Chen Changsheng shook his head in resignation and unleashed his celestial manifestation. With a resounding impact, his nameless fist technique sent the woman hurtling away. In quick succession, he inscribed intricate, arcane patterns to bind her securely. After securing her, he established a temporary formation to prevent any outside interference. Wan Yinyu, we are acquainted enough. Must you strike so viciously? He questioned, observing her fierce demeanor. Despite being restrained, the animosity in Wan Yinyu's eyes remained unabated. I aim to strike you. Not only will I strike, but I shall also slay you. Should you possess the capability to ensnare me for a lifetime, otherwise, I shall ensure you face the consequences. In the face of Wan Yinyu's wrath, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and remarked, is it too much to ask for a civil conversation? If you persist in this manner, I might just bestow upon you a rather avant-garde hairstyle. Upon hearing this, Wan Yinyu's body trembled, as the humiliation from deep within her memories surged forth once more. You dare? What is there that I cannot do? I can demonstrate it to you right now. With that, Chen Changsheng produced a razor and approached Wan Yinyu. Faced with the glinting blade, Wan Yinyu finally relented. Do not come any closer. I shall not oppose you. Now that is more like it. Why all this animosity upon our reunion, old friend? Chapter 67. Farewell to old friends. 320 years of slumber having unshackled herself, Wan Yinyu coldly remarked, why have you returned after such an extended absence? That statement is devoid of reason. The duration of my absence bears no relation to my return. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Wan Yinyu remained silent, instead casting her gaze upon the grave of Wan Yin Agaduo. After a prolonged silence, she spoke, I have done my utmost regarding Ishio. I understand. The troubles of Ishio are beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to resolve. Have you visited the Shangqing Temple? I have. And the fellow from the distant mountains has indeed made commendable progress, successfully breaking through to the transformation stage. Having visited both places, what brings you to my vicinity? I came to ascertain whether the items beneath the bronze ancient palace remained secure, yet upon merely exchanging pleasantries, you resorted to violence. After posing her question, Wan Yinyu paused for a moment before continuing. Where have you been all these years? Wandering, moving from place to place. I have traveled extensively. It would take considerable time to recount. Upon your return, How long do you intend to stay? I do not know. I might depart as soon as tomorrow. And what if I were to forcibly detain you? You would not prevail against me. Confronted with Chen Changsheng's candid response, Wang Yanyu's defenses finally crumbled. She seized his collar, disregarding the dignity befitting her royal status, and questioned him loudly. For all these years, I have diligently practiced. Why are you still stronger than I? In response, Chen Changsheng shrugged, feigning innocence. I truly cannot say. Over the years, I have devoted only 10 years to earnest cultivation. The rest of the time, I never even contemplated this matter. I do not know why I continue to grow stronger, surpassing even those who dedicate themselves to their training. Wang Yanyu retorted. Your words are infuriating. Had I the means to contend with you, I would relish the opportunity to give you a thorough beating. Releasing Chen Changsheng's collar, she turned away coldly, stating, the bronze ancient palace is under my watch. There shall be no issues, and you may take your leave. Observing her demeanor, Chen Changsheng tilted his head and inquired tentatively, you cannot possibly be harboring feelings for me, can you? Have you ever granted me such an opportunity? No. Then that settles it. Now be off with you. Witnessing Wang Yanyu's renewed insistence on his departure, Chen Changsheng forced a smile and said, it would not be surprising if you had fallen for me. After all, I am quite exceptional and handsome. However, our paths shall never converge, for you are a wolf. And I am but a mere human. The child born of our union may very well become a wolf. I shall slay you. The furious Wang Yanyu once again charged at Chen Changsheng. Faced with Wang Yanyu's desperate attack, Chen Changsheng vanished into the horizon at an astonishing speed. Observing the direction in which he disappeared, Wang Yanyu's chest heaved with agitation, clearly infuriated. After a moment, she managed to compose herself and turned away, striding toward the cold and solitary imperial palace. Their youthful encounter, absurd in its course, nonetheless etched itself indelibly in memory. It was through him that she had survived. It was because of him that her father did not meet a fate of neglect, and it was he who avenged the great grievances of the Night Moon Kingdom. To be precise, the meeting between herself and Chen Changsheng was steeped in destiny. Yet, the bonds of fate in this world vary in depth and duration. From the moment the Ascendant Master departed this life, the connection between herself and Chen Changsheng had reached its conclusion. She could not abandon the Night Moon Kingdom, and Chen Changsheng would not linger for the sake of any individual. He could be her confidant, her friend, her former acquaintance, but he would never become her destined partner. Little girl, I have visited all the old acquaintances. That little bald head remains ever benevolent, and surprisingly, my little senior brother has managed to break through to the transformation stage. Thus, I need not worry about waking to find him absent. Leaning against the gravestone of a man, Chen Changsheng engaged in idle conversation. Beside the gravestone lay a freshly dug pit, prepared by Chen Changsheng for himself. Having spoken, he took out the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats Immortal. Placing the coffin into the pit, he skillfully laid down within it. Gazing at a man's grave, Chen Changsheng murmured, it is often said that in life we cannot share a bed, but in death, may we share a tomb. In this life, I have wronged you. If there is a next life, may you never encounter me again. With that, he closed the coffin lid, activating the formation set outside. A deluge of earth enveloped the stone coffin, and Chen Changsheng commenced his third slumber, this time lasting a full 320 years. Day rose and fell. Seasons changed. Countless moments, cherished by many, slipped away unnoticed. 320 years is a span so long that it could transform mountains and rivers. The two graves meticulously erected by Chen Changsheng had long since vanished without a trace. Crash! A towering tree trembled, and a tremendous force uprooted it. Spitting out the soil that had inadvertently entered his mouth, Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings. The memories from before his slumber no longer aligned with the present environment. After scanning his surroundings, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the system panel. Host, Chen Changsheng. Strength, 200, mid-nascent soul. Speed, 260, late nascent soul. Defense, 280, full nascent soul. Spiritual power, 200, mid-nascent soul. Lifespan, 640. Gazing at the data displayed on the system panel, Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Ever since discovering that his spiritual power would diffuse outward during his slumber, he had pondered a solution to this phenomenon. Ultimately, Chen Changsheng resolved to establish a sealed environment using the heaven and earth absolute death formation, thereby curbing the dispersal of his spiritual energy. Presently, it appears that although he did not achieve complete success, the results are indeed quite commendable. Adhering to his customary approach, Chen Changsheng allocated all 320 attribute points directly to his defense. However, the subsequent label regarding his defensive attributes left him rather perplexed. Instead of transforming into transformation or refinement, it manifested as the words fifth realm. Observing this, Chen Changsheng inquired, System, what is the meaning of this? In response to Chen Changsheng's confusion, the system elucidated. The label merely serves as a standard for measuring the host's strength. When the standard changes, the label will naturally alter as well. Given the current peculiar circumstances, only a vague label has been employed. The system's explanation did little to clarify matters for Chen Changsheng. Rather, it plunged him deeper into bewilderment. System, what do you mean by a changed standard and peculiar circumstances? The situation is overly complex. Once the host restores his cultivation, he shall understand everything. Chapter 68. An unexpected change. Chen Changsheng's egg life regarding the system's words. Chen Changsheng was left with a visage full of questions. Nevertheless, he diligently resumed his cultivation. An hour later, he suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing while seated in meditation. Finding his cultivation stagnated at the initial stage of transformation. Faced with this predicament, Chen Changsheng was utterly bewildered. If he recalled correctly, he had achieved the latter stage of transformation before his slumber. Yet now, as he attempted to restore his cultivation, he sensed an overwhelming resistance. Although the accumulation of spiritual energy had returned to its original level, his realm stubbornly refused to ascend. This sensation was akin to the heavens themselves forbidding his existence. After a period of contemplation, Chen Changsheng suddenly contemplated a possibility. System, the rules of heaven and earth are about to change, are they not? The host's conjecture was entirely accurate. The path of cultivation is remarkably akin to the growth of plants. Plants can only thrive in suitable environments. When the environment shifts, another type of plant will inevitably replace the original. The host may also understand that the current cultivation system has become outdated. Upon hearing the system's words, a spark of enlightenment ignited in Chen Changsheng's eyes. He realized that the existing cultivation system was not particularly suited to him. His spiritual root was an artificial one. Although, in theory, artificial and natural spiritual roots are indistinguishable, subtle differences certainly exist. This is a significant reason why he has consistently been unable to reach the refinement realm. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng remarked, System, if the current situation is as you describe, then the rules of heaven and earth are changing far too rapidly. How many years have I truly lived? Even the laws of the universe are beginning to shift. Host, why do you perceive the changes in the rules of heaven and earth as swift? Your time in this world has not been extensive. Do you know how many years this current cultivation system has endured? The host's failure to perceive the changes in the laws of heaven and earth stems from the fact that, since arriving here, he has become accustomed to such circumstances. If the host had arrived in this world a millennium earlier, or even longer, would he still harbor such doubts? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, for he realized that his understanding was rather limited. In his previous world, there existed a remarkable tome entitled Shanhai Jing, which chronicled a myriad of strange and wondrous creatures, yet all believed the accounts within to be mere figments of ancient imagination. However, if we extend the timeline, would future generations, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years hence, regard contemporary literature as likewise fanciful? Take, for instance, the parrot, a bird with which Chen Changsheng was intimately familiar. While it may not be omnipresent, it is certainly well known. Yet, should millions of years pass and the parrot become extinct, how would future scholars react upon encountering its description in ancient texts? There exists a bird, adorned with vibrant plumage, possessing 2 legs and a sharp beak, capable of human speech. It is known as the parrot. Faced with such a portrayal, those future generations might merely chuckle, marveling at the rich imagination of the ancients. After all, how could a bird possibly speak? It must surely be a fabrication of antiquity. In a similar vein, the current cultivation system mirrors this phenomenon. Chen Changsheng's mind brimmed with numerous techniques, many of which detailed the immense power they would yield upon mastery. Though he had indeed perfected these techniques, the might he exhibited fell short of the grand descriptions. He found no cause for astonishment, believing it to be mere exaggeration by the ancients who devised these methods. Yet, it now appeared that these techniques might indeed possess such potency. It was simply that the laws of heaven and earth had evolved, differing from those of yore. Chen Changsheng's subconscious assumptions were wholly rooted in his familiarity with the present environment. Contemplating this, he inquired, System, given that a new cultivation system has emerged, what is its origin? Is it dictated by the heavenly path, or does it stem from another source? To answer the host, the system replied, the heavenly path does not intervene in the specifics of the cultivation system. It merely creates the environment. The specific cultivation methodologies are crafted by sentient beings. Whosoever devises the most suitable system for this environment shall ascend as the sovereign of this era. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng could hardly contain his excitement. System, are you suggesting that I too may pursue this path? Theoretically, such a method is indeed feasible. With the system's affirmative response, Chen Changsheng erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Truly, heaven is assisting me. This splendid opportunity compels me to seclude myself for a millennium or so. Am I mistaken? He pondered. Host, based on analysis. The likelihood of successfully creating a technique that aligns with the era through solitary research is rather low. Only by forging a path through this golden age can you increase your chances of developing an era-appropriate technique. System, do not jest. Do I strike you as a person of conflict? In this golden era, I merely wish to witness its splendor. I aspire to be a witness to this magnificent age, rather than its creator. Once the new sovereign of this epoch emerges, I intend to familiarize myself with him. After enduring the trials of time, I would then find myself as a friend to this sovereign, a position that would undoubtedly elevate my status to the heavens. In response to Chen Changsheng's musings, the system remained silent. What thoughts occupied the system's mind remained a mystery to all. However, in stark contrast to the system's silence, Chen Changsheng was brimming with excitement. He was meticulously surveying the terrain, preparing to establish an unparalleled formation to hatch an egg. The restorative elixir, known as the celestial ointment, had already been successfully concocted. Had it not been for this elixir granting a man a second chance at life, she might not have persevered to the end. Now that most matters had been settled, Chen Changsheng was ready to commence the hatching process. Although uncertain of the outcome, it served as an excellent way to pass the time. He inscribed intricate patterns over a radius of 500 miles. In crafting this grand formation, Chen Changsheng employed his lifetime of knowledge. Additionally, he etched the mystical runes learned from the ancient forbidden lands into the design. Once the arrangement was complete, he placed the lifeless egg at the very center of the formation. As the formation activated, the essence of heaven and earth, along with the energies of the sun and moon, gradually converged, nurturing the long-deceased egg. Observing the operation of the grand formation, Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved the celestial ointment and the spiritual spring from the water-moon cave, carefully mixing them in precise proportions before gently pouring the mixture over the egg. While others tended to flowers, Chen Changsheng nurtured an egg. Thus, for 2 centuries, he diligently pored over it. Yet, on an ordinary day 200 years later, the arrival of an unexpected visitor shattered this tranquil routine of egg nurturing. Chapter 69, The Gathering of Talents. Chen Changsheng, am I the disciple of the mourner? Junior Yihensheng, I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. Before the vast expanse of Azure Mountain stood a young man clad in a Taoist robe. With a pair of sharp brows and starry eyes, he clasped his hands in salute, seemingly in search of someone. However, the endless mountains offered no response to the young man's greeting. Noticing the silence, the youth appeared somewhat anxious. Yet, as he attempted to step forward, he was thwarted by a formidable barrier of the formation. While pondering a solution, a lad of 18 or 19 emerged from the distant mountains. The youth was barefoot, wielding a hoe, and donned a straw hat, sauntering leisurely towards a nearby thatched cottage. Observing someone emerge from the formation, Yihensheng quickly approached, saying, "My good fellow, might I trouble you to convey a message?" The young lad responded with confusion, "What message?" "It is thus. My master shares a significant connection with the elder here. I have come to request his return from seclusion." Upon hearing this, the young lad scratched his head, sizing up this unfamiliar visitor. "Then do you know the name of this elder?" "I do not know. I only know him as the mourner." The young lad replied, "Huh?" Yihensheng's words utterly bewildered the young man, for the one destined for burial was none other than himself. Indeed, the lad before us is Chen Changsheng, who has endured over 2 centuries of a languid existence. Chen Changsheng set up a grand formation, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, with the intention of resurrecting the once vanished egg. During this process, he continually nourished it with spring water and heavenly balm. Over time, immersed within the formation, Chen Changsheng himself became infused with this celestial essence, leading to his rejuvenation. Although such an extent could not extend a cultivator's lifespan, transforming one's physical appearance into that of youth posed no challenge. Faced with his increasingly youthful form, Chen Changsheng found himself in a state of considerable distress, as he had no desire to bear the guise of a child. Thus, in recent days, he constructed a thatched cottage outside the grand formation, aiming to resolve this minor inconvenience. However, upon stepping outside, he was met with someone seeking an audience, a person who claimed to be looking for him. Strangely enough, this individual did not recognize him. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng began to ponder. Few were aware of his hiding place, and the majority were old acquaintances. If this were indeed a former acquaintance seeking him, there was no reason for this person to be unaware of his true name. "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" Chen Changsheng asked tentatively. Yihensheng responded with a bow. "I am Yi, with the given name Hensheng." Yihensheng mused, "There is something ominous about this name for me. Yet it must be mere coincidence. How could it be that the world conspired to name someone solely to mock me? Ah, so you are Brother Yi, my apologies. I am curious to know who your master is. as I have been residing in these mountains for some time and am not well acquainted with the world beyond." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hengqin grew serious. From the outset, he had taken note of this young man. The grand formation was not something an ordinary person could breach. If this lad could enter and exit at will, the truth could only be one. Observing that Yi Hengqin had surmised his identity, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly, preparing to reveal his own identity. The situation likely involved a plea for assistance from an old acquaintance. Whether he would lend aid remained to be seen, but understanding the circumstances was paramount. "My friend, I perceive an air of nobility about you. You must be." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded and smiled. "Indeed, I am the disciple of the burial man." Before he could finish uttering the phrase burial man, Yi Hengqin interrupted him. Chen Changsheng stood perplexed. Facing this peculiar circumstance, he hesitated for but a moment before resolutely declaring, "Indeed, I am the disciple of the burial man, Chen Changsheng." "Oh, so you are the esteemed disciple of my revered predecessor. It is an honor to meet you. Please, inform me so that I may enter and meet my venerable master." Upon learning that the young man before him was the fabled disciple of the burial man, Yi Hengqin was overjoyed. However, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "I could inform him. But my master has decreed that no idle individuals may enter. You have yet to disclose the identity of your own master. Without this knowledge, I find it difficult to assist you." Hearing Chen Changsheng's query, Yi Hengqin hastily responded, "My master is the Wolf King of the Night Moon Kingdom." Upon hearing that Yi Hengqin was a disciple of Wan Yinyu, Chen Changsheng instantly comprehended the origin of the name Yi Hengqin. It turned out to be the esteemed Wolf Emperor. His master indeed had ties with the Wolf King. However, he pondered what could compel the Wolf Emperor to summon his master from seclusion. In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Yi Hengqin hesitated momentarily before stating, "My master once instructed that this matter must be conveyed directly to the senior." "Ah, I see. Then you shall wait patiently. I cannot predict when my master will emerge," Chen Changsheng replied, shouldering his hoe and preparing to return to his humble abode. Observing this, Yi Hengqin grew anxious. "Brother Chen, this matter is of utmost urgency. I implore you to relay the message." Yet, Chen Changsheng remained indifferent to Yi Hengqin's plea, continuing his path toward the thatched cottage. The Tianjiao Conference. The central courtyard is about to host a grand Tianjiao Conference, and it requires the presence of the senior. Upon hearing the word central courtyard, Chen Changsheng finally halted his steps. What is this Tianjiao Conference? The Tianjiao Conference is a prominent gathering held at the Kunlun Sacred Land in the central courtyard. This time, it will assemble numerous top-tier prodigies from the central courtyard, the western continent, the eastern wilderness, the northern desert, and the southern plains. The conference has two main objectives. First, to identify the divine source ores extracted from the sacred ruins. Second, to collectively discuss the eradication of the malevolent sorcerer forces in the central courtyard. After hearing Yi Hengqin's explanation, Chen Changsheng turned and remarked, "This matter should not concern your master seeking my master. The Tianjiao Conference is clearly an event for the youth. My master and your master are contemporaries. How could they participate in such affairs? Moreover, your master possesses considerable strength. Even if there is a need to quell the wicked sorcerers, it should not fall upon my master." In response, Yi Hengqin offered a wry smile and said, "Logically, that should be the case. However, my master has recently entered a critical period of seclusion, and the national master, who by Dao Run, is likewise unavailable. Prior to entering seclusion, my master provided me with this address and instructed me to invite someone, the specifics of which remain unknown to me." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's lips curled in a slight smirk, fully grasping the situation. It was evident that Wan Yinyu and Song Yuanshan sought to evade responsibility, delegating the task to him as a guardian. Chapter 70. The feeble little dog and the kindergarten brawl. Having discerned Yi Hengqin's purpose for visiting, Chen Changsheng felt 100-fold reluctance. This so-called Tianjiao Conference was evidently fraught with complications, and given Chen Changsheng's disposition, he was naturally disinclined to participate. Just as he contemplated concocting an excuse to dismiss Yi Hengqin, the latter spoke once more. "Brother Chen, this Tianjiao Conference is unprecedented in its grandeur, with your prowess. Do you not wish to witness it?" At these words, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. By age alone, he was ineligible to partake in any Tianjiao Conference, for he had lived nearly a millennium. However, unlike others, Chen Changsheng possessed a system that eternally constrained his biological age to 20. Thus, in terms of credentials, he could indeed be considered a prodigy at this moment. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. While he may not be able to surpass every master in the world, he was undoubtedly eager to engage. However, for those fledgling individuals who have only recently embarked on their journeys, Chen Changsheng should face no significant challenges. The thought of wreaking havoc upon a kindergarten is exhilarating. Furthermore, if memory serves me right, Ali's original name was Wu Li. After several centuries apart, Chen Changsheng yearned to reconnect with that youthful spirit from days gone by. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng feigned a moment of deep reflection. Brother Yi, to be candid, my master has long since mentioned this matter. Is that so? When shall your esteemed master emerge from seclusion? Ah, well, my master stated that such trivial matters do not require his involvement. He believes it sufficient for me to accompany you. Yi Hensheng. Upon hearing these words, Yi Hensheng's eyes brimmed with confusion. The gathering of the prodigies is teeming with formidable talents, and protectors are as numerous as the stars. Without strong guardians, this endeavor would undeniably be fraught with peril. Brother Chen, did the elder truly convey such sentiments? Indeed, my master asserted that a genuine genius requires no guardian. With merely a pair of iron fists, one can carve a path through blood. In his eyes, those who rely on protectors are mere cowards. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng felt overwhelmed. Such platitudes can be uttered by anyone, yet the reality is far different. Attending the gathering of the prodigies without a protector is akin to courting death. In light of this reckless proposition, Yi Hensheng implored, Brother Chen, perhaps you ought to discuss this further with the elder. The situation is genuinely perilous. Brother Yi, as a grown man, why do you dither? What my master has decreed is unalterable. Do not waste your efforts. Moreover, he mentioned that he has his own arrangements for crucial moments, so there is no need for concern. With the discussion reaching this juncture, Yi Hensheng found himself at a loss for words. While other disciples approached the gathering of the prodigies with their masters and ancestors in tow, fearful of even the slightest harm, he finds himself abandoned by his master and national teacher, left to the whims of a peculiar escort. This escort, too, is an oddity, insisting that his disciple attend the gathering alone. When did the world become so absurd? Just as Yi Hensheng was lamenting, Chen Changsheng returned from the grand formation, cradling a small, sickly white dog in his arms. Observing the ailing creature, Yi Hensheng inquired, Brother Chen, what is this? This is my little dog, which has recently fallen ill. I intend to take it to the central courtyard for treatment. Do not be deceived by its current state. It is remarkably intelligent. Once its ailments are cured, you shall be utterly astonished. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng instinctively examined the small dog in Chen Changsheng's embrace. Upon realizing it was indeed an ordinary dog, he fell silent. Yi Hensheng, what sins have I committed in my previous life to encounter such eccentricities? Brother Yi, we cannot possibly fly there. The central courtyard is quite distant. Brother Yi, where are we headed? This does not seem to be in the direction of the central courtyard. Brother Yi, your cultivation method appears to be rather unique. Did your master impart this to you? Yi Hensheng's eyes twitched incessantly, for since Chen Changsheng boarded the airship, he had been chattering incessantly. At this moment, Yi Hensheng felt as though a million insects were buzzing around his ears. Sensing that his emotions were on the verge of erupting, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Brother Chen, we are currently heading to the Xuanwu Kingdom. The two most powerful factions in the eastern wilderness are Xuanwu Kingdom and Yiyue Kingdom. To reach the central court, we must utilize the super teleportation array, which is located in Xuanwu Kingdom. Additionally, apart from myself, there is a fellow from Yiyue Kingdom participating in the talent conference. If you find yourself bored, Brother Chen, feel free to explore the airship. After speaking, Yi Hensheng slipped into the cabin and firmly closed the door, seemingly unwilling to see Chen Changsheng again for the time being. Observing Yi Hensheng's hasty retreat, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued to pet the little dog in his arms. Indeed, this little dog was the being that had hatched from the dead egg. Although Chen Changsheng had painstakingly brought it to life, the egg had long since perished, causing the creature to be severely weakened. Thus, this being was in a fragile state, with its life hanging by a thread. Part of Chen Changsheng's desire to venture to the central court stemmed from his wish to utilize its rare resources for healing. The central court, being the heart of the 5 continents, is rich in cultivation resources. Yi brother, it has been a while. A young man clad in a python robe approached to greet Yi Hensheng. The familiarity between them indicated a long-standing acquaintance. After exchanging pleasantries, the young man in the python robe glanced at Chen Changsheng beside Yi Hensheng and inquired, Yi brother, who might this be? I am Chen Changsheng, a helper invited by Yiyue Kingdom. By the way, aren't we supposed to participate in the talent conference? When do we depart? Observing Chen Changsheng's naive demeanor and lack of formidable aura, the young man in the python robe furrowed his brow and pulled Yi Hensheng aside. Yi brother, what is the situation? This person appears to have recently emerged from seclusion. Moreover, where is your protector for this journey? In response to the young man's inquiries, Yi Hensheng's lips twitched slightly. Brother Su, this matter is complicated. Allow me to explain. He then began to share the tribulations weighing on his heart. A quarter of an hour later, the young man's lips also began to twitch, as the circumstances surrounding the situation seemed utterly absurd. Yi brother, You truly have my sympathies. Chapter 71. Left Xinghe reunites with an old friend, arriving at the talent conference after a discussion between Yi Hensheng and the young man in the python robe. They ultimately decided on an attitude of nonchalance towards Chen Changsheng. After all, the funeral bearer was a former acquaintance of the Wolf King, and his strength could not be lacking. Even if Chen Changsheng's skill and experience were somewhat lacking, they would ultimately extend a measure of respect. Although the talent conference was fraught with danger, as long as they avoided provoking trouble, it was unlikely they would encounter significant issues. They would simply take him along to broaden his horizons. Upon this realization, the young man clad in a python robe approached Chen Changsheng with a beaming smile. So, it turns out that Brother Chen is a highly esteemed disciple of the Undertaker. It is truly an honor to meet you at last. The Undertaker has always been shrouded in mystery. If given the chance, I, Su Tian, shall certainly seek an audience with the elder. In response to the young man's greeting, Chen Changsheng also smiled warmly. My esteemed master has always preferred a life of seclusion. However, since it is you, Brother Su, who wishes to pay a visit, my master would likely oblige. After all, he has some connections with the Xuanwu kingdom. Oh, is that so? Su Tian inquired. Indeed. I have heard my master mention it in passing, yet I am unaware of the particulars. Given this, I must seize the opportunity to seek out the elder. Su Tian declared. After exchanging pleasantries, he arranged for Chen Changsheng to take his rest. Though the gestures of civility appeared courteous, in truth, Su Tian had no intention of including Chen Changsheng in his activities. Faced with this situation, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. His purpose for visiting the central court was not to vie for the title of the most illustrious. Avoiding trouble was certainly preferable. After spending several days in the Xuanwu kingdom, the preparations for the grand teleportation array were finally completed. The prodigies from both the Night Moon Nation and Xuanwu kingdom gathered at the magnificent array. Interestingly, the foremost champions from both nations were not of direct royal lineage. The leader of the so-called Demon Clan dynasty, the Night Moon Nation, was Yi Hensheng, a bona fide member of the human race. The leader of the Xuanwu kingdom was Su Tian, though he bore no royal blood of Xuanwu. Due to his extraordinary talents, he was taken in as an adopted son by the left emperor of Xuanwu and bestowed with the title of Duke of the Side-by-Side. As the time to embark to the central court approached, the left emperor, who had been in seclusion, made an unusual appearance alongside the current monarch of Xuanwu, Left Xinghe. Observing the champions within the grand array, Left Xinghe delivered a few words of encouragement to bolster their spirits before activating the teleportation array. Although the champions from both nations were commendable, they paled in comparison to the prodigies from the central court and other realms. The purpose of this gathering was merely to broaden their horizons. Left Xinghe had no expectations for any remarkable displays of prowess. As the array radiated a brilliant light, Left Xinghe prepared to take his leave. However, just as he was about to depart, a familiar visage caught his eye amidst the crowd. Though the aura had shifted and the countenance appeared more youthful, Left Xinghe would never forget that face. Simultaneously, Chen Changsheng, concealed within the throng, sensed Left Xinghe's gaze upon him. Upon meeting the look of an old acquaintance, a radiant smile broke upon Chen Changsheng's lips. Before Left Xinghe could utter a word, the grand teleportation array was already activated, and over a dozen prodigies vanished from sight. With a gulp, the body of Left Xinghe, as the ruler of a nation, began to tremble. He was alive. He had truly emerged from the ancient Forbidden Lands. Although his appearance had changed slightly, that demeanor and gaze remained unchanged. The Undertaker, Chen Changsheng, the fleeting national master of Xuanwu, had returned. With this thought, Left Xinghe immediately exclaimed, "Come forth. Restart the super teleportation array. I shall personally visit the central court." Upon hearing Zhua Xinghe's command, an elderly man emerged, saying, "Your Majesty, there appears to be an issue with the super teleportation array. To initiate it once more will likely require 2 months. As he spoke, beads of cold sweat formed upon his brow, for he could not fathom why the once functioning array had encountered such a malfunction. Fortunately, the talented individuals had not experienced any problems. Had they faced difficulties, even 100 lives would not suffice to atone for his failure. Zhua Xinghe bore no resentment towards the one responsible for the array, as he understood that this matter must surely be the handiwork of Chen Changsheng. With his profound knowledge of formations, it would be a trivial endeavor for him to enact such subtle manipulations. Let us expedite the repairs. I wish to see the array restored to normalcy swiftly. With that, Zhua Xinghe turned and departed. Inside, a tempest of emotions surged within him. The return of someone thought long deceased left him with a multitude of questions yearning for answers. In the spatial passage, a transparent bubble enveloped the group, traversing the void at great speed. More than a dozen prodigies stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing silently ahead, as if they had lost the ability to converse. Chen Changsheng fully comprehended this demeanor. After all, prodigies valued their dignity, and incessant chatter would be unseemly. Ignoring the other's display of composure, Chen Changsheng settled into a corner, casually offering a pill to the lethargic little white dog in his arms. As he stroked the dog's fur, his thoughts began to churn. During this journey, Chen Changsheng realized the profound impact of the heavenly and earthly rules on cultivators. Most had retreated into seclusion, with those possessing greater strength tending to isolate themselves even more. Reflecting on this, he murmured softly, to seek a brand new cultivation system is no simple task. He had not anticipated that the suppression of heavenly and earthly rules would not only diminish the efficacy of the original cultivation systems, but also shorten the lifespan of the practitioners within them. No wonder the central court sought to host the Prodigy Conference. It seemed the ancient ones were nearing their limits. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng glanced at the more than a dozen prodigies nearby. Each emanated diverse auras, yet intriguingly, the energies they exuded indicated a significant divergence from the traditional cultivation systems. To put it plainly, they were akin to test subjects for the mighty exploring new paths of cultivation. Success would elevate them to new heights, while failure would lead to their demise. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, a smile began to grace Chen Changsheng's lips. He was well aware that the most direct method for cultivators to validate their techniques was through combat. Victory would affirm the correctness of a method, while defeat would signify its fallibility. Thus, the Prodigy Conference was destined to unleash a cataclysmic clash. Chapter 72, The Prodigy Conference, Chen Changsheng, earning a little coin. After an extensive journey through the void, Chen Changsheng and his companions finally reached their destination, the sacred land of Kunlun in the central court. As soon as Chen Changsheng and his companions touched the ground, the distant sounds of a fierce battle echoed through the air. Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion, today I, of the Golden Light Cave, dare to seek your guidance. A young man, his vitality surging, radiated a brilliant sun from behind him. In response to this, a woman, her face partially veiled, merely cast him a fleeting glance. With a delicate gesture of her right hand, she ascended gracefully into the air. Buzz. Crash. An extraordinary vision of a cerulean sea materialized behind her, as her right hand extended, unleashing a formidable force that accompanied her attack. The air of the Golden Light Cave was sent flying with a single strike. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers furrowed their brows in concern. However, Chen Changsheng's exclamation shattered the atmosphere. Incredible! Instantly, the hundreds of prodigies present turned their gazes toward Chen Changsheng, their expressions brimming with disbelief and scorn. They understood her prowess. Yet such blunt admiration was unwarranted. After all, they were all exceptional individuals. Could he not exhibit even a modicum of pride? Before any combat had commenced, his exuberance seemed rather embarrassing. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Chen Changsheng paused, then declared, "What are you all staring at? Is she not remarkable? She conjured an extraordinary vision in battle. Is that not impressive?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng felt a throbbing in his temples. "Brother Chen, please refrain from further comments. In this era of profound transformation, any technique not derived from the original cultivation systems may indeed manifest such visions." "Ah, I see. So, do all newly created techniques produce visions?" This inquiry only intensified the disdain in the eyes of those surrounding them. It was evident that he was an unsophisticated novice, emerging from some obscure corner of the world. "Not at all," Yi Hensheng corrected. "Only techniques with significant potential create visions. The greater the potential, the more powerful the vision." "Then she is indeed formidable, as she has already conjured a vision." At this, Yi Hensheng nearly lost his composure, contemplating the absurdity of Chen Changsheng's remarks. "Brother Chen, we are at the Prodigy Conference. A prodigy is one who can achieve what ordinary individuals cannot. In other words, everyone here possesses a vision. Surely, you must have one as well?" "Not that I know of. I haven't fought recently, and if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious." Yi Hensheng sighed. "Why did I even bring you along? After a lifetime of misdeeds, encountering you feels like a divine retribution." After briefly explaining the fundamental rules, Yi Hensheng and his companions discreetly excused themselves. The other prodigies from different regions merely smiled, seemingly indifferent to Chen Changsheng, the apparent simpleton. Noticing their lack of engagement, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and turned to depart in another direction. He genuinely had no understanding of the recent events, and his earlier praise had been heartfelt. Yi Hensheng found Chen's behavior embarrassing due to their excessive concern for decorum and reputation. In the face of time, all matters appear trivial, especially the ludicrous notions of dignity and pride. How could Chen Changsheng, who possesses an everlasting life, possibly concern himself with such trivial matters? "Here lies 300 pounds of divine source. Kind sir, please accept it." The shopkeeper personally extended a leather pouch towards Chen Changsheng, who counted the contents before turning to depart. In a mere 2 centuries, the entirety of the cultivation realm has undergone tremendous transformation. Once, the universal currency of this realm was spirit stones, which have since evolved into divine sources. This term, divine source, has only emerged in the past century. Prior to that, it was known as spirit source. With the development of the Kunlun sacred land and the unveiling of the sacred ruins, spirit sources began to proliferate in abundance. Initially, people regarded spirit sources simply as a new resource for cultivation, but as the laws of heaven and earth shifted, they gradually recognized the significance of spirit sources. The previous cultivation system was rejected, leading everyone to explore new paradigms of practice. Over time, it became evident that spirit sources offered far superior effects compared to spirit stones in these newfound cultivation systems. Eventually, the term spirit source transformed into divine source, which became the exclusive resource for the exceptional talents of the realm. Gazing at the 300 pounds of ordinary divine source within the leather pouch, Chen Changsheng remarked, "Given the exchange rate of 1 to 10, I feel I've incurred a considerable loss. It seems I must recoup my losses elsewhere." With that, he raised his gaze towards the nearby gambling stone shop. As the laws of heaven and earth continued to evolve, certain ordinary divine sources began to surface within what were once spirit stone veins. However, some exotic divine sources remained confined to ores mined from forbidden grounds. The stone skins encasing these divine sources obstructed all attempts at detection, prompting various powerful factions to engage in the lucrative business of gambling stones. In this realm, one might achieve modest gains, yet the masterminds behind the scenes would never incur losses. Serendipitously, Chen Changsheng had quite a profound understanding of divine sources, previously known as spirit sources. After all, several centuries prior, divine sources held little value. As for the ores extracted from forbidden grounds, they could be procured with a modest amount of spirit stones. To thoroughly investigate the properties of divine sources, Chen Changsheng had excavated an entire mountain of ore. He deemed the divine sources obtained as of little significance, thus gifting half to Ali, while the remaining half was buried beneath a grand formation to serve as the cornerstone of his array. At Kunlun Stone Shop, countless cultivators were meticulously selecting stones of various sizes, for among them lay the potential for exotic divine sources. The notion that one might strike it rich or fall into poverty with a single cut was a constant theme within the gambling stone shop. "Boss, I wish to purchase this stone." Chen Changsheng's voice resonated throughout the shop, causing all activities to cease as onlookers regarded him with incredulity. The stone he sought to buy was the shop's signature piece. "Surely, you haven't lost your wits over gambling stones. That is merely an ordinary stone, displayed at the entrance as decoration. What were you thinking?" Soon after, the shop's manager arrived. His expression darkened. "My friend, have you come to create a disturbance? Do you not know how to speak? I am here to engage in the gambling stone trade. Is it not entirely normal to purchase a stone?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the steward's expression remained far from amiable. This massive stone, aside from bearing the inscription Kunlun Stone Workshop, held no particular significance. If the person before him were not seeking trouble, he might as well gouge out his own eyes to tread upon. "Is that so? Very well. This stone requires a weight of divine essence for exchange. You shall provide 1,000 gene of divine essence, and that will suffice." Chapter 73, 80 with one strike. The exotic fire dragon essence. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng glanced at the stone before him and remarked, "Just 1,000 gene? Perhaps that is rather inexpensive. This stone is at least 4,000 to 5,000 gene." In response, the steward scoffed, saying, "Theoretically, this stone should indeed be worth 4,000 to 5,000 gene of divine essence. However, considering your sincere demeanor, I shall offer you a discount." Ignoring the steward's sarcastic tone, Chen Changsheng scrutinized the stone sign once more. After a thorough examination, he nodded in agreement. "This price is quite reasonable. Yet I possess only 300 gene of divine essence. Might you allow me some leeway? I shall procure the funds and return to purchase it when I am able." Upon uttering these words, the steward's countenance darkened immediately. "Esteemed guest, I fear this proposed solution may not be feasible. Today, you have but 2 options. First, present 1,000 gene of divine essence to acquire this stone. Second, we shall be compelled to eject you." Noticing the unsettling atmosphere, onlookers quickly gathered around. After all, witnessing such dramas can be rather entertaining. In truth, Chen Changsheng paid little heed to the steward's threats. He had encountered far greater powers and was unperturbed by these minor ruffians. His reluctance to adopt a firmer stance stemmed solely from a desire to avoid conflict. Furthermore, it was indeed rather improper to barge in and attempt to purchase their signboard. Just as Chen Changsheng contemplated searching for a few inexpensive items to use as collateral, a voice broke through. "I shall take 1,000 gene of divine essence." Turning around, he discovered the speaker to be the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion. Upon her arrival, the steward of the stone workshop immediately donned a welcoming smile and said, "I, Wang Defa, have the honor of meeting the holy maiden. May I inquire if this gentleman is your friend?" "No," she replied. At this, the steward appeared quite troubled. "Holy maiden, the Purple Mansion has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Kunlun sacred land. If that is the case, why do you wish to assist this troublemaker?" In response to Wang Defa's inquiry, the holy maiden merely stated, "This workshop is a place for selling stones, as long as they are for sale. I wish to purchase this one. Is that not permissible?" "Of course, if it is the holy maiden who wishes to buy. Then 800 gene of divine essence will suffice." With a swift motion, the holy maiden tossed a leather pouch into the steward's hands, but Chen Changsheng, standing nearby, was far from pleased. "Wait, what is the meaning of this? I have not expressed a desire to relinquish this stone. This seems somewhat excessive." Hearing Chen Changsheng's protest, Wang Defa replied coldly, "Young man, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for the holy maiden's intervention, you would likely find it impossible to leave the Kunlun stone workshop today. Should you not express your gratitude to her?" Wang Defa was reprimanding Chen Changsheng when the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion gracefully approached. "This stone is for you." The onlookers were bewildered, and Chen Changsheng himself was equally perplexed. "According to my recollections, I am not acquainted with this holy maiden. Why would she gift me this stone?" Weighing 800 pounds of divine essence. That equates to a considerable sum, 800,000 spirit stones. In response to Chen Changsheng's bewilderment, the holy maiden's bright eyes remained unwavering. 800 pounds of divine essence is merely a trifle. Should you choose to align with the Purple Mansion, I would be willing to offer 8,000 pounds of divine essence. A collective gasp arose from the crowd at this proposition. 8,000 pounds of divine essence could easily purchase the life of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. 8,000 pounds seems a bit excessive. I shall offer you 800 pounds for this stone instead. With that, Chen Changsheng took the holy maiden's hand and placed a leather pouch in her palm. "This contains 300 pounds of divine essence. I will owe you the remaining 500 pounds, which I shall provide shortly." He then produced a large iron hammer, spat into his palm, and declared 80. With a resounding crash, he struck the stone, chipping away a corner of the hefty boulder. Witnessing this crude act, Wang Defa's expression darkened, as this behavior hardly resembled that of a divine essence miner. Though divine essence is indeed robust, it cannot withstand such force. This fellow is deliberately trying to tarnish our reputation. Just wait until the holy maiden departs. I shall deal with you then. As Chen Changsheng's peculiar exclamation echoed, the sign of Kunlun Stone Workshop was left in tatters. After 9 strikes, the once intact stone was reduced to a size no larger than a basin. At this juncture, the crowd was nearly unanimous in their belief that Chen Changsheng had come to cause a ruckus at the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Yet, the holy maiden's gaze remained unchanged. She had encountered this man at the teleportation array, where everyone had marveled at her anomaly, except for him. He did not display the astonishment typically expected. This could only indicate one of 2 possibilities. Either he surpassed her in strength, or he had encountered someone even more formidable. In either case, this individual was worth befriending. 800 pounds of divine essence was hardly a steep price. After delivering the final blow with all his might, Chen Changsheng shouted 80. As the proclamation fell, an unusual crimson light erupted from the stone. Some gamblers, familiar with the stone workshop, cried out, "It has risen." The revelation that Chen Changsheng had indeed unearthed divine essence left not only Wang Defa in shock, but also surprised the holy maiden. The stones within the workshop had been meticulously selected by masters, and the likelihood of revealing divine essence was exceedingly slim. This man had remarkably extracted divine essence from what appeared to be a worthless stone, indicating that he was no ordinary person. After breaking through the outer layer of stone, Chen Changsheng rummaged through the remains, ultimately retrieving 2 fiery red pieces of exotic divine essence. The 2 pieces of divine source were of contrasting sizes. One was as large as a man's fist, while the other was merely the size of a bird's egg. After weighing them, Chen Changsheng turned to the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion and remarked, "I am not well versed in the pricing of exotic divine sources. The Purple Mansion also possesses a stone workshop. Perhaps you, as a holy maiden, could provide an estimate?" Upon hearing this, the holy maiden glanced at the exotic divine source in Chen Changsheng's hand and responded, "The Kunlun sacred ground once extracted a mountain-sized mine from the sacred ruins. Ultimately, they retrieved a divine source that was entirely red and resembled a fire dragon. Thus, this type of exotic divine source has been named the fire dragon source. 1 pound of fire dragon source is equivalent to 100 pounds of ordinary divine source." After considering the price given by the holy maiden, Chen Changsheng nodded and tossed the egg-sized fire dragon source to her. The density of the divine source was exceedingly high. Even this small piece weighed no less than 5 or 6 pounds. In terms of value, it was just enough to settle his debts. with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Changsheng stored the fire dragon source in a specially crafted leather pouch designed for divine sources, which, though compact, could counterbalance the terrifying weight of the divine source. Otherwise, an excessive quantity could crush a storage ring under its immense weight. Manager Wang. I recall that entering the Kunlun Stone Workshop's courtyard requires a guarantee of at least 10,000 pounds of divine source. I believe I now meet that requirement. May I enter? Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng successfully extract the divine source from a piece of waste stone, Wang Defa's attitude towards him transformed dramatically. Currently, the Kunlun Sacred Ground was hosting a gathering of prodigies, attracting countless talents from all directions. Someone with such skill and insight must certainly possess an extraordinary background. How could Wang Defo afford to be negligent with such a person? Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me, he warmly invited. Leading Chen Changsheng into the courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop, the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion followed closely behind. However, their ability to enter freely did not extend to others. Soon, the entire Kunlun Sacred Ground became aware of an unnamed prodigy who intended to gamble on stones in the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Such excitement naturally drew other prodigies to the scene. Inside the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop, in stark contrast to the outer courtyard, the number of stones was lamentably few. In this vast space, only a little over 10 stones were available for selection, yet each one exuded an extraordinary aura. Some stones were shaped like welcoming pine trees, gently swaying with the breeze, while others were disappointingly small, merely the size of a fist, yet remarkably round, rolling about as if alive when placed in a dish. After meticulously observing the stones in the inner courtyard, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. The aura emanating from these stones was exceedingly dense. If he were not mistaken, they must have been extracted from the depths of the sacred ruins forbidden areas. What treasures these stones might yield was, indeed, uncertain. Young master, may I inquire which stone has captured your interest? I find that welcoming pine tree rather appealing. To be frank, I have personally heard the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves among the stones. In response to Wang Defa's sales pitch, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and remarked, I am more aware of the wondrous nature of the stones within the sacred ruins than you are. Yet I also know that 9 out of 10 are empty. Here, the stones, the least expensive, cost no less than 5,000 divine sources per pound. And a single stone can easily fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions of divine sources. If you are amenable to credit, I might be interested in acquiring 3 to 5 pieces. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa rubbed his hands together, a forced smile on his face. You jest, dear customer. We operate on a modest scale. Credit is simply out of the question. However, for someone of your stature, 100 or 80,000 divine sources is but a trifle. Come now, inform your superiors. I cannot authorize what you have proposed. Do I have such a fortune? I would need to offer something as collateral. In response, Wang Defa chuckled amiably. No problem, dear customer. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he ordered the delivery of spirit tea and respectfully withdrew. Seated in the pavilion, Chen Changsheng continued to observe the surrounding stones while savoring his tea, entirely unfazed by the enchanting presence of the sacred maiden of the Purple Mansion. After a while, the previously silent maiden spoke. With your capabilities, you surely do not concern yourself with the quantity of divine sources. You seek what lies within them. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to her and inquired, Maid, what do you mean by that? As the saying goes, wealth, companions, laws, and land, resources are paramount on the path of cultivation. I have come to Kunlun Stone Workshop, undoubtedly for divine sources. After all, who would ever scoff at having more divine sources? In response to Chen Changsheng's justification, the sacred maiden of the Purple Mansion calmly stated, Others may come to the stone workshop for divine sources, but you are different. Why? Because your gaze is far too tranquil. That fire dragon source has at least 50 pounds, equivalent to 25,000 pounds of ordinary divine sources. Such a resource cannot be disregarded by even the most gifted cultivators. Yet, when you beheld the fire dragon source, you did not even blink. This indicates that, in your eyes, 25,000 pounds of divine sources holds little value. Everyone in the Kunlun sacred land knows that the stones in the inner courtyard of the stone workshop are worth a fortune. Such prices, even for top-tier divine sources, would not yield a return. The only opportunity lies in unsealing those divine sources that contain hidden treasures. Thus, you came seeking what is concealed within the divine sources. After hearing the sacred maiden's analysis, Chen Changsheng nodded in appreciation. Your analysis is quite reasonable. Indeed, I have come for what lies within the divine sources. You know well that the ores within the Forbidden Land have a significant chance of yielding divine sources, which may enclose some extraordinary treasures. For instance, certain unknown spiritual herbs possess the ability to resurrect the deceased. I am in need of such herbs, which is why I have come. By the way, we have conversed for quite some time, yet I do not know your esteemed name. Zining. The two syllables emerged softly from beneath the sacred maiden's veil. Zining. A beautiful name. I am Zwishingha. Thank you, Lady Zining, for your prior assistance. A crack appeared in the teacup held by Ziching, and a formidable aura emanated from her being. Zwishingha is the name of the current emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom in the eastern wilderness. Although Ziching found herself in the central courtyard, it was inconceivable for her to be unaware of such a fact. Could it be that the gentleman looks down upon her? Indeed, Miss Ziching possesses extraordinary insight. Su Tian offers his apologies. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziching launched her attack. The individual before her continued to deceive himself. Su Tian stood as the leader of the talented individuals from the Xuanwu kingdom. Upon encountering this peculiar man, she had conducted a thorough investigation. To her surprise, she discovered discrepancies in the roster of talents from the eastern wilderness. More precisely, there appeared to be an extra individual among the talented group from the eastern wilderness. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Changsheng and Ziching exchanged blows for over 100 rounds, both relying solely on their physical prowess without invoking spiritual power. However, the outcome revealed that during the 136th exchange, Chen Changsheng easily subdued Ziching, his left hand gripping her delicate arm and his right hand clasping her swan-like neck. With a furrowed brow, Chen Changsheng remarked, "Why does a young lady always seek to engage in combat?" Despite being restrained by Chen Changsheng, Ziching retained her composure. The Xuanwu kingdom places great emphasis on physical strength, yet within the realm of its prodigies, none could rival the intensity of his physique. Why is it that your name is absent from the roster of prodigies? Who exactly are you? Just as Ziching posed her inquiry to Chen Changsheng, numerous other prodigies arrived to witness the spectacle, only to be confronted with the rather intimate posture of the two. The crowd gasped. Is this truly so exhilarating? Chapter 75. Elder Jiang Feng of the Kunlun Sacred Land, Chen Changsheng teasing the young ones. The sight of Chen Changsheng and the saintess of the Purple Mansion left many attending prodigies momentarily speechless. The saintess is universally acknowledged as one of the three great beauties among the younger generation in the central courtyard. The unexpected turn of events caught many off guard. Yet, in the face of such an awkward situation, Chen Changsheng nonchalantly released Ziching from his grasp. Esteemed guests, do you not understand the principle of refraining from inappropriate scrutiny? I am merely engaged in a friendly exchange with Miss Ziching. Do you not find it rather impolite to stare so intently? Upon hearing this, some prodigies hastily offered their apologies and lowered their heads. However, a few others became quite agitated. Miss Ziching, does this man not treat you with the respect you deserve? If so, we shall ensure he pays the price. Upon hearing this, Ziching cast a cool glance at those individuals, making no immediate response. The mysterious man before her certainly displayed some shamelessness, coupled with a tendency to conceal his true intentions. Yet, she found herself more repulsed by the individuals around her, for their hypocrisy was palpable. As a man of stature, whether virtuous or vile, one ought to act decisively and without hesitation. If they genuinely wish to champion her cause, they should act promptly rather than seek her approval. Their repeated inquiries were simply a reflection of their fear, having witnessed the man's superiority during their exchange. Moreover, her affairs required no intervention from others. Though he possesses formidable physical strength, it does not necessarily imply that he is invulnerable to opposition. Observing the indifference of the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion, the talented individuals present felt a sense of awkwardness. Interestingly, the architect of this situation, Chen Changsheng, had taken it upon himself to impart lessons amidst this assembly of elites. Esteemed brothers, how can one pursue a lady using such methods? You have just committed a grave error in the art of warfare. The majority regarded Chen Changsheng's familiar discourse with disdain, yet, amidst the throng, a few curious souls began to take notice. What is the essence of his assertion? Quite simply, in the pursuit of a woman, one must rely on their own charisma to captivate her heart. You are aware of Miss Zining's exceptional background and talent. Such a woman does not place undue importance on superficial conditions. For, in a world as vast as ours, few men can surpass her. Thus, the significance of personal charm becomes paramount. Take the previous incident as an example. You ought to have acted without hesitation. Any sign of doubt would convey a sense of timidity. Pray tell, how could such a man ever capture the attention of Miss Zining? Chen Changsheng's novel insights piqued the interest of those who had previously dismissed him. Gradually, the crowd around him swelled. Now, do you comprehend where your missteps lie? Enlightened by Chen Changsheng's words, many of the young talents experienced an epiphany. One among them ventured to inquire, Brother Chen, what if the opponent is exceedingly strong? And so what? In the sacred land of Kunlun, would your adversary truly resort to lethal force over such trivial matters? Moreover, all present are paragons of excellence. While there may be slight variances in strength, they are not insurmountable. Surely, Each of you possesses the means to defend yourselves? Upon hearing these words, the chests of many young elites swelled with newfound confidence. They were all gifted individuals, while it was undeniable that some were stronger and more distinguished. They each harbored a modicum of faith in their own abilities, having endured years of rigorous training. Seeing the attention of the talented individuals shift, a subtle smile crept upon Chen Changsheng's lips. The young lass from the Purple Mansion had taken a keen interest in him, which could lead to unnecessary complications. To alleviate this predicament, he felt compelled to offer guidance to her suitors. With an average age of just under a century at this gathering of elites, manipulating these youthful minds was hardly a challenge. Once she became preoccupied with a multitude of admirers, her focus on him would naturally wane. Chen Changsheng, what brings you here? Just as he contemplated how to further engage the crowd, a voice emerged from within the masses. Turning to face the source, he recognized it as Zui Jing, a member of the talented cohort from the Xuanwu Kingdom. Zui Jing, the third princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom, displayed commendable talent, ranking among the mid-tier in terms of strength within her elite group. Ah, so it is the third princess. Chen Changsheng greeted politely, expressing his intention to discuss matters of cultivation with his fellow Taoists. By the way, has Brother Su not arrived? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Zui Jing remarked, Su Tian and the others are currently adjusting their states, preparing for the upcoming Genius Conference in 3 days. I have heard that an unnamed prodigy is here to engage in stone gambling, so I came to witness it. You arrived quite early. Do you know who this unnamed prodigy is? I do not know, Chen Changsheng replied. I came to the Kunlun Stone Workshop for a stroll, and suddenly the crowd increased. I did not see any unnamed prodigy. After understanding the situation, Zui Jing exchanged a few more words with Chen Changsheng, and then quietly awaited the appearance of the unnamed prodigy. Those prodigies attending Chen Changsheng's lecture did not perceive him as the one who would engage in stone gambling, for his attire was exceedingly ordinary, presenting no semblance of a person with a profound background. Although his prowess in the match against Zining had indicated otherwise, the stones in the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop would not be discounted merely for one's status as a prodigy. Thus, the only person aware of the truth in attendance was Zining. Yet, the holy maiden of the Z clan possessed her own pride. How could she voluntarily explain this to others? At that moment, Wang Defo approached with a middle-aged man from a distance. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, many prodigies straightened their attire, preparing to present their best selves. Even the usually aloof holy maiden of the Z clan was no exception. For the visitor was none other than the second elder of Kunlun's sacred land, Jiang Feng. In the past, during the contest for the position of the Holy Master, Jiang Feng had narrowly lost to the current Holy Master, Jiang Bufan. Despite his defeat, Jiang Bufan had once stated, had it not been for luck, the outcome between us would remain uncertain. Furthermore, another event had significantly elevated Jiang Feng's reputation. 6 centuries ago, the notorious rogue Wu Li emerged in the central court, bringing shame to the younger generation. Ultimately, Wu Li faced the equally youthful Jiang Feng. Their battle lasted 3 days and nights, ending in a stalemate. This encounter rendered the rogue Wu Li dormant for a full century. To this day, Jiang Feng stands as the sole individual to have fought Wu Li to a draw. As Jiang Feng approached, the crowd tidied their garments, ready to present their most distinguished selves. However, Jiang Feng's subsequent actions astonished everyone. He bypassed all and directly approached Chen Changsheng, who was engaged in conversation. The hospitality of the Kunlun Stone Workshop has been lacking. I hope you do not find it amusing, young friend. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng ceased his conversation and, with a cupped fist gesture, responded. Elder Zhang's words are overly kind. It is an honor for me to visit the Kunlun Stone Workshop. With that, the two men walked amicably towards the pavilion. This act left the gathered prodigies dumbfounded. Although they all bore the title of prodigy, they were nothing in the presence of true giants. Jiang Feng, too, was a prodigy, and he was among the most outstanding of the previous generation, still alive today. In terms of talent, status, lineage, and strength, none present were qualified to stand on equal footing with Jiang Feng. Personally pouring a cup of hot tea for Chen Changsheng, Jiang Feng smiled and said, I have heard that you wish to select a few stones for your amusement. Might I inquire if you have a specific target in mind? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng chuckled. I have indeed chosen a stone, yet my purse is rather light, and I cannot afford the required amount of divine essence. Thus, I must resort to pledging some trinkets. I wonder if the Kunlun Stone Workshop accepts such items? Haha, you jest, my young friend. Though divine essence is quite splendid, it can be cumbersome to carry. To be frank, I do not possess even 100,000 divine essence myself. Jiang Feng spoke with great warmth as he engaged with Chen Changsheng, while in the crowd not far away. A figure with reddened eyes stood. This was the third princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Zui Jing. Observing Chen Changsheng, Zui Jing clenched her fists. overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. This individual had deliberately concealed his circumstances, showing little regard for the talents of the group. Recalling the attitudes of others towards him in recent days, her expression darkened considerably. After their idle chatter concluded, Chen Changsheng addressed Jiang Feng. Elder Jiang, the day is waning. May I select my stone now? Certainly, my young friend. Right this way, Jiang Feng replied, personally guiding Chen Changsheng. After browsing, Chen Changsheng ultimately settled on a stone that rolled continuously. This stone was no larger than a fist, yet its surface was exceptionally smooth and rounded. Unlike the other stones that remained still, this particular stone astonishingly rolled within the jade plate. Noticing Chen Changsheng's choice, Jiang Feng took the opportunity to elaborate. This stone is known as the rolling pearl, extracted from the depths of the sacred ruins. Interestingly, it is encased within another piece of divine essence. Initially, the Kunlun sacred grounds intended to slice this stone, but due to certain peculiarities, it was instead sent to the stone workshop. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng picked up the rolling pearl and inquired, "Is that so? What makes this stone so special? Since you dare to gamble on stones in the inner courtyard, you must possess some knowledge about stones encasing divine essence. Such stones cannot be penetrated by spiritual energy or divine consciousness. However, this particular stone is somewhat unique. Both spiritual energy and divine consciousness can penetrate it, yet once they do, they vanish without a trace." In response to Jiang Feng's explanation, Chen Changsheng examined the rolling pearl in his hand and remarked, "Among the various stones, there exists one known as black charcoal stone. This material similarly absorbs divine consciousness and spiritual energy, and its form is ever-changing and elusive. More intriguingly, its weight closely resembles that of divine essence. When black charcoal stone is enveloped in a layer of stone skin, it creates the illusion of containing divine essence within. If the stone skin of this rolling pearl is exceedingly thin and it encases a piece of black charcoal stone, it would indeed result in the phenomenon of divine consciousness penetrating yet disappearing. Precisely because the risk is too great, the Kunlun sacred grounds refrained from opening this stone. Am I correct?" Chen Changsheng concluded. Jiang Feng chuckled in response. "You speak with great insight, my young friend. Yet, the stone workshop is a place for gambling. If we could ascertain the contents within, why would the Kunlun sacred grounds not open the stones ourselves? Would you not agree?" Elder Jiang is indeed correct. One cannot fathom the amount of divine essence required for this piece of the Zhuangpan pearl. 200,000 units of divine essence. Jiang Feng calmly declared this astronomical figure, then turned to Chen Changsheng with a smile. The stones within the stone courtyard were reserved for the most formidable beings. A young man daring to gamble with stones here must surely have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, he would not have come forth to entertain this junior. Upon hearing this staggering figure, the talented individuals present collectively gasped in astonishment, and even Zining furrowed her brow at the mention of such a price. 200,000 units of divine essence far exceeded the resources at her disposal. Although she held the title of Saintess of the Purple Mansion, her accessible resources amounted to merely around 300,000 units. Even if she were to liquidate all her assets, she would barely reach 500,000 units of divine essence. Tales had circulated about the exorbitant prices of the stones in the stone courtyard, yet she had never anticipated the figures to soar to such heights. 200,000 units of divine essence, a price that, while steep, could be considered reasonable. Just as the crowd marveled at the exorbitance of this price, Chen Changsheng's indifferent voice interjected, "Would you care to reconsider what you are saying? 200,000 units of divine essence deemed reasonable? I could sell you one. Would you be interested?" Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Chen Changsheng waved his right hand, casting a shadowy mass onto the ground. Boom! The shadow crashed into the soft grass, creating a depression. Chen Changsheng, regarding the Zhuangpan pearl with nonchalance, said, "Elder Jiang, please appraise it." Upon discerning the object on the ground, Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Purple, gold, copper mother." Sensing Jiang Feng's astonishment, Chen Changsheng finally shifted his gaze from the Zhuangpan pearl to Jiang Feng. "Why are you so surprised, Elder Jiang? The Kunlun sacred land is vast and prosperous. Surely, you must have access to purple, gold, copper mother. Of course, I have encountered this material before. It is an exceptional resource for crafting weapons and the finest material for forging alchemical furnaces. However, the quantity of purple, gold, copper mother is scarce. I have never seen a piece as large as a wash basin. Well, this particular piece was merely picked up at my doorstep. You may appraise it as you see fit." "Why can't I find such things at my doorstep?" Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before offering a price of 800,000 units of divine essence. "That price is quite fair." Boom! Chen Changsheng casually remarked, then tossed another piece of metal. The appearance of this metal stirred even Jiang Feng's composure. "Young friend, where did you acquire this?" "I unearthed it while farming." If you are going to weave a tale, at least make it believable. Chen Changsheng paid no mind to the 2 pieces of metal he had presented, for he possessed an abundance of such materials. The thunder beasts were innately gifted at discovering various metallic ores and thrived on them as sustenance. After annihilating the thunder beasts in the 10,000 mountain range, their treasures naturally fell into Chen Changsheng's possession. Chapter 77. The Great Fat Worm. Chen Changsheng, you cannot afford this. Observing Chen Changsheng's reluctance to divulge the origin of the metal, Jiang Feng chose not to press further. After reconfirming the metal on the ground, Jiang Feng spoke again. Xianming Iron Essence, an auxiliary material for crafting weapons by supreme beings. Its texture is not particularly hard, yet it possesses an unparalleled advantage, the ability to fuse most disparate metals. This metal is rare and elusive, challenging to appraise, and currently, an accurate price cannot be provided. Listening to Jiang Feng's words, Chen Changsheng continued to observe the Zipanzu. Elder Jiang gazed at the situation, confident that the Grand Kunlun sacred land would not intentionally undervalue their offerings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng scrutinized the young man before him once more, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Since you have stated so, I shall dare to propose a price. For this piece of Xianming iron, approximately the size of a human head, Kunlun Stone Workshop offers 4 million divine sources. As these words escaped his lips, the breaths of those present grew notably heavier. For such astronomical figures were unfamiliar even to the most gifted among them. 4 million divine sources. Such a sum could only be afforded by a colossal force like the Kunlun sacred land. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's quoted price, Chen Changsheng nodded and remarked, "The price is somewhat low, yet still reasonable. After all, this is merely an auxiliary material, including this piece of Xianming iron. My collateral value at Kunlun Stone Workshop should amount to 4,800,000 divine sources. To be precise, it should be 4,825,000 divine sources. After deducting the cost of the Zipanzu, I will have 282,500 divine sources remaining. I shall set this money aside, as I wish to open another stone tomorrow. For today, I will focus on this piece." With that, Chen Changsheng extended the Zipanzu towards Jiang Feng. Observing Chen Changsheng's composed demeanor, Jiang Feng chuckled. "Your generosity is such that even the masters of some sacred lands may find it difficult to match. It is indeed a fortunate occasion to assist you in opening stones." With that, Jiang Feng accepted the Zipanzu from Chen Changsheng's hand. Simultaneously, the extraordinary array of Kunlun Stone Workshop began to activate slowly. Within the divine sources, peculiar items occasionally emerge, and the protective array can prevent unnecessary complications. Moreover, given the allure of wealth, should any extraordinary treasure arise from the inner courtyard stone materials, the array can deter prying eyes. Exhaling a deep breath, Jiang Feng's formidable aura instantly unfurled. With a cultivation level in the 6th realm, even Chen Changsheng could not help but raise an eyebrow. The previous golden core system had been constrained by the laws of heaven and earth, prompting many prodigies to carve their own paths and create new techniques. 600 years ago, the constriction of these rules began to intensify. Ali's foundational practice, the 8-9 mystical art, was uniquely exempt from this suppression, which was one reason he dominated the younger generation of the central court 6 centuries prior. Jiang Feng's ability to match Ali indicates that he too has forged his own path. With a swift motion, sword lights erupted from Jiang Feng's fingertips, each ray grazing the Zipanzu. With every pass of the sword light, a small amount of stone powder was extracted from the Zipanzu. The stone skin of the Zipanzu is exceedingly thin, making this method of opening stones undoubtedly the most effective. Other methods risked damaging the treasures within. As the stone skin continued to wear away, golden light began to emanate from the Zipanzu, from the radiant glow emanating from it. All present could discern that this was the most exquisite golden divine source. A single pound of golden divine source could equate to 1,000 pounds of ordinary divine source. Such quality would constitute an immense fortune in anyone's possession. However, at this moment, everyone's focus was not on the golden divine source. The size of the Zipanzu was too diminutive, and even if it yielded a golden divine source, it would be insufficient to recoup the exorbitant price of 2 million divine sources. The only hope now lay in discovering whether there was anything within the golden divine source. With a swift motion, the last glimmer of sword light flashed, and all the stone skin of the Zipanzu was entirely stripped away. Without inflicting any damage to the precious golden divine source within, there was indeed something inside the divine source. A voice rang out from the crowd, breaking the spell of amazement cast by Jiang Feng's remarkable technique. Inside the golden divine source, a hollow space revealed a plump, white, and tender silkworm wriggling about. Upon seeing the creature, Jiang Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow, for he had never encountered such a being before. Just as Jiang Feng was pondering over this unknown worm, The voice of Chen Changsheng echoed nearby. Elder Jiang, the stone has been opened. May I have the object now? Chen Changsheng's words snapped Jiang Feng back to reality. Of course, it is indeed the possession of my young friend. Accepting the divine source sphere from Jiang Feng's hand, Chen Changsheng shook it gently, revealing the plump silkworm within, and chuckled. Who would have thought I would encounter you here? It seems fate is truly marvelous. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the previously silent saintess of the Purple Mansion became intrigued and inquired, Do you know what this is? I certainly do. But you all are likely unaware, Chen Changsheng replied. Let me put it this way, even when combined, the essence of Xianming iron and the mother of purple gold cannot compare to a mere foot of this creature. Alas, the day wanes, I must return to rest. We shall open another stone tomorrow. With that, Chen Changsheng stowed the divine source sphere and swaggered toward the exit. Young friend, please wait. Just as Chen Changsheng lifted his foot, Jiang Feng called out to him. Elder Jiang, is there something else? May I inquire if the item you just uncovered is for sale? Certainly, but I fear Elder Jiang, you may find the price beyond your means. Oh, your words pique my interest. While I cannot claim that the Kunlun sacred land is the foremost in the central region, its strength and heritage are indeed well recognized. I am most curious to know what price could surpass what even the Kunlun sacred land can afford. Noticing the pride in Jiang Feng's tone, Chen Changsheng offered a slight smile. Elder Jiang has misunderstood. I am not suggesting that the Kunlun sacred land cannot afford it, but rather that you, Elder Jiang, cannot. To acquire the item in my possession, one must offer a third of the Kunlun sacred land in exchange. At this proclamation, Jiang Feng's expression darkened immediately. Young friend, you cannot be serious. I assure you, I am not jesting. Your astonishment stems from your lack of understanding regarding the value of this item. Should you comprehend its worth, you would find that a third of the Kunlun sacred land is an exceedingly reasonable price. However, it seems you lack the authority to make such a decision, which is why I assert that you cannot afford it. The price is so exorbitant that even the sovereign would struggle to afford it. The sacred land cannot be dictated by a single individual. To offer 1/3 of the sacred land for a mere insect is a notion only a fool would entertain. In Chapter 78, titled The Golden Silkworm Goo of the Witch Clan, the embryonic form of immortality, upon witnessing Jiang Feng's cold silence, Chen Changsheng chuckled but chose not to delve further into the matter. After all, even if the Kunlun sacred land were to propose such an amount, one must consider whether they would even agree to sell. By the way, Elder Jiang, having presented such a remarkable treasure, do you think it will attract unwanted attention? Chen Changsheng asked, attempting to calm his nerves. During the Genius Assembly, no one is permitted to harm the talents. Any violation would be regarded as a provocation against the Kunlun sacred land. The Kunlun sacred land would pursue relentless retribution, yet rivalries among the talented are permitted. That is indeed preferable. With such a valuable offering, I too fear the gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. With Elder Jiang's assurance, I can finally rest easy. Moreover, the stone in the inner courtyard won't be replaced tomorrow, will it? I have my eye on another piece. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyelid twitched slightly. The birth of life from the opening of the orb is a mystery, yet anything sealed within the divine source is undoubtedly extraordinary. The thought of such a precious item being taken away would naturally cause Jiang Feng distress. Now, with Chen Changsheng expressing interest in another stone, Jiang Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. Hee, young friend, you jest. The Kunlun Stone Workshop conducts business honorably and would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. What is the state today will remain the same tomorrow. The Kunlun Stone Workshop indeed upholds fairness. We shall reconvene tomorrow, Chen Changsheng declared, striding confidently out of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Yet, none of those present dared entertain any unscrupulous thoughts. With the ability to effortlessly produce wealth in the form of celestial gold, coupled with physical prowess surpassing even that of the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden, and an origin shrouded in mystery, anyone contemplating a move against Chen Changsheng would need to weigh their options carefully, especially with the Genius Assembly underway. In the Eastern Wilderness courtyard, Chen Changsheng returned to the small residence prepared for the talents of the Eastern Wilderness. After securing the doors and windows, he retrieved the divine source orb from the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Gazing at the plump silkworm writhing within the divine source, Chen Changsheng murmured, I never imagined living golden silkworm goo truly existed in this world. If only the witch clan of the 10,000 Great Mountains possessed you, they would not be in such dire straits. Indeed, the plump silkworm within the divine source was none other than the goo deity of the witch clan, the golden silkworm goo. Years ago, Chen Changsheng had unexpectedly arrived at the 10,000 Great Mountains, subsequently entangled in various conflicts with the Thunder Beast clan. Having spent such a considerable amount of time there, he had naturally acquired an in-depth understanding of the witch clan's goo insects. Among them, he was most familiar with the golden silkworm goo. According to the records of the witch clan, The golden silkworm goo is the nemesis of all insects in the world. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng drew forth the shattered Jinwu's sword and gently sliced open the divine source orb. In an instant, the orb shattered, and the golden silkworm goo lunged directly onto the Jinwu sword. A faint sound reached Chen Changsheng's ears. The nearly indomitable Jinwu sword had sustained a minuscule dent, no larger than a grain of rice, inflicted by the voracious Jin Kangoo. Upon witnessing this, even Chen Changsheng could not help but be astounded. It is worth noting that the Jinwu sword is the weapon of the former left emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom. Aside from a singular failure in the ancient Forbidden Grounds, Chen Changsheng had yet to encounter anything capable of damaging the Jinwu sword throughout the years. The fact that the Jin Kangoo could effortlessly gnaw a notch into it was a testament to its formidable nature. The sound of its relentless feeding reverberated within the room, as the seemingly innocuous Jin Kangoo voraciously consumed the Jinwu sword. Although Chen Changsheng felt a pang of sorrow, he refrained from acting impulsively. According to ancient texts, the Jin Kangoo was nourished by ancient ferocious beasts, and he doubted his own slender frame could contend with it. Cautiously placing the Jinwu sword upon the table, Chen Changsheng hastened to retrieve various herbs and the tools necessary for inscribing formations. The Jin Kangoo, being a creation of the witch clan, was indeed documented in their lore, detailing methods to subdue it. Soon, an ancient and intricate formation was meticulously drawn. After sprinkling a specially crafted powder and activating the formation, Chen Changsheng slowly extended his right hand toward the Jin Kangoo, which was still engaged in its meal. As if sensing his call, the plump and white Jin Kangoo lifted its small head to assess the situation. In a flash, before Chen Changsheng could react, the Jin Kangoo had already materialized in his palm. With a sharp nip, its tiny beak pierced through Chen Changsheng's formidable defenses and burrowed into his hand. Observing the swelling on his arm, the excruciating pain caused Chen Changsheng's lips to twitch involuntarily. After an agonizing wait, the Jin Kangoo finally crawled to the vicinity of Chen Changsheng's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, it punctured the chamber of his heart and began to spin silk within one of the ventricles. As his heart sustained damage, Chen Changsheng coughed up a mouthful of blood. The searing pain was so profound that beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured. The peril of nurturing a goo within oneself was indeed immense, but the potential rewards were unfathomable. Time slipped away, and eventually, the Jin Kangoo emerged from Chen Changsheng's chest. The flesh torn by the Jin Kangoo healed at an astonishing rate. At that moment, Chen Changsheng felt an inexplicable bond of bloodline connection with the Jin Kangoo. Hungry, the Jin Kangoo's thoughts vividly reached Chen Changsheng's mind. Observing the somewhat fatigued creature, he promptly produced a fist-sized lei-dan and placed it before the Jin Kangoo. Without hesitation, the Jin Kangoo eagerly descended upon the lei-dan, swiftly burrowing within its confines. With the Jin Kangoo's hunger appeased, Chen Changsheng finally had the opportunity to observe the internal changes within his body. Golden threads emerged amidst his sanguine essence, weaving their way from the heart and coursing throughout his being. Jin Kan silk, impervious to even the mightiest of weapons, was also a supreme healing elixir. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng picked up the Jinwu sword and made a small incision on his fingertip. Before much blood could cascade down, a faint golden thread swiftly approached the wound. It deftly stitched the injury together, and as the wound sealed, the scar vanished at a visibly rapid pace. After confirming that the golden silkworm goo is indeed as miraculous as described in ancient texts, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. With this, I have gained yet another card to safeguard my life. Once the silkworm's silk envelopes my entire being, even if my head is severed, I may yet survive. The profound skills and substantial attribute points have already rendered my physique extraordinarily resilient, and now, with the added restoration capability, it seems nearly impossible to meet my demise. Feeling a twinge of pride, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the system panel. The current cultivation system is exceedingly intricate. Even someone as erudite as Chen Changsheng cannot assess his strength based solely on realm. Fortunately, the system provides a certain degree of reference through various attribute points. Chapter 79, The Unprecedented Defense. Chen Changsheng's concerns. Host, Chen Changsheng. Strength, 300, 4th realm. Speed, 300, 4th realm. Defense, 520, 6th realm. Mana, 240, 4th realm. Lifespan, 640. The data displayed on the system panel left Chen Changsheng scratching his head. Since his last awakening, the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth has gradually intensified. Given Chen Changsheng's temperament, he would not tolerate such indignities. Thus, a century ago, he dismantled his original cultivation system and began practicing a new one. With his self-created cultivation system, Chen Changsheng found himself adept, and his various attributes soared rapidly. Yet, After over 100 years of cultivation, he still could not comprehend his own level, judging solely from the numbers. His strength and speed should have long since reached the transformation stage, equivalent to the 5th realm of his previous system. However, the system still labeled him as 4th realm. As for his defensive attribute, it had only recently increased by 20 points with the assistance of the golden silkworm goo, allowing it to ascend from the 5th to the 6th realm. In his perplexity, Chen Changsheng inquired, "System, is the span of the cultivation system I created really so vast?" In response to Chen Changsheng's question, the system replied, to the host, "The cultivation system you have devised is not yet complete and is insufficient as a benchmark for measuring strength. The standard adopted by this system is one of the most extensive and powerful among the current myriad cultivation systems. Ultimately, only the strongest cultivation system will endure. However, the host should understand that the label's assessment does not reflect the host's intrinsic strength. This is also the reason why the system initially did not set labels." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Changsheng grasped the situation. In simpler terms, the standards of the entire world have become utterly chaotic. For instance, previously, 100 attribute points were deemed sufficient for advancement from the golden core to the nascent soul stage. However, now, the required attribute points for progression from the 3rd to the 4th realm may have escalated to 150 or even 200. Consequently, while the realms may appear the same, the disparity in strength is indeed vast. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng remarked, "No wonder the Celestial Heroes Conference is being held. In such circumstances, there is truly no better solution than to engage in combat. However, it seems I am not particularly fond of fighting." Muttering a few words, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the feeble little white dog. In the presence of this pet, his once lively thoughts became composed. The sight of it reminded him of a certain individual and a multitude of memories. Years ago, following the trail of the bronze ancient palace, Chen Changsheng had pursued his quest to the central courtyard. Although he had successfully confirmed the fate of Nianxing at that time, as the years passed, his heart, which he had once managed to set aside, began to stir once more. The journey from the central courtyard to the eastern wilderness had spanned 240 years, followed by 320 years of slumber, not to mention the subsequent years of idle existence. It had been a full 760 years. And that did not even account for the years that preceded. If one were to consider the earlier years, Nianxing had already lived through a millennium of existence. A millennium is an exceedingly protracted duration, indeed the utmost limit most cultivators in the world could ever hope to encounter. Was Nianxing truly dead or alive? Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng shook his head, cradling the little white dog as he spoke. Xiaohei, in this vast sea of humanity, where shall I search for any traces of Nianxing? Furthermore, this girl, regardless of the circumstances, could at least send word home. She is certainly a source of worry. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's lament, the little white dog let out a feeble whimper, a response to his master, and a subtle expression of dissatisfaction with its own name. Observing the dog's expression, Chen Changsheng remarked, "A name is merely a designation. It matters not what you are called. I recognize your pristine white coat. Yet I wish to call you Xiaohei. Can you not fulfill this modest request? Moreover, who was it that left you at the bronze ancient palace? I am not particularly troubled by the ominous matters at hand, for I have discerned that formidable beings are quietly addressing these concerns from behind the curtain. However, I am apprehensive about the colossal hands recorded in the annals of the bronze ancient palace. The witch clan among the 10,000 great mountains was likely one of the 18 races that once guarded the bronze ancient palace. You have just witnessed the ferocity of the golden silkworm goo. Even such a race was subdued by those gigantic hands. Ultimately, it was only through the power of the ominous that they were repelled. If those hands were to descend again, what means do I possess to confront them? Others may not endure for long, thus they may not witness the arrival of those hands. But I can, for I have a long life ahead of me." Chen Changsheng bemoaned to Xiaohei, yet the weary little dog had succumbed to a deep slumber. Noticing this, Chen Changsheng gently patted Xiaohei's head and grumbled, "You ungrateful little creature, I am conversing with you, and you have the audacity to fall asleep. Once I have healed you, I shall indulge in a dog meat hot pot. Yet, I am at a loss as to how to remedy your condition. Brother Chen, are you there?" A voice interrupted Chen Changsheng's soliloquy. Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, he immediately discerned it to be the arrival of Yi Hensheng and his companions. Rising, he seated himself in a chair facing the entrance and lazily proclaimed, "Come in. I have not locked the door." With that, Yi Hensheng and 2 others stepped inside. The 2 individuals standing side by side are Wang Sutian and the 3rd princess of the Xuanwu kingdom, Zui Jing. Yi Hensheng's expression is somewhat serious, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In contrast, Sutian wears an eager look, clearly wishing to challenge Chen Changsheng. However, the most intriguing among the trio is Zui Jing. Her gaze directed at Chen Changsheng is tinged with anger, and her demeanor carries an unmistakable air of interrogation. The three of them stand silently before Chen Changsheng. He neither invites them to sit nor urges them to leave, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. After a prolonged moment, as Chen Changsheng strokes the soft fur of Xiao He, he speaks. If you have something to say, please do so directly. However, I request that you speak one at a time and refrain from being overly chaotic. Additionally, please avoid beating around the bush, as I find it bothersome. In response, Yi Hensheng bows slightly and begins, I have heard of your deeds, Brother Chen, and I previously. Yet, before he can finish, Chen Changsheng interrupts him. Did I not instruct you to avoid beating around the bush? Why is it that you do not listen? My background is not something you are entitled to know. If you are curious, you may inquire with your master. Should she choose to enlighten you, it will indicate that you are deserving of that knowledge. If she opts to remain silent, then you must resort to guessing. If you succeed, it shows your cleverness, while failure reveals your folly. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng's lips twitch a few times, but he ultimately refrains from further questioning. Having addressed Yi Hensheng, Chen Changsheng turns his attention to the eager Su Tian and inquires. You wish to know my background. What do you seek? I wish to challenge you. Su Tian calmly declares his intention. In response to this request, Chen Changsheng nods approvingly, saying, It is commendable that the youth is daring and spirited. However, at present, you lack the qualifications to challenge me. What must I do to qualify? Su Tian asks. Quite simple. Are you aware of the three great beauties of the central court? Indeed, Su Tian replies. They are the holy maiden of the purple mansion, Zining, the lady of 72 signal fires, Gongsun Huayu, and Yao Yingying of the No Regrets Pavilion. These three are universally acknowledged as the foremost beauties of the younger generation in the central court. Not only are they stunning in appearance, but their abilities are also unparalleled, making them truly talented and accomplished. Well put, Chen Changsheng nods in agreement. It seems you have indeed invested some thought into the power dynamics of the central court. Only after defeating all three will you earn the right to challenge me. Upon hearing these words, Su Tian's eyelids flicker. Are you truly that formidable? I cannot say for certain how strong I am, Chen Changsheng admits. I have only encountered one of these three beauties. The other two are mere hearsay to me. However, one thing I am certain of is that if I so desire, I could easily best the holy maiden of the purple mansion. With a calm demeanor, Su Tian responds with unwavering determination. No problem. I will defeat all three of them and then return to face you. Having dealt with the two not particularly troublesome individuals, Chen Changsheng's gaze shifts to the visibly displeased Zhu Jing. As it becomes her turn to speak, she does not wait for Chen Changsheng to address her, but directly confronts him. Why do you feign weakness only to mock us? What right do you have to speak before me? Before Zhu Jing could finish her retort, she was met with a disdainful glare from Chen Changsheng. In that moment, her fury was extinguished, for she found herself unable to meet his piercing gaze. As the third princess of the Xuanwu kingdom, it would not be an exaggeration to acknowledge her noble status. However, she lacked the authority to question me. The title of princess holds no weight beyond the borders of Xuanwu kingdom. Here, at the Celestial Talent Conference, your words carry weight solely derived from your strength. I understand your thoughts. You perceive me as treating you like a fool. Although I harbor no interest in such antics, you are free to believe it. For in my eyes, you are indistinguishable from a jester. Zhu Jing clenched her lips tightly at his words. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Observing her distress, Chen Changsheng scoffed. What? Are you on the verge of tears? TSK. Is this the caliber of the Xuanwu kingdom's elite? Have you not yet weaned? I challenge you. The intense humiliation ignited a roar from Zhu Jing. In response to her outburst, Chen Changsheng's disdain grew even more evident. Your reaction only amplifies your immaturity. But given your impending tears, I shall indulge your wish. Su Tian, let her witness the harshness of the world beyond. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's command, Su Tian hesitated. What? Are you afraid to act? The left emperor has conferred upon you a title of equal rank, valuing your talent and potential. Choosing the Xuanwu kingdom could be likened to a fine bird selecting a suitable tree. Yet the left emperor did not intend for you to serve as a mere dog for the Xuanwu kingdom. Do you comprehend the significance of the Celestial Talent Conference? It is a contest of great paths, where all beings within sight are adversaries, with no friends to be found. You must contend not only with the talents of your era, but also with those of the previous age, such as the emperor of Xuanwu kingdom, left Xinghe. After all, he too is a practitioner. As long as neither of you falter on this path, you shall inevitably cross paths. What will you do then? In light of Chen Changsheng's words, Su Tian began to ponder thoughtfully. However, Zhu Jing grew anxious. If Su Tian, a genius of the Xuanwu kingdom, were swayed by Chen Changsheng, it would be disastrous. Nonsense. My father holds Su Gu in high esteem. How could he possibly harm him? This is the truth. You do not represent the Xuanwu kingdom, nor does your father. The Xuanwu kingdom can exist without you or your father, but it cannot survive without a guiding light. For without a guide, the Xuanwu kingdom is destined for ruin. Both your father and Su Tian aspire to be that guiding light, each wishing for the other to take on that role. As for who will ultimately prevail, that lies in the hands of fate. Having said this, Chen Changsheng resumed his previous activity, while Su Tian quietly stepped forward to Zhuijing. Third princess, please proceed. As the situation had reached an irrevocable conclusion, Zhuijing, fueled by frustration, declared, "What a farcical guide. I shall prove my superiority over you all." With that, she turned and exited the room, intent on a showdown with Su Tian. The grand spectacle was about to commence, and Chen Changsheng found himself invigorated. He swiftly retrieved a small stool and positioned himself at the entrance, accompanied by an array of fruits and snacks. The commotion attracted the attention of other members from the Dongwang celestial group. "Su, my brother, if there is something to discuss, let us sit down and take our time," they urged. The third princess tends to throw little tantrums. Do not take it to heart. Yet, their attempts at mediation only served to irk Chen Changsheng, who craved the unfolding drama. "Su Tian, what are you dawdling for? Do you not find this humiliating enough?" he taunted. Their celestial group has at most 1 or 2 prodigies, while Dongwang has brought along over a dozen mere gluttons. With so many leeches, do you not think it wise to tidy up? Otherwise, onlookers might mistake you for a bunch of freeloaders. Seeing Chen Changsheng stoking the flames, the Dongwang celestial group grew incensed, and a few among them sought to confront him. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could close the distance, a figure emerged, sending them all sprawling. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Tian. Observing the familiar faces that had been knocked aside, Su Tian calmly stated, "One from the Xuanwu kingdom is sufficient. You may return." Chapter 81. The brutal beating of the Xuanwu kingdom's guardian. The tragedy of ordinary cultivators witnessing Su Tian's decision. Yi Hensheng sighed softly and approached the celestial group from the Night Moon Kingdom. Since arriving at the Kunlun sacred land, he had been preoccupied with the safety of their group. It was not due to a lack of excellence among his companions, but rather the overwhelming strength of the youth from other regions. As Chen Changsheng had aptly articulated, this celestial gathering was a contest of prowess, where no one would regard your status. Insufficient strength could lead to dire consequences. Previously, Yi Hensheng had hesitated to voice these concerns out of camaraderie. However, now that the matter was laid bare, he resolved to be more resolute. Boom, boom, boom. Both Su Tian and Yi Hensheng sprang into action, initially sparing their opponents. However, as their strikes grew increasingly fierce, the others reciprocated with genuine fervor. It became evident that both Yi Hensheng and Su Tian were indeed the top talents from their respective nations. In a 2-against-10 scenario, they not only held their ground, but also pushed the opposition into retreat. Observing the distant clash, Chen Changsheng lifted the drowsy little black creature before him, saying, "Little Black, it seems that after such a lengthy absence, I return only to wreak havoc upon the bloodlines of old friends and disciples. Is this not rather ungracious?" The little black creature let out a feeble whine, seemingly lamenting the disturbance of its peaceful slumber. Noticing this, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and remarked, "As a dog, your energy should be boundless. How can you be lazier than a tortoise?" Ignoring Chen Changsheng's grumbling, Little Black yawned and gradually closed its eyes again. With a resigned sigh, Chen Changsheng stood, cradling Little Black, and said, "Very well, sleep to your heart's content. It is indeed quite a challenge to come to you with such matters. However, shedding tears among one's own is, after all, preferable to spilling blood at the hands of outsiders." With that, Chen Changsheng's figure vanished from the spot. The internal strife among the Eastern Wilderness's prodigies required the protectors to intervene. Yet, how could Chen Changsheng allow anyone to interfere with his intentions? "Perhaps it would be wise for you to delay your arrival. I fear for your safety should you proceed now." The 3 figures were barred by Chen Changsheng from entering the battlefield. Faced with this prodigy from the Night Moon Kingdom, the brows of the 3 protectors from the Xuanwu Kingdom furrowed in concern. "Pray tell, who are you? Why instigate discord among the Eastern Wilderness prodigies? Moreover, I seem to recall no mention of a figure named Chen Changsheng from the Night Moon Kingdom, the elder among the protectors, possessing the highest cultivation of mid-stage transformation," inquired of Chen Changsheng. However, Chen Changsheng appeared disinterested, merely bowing his head to pet his dog in silence. As the distant battle grew increasingly intense, the 3 protectors found themselves restless. "Since you refuse to speak, I shall have no choice but to subdue you and present you to His Majesty." With that declaration, the elder summoned a gourd-shaped magical artifact to launch an attack on Chen Changsheng. The ancient gourd expanded in the wind, unleashing countless razor-like gusts. Yet, these formidable winds, capable of cleaving gold and jade, failed to stir Chen Changsheng in the slightest. Casting a glance at the 3, Chen Changsheng remarked nonchalantly. Left Xing has sent you 3. He truly did not intend to participate earnestly in this prodigy assembly. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng's right hand formed an arcane gesture, instantly enveloping the 3 in a formation. With his current mastery of formations, such a swift deployment was merely a fundamental skill. Bang! After the formation sealed off external scrutiny, Chen Changsheng drew forth a massive bone, striking it forcefully against the elder's magical artifact. With just a single blow, the gourd was shattered into fragments. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the 3 mid-transformation experts recoiled in terror, for they had never anticipated that a mere junior could wield such power. Grasping the Tiantang bone in his right hand and cradling the small black creature in his left, Chen Changsheng advanced step by step towards the trio. In truth, under the current circumstances, mid-transformation cultivators could hardly exert significant influence. Even against the protectors of other prodigies, they might not stand a chance, let alone against the top-tier prodigies themselves. You continue to adhere to your previous cultivation paradigms, under the suppression of the heavenly Tao. How could you possibly contend with those prodigies? As Chen Changsheng analyzed the situation for the 3, he simultaneously used the Tiantang bone to deliver blows. Among the 3 mid-transformation masters, 2 practiced external cultivation while 1 focused on internal cultivation. Typically, their combined efforts would constitute a formidable force. Yet, they were unfortunate enough to encounter Chen Changsheng, who excelled in both internal and external cultivation. In terms of magical artifacts, Chen Changsheng wielded the Tiantang bone, and his mastery of formations was unparalleled in the present age. In terms of physical prowess, he possessed the 8-9 mysteries, mastering over 90% of the body-refining techniques of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Additionally, Chen Changsheng boasted 500 points in defensive attributes acquired from the system. In essence, Chen Changsheng overwhelmingly surpassed them in nearly every aspect. Were it not for the suppression of the heavenly Tao, the 3 of them might have had a chance to exchange a few blows with Chen Changsheng. However, under the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao, they were left with nothing but the prospect of enduring a beating. After the span of 20 breaths, the 3 formidable beings at the transformation stage were all brought to the ground by Chen Changsheng. Gazing at the young man, their eyes brimmed with resentment. To be easily defeated by a junior after centuries of arduous cultivation was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Do not regard me with such disdain. This is the lamentable reality for ordinary practitioners in the realm of cultivation. Your attainment of the transformation stage attests to your once formidable talents. Yet, the path of cultivation is an endless journey. Once you halt, those who follow will swiftly surpass you. Chen Changsheng's words elicited a hint of bitterness in their gazes. They were acutely aware of the current cultivation system's limitations imposed by the heavenly Tao, yet establishing a new system of cultivation is no simple feat. For those who have reached the transformation stage, their lifespans are already limited. Should they disperse their powers to cultivate anew, if they cannot swiftly reclaim their present level, their lives will soon come to an end. Setting aside the path of dispersing and recalibrating their powers, the veteran powerhouses had another option, to modify the existing cultivation framework and forge a new one. However, this was an even more arduous endeavor. The original cultivation system had been refined through countless trials. It was not something that could simply be altered at will. As the sounds from outside the formation began to subside, Chen Changsheng tossed an object and spoke. Do not concern yourselves with the matters of the talent conference. Your task is to remain here with those injured youngsters. I have made some adjustments to the teleportation array in the Xuanwu Kingdom. It will likely be a month before it can be used. After a month, you shall be able to return. With that, Chen Changsheng dispelled the formation and vanished before the 3. However, one elder in the mid-transformation stage gazed incredulously at the item in his hand. Chen Changsheng had thrown him a token, a unique emblem belonging to the Grandmaster of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Yet, this token had gone missing 800 years ago. Chapter 82. The distinction between prodigies and ordinary talents. The enigmatic Chen Changsheng, the battle of the Eastern Wilderness prodigies, swiftly came to a conclusion. Once Su Tian had thoroughly subdued the others, Chen Changsheng returned to his original seat with a sense of ease. Upon his return, he continued to leisurely enjoy the spectacle, seemingly unfazed. Observing this, Su Tian narrowed his eyes. With such a ruckus created by the prodigy group, the Guardians would undoubtedly intervene. However, even after the battle had concluded, the Guardians had yet to make an appearance. It was clear what had transpired. TSK. They were at least companions. How could they strike so mercilessly? Faced with those prodigies who lay on the ground, bloodied and defeated, Chen Changsheng feigned righteous indignation. Naturally, the crowd harbored deep resentment toward Chen Changsheng's shameless antics. Villain. Though unaware of the methods he employed to sway Brother Su and Brother Yi, however, this matter will not be so easily dismissed. Both the Night Moon Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom will undoubtedly seek to reclaim their honor. Upon hearing the threats from a prodigy, Chen Changsheng let out a chuckle. It seems you harbor a deep-seated animosity towards me. Otherwise, how could you concoct such a malicious jest in an attempt to laugh me to death? Do you not realize where this is? This is the central court, situated 10,000 miles from the eastern wasteland. Surely you comprehend the concept of distance? Even if I were to have you beaten, or even if I were to slay you, the eastern wasteland would be powerless against me. The reason for giving you a thrashing is to prevent you from embarrassing yourselves in public. If 10 of you cannot defeat even 2, what qualifications do you have to participate in the Prodigy Conference? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the severely injured prodigies displayed a flicker of shame in their eyes. Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were well acquainted with one another, having sparred during their time in the Eastern Wasteland. However, everyone unanimously agreed that, despite any disparities, they should not be insurmountable. Yet, after engaging in a genuine battle, they finally understood the vast chasm between top-tier prodigies and ordinary talents. Observing the shame in the eyes of the prodigies, Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. A youthful arrogance is not particularly grave. However, if one remains oblivious even after suffering a thorough beating, then they are truly beyond redemption. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng spoke. Now you understand your own limitations. Spend the remaining time here recuperating. To ensure that some of you do not cling to false hope, allow me to share a little secret. In your eyes, those two must already be considered the strongest among the younger generation. Yet, in the context of the Prodigy Conference, they are merely one among many. Roughly a dozen or so others could easily match their caliber. This does not even take into account the heirs of sacred lands and ancient families. Should they encounter these prodigious talents, your kind would be utterly insufficient to withstand their prowess. The crowd murmured. Although we acknowledge that you speak the truth, your candor is rather excessive. Could you not afford us a modicum of dignity? After listening to Chen Changsheng's words, many prodigies struggled to rise from the ground and silently retreated to their quarters. While Chen Changsheng's actions were indeed subject to criticism, they chose to bury their grievances deep within. 10 individuals unable to overcome 2. Even the most compelling arguments would fail to salvage their pride in such a moment. Once the prodigies departed, Chen Changsheng waved his hand. You too should return as well. The Prodigy Conference is to be held the day after tomorrow. Prepare yourselves well. Your downfall today may very well foreshadow your future. With that, Chen Changsheng turned and returned to his room. Observing his retreating figure, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were filled with questions, as they could not discern the true nature of Chen Changsheng. His actions were shrewd, his strength formidable, by all appearances. He certainly presented himself as a seasoned master. Yet, participation in the Prodigy Conference necessitated the assessment of bone age. In this world, there may exist secret arts capable of altering one's aura or the appearance of youth, but they could never change the age of one's bones. At least in the perception of the two individuals, this was the case. When Chen Changsheng's bone age was tested, the result indicated he was merely 25 years old. It was precisely for this reason that Su Tian and others had not paid much attention to Chen Changsheng. A cultivator who is not even 25 cannot be expected to possess significant strength or experience. In the eyes of the cultivators, Chen Changsheng is still merely a child. As various thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Hensheng sighed with a wry smile and said, Brother Su, it is only after venturing out that I understand the saying. There are heavens beyond the heavens. And there are people beyond the people. No wonder my master has always been somewhat dissatisfied with my cultivation. Initially, I thought it was a form of training, but now it is evident that I am still far from sufficient. In response to Yi Hensheng's words, Su Tian gazed at the tightly closed door of Chen Changsheng's room and remarked lightly. As the ancients said, one must know shame before one can strive for courage. Understanding the gap between myself and others enables me to pursue them more effectively. I will not abandon my efforts simply because I am temporarily weaker than they are. For I know that one day I will catch up to them and stand before them. With that, Su Tian turned and returned to his room. Tomorrow, Chen Changsheng was to visit the Kunlun Stone Workshop, where most of the prodigies would be present, including the esteemed saintess of the Purple Mansion. The events that transpired in the East Wilderness Courtyard did not elicit any reactions from the Kunlun Sacred Land, or rather, no one seemed to have taken notice of what had occurred there. With so many prodigies converging at the Kunlun Sacred Land, countless minor frictions occurred daily. Who would concern themselves with the internal conflicts of the East Wilderness group? However, it is worth mentioning that Chen Changsheng's actions had stirred considerable excitement throughout the Kunlun Sacred Land. His casual display of power amounted to several million divine sources, culminating in the emergence of a mysterious being within the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Such prowess and ability naturally drew the attention of many. Some illustrious young women sought to converse with Chen Changsheng, while heirs from prestigious families desired to engage him in friendly competition. Yet, amidst this throng, few were aware of Chen Changsheng's origins. More precisely, they even lacked knowledge of which continent he hailed from. The reason was simple. Chen Changsheng's name was absent from the roster of the East Wilderness Prodigy Group. Moreover, the East Wilderness Prodigy Group had previously dismissed him for his youth, thus unwilling to include him in their activities. Consequently, few knew that he originated from the East Wilderness. After a dreamless night, as the sun once again cast its light upon the earth, Chen Changsheng stretched and sat up from his bed. He absent-mindedly stroked the sleeping Little Black before beginning his morning routine, preparing to head to the Kunlun stone workshop. Little Black's condition had affected its foundation. Without the sacred medicine found among the divine sources, this ailment would likely prove quite challenging to remedy. Chapter 83, 72 Paths of Dust and Smoke. Curiosity killed the cat indeed. As expected of the Kunlun sacred land, the marketplace is perpetually bustling. Chen Changsheng curiously surveyed his surroundings, while Yi Hensheng, following closely behind, lowered his head in embarrassment. Indeed, being in the company of this individual was quite humiliating. The events of yesterday's extravagant gambling at the Kunlun Stone Workshop had already spread throughout the entire sacred land, with numerous top-tier prodigies and prominent figures waiting for Chen Changsheng's arrival at the Kunlun Stone Workshop. However, this individual seemed rather unconcerned, wandering about aimlessly. Just moments ago, a messenger from Kunlun Stone Square came to extend an invitation, yet this fellow retorted, "Why should the emperor be anxious when the eunuchs are not? I am not in a hurry, so why should you be?" Upon hearing this, the messenger's expression darkened immediately. It is worth noting that the visitor was an outer elder from the sacred land of Kunlun. Although not an eminent figure, he certainly held some stature. Chen Changsheng's dismissive response caused the messenger to leave in a huff. "How much for this item?" Chen Changsheng inquired, picking up a trinket from a vendor's stall. Sensing a potential patron, the stall owner beamed and replied, "Ah, esteemed guest, you possess discerning taste. This is my prized possession. 300 years ago, my master risked his life to bring this back from the sacred ruins. If it weren't for the fateful connection with you, I wouldn't be parting with it." "Stop!" Chen Changsheng interrupted the vendor. "I am not interested in the item's backstory. Simply tell me the price." 200 pounds of divine essence, came the reply. At this, Chen Changsheng silently set the item down and prepared to leave. Alarmed at the prospect of losing a lucrative sale, the vendor hastily called out, "Good sir, that's merely the starting price. Do offer a counter. Regrettably, I cannot afford such a sum. Just yesterday, you quoted me 20 spirit stones for this. Now you demand 200 pounds of divine essence? Do you take me for a fool?" Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, the vendor awkwardly chuckled and said, "Ah, I see you are quite knowledgeable. Had I known, I would not have made such a blunder. Please, name your price, and I shall not haggle." "I am unwilling to spend money, but I can offer an exchange," Chen Changsheng replied, producing a jade tablet and inscribing a peculiar symbol upon it. Upon seeing the symbol, the vendor's demeanor shifted dramatically. He scrutinized Chen Changsheng closely and cautiously inquired, "I have recently been troubled by excessive liver fire, causing my vision to falter. Might you possess any eye medicine for clarity?" At these words, a smile crept upon Chen Changsheng's lips, further solidifying his suspicions. Earthquake High Ridge. A grand view of the ancient West Mountains. In response, the vendor squinted, murmuring, "Facing the vast sea, where the three rivers converge and flow eternally. Shall we paint it red or black? What manner of traveler are you?" Upon hearing the vendor's inquiry regarding his origins, Chen Changsheng chuckled and picked up the fragment of a broken scale he had selected. "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply take the item back, and in due time, someone will understand." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and departed. The vendor, momentarily taken aback by his retreating figure, quickly gathered his belongings and followed suit. As Chen Changsheng delightedly toyed with the broken scale, Yi Hensheng felt an overwhelming curiosity gnawing at him. Eager to unravel the mystery of the earlier exchange, he finally spoke up, "Chen brother, may I inquire about what just transpired?" A glimmer of understanding flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes as he lifted the shattered scales, remarking, "These are relics from an old acquaintance. I was just exchanging secret signals with him. If all goes as anticipated, he should seek me out shortly." At this juncture, Chen Changsheng paused, allowing a knowing smile to escape his lips. "I suddenly sensed that there was more to discover. Would you care to know? If Brother Chen is willing to share, I would be more than eager to listen. The secret signals I just mentioned are exclusive to the 72 routes of dust and smoke." Upon hearing this, Yi Hensheng's curiosity vanished without a trace, and he felt an urge to slap himself twice. The 72 routes of dust and smoke are the sworn enemies of Kunlun's sacred land, led by the notorious villain Wu Li, who has wreaked havoc in the central court for years. Anyone associated with the 72 routes of dust and smoke is regarded as an adversary by Kunlun's sacred land. Reflecting on this, Yi Hensheng forced a bitter smile and said, Brother Chen, do not jest. Such words should not be uttered lightly. Who is jesting? This is news more genuine than gold. Since you are so curious, I have even more explosive information to share. Would you care to hear it? My curiosity has dissipated entirely. Not a trace remains. Yi Hensheng hastily shook his head. For the more secrets one hears, the swifter the demise. Observing Yi Hensheng's apprehensive demeanor, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and refrained from further teasing him. Little fellow, asking questions left and right, you nearly frightened him to death. Kunlun Stone Pavilion. After a leisurely day of wandering, Chen Changsheng and his companions finally arrived at the pavilion. The inner courtyard, once sparsely populated, now buzzed with activity. As Chen Changsheng approached, a young man with striking features strode forward, declaring, You must be Brother Chen. I am Jiang Ping of Kunlun Sacred Land. I was unable to welcome you personally yesterday due to prior commitments. I hope you can forgive me. In response to this Kunlun disciple, Chen Changsheng smiled warmly, saying, To be personally received by the Sacred Sun is indeed an honor for me. I have come today to engage in stone gambling, and I hope Brother Jiang can offer me guidance. After exchanging polite remarks, Jiang Ping turned his attention to Yi Hensheng and his companion. These two gentlemen must be the distinguished talents from the Eastern Wilderness. I did not expect Brother Chen to be from the Eastern Wilderness. Why is it that your name does not appear on the list of talents from that region? Ha ha ha. Jiang Ping chuckled. You jest, brother. The Eastern Wilderness boasts numerous exceptional individuals, and my humble abilities are hardly noteworthy. Thus, I merely find myself among the ranks of the inconsequential, and naturally, I do not make the list of the talented. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's explanation, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jiang Ping's eyes. If someone of Brother Chen's caliber is not on the list of Eastern Wilderness talents, it seems that the list is indeed formidable. I must seize the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Please follow me. There are several other friends gathered here whom I would like to introduce to you. With that, Jiang Ping led Chen Changsheng and the others toward a charming pavilion. Within the pavilion sat 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. Among them, Chen Changsheng recognized one as the saintess of the Purple Mansion, with whom he had interacted the previous day. Brother Chen, allow me to introduce this individual, the heir of the Langya Pavilion, known as the talented Kiran, Mei Yongxi. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, the cultured man offered a slight bow to Chen Changsheng. After a moment of assessing the heir of Langya Pavilion, Chen Changsheng spoke. In the central court, where remarkable individuals and fertile lands converge, if one were to inquire as to which force reigns supreme, it may be difficult for anyone to provide a definitive answer. However, if the question pertains to who possesses the most comprehensive knowledge throughout the entire central court, it would undoubtedly be the Langya Pavilion by the banks of the Jinsha River. To traverse the paths of heroes across the world, one must bow before the illustrious Mei of the Jiangzhua. It is indeed a privilege to witness the Jiangzhua Mei today. Haha, Brother Chen exaggerates. This modest reputation of mine is merely due to the favor of numerous friends, Mei Yongxi replied with a touch of humility. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the man standing beside Mei Yongxi. This individual presented a stark contrast in demeanor, while Mei Yongxi exuded an air of elegance and approachability. This man's robust physique and attire, primarily composed of animal hides and wool, distinctly reflected a style not typical of the Central Court or the Eastern Wilderness. After a thorough appraisal, Chen Changsheng began to form a hypothesis. Before Jiang Ping could speak, Chen Changsheng interjected. This brother's attire and demeanor diverge significantly from those of the Central Court. You appear to hail from the Southern Plains. I have heard some legends regarding that region. It is said that an extraordinary prodigy emerged from the Southern Plains, one who could tear apart tigers and leopards by the age of 5, and was bestowed the title of the foremost warrior by the 36 tribes of the Southern Plains at 18. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the burly man grinned broadly. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge of the Southern Plains. The Central Court does not emphasize physical cultivation. During my time here, I have yet to find a suitable opponent. I have heard that there exists a powerful nation in the Eastern Wilderness that places great importance on physical training. Might you be from the Xuanwu Kingdom? In response to the man's inquiry, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied, Although I hail from the Eastern Wilderness, I am not from the Xuanwu Kingdom. If you wish to witness the prowess of a prodigy from the Xuanwu Kingdom, you may look to my companion here. Brother Su is a duke of the Xuanwu Kingdom, known as the one-word duke, and is regarded as one of the most exceptional talents in the entire kingdom. Upon hearing this, the burly man turned his attention to Su Tian. I sense a formidable aura emanating from you. Your fighting spirit soars higher than that of the eagles in the sky. Your battle intent is fiercer than that of the wolves on the plains. I wish to engage in combat with you. My name is Borjigin Baturu. but you may simply call me Baturu. In response to the man's invitation, Su Tian clasped his hands and said, I am Su Tian, the one-word Duke of the Xuanwu Kingdom. I too wish to spar with you. In the grasslands, Baturu symbolizes the essence of a warrior. Since you dare to bear this name, your strength should not be lacking. As the tension of battle intensified between the two, Jiang Ping hurriedly interjected to ease the atmosphere. I did not expect Brother Chen not only to possess substantial wealth, but also to be so well-versed in knowledge. It appears that Su Brother and Baturu share an instant camaraderie. Truly, heroes appreciate one another. Since Brother Chen is so knowledgeable, why not take a guess at the identities of the remaining friends present? In the face of Jiang Ping's challenge, Chen Changsheng offered a subtle smile, displaying a demeanor of unperturbed confidence. Genius is often solitary. Those who have not reached sufficient heights typically disregard the company of others. With a sly smile at Jiang Ping's little schemes, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the last gentleman, whose noble demeanor exuded an inexplicable air of grandeur. Among all present in the atrium, only the son of Yaowang possessed such an impressive bearing. 8 decades prior, Yaowang's sacred land welcomed the birth of a remarkable infant. Amidst a celestial glow that was beyond compare. By the age of 3, he had mastered the sacred texts of Yaowang, and by 5, he had already triumphed over numerous disciples. By 8, he stood unrivaled among the youth of Yaowang, and by 10, no contender remained worthy of his effort. Am I correct in my assessment? The one hailed as the celestial outcast, the son of Yaowang, chuckled at the remark, saying, Brother Chen, you jest. The title of celestial outcast is merely a fanciful name. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Fuyao. Fuyao? Like the great Peng that rises with the wind, soaring to 90,000 miles. What a splendid name. Having commended this enigmatic son of Yaowang, Chen Changsheng then turned his attention to the 2 ladies present. However, upon encountering these 2 women, he furrowed his brow. While he had already made the acquaintance of the Xian fairy yesterday, he was uncertain of the origins of the other fairy. Might you be willing to enlighten me? I do not possess a significant lineage. I hail from a humble sect that you likely know little about. The fairy's words seemed to misrepresent the situation. For Chen Changsheng had a fair grasp of the dynamics in the atrium. How could you ascertain my ignorance if you choose not to disclose it? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiries, the fairy, whose visage resembled a round cake adorned with sesame seeds, spoke. I am Ma Gu of the Qianshan Sword Sect. Upon hearing this name, those present began to ponder. The Qianshan Sword Sect lies 3,800 miles from Kunlun's sacred land. It is a small sect, with only one successor per generation. Chen Changsheng accurately recounted the origins of the Qianshan Sword Sect, his knowledge stemming from dealings he had conducted with them 6 to 7 centuries ago. Intriguingly, the sect had already been in decline during that era. Given the passage of time, it seemed implausible that it would still exist today. As Chen Changsheng mulled over these questions, Mei Yongxai interjected. According to the records of Langya Pavilion, the Qianshan Sword Sect had vanished 300 years ago. It was unexpected to encounter a descendant of the Qianshan Sword Sect in this day and age. It appeared that the intelligence of Langya Pavilion would require re-evaluation. Regarding Chen Changsheng and Mei Yongxi's accurate revelations of her background, Ma Gu remained impassive, merely stating, my sole intention in attending the Talented Youth Conference is to restore my sect. I harbor no desire for rivalry. Are you not here to gamble on stones? If we do not begin soon, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping smacked his forehead, exclaiming, how could I forget Brother Chen's important matter? Today is indeed the day for Brother Chen to showcase his prowess. Any delay would be a grave misstep. With that, Jiang Ping guided Chen Changsheng to a selection of stone materials. Beside the stone materials, several prominent figures had been awaiting for quite some time. Clearly, prior to Chen Changsheng's arrival, many had already employed various methods to probe the area. Upon witnessing the young man's entrance, a glimmer of intrigue passed through the eyes of numerous esteemed individuals. The stones within the forbidden zone remained inscrutable. Yet this young man had remarkably unearthed something on his very first attempt, showcasing extraordinary prowess. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether this individual possessed genuine skill or merely stumbled upon good fortune. Should he indeed possess such a unique ability, Chen Changsheng would undoubtedly become a favored guest among the powerful factions. Young friend, how did you rest last night? I trust the accommodations arranged by Kunlun's sacred land were to your satisfaction? Jiang Feng approached Chen Changsheng with a warm smile. After a night's time, Jiang Feng had gathered substantial information regarding Chen Changsheng's background. This individual had arrived with the elite of the Eastern Wasteland, but did not belong to either the Night Moon Kingdom or the Xuanwu Kingdom. Consequently, the likelihood of Chen Changsheng being recruited had significantly increased. Thank you for your concern, Elder Jiang. I slept exceptionally well last night. However, I do hope not to cause you any distress by taking away a fine item from the stone workshop today. Just a few stones. Kunlun Sacred Land can afford it. Should you choose to join us at Kunlun Sacred Land, I would not hesitate to gift these stones to you, Jiang Feng offered, extending an olive branch. Chen Changsheng smiled in response, but chose not to engage further in this discussion. Observing this, Jiang Feng remained unperturbed and quietly accompanied Chen Changsheng as he selected stones. A genius who could be easily courted would not truly qualify as a genius. After a careful examination, Chen Changsheng finally paused. Elder Jiang, these 9 extraordinary stones are indeed remarkable. However, from mere appearances, I fear I cannot discern their true nature. Might I be permitted to employ some techniques? Of course, as long as the stones remain unscathed, all methods are permissible, Jiang Feng replied. Upon receiving this affirmation, Chen Changsheng entrusted his small companion to Yi Hensheng and then began to wave his hands in the air. Golden patterns materialized before him. At this sight, Zining instinctively exclaimed, "The Tao patterns." Without further ado, she focused intently on the Tao patterns Chen Changsheng was conjuring from thin air. The Tao patterns represented a manifestation of the principles of heaven and earth, graspable only by the most extraordinary beings. Although various sacred lands possessed some Tao patterns, few could truly comprehend them, as they were typically regarded as secrets of great heritage. The fact that Chen Changsheng understood the Tao patterns was nothing short of astonishing. As he inscribed the patterns, everyone seized the moment to delve into comprehension. The young master of Yaoguang emitted a radiant golden light from his eyes, striving to engrave the Tao patterns into his memory. Soon after, he radiated a divine glow, and his feet gradually lifted off the ground, evoking a sensation akin to ascending to the heavens. Apart from the young master of Yaoguang, others also displayed their unique abilities. A magnificent vision materialized behind the sacred maiden of the Purple Mansion as the tranquil sea began to surge tumultuously, and a cerulean sky once again graced the expanse above the waters. The azure sea and azure sky epitomized the complete manifestation of the sacred maiden's power. In contrast, the others present were considerably less impressive. Their surroundings did not reveal any extraordinary phenomena, evidently concealed by intention. Nevertheless, in terms of aura, the manifestations of these prodigies were not devoid of merit compared to the 2 prominent figures. Go. With a flourish of his right hand, Chen Changsheng inscribed the golden Tao patterns, embedding them into 9 pieces of stone. As the formations merged, 9 indistinct images emerged from the stones. An elderly man, nearly bald, pointed excitedly at one of the illusions, declaring, "This weapon belongs to me. Whoever dares contest me will face my wrath." A phantasmal divine sword exuded boundless sword energy, and the mere emanation of its aura caused the skin of those present to tingle painfully. Such a divine artifact stirred great excitement among many influential figures. The other 8 stones also revealed remarkable images, albeit less distinct than that of the first stone. Moments later, the Tao patterns dissipated, and Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow. The intricacies of the Tao patterns were profound, and managing to carve even a small portion had consumed all his strength. In truth, Chen Changsheng had discovered the existence of the divine source long before in the ancient forbidden lands, though at that time, he was ensnared in peril, struggling merely for survival, let alone studying the stones beneath the legendary formations of the ancient site. Considering the connection between the Tao patterns and the divine source, Chen Changsheng had decided to test his understanding of the patterns, and to his astonishment, it proved effective. "Elder Jiang, I have selected my stone," he announced. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood that the opportunity to comprehend the Tao patterns had slipped away. Though all present were eminent talents and extraordinary prodigies, the fleeting nature of the Tao's manifestation, along with its limited scope, meant that none could glean any significant insights. "Oh, which piece did the young friend select?" Jiang Feng's gaze towards Chen Changsheng grew increasingly fervent. For every time Jiang Feng believed he had reached the limits of Chen Changsheng's abilities, the latter would unveil yet another remarkable skill. To put it bluntly, Chen Changsheng resembled an inexhaustible treasure trove. Such a genius was one that the Kunlun Sacred Land would surely strive to recruit. "I have chosen this piece, the Welcoming Pine," Chen Changsheng declared, revealing his selection. At this announcement, some of the antiquarians let out a sigh of relief. Although they had vocally asserted their intentions to claim certain stones, rules were rules. Since Chen Changsheng arrived first, he naturally had the right to choose first. The Kunlun Sacred Land would not tolerate any breach of the established order. Now that Chen Changsheng had made his selection, the remaining 8 stones would be subject to fair competition. Suddenly, the entire Kunlun Sacred Land trembled, and a voice reverberated in everyone's ears. "Kunlun Sacred Land, I have come to exact my vengeance. Where's that scoundrel Jiang Feng?" Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Feng's expression turned icy in an instant. Jiang Feng appeared above the Kunlun Sacred Land, prompting many formidable figures present to rush to his aid. The grand formation of Kunlun was being relentlessly battered by a colossal giant. 72 masked masters were exerting their utmost to dismantle the array. Wu Li, do you dare to come here? Today, I shall show you no mercy. Ha! Do you really think I fear you? If you have the capability, come forth and battle me for 300 rounds. With a cold snort, Jiang Feng summoned an ancient bronze sword into his grasp. Upon witnessing Jiang Feng's serious intent, Wu Li scoffed disdainfully, directly creating a fissure in the grand formation before slipping through it. The arrival of the 72 wolves surprised everyone. At that moment, Jiang Ping turned to Chen Changsheng and said, Brother Chen, one of the 3 beauties of the central court, Gongsun Huayu, hails from the 72 wolves. Why don't we have a contest to see who can capture this cunning woman first? Afterward, serving tea and water as a maid wouldn't be too bad. However, before Chen Changsheng could respond, the low-profile Ma Gu spoke up. Are you brave enough to drink the tea I serve? Chapter 86. The 3 beauties, Gongsun Huayu. Has Chen Changsheng been captured? Boom. Without hesitation, upon hearing Ma Gu's voice, Jiang Ping immediately turned and struck with a palm. The powerful shockwave caused many trees in the inner courtyard to snap in half. Simultaneously, numerous prodigies sealed all escape routes for Ma Gu. Mei Yongxi observed Ma Gu before him and remarked coolly, Miss Gongsun, the Qianshan sword sect perished 300 years ago. The intelligence from my Langya pavilion has never been erroneous. Disguising yourself as a descendant of the Qianshan sword sect to enter the Kunlun sacred land is indeed an unwise decision. Upon hearing this, Ma Gu's expression remained stoic. Truly, you are worthy of being the Qilan talent. With so many prodigies gathered here, your influence must be evident. It is truly regrettable that the scheme from 3 years ago could not eliminate you. Jiang Ping coldly interjected, Brother Mei, why waste words with her? Since she dares to come to Kunlun sacred land, we must ensure she leaves with no return. Wait, just as Jiang Ping was about to strike, Ma Gu suddenly called out to everyone. What? Do you have any last words? Not last words, but I wish for you to examine your own situation. Although you have long discovered my identity is amiss, have you not noticed anything unusual? At her words, everyone felt a wave of dizziness. In the face of such circumstances, the holy son of Yaoguang furrowed his brow, radiating a brilliant light before retreating from the inner courtyard. Following suit, Jiang Ping and the others made the same move. Looking at the grotesque Ma Gu below, the holy son of Yaoguang stated, This is Gongsun Huayu's sleep gu. Those afflicted will fall into a deep slumber after 30 breaths. However, the casting of the sleep gu is limited. As long as one remains conscious and exits the range of its influence, they can evade its effects. Pausing for a moment, the holy son of Yaoguang then gazed at the unconscious Chen Changsheng in Ma Gu's grasp. It seems her true objective does not lie with us. Indeed, as expected of the holy son of Yaoguang, you have seen through everything. Recently, I find myself in need of a suitable consort, and this dandy shall be my prize. With that, Ma Gu produced a jade platform, dense with intricate formations that began to spread outward. Upon witnessing this, Yi Henxing exclaimed, She intends to flee. We must stop her. In an instant, 7 prodigies acted in unison, striving to thwart Gongsun Huayu's escape. Boom. Spurt. Gongsun Huayu was sent reeling, blood spilling from her mouth. Yet the formation had already been activated, enveloping both her and the unconscious Chen Changsheng in a radiant light. Clutching her shoulder, pierced by Yaoguang Shengzi, Gongsun Huayu smiled and remarked, My dear friends, your strikes are rather painful. I shall remember this grievance. After teasing her pursuers, Gongsun Huayu vanished completely with Chen Changsheng. Sensing the situation, Wooly delivered a punch that sent Jiang Feng staggering back. The wind is fierce. Wooly, I shall end you. The fury surged within Jiang Feng as the unparalleled prodigy he was about to claim was snatched away. TSK, do not be so incensed. With so many people in Kunlun's sacred land, taking away 1 or 2 is hardly a significant issue. As he spoke, Wooly activated a long-prepared teleportation array. Observing Wooly's figure dissipate, Jiang Feng sliced through the void with his sword and plunged in. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle made the very fabric of space tremble. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Feng emerged from the spatial rift, battered and bloodied, his once resplendent attire now tattered and stained. The villain lies grievously wounded. The conflict between Kunlun's sacred land and the 72 wolf smoke is now irreconcilable. Having issued his command, Jiang Feng felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth before vanishing from sight. Rest assured, Brother Yi, we at Kunlun's sacred land will ensure Brother Chen's safety. Should that scoundrel dare bring harm to him, I shall offer the head of the villain to honor Brother Chen. Jiang Ping, with a grim visage, sought to comfort Yi Henxing and his companions. In response, Yi Henxing, equally troubled, exchanged a few words of concern. However, given the magnitude of recent events, The group soon dispersed, each returning to their own abode. Once they found themselves alone, Su Tian furrowed his brow and said, "Brother Yi, what of Chen Changsheng and the 72? His question was abruptly halted by Yi Hensheng's raised hand. "Brother Su, our immediate concern should be the safety of Chen Changsheng, correct?" Understanding the implication in Yi Hensheng's gaze, Su Tian instantly grasped the meaning. Outsiders might be oblivious to Chen Changsheng's circumstances, but he himself was all too aware. Chen Changsheng had deep ties with the 72 wolf smoke. It was illogical for him to be targeted. Moreover, how could someone so knowledgeable about the 72 wolf smoke allow himself to be captured so easily by Gongsun Huayu? To outsiders, it might appear that Gongsun Huayu had meticulously plotted this, aided by Chen Changsheng's carelessness. Yet, to those privy to the intricacies, the situation seemed profoundly peculiar. Realizing the crux of the matter, Su Tian sighed. This is the true realm of cultivation, is it not? One misstep can lead to utter annihilation. Sometimes, words are unnecessary, as even a mere glance can spell eternal ruin. After concluding their conversation, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng returned to the eastern wilderness courtyard. In the ensuing moments, both needed to feign an air of urgency. Should their act falter and reveal any inconsistencies, the consequences could prove dire. In an obscure cave, with a sudden crash, Gongsun Huayu fell to the ground, grievously injured. "Ouch! This hurts terribly," she exclaimed, as she swallowed a healing pill, yet continued to wail in agony. Surrounded by 7 of the most formidable prodigies, her mere survival spoke volumes of her extraordinary strength. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely found themselves in a coffin by now. Once her condition had slightly improved, Gongsun Huayu limped toward the unconscious Chen Changsheng. With a glimmer of anticipation, she licked her lips, exclaiming, "All my efforts to extract you have not been in vain. To carelessly squander 4 million divine sources, you truly are an unprecedented treasure. Let me see what valuable items you possess." Just as Gongsun Huayu was about to reach into Chen Changsheng's embrace, a powerful hand grasped her wrist firmly. "Child, even after sustaining such grievous injuries, you still yearn for wealth. Have you no regard for your life?" Startled by Chen Changsheng's sudden awakening from his stupor, Gongsun Huayu was taken aback. In a moment of panic, she raised her hand to strike him. Yet, even at her peak, Gongsun Huayu was no match for Chen Changsheng, let alone in her current weakened state. Within 3 moves, she was effortlessly subdued by him. Chapter 87. Reunion with an old friend. Chen Changsheng, have I become my son? After restraining Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng surveyed the cave's surroundings. Once assured of their safety, he began to remove her garments. Gongsun Huayu, alarmed by his actions, exclaimed, "What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing?" Chen Changsheng retorted casually, as he swiftly divested her of the obstructive clothing. Having completed the initial preparations, Chen Changsheng extracted several silver needles from Gongsun Huayu's neck. With the removal of the needles, her previously unattractive features began to transform. Her dark skin turned fair and smooth, and the pockmarks vanished without a trace. Her round visage morphed into a perfect oval face. However, her striking beauty bore no color, which lent an air of morbid allure. As Chen Changsheng dispelled Gongsun Huayu's disguise, he remarked, "This transformation technique is not flawless. It lacks the capacity for significant facial expressions during its application. It might deceive some naive youngsters, but before true masters, it is easily exposed." With that, he tapped a few times on her shoulder. The scale armor clinging to her skin was readily removed by him. Gongsun Huayu was left astonished by Chen Changsheng's proficiency. Her form-fitting scale armor had been crafted through secret methods, and it could not be disassembled without unique techniques. Moreover, this transformation art was a signature skill of the 72 signal fires. How was he aware of it? As Chen Changsheng meticulously extracted the shattered bones and trimmed away the remnants of flesh, he began to channel his spiritual energy to facilitate the rebirth of Gongsun Huayu's skeletal structure. Once the bones had nearly regrown, he produced a small jar from which he extracted a white ointment, applying it gently to the wounds. The moment the salve made contact, countless flesh buds erupted with fervent growth. Observing that Chen Changsheng bore no ill intentions, Gongsun Huayu's mind began to stir with curiosity. What kind of ointment is this? Its efficacy surpasses even the finest healing elixirs of the sacred land. Such kindness, could it be that you harbor feelings for me? In response to Gongsun Huayu's incessant chatter, Chen Changsheng remained focused on her treatment. After half an hour, he finally addressed all her injuries. The 5 foremost prodigies, Jiang Ping, Baqilu, Fuyao Zining, and Mei Yongxi, along with the elite Yi Hensheng, had exerted their full strength. Had it not been for the protective scales forged from Thunder Beast scales, Gongsun Huayu would likely have perished by now. However, from the severity of her wounds, it was evident that among the 7, the strongest was likely the holy son Yaoguang. As he alone had managed to breach her defenses, and Chen Changsheng sensed that he had not yet exerted his full power during their recent skirmish. I feel so much better now. Your medical skills are truly exceptional. Ordinarily, I should express my gratitude properly, but, suddenly, Gongsun Huayu attempted a sneak attack, only to be thwarted as Chen Changsheng swiftly knocked her down and settled himself firmly upon her back, suppressing her completely. Do not disturb me. I am deep in thought. It seems this trap has been exposed. Gongsun Huayu, taken aback, inquired, Are you truly that powerful? Although I have yet to fully recover, it cannot be so easy for you to subdue me. After a fleeting moment of self-doubt, she resumed her mischievous antics. With a swift motion, a fist appeared before her, opening to reveal tiny insects that slowly cascaded down. Cultivating goo insects is no simple task. Do not waste them on me. You are still too inexperienced to play with such tricks in my presence. Gongsun Huayu retorted, Are you not a divine envoy sent specifically to counter my every move? How is it that you possess knowledge of all my abilities? After a brief interval, Chen Changsheng lifted his suppression on Gongsun Huayu. Very well. Take me to the lair of the 72 signal fires. With a haughty snort, Gongsun Huayu responded, Dream on. Even if you have saved me, I shall not lead you there. Casting a glance at her, Chen Changsheng replied coolly, It appears you have not yet received the latest news. What news? She queried. You shall discover that in due time. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng grasped her right hand, directing her gaze towards the 3 copper coins adorning her wrist. Within the 3 harmonies of gold wings, there lies the balance of the 5 yin and 6 yang. Kuan represents the yin, while Qian represents the yang. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams establish the constants. These 3 coins symbolize your affiliation with the 72 signal fires. You must be aware of this, are you not? With a sudden surge of wariness, Gongsun Huayu retreated 2 steps. The identity of the 72 wolf lords remained shrouded in mystery, known only partially to her, while the complete list was known solely to her master. Those who are privy to these secrets are likely to be among the 72 wolf lords. However, today, all 72 wolf lords are present. Who could this individual be? Do not gaze any longer. My origins are beyond your wildest imagination. If you do not reveal the lair of the 72 wolf flames, I shall seek it out myself, and you may regret it then. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu pondered for a moment and replied defiantly, Since you are so eager to witness the lair of the 72 wolf flames, I shall oblige you. But I hope you will not regret it. With that, Gongsun Huayu produced a directional array platform. Upon seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and confidently stepped into the center of the array, unperturbed by any potential tricks Gongsun Huayu might employ. This method of teleportation was one he had devised himself. As the progenitor of this technique, no one understood it better than he. After numerous complex transmissions, Gongsun Huayu transported Chen Changsheng to a concealed valley. Within this valley lay a hidden village, where houses were neatly arranged, the fields were fertile, and the scenery was picturesque. The winding paths through the fields were interconnected, and the distant sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking suggested it was indeed a paradise untouched by the outside world. Upon Gongsun Huayu's return, the villagers in the fields greeted him warmly. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar face of Chen Changsheng, they instinctively halted their labor. Among them were several formidable individuals. Master, I have returned. Gongsun Huayu joyfully waved to a peasant tilling the land. Upon hearing this, the peasant's face broke into a smile. Yet this expression froze entirely when he laid eyes on Chen Changsheng. Abandoning his hoe, the peasant hurriedly approached Chen Changsheng, his right hand trembling as it reached toward Chen's face, only to hesitate midair. Master, what troubles you? Gongsun Huayu inquired, sensing something amiss. With tear-filled eyes, the peasant replied, Huayu, he is the descendant of your grandmaster, and by lineage, you should address him as uncle. Chen Changsheng responded, Does he think I have perished? Have I become my own son? Chapter 88. The difficult and lengthy path. Troubles left behind. The peasant's words left Chen Changsheng utterly bewildered, and even Gongsun Huayu wore a face full of questions. How had the once great lamb transformed into an uncle? Observing the growing crowd of onlookers, Chen Changsheng calmly said, This is not a suitable place for discussion. Could we find a more secluded spot? How could I have overlooked this? With that, the peasant led Chen Changsheng to a wooden cabin. After securing the doors and windows, the peasant gazed at Chen Changsheng with excitement and urged Gongsun Huayu, Huayu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and pay your respects to your uncle. Faced with the peasant's insistence, Gongsun Huayu's reluctance was apparent. At this moment, Chen Changsheng raised his hand and said, Let us postpone these formalities for a moment. Come closer. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing these words, the rustic man wiped away the tears from his eyes, filled with emotion. Indeed, it is true. Our teacher was a sentimental person, and he must have left behind numerous last wishes before his passing. Rest assured, my junior, I shall fulfill the teacher's final desires. Saying this, the rustic man leaned in closer. In a swift motion, Chen Changsheng extended his right hand and grasped the rustic man's ear, pulling his earnest head directly before him. Simultaneously, his tone grew somewhat indifferent. "Ollie, did I not make it clear to you that you are not my disciple? A few hundred years have passed, and have you turned a deaf ear to my words?" Upon hearing that familiar tone, the rustic man paused momentarily. He raised his head to gaze again, and that familiar glimmer reappeared in Chen Changsheng's eyes. A person's appearance may change, but the essence of their gaze remains unfeigned. For the eyes are the windows to the soul. While there may be countless individuals who resemble one another, their hearts are uniquely distinct. "Is it truly you, sir? What do you think?" With that, Chen Changsheng released his grip on Ali's ear. In the face of Chen Changsheng's penetrating gaze, Ali felt akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, his entire demeanor radiating discomfort. Meanwhile, Gongsun Huayu stood nearby, utterly astounded, his jaw nearly unhinged. He had once heard his master mention that all his skills were imparted to him by a mysterious gentleman. However, this gentleman had never acknowledged Ali as his disciple. Though the earlier circumstances were not explicitly stated, even a fool could discern that the Chen Changsheng before them was indeed that enigmatic figure. Observing Ali's expression, Chen Changsheng waved to Gongsun Huayu. "You may step outside. I have matters to discuss with your master." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu cast a questioning glance at Ali. "The words of my master are my own. You should leave." Despite the myriad of uncertainties swirling in his mind, Gongsun Huayu chose to heed his master's command. With a thud, Gongsun Huayu exited, and Ali immediately knelt before Chen Changsheng. "I have failed to uphold my promise by imparting the master's teachings without permission. I humbly ask for your reprimand." Gazing at Ali on the ground, Chen Changsheng sighed softly and shook his head. "I do not hold you accountable for the matter of the teachings. What puzzles me is why you have neglected my admonitions. I once told you that if you wish to carve a bloody path in the realm of cultivation, you must leave no weaknesses for your adversaries to exploit. Yet look at you now. Not only have you taken on disciples, but you have also created a paradise hidden from the world. Do you truly believe that no one will see through your little schemes? The sacred lands and esteemed families have stood upon this land for countless years. Their heritage unimaginable to you. What will you do if one day they discover this place?" Confronted by Chen Changsheng's inquiries, Ali merely lowered his head in silence. For he understood that creating this hidden paradise was indeed a grave error. The once formidable Thunder Beast clan had been vanquished by my feeble hands. Today, the 72 flames of war pale in comparison to the Thunder Beast clan, and the powers of the sacred lands are incomparably stronger than I was back then. I am genuinely curious. What gave you the audacity to pursue such actions?" Upon hearing this, Ali's lips quivered slightly as he murmured, "They are all the orphan brethren who fought alongside me. There was a time when their identities were exposed, and had I not intervened, they would have faced certain death. Have I ever told you that upon embarking on the path of cultivation, one must relinquish the concept of affection? If one cannot let go of this sentiment, why did you even choose to tread this path? Have you succeeded in doing so, sir?" Ali raised his gaze towards Chen Changsheng. Faced with Ali's clear-eyed stare, Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. According to the stipulations of the system, as long as he surpassed 1/10 of his total lifespan before awakening, he could enter another slumber. Thus, the quickest and most effective means of becoming stronger was to continuously fall into sleep. Yet, throughout the millennia, Chen Changsheng had always lived to the limit of his awakening time before embarking on his next slumber. Consequently, his pace of growth had significantly slowed. The reason for adopting this slower approach was his inability to let go of the affections in his heart. Chen Changsheng did not wish to become a cold, unfeeling machine, nor did he want his deceased loved ones to perish in endless waiting. After a prolonged silence, Chen Changsheng spoke again. "Cultivating with affection is a path fraught with pain and length. It is precisely because I am aware of this suffering that I wish to spare you from it. Yet you have ultimately chosen to tread the same path I did. Now do you comprehend why I repeatedly rejected a man? A man's feelings for me were of admiration, while yours for those outside are akin to a bond of blood. The pain of severing these ties is sharper than a knife. I could not prevent a man's demise, and you too cannot avert theirs. In the struggle for the great Tao, bloodshed is inevitable. Have you truly considered this?" In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Ali smiled bitterly. "Sir, there is no turning back for me now." Sighing softly, Chen Changsheng replied with resignation, "Then rise. Since there is no retreat, you must tread the path ahead with care. With each death of those outside, your heart shall bear another wound. Now, recount the trials you have faced over the years. How did you come to bear a deadly feud with the Kunlun sacred land?" At this, Ali collected his thoughts and began, "Years ago, Jiang Bufan sought your assistance, sir. When you disappeared without a word, he was greatly incensed. Unable to locate you, he targeted me in his attempts to force your reappearance. As time passed, the conflicts multiplied, and we battled for a full 700 years. He ascended as the lord of the Kunlun sacred land, while I became the leader of the 72 signal fires. Understanding the origins of the matter, Chen Changsheng gently tapped his fingers on the table. Given your account, it seems I may not escape this predicament. The only person from the Kunlun sacred land who knew me 7 centuries ago is likely Jiang Bufan. Should I reappear before him, he would undoubtedly deduce my secret. Once that secret is revealed, I shall become a pariah in the eyes of the world. Regarding this topic, Ali lowered his head and refrained from responding. Since he had met Chen Changsheng, he had always ensured that his name did not circulate among others. At first, I merely believed that Chen Changsheng was a person of simple tastes, indifferent to fame and fortune. However, I have now come to comprehend the underlying reasons. Over 700 years ago, Chen Changsheng had already attained the realm of transformation, which implies that he had lived for several centuries even then. Now, after more than 700 years, he remains alive, and unlike those lifeless relics of antiquity, he exudes a vibrant vitality. In light of this, there exists but one explanation. Chen Changsheng truly embodies his name. He has indeed achieved immortality. Observing Ali's silence, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and remarked, "There is no need to be so serious. My visit signifies that I do not mind your knowledge of this secret. Now, let us discuss our next course of action." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng speak, a smile appeared on Ali's face, for his words indicated trust and a sense of camaraderie. "Sir, what do you intend to do? What else can be done? Of course, we must eliminate the threat. While I may lack certainty regarding Kunlun's sacred land, taking down Jiang Bufan should pose no problem. He is currently the lord of the sacred land, and we cannot confront him there. The only viable strategy is to lure him out through the struggle for supremacy. To achieve this, we must cooperate both internally and externally." Hearing Chen Changsheng's intention to return to Kunlun's sacred land, Ali hesitated. "Sir, wouldn't that be somewhat perilous?" "It is indeed somewhat dangerous, but since this matter arose because of me, it must also conclude with me. Surely, you do not think I am the sort of person who merely casts my troubles onto others? Ha ha ha. Sir, you are certainly not that kind of person. Others may not understand you, but I do. You approach tasks with integrity, seeking only to remain true to your conscience. Such a person is rare in this world." "Stop," Chen Changsheng interjected, rolling his eyes to interrupt Ali's flattery. "Cease this sycophancy. It is not to my taste. Go fetch your disciple. I have some instructions for her, and I would like her to listen in on our discussion. This will benefit her future cultivation." "What discussion?" Ali instinctively asked, only to be met with a piercing gaze from Chen Changsheng. "What? Do you believe your current cultivation system is flawless? Or do you think your skills surpass mine, rendering me unworthy of discussion? It is truly shameless to take on disciples while still grasping the fundamentals." Faced with Chen Changsheng's words, Ali quickly profusely apologized and hastily exited the room. Inside the chamber, the once imperious Gongsun Huayu stood like a well-behaved child, unable to help himself. There was no denying that Chen Changsheng's background was intimidating. His own master was taught by Chen, and now he had come to participate in the Talons Conference. It should be noted that there are requirements for attending the Talons Conference, specifically that one's bone age must not exceed 100 years. The mere fact that Chen Changsheng successfully qualified for this event indicates one of two possibilities. Either Chen possesses extraordinary abilities that allow him to alter his bone age, or if that is the case, Gongsun Huayu could only be left in awe of Chen's astonishing prowess. However, Gongsun Huayu harbored fears regarding the second scenario, eternity. This concept, a mere figment of imagination throughout history, has now materialized into reality. Merely contemplating it sends shivers down one's spine. Observing Gongsun Huayu's expression, Chen Changsheng remarked with a hint of detachment, "Child, your ability to foresee certain matters indicates your innate intelligence. Yet, simply because you have discerned this does not grant you the liberty to speak indiscriminately. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu nodded repeatedly. "I understand, master. I shall not speak carelessly." Noting the anxious glimmer in her eyes, Chen Changsheng smiled gently, choosing not to further frighten her. After all, she was but a child under a century old, and his playful teasing stemmed from a joyful reunion with an old acquaintance that day. After teasing Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng continued, "The world has undergone tremendous transformations. Countless prodigies are forging new paths in cultivation. I have observed many at the Prodigy Conference of Kunlun's sacred land, where some approach from the perspective of acupoints, while others delve into the extraordinary meridians. There are even those who embark from the realm of intent. The esteemed Elder Jiang Feng of Kunlun's sacred land is a master in this regard, his sword intent unparalleled in the world. Having witnessed so many prodigies, who do you believe stands above the rest among these great paths?" Faced with this query, both Gongsun Huayu and Ali found themselves at a loss for words. In an era where prodigies abound, nearly each one epitomizes a distinct system of cultivation. although there are both strong and weak among them. Determining which system reigns supreme is no simple task. After a moment of contemplation, Gongsun Huayu cautiously inquired, Master, I cannot provide an answer to this question. Do you possess the knowledge? Regrettably, I do not, nor is it essential to know, he replied. If you are unaware, why then do you shroud it in mystery? You must understand that the path to reaching the pinnacle has never been singular. The myriad paths of the world are as abundant as the stars. Each path, when cultivated to its zenith, can lead to the summit. It is true that the golden elixir system has been cast aside by the heavens. Yet this does not imply its fallibility. Rather, it suggests that it no longer aligns with the current era. When you fixate on discovering the most formidable path, you have already strayed from the right course. More accurately, you should seek a path among the myriad that is the most stable and suited to this age. After all, only those who endure until the end can truly claim victory. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Ali's eyes flickered with myriad thoughts, and the entanglements of his cultivation began to show signs of loosening. Meanwhile, Gongsun Huayu experienced an epiphany, exclaiming, Master, you mean to say we should not confine ourselves to the superiority or inferiority of any particular realm? For instance, a certain cultivation system may appear weaker in the second or third realms compared to others, yet a monumental shift may occur once one reaches the fourth realm. Haha. Chen Changsheng chuckled, pointing at Gongsun Huayu. Ali, your disciple possesses considerable insight. At the compliment from her master, Gongsun Huayu felt a swell of pride within her. For such praise emanated from her illustrious teacher. After calming her excited heart, she continued, Master, among the current paths, which one is deemed the most suitable? Certainly, it is the path of our cultivation. Vital energy, meridians, acupoints, and the essence of intent. These are realms I have delved into. Based on these aspects, formidable systems of cultivation can indeed be established, yet none truly resonate with the present era. The most suitable practice for our times is none other than body cultivation. Not merely the refining of the body, but the very essence of body cultivation. In Chapter 90, the preciousness of the 8-9 mystical arts is discussed, along with the philosophical discourse among 3 generations of disciples. Upon encountering this novel terminology, Gongsun Huayu was filled with questions. Despite being regarded as a contemporary prodigy, having witnessed much of the world, the term body cultivation was entirely foreign to him. Sensing Gongsun Huayu's confusion, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, Do not ponder too deeply. This term is of my own invention, and you have certainly not encountered it before. Is that so? Might I inquire, what distinguishes body refining from body cultivation? There is indeed a distinction, and it is substantial. Before the fundamental laws of heaven and earth underwent significant alteration, the prevailing systems of cultivation on this land were categorized into 2 types, internal cultivation and external cultivation. Internal cultivation primarily revolves around the opening of the dantian and the condensation of the golden elixir. The strength of this system lies in the formidable prowess of one's consciousness and spiritual energy. However, while the advantages of the golden elixir system are evident, its shortcomings are equally pronounced, namely, the frailty of the physical body and its heavy reliance on innate talent. Yet, no matter how exceptional one's talent may be, it ultimately reaches a limit, and once that threshold is crossed, the path of cultivation comes to an end. In contrast, the other path of cultivation is external cultivation, commonly referred to as body refining. This approach is less dependent on talent and places greater emphasis on resources and rigorous training. To strengthen the physical form, one must engage in relentless daily practice. Upon achieving mastery, the sheer power of the body can indeed move mountains and fill seas, particularly if one employs methods to compensate for deficiencies in consciousness. In battles between equally skilled cultivators, the outcome may be uncertain, yet among the survivors, there will undoubtedly be body refiners. Body refiners possess remarkable capabilities for self-preservation, though their shortcomings are glaringly apparent, particularly regarding resources. The resources for cultivation are finite, a reality you should be well aware of. After hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. What he spoke of could be deemed common knowledge in the cultivation realm. Yet it was the first time he had encountered someone who so meticulously analyzed the 2 systems of cultivation. Many prodigies had never given such knowledge due consideration, as they were preoccupied with the pursuit of crafting more potent techniques, which naturally included their own. With this thought in mind, Gongsun Huayu, driven by insatiable curiosity, inquired, Sir, you have yet to explain what the system of body cultivation entails. I have already conveyed that to you. Internal and external cultivation each possess their own merits and drawbacks. Surely the harmonious integration of both could lead to perfection? Confusion was etched across Gongsun Huayu's youthful countenance. It is common knowledge that internal and external cultivation cannot be pursued simultaneously. Numerous individuals within the cultivation community have attempted to balance both, yet all have met with failure. That is indeed true, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. But do you understand where the issue lies? At this, Gongsun Huayu honestly shook his head. Upon noticing the situation, Chen Changsheng gestured towards his abdomen and remarked, the issue lies above the dantian. For cultivators focused on inner refinement, the initial endeavor is to cultivate the dantian and form a vortex of spiritual energy. Subsequently, they establish the foundation of the Tao, condense energy into pills, and ultimately, the pills shatter to give birth to an infant. To simplify, inner cultivators concentrate all their power in the dantian, which is the reason for their physical frailty, as a significant portion of their bodily strength is siphoned away. Conversely, body-refining cultivators distribute their strength throughout their entire physique, leading to a fundamental conflict between the two cultivation systems. Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu pondered for a moment and said, if what you say is true, it seems there might be a solution to this dilemma. By increasing the acquisition of cultivation resources, could we not achieve a balance between the two? In theory, yes. And there have been individuals who have done so. Long ago, a prodigy meticulously maintained a balance between inner and outer cultivation, expending countless resources to accomplish a harmonious integration. However, during encounters with others, that formidable prodigy was effortlessly defeated. The reason for this defeat was not the lack of strength, but rather the fragility of the balance within. At this juncture, Gongsun Huayu recognized that she no longer possessed the qualifications to engage in further discourse with Chen Changsheng, as her knowledge and experience were insufficient to address these complexities. It was then that Ali, who had been deep in thought, spoke up. Master, I have some insights I wish to share if I may. Feel free to express yourself, and let your disciple witness this as well. You have largely traversed the right path, yet you consistently fall short at the final hurdle. In response, Ali pointed his right hand into the air, and a stream of golden energy erupted from his fingertips, taking the form of a humanoid figure. This figure, composed of golden energy, lacked facial features. Yet the intricate pathways within its body and the dantian were distinctly visible. Ali vividly illustrated the condition of his own body through spiritual energy, including the operational routes of his techniques. Young lady, pay close attention, such opportunities are rare. To reveal one's entire state is something even fathers and sons may not undertake. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu hastily observed her master's technique. The privilege of witnessing a 6th-level cultivator personally demonstrate the operation of their methods was a luxury that even the scions of sacred lands did not enjoy. Master, if the issue of harmonizing inner and outer cultivation arises from the dantian, then the solution should also be sought within the dantian, correct? Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction at Ali's words. Very astute. You have pinpointed the crux of the matter. Your cultivation system is founded upon the principles of the 8-9 profound art. Essentially, the 8-9 profound art leans towards body refinement, yet differs from other body refining techniques in that it necessitates the cultivation of the dantian. By utilizing the spiritual energy of the dantian, one can temper the physical form. This approach has indeed pioneered a new frontier in the cultivation world, as body refining practitioners cannot utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine themselves. However, this method does carry a flaw that is not exactly a disadvantage. The inner spiritual energy is entirely devoted to refining the physical form, which inevitably imposes certain limitations on one's combat capabilities. After all, various spells and evasive techniques necessitate the activation of spiritual energy, while others might be indifferent to this aspect. As physical cultivators typically follow this path, the formidable being who conceived the 8-9 profound art was not satisfied. Thus, they devised a plethora of immensely powerful divine abilities to compensate for these shortcomings, such as the earthly golden light and the heavenly transformation. Therefore, the true treasure of the 8-9 profound art lies not in the art itself or in those formidable divine abilities, but rather in the subtle techniques employed to refine the body with spiritual energy. As I speak, a slender golden needle coalesces at the tip of my right finger. Release your defenses, and allow me to assist you in taking that crucial step forward.